Using all the scientific knowledge I gathered in my previous life, I start piecing things together and realize that the world around us isn't quite what it seems. It's all a facade, and there are infinite multiverses out there, each with its own quirks and possibilities. As I navigate this new reality, I find myself not only sharing fascinating insights with my audience but also unraveling the mysteries of existence. It's a whirlwind of excitement, discovery, and a little bit of existential dread. But hey, who doesn't love a good adventure sprinkled with mind-bending science? It was already 6 in the evening, just a few hours before the show was set to start. I was about to start working on the information when suddenly, I heard a voice in my head. Bite. The suitable fusion person has been selected, Jiangzhe, binding successful. A permanent mission has been issued, fill the world with science and theology. The system mall has been opened. You can now explain the truth to the world through live broadcasts. Each time you popularize science, you'll earn science popularization points based on the number of viewers. You can exchange these points for various related items in the mall and unlock more functions. System? I was taken aback. The moment the system bound to me, I was in shock. With my knowledge from my past life and the system's blessing, my future seemed so bright. I quickly dived into understanding the system, and soon I had everything memorized. For now, the mall only offered one category, but there were plenty of products. The problem was, my popular science points were empty. I realized I could only earn these points by doing live broadcasts. I couldn't help but shake my head at the simple knowledge I had jotted down. It seemed like a fantasy to think I could earn points from this. I stood up from the sofa, left the meeting room, and headed to the broadcast room. I opened the door and got straight to the point. Lao Chang, I've gone through the content, and this will work. Chang Jingming, who had been busy writing, looked up and said, there's no choice. We're limited by manpower and funds. The top physics professors are guest speakers at the big stations, but no one wants to come to our small city TV station. I raised my hand, interrupting him. It's not about the physicists, it's about the content. Since we're doing a science show, why are we limiting ourselves to basic, boring knowledge? We're targeting an audience of all ages, not just school kids. So, we need real content. I need full control tonight. Lao Chang was a bit shocked by my response. A show for all ages? But we didn't have enough resources to pull it off. Still, seeing how serious I was, especially since I'm usually pretty friendly, he agreed. He contacted the deputy director, and after making sure I wouldn't mess up, the deputy director approved. With the hosting rights secured, I returned to the conference room to prepare. The first thing on my mind was to plan a program that would truly shake things up. Brain in a vat? I muttered to myself as I washed my face. At first, brain in a vat wasn't my first choice, but with little time left before the broadcast, I had to make do. Otherwise, I would have prepared more groundbreaking evidence. The lack of precision equipment meant I couldn't do the famous double-slit experiment from quantum mechanics, an experiment that could really change the way people think. So instead, I decided to go with the next classic experiment, Schrödinger's cat. If Schrödinger's cat doesn't convince them, I'll have to do the double-slit experiment. With that, I went back to the lounge to prepare everything for the show. At 8 p.m., a meeting was held. Director Zhang Xian, looking elegant and slightly plump, glanced at Lao Chang and said, I think it's a bit risky to give Jiangzhe the hosting rights. What if we let Lao He handle it? Lao Chang looked at the deputy director, whispering, what's going on? You agreed before, but now you're having second thoughts? The deputy director, Lao Wang, seemed unsure. I don't know either. The decision is up to Lao Zhang. Lao Chang spoke again. Lao Zhang, since no one else is willing, why not give the young guy a chance? The director hesitated. But Jiangzhe is a complete rookie. Still, everyone refused to step in, and after some back and forth, the director reluctantly agreed. I hope Jiangzhe doesn't make a mess of it, he muttered, his frustration clear. At 9:45 p.m., just 15 minutes before the broadcast, I arrived at the scene. I greeted the staff, explained the broadcast content, and sat down. The truth was, I wasn't nervous at all. Compared to my previous life, facing bigwigs, this felt like nothing. Meanwhile, in the conference room, Lao Chang admired me. I said, this kid's good. He's not even nervous. The director and deputy director nodded. It seemed like I had everything under control. After reading the report on the live broadcast content given by Jiangzhe, the entire on-site staff was shocked. Because the copy submitted by Jiangzhe temporarily, the world is fake, this copy made everyone on the scene feel refreshed. As a veteran in the workplace, director Lao Wang knew that choosing Jiangzhou was the first choice. This gimmick is directly pulled to the maximum. I just don't know if the audience will buy into this. 21:59, all departments get ready. 3.2.1, start. As the director's shout fell, sound effects and lights immediately focused on Zhang Zhe. Hearing the start prompt, Zhang Zhe immediately straightened his back and looked at the camera. Hello, audience friends. I am your new friend, Zhang Zhe. Today's popular science program will be hosted by me. I will bring you a visual and auditory feast that will subvert your scientific cognition. He said it in one breath without any pause. His Mandarin is extremely standard, and he doesn't look like a newcomer at all. Seeing this scene, Lao Cheng in the conference room finally breathed a sigh of relief. See, this little Jiang is really good. At this moment, the live broadcast theme on the TV screen finally appeared. Only one line was seen: today's popular scientific thought experiment, brain in a vat. Did you, me, him, and the world really exist? When I saw this title, the entire conference room was almost in silence. Everyone couldn't help but stare with wide eyes. To be honest, everyone was attracted by this novel thought experiment. There will definitely be traffic. But, it will definitely be criticized. The purpose of the radio station: don't be a clickbait, only report real information. It would be fine if Jiang Zhe reported it live online. But, this is a live broadcast on TV. Where did this scientific thought experiment come from? Who did the experiment? Zhang Xian, the station director, stood up immediately, his face full of displeasure. Scientific thought experiment, brain in a vat? Which scientist has done this experiment? How come I don't know? Doesn't he know this is a live broadcast? In Zhang Xian's subconscious mind, he has already regarded Jiang Zhe as the kind of host who will do anything to attract traffic. Chang Jingming was also shocked. Jiang Zhe had said before that he would do some difficult popular science. He thought at most that he was going to prepare something high-end. But the result was good. It turned out to be this difficult popular science? How can this prove that the world is fake and you, me, and him do not exist? There is no way to prove this. As far as he knows, the thought experiment brain in a vat has never existed. Could it be that Jiang Zhe did it himself? If this is true, Lao Chang is shocked, and things seem to be out of control. Seeing the director getting angry, the deputy director was even more ashamed. At this time, the other hosts comforted the director. I searched on the internet and there is indeed no such experiment. Director, why don't we continue to watch? Maybe things are not what we think. Seeing everyone's comfort. The old director was indifferent. After all, the show had already started. Should he just go up and pull Jiang Zhe down? This beaver? Lao Chang echoed. Xiao Jiang must have a sense of propriety in his heart. Let's believe him first. He is not a person who will do stupid things. Seeing this, it can only be done this way. The director then straightened his clothes and sat back on the sofa. But unexpectedly, before he could sit still, Jiang Zhe said the next sentence. The old director jumped up in shock again. To be honest, brain in a vat is a thought experiment that I conceived. So you can't find it online. And the purpose of my experiment, you, me, him, and all of humanity, have never really existed. In the conference room, old station manager Zhang Xian was so angry that he almost couldn't breathe. Ridiculous. Too ridiculous. You can just tell us about this kind of thing in private. Why do you have to bring it to the public? If the world doesn't really exist, then isn't it true that I'm scolding you here now? Don't blame Mr. Zhang for being angry. Jiang Zhe is just a host, and a novice host at that. How can information without any authority be convincing? If a veteran scientist said this, Zhang Xian would definitely support it with both hands. Lao Chang was also stunned. Unexpectedly, this thought experiment was actually conceived by Jiang Zhe himself. The other hosts looked shocked. It seems to confirm that idea: novice hosts are bound to make mistakes. This is not a simple mistake. It was an accident, but if it were bigger, it would directly threaten whether the popular science program could continue to be broadcast. It's just that the show just aired. Go directly to the stage and pull Jiang Zhe down? This is even less beaver. Everyone had no choice but to hope that Jiang Zhe would stop messing around. On TV, Jiang Zhe explained in an orderly manner, why should I prove that you, me, do not exist? I just want to tell everyone through actions, although life is false, the process is meaningful. Science is what you and I love most. It would be a real pity if we don't even dare to act wildly. Hear Jiang Zhe's explanation.
The expressions of director Zhang Xian and all the leaders improved.
Perhaps Jiang Zhe realized his mistake and brought it back to the subject. Although it has nothing to do with science. But what Jiang Zhe said brought positive energy to the TV audience. That's right. If you have given up what you love, you are truly disabled. Lao Chang breathed a sigh of relief. Xiao Jiang must have realized his mistake. Lao Wang said, "This kid is so ridiculous." These two sentences are really beautiful. Now even if it is a performance accident, we still have room for maneuver. Just then, the door of the conference room was pushed open violently. A middle-aged man wearing glasses walked over and said breathlessly, "Director. Good news, great news. The elderly person here is a staff member of the data department, Lao Li." The tone was full of surprise, shock, and disbelief. Director Zhang asked, "Take a breath first. What's the good news?" "The ratings of our program have increased by 1.2 points and are gradually rising." "Where did you find the people?" "The ratings are up even before they enter the popular science content. This Jiang Zhe is really good." As soon as these words came out, Zhang Xian was stunned. Lao Li is an old employee, and he accompanies them to establish the radio station. So what Lao Li said must be true. Gimmicks, are they really that important? Director Zhang looked at the TV blankly and muttered to himself. At this time, Lao Chang mischievously approached the director and said, "Do you still want Jiang Zhe to come down now?" After a brief thought, Zhang Xian decided, "We can't stop. Let's talk to Jiang Zhe and bring it back to the topic as soon as possible. We must stabilize the ratings no matter what." Ratings increased by 1.2 points. If this momentum continues, Zhang Xian has already tasted the sweetness. Only now did he understand the importance of headlines. At the same time, audiences watching the popular science program throughout Kunming had the same reaction. "Holy shit! It's so exciting! On the first day I watched popular science, you told me that the world is fake? Auntie is here to see Lao Lu. She doesn't like to see young people, although this young man is handsome. If this young man participates in a bragging contest, I will definitely vote for him." What's even more interesting is that Brain in a Vat is actually a thought experiment conceived by the host. It has never appeared on the internet. There is no shortage of viewers in front of the television who have some knowledge of science. For the first time, I heard that a host dared to say on TV, "The world is fake." This gives them a chance to perform. Once a loophole is found, someone will probably call the newspaper immediately. Maybe even make headlines. Kunming Radio. Jiang Zhe is warming up for the next content. Because the experimental content of Brain in a Vat is explained at once. It is estimated that few people will agree with Jiang Zhe's words. Nothing, because it is too bold. Can you imagine a world where theoretical science was originally underdeveloped? If someone said the world was fake, would anyone believe it? Therefore, it is necessary to warm up in advance so that the audience can be mentally prepared. When the truth is revealed, everyone will be more likely to identify with Jiang Zhe. In order to popularize science, Jiang Zhe is also secretly working hard. At this time, Lao Chang's voice came from Jiang Zhe's microphone. "Xiao Jiang, good news, the ratings have gone up." Before Lao Chang could finish speaking, the voice of station director Zhang Xian came again. "Stop messing around, stabilize the ratings quickly, and explain things in a normal and scientific way. The new audience will come to see your jokes." Although Tai Lao Zhan was angry, but not enough to vent his anger on Jiang Zhe. After all, Jiang Zhe's motivation is really about the show. Two voices were heard. Jiang Zhe felt happy. Good news indeed. Originally, he thought that the world's audiences would not accept this. It seems that audiences all over the world like fresh things. Jiang Zhe looked at the camera and said, "To be honest, my thought experiment was too bold. So I have been giving you psychological inoculations. Then let's get to the point. I kidnapped a person to my experimental base on a dark and stormy night. I will completely remove the kidnapped person's brain without damaging any cranial nerves. Finally, put the brain into a tank filled with nutrient solution. Nutritional fluids maintain the normal functioning of the brain. I connected the nerve endings of my brain to a wire, and at the other end of the wire was a high-tech computer." Having said this, Jiang Zhe paused for a moment. Continued explanation: "This computer can simulate everything in the world, the sky, the earth, the blue sky, white clouds, houses, etc. I transmit various information to the brain through the computer, making the brain realize that it is alive and that it exists in the real world." Finally, Jiang Zhe lowered his head and wrote on the drawing board, "Brain in a jar."
Point your drawing board towards the camera. Because there are too many factors, Zhangzhe cannot temporarily obtain a living brain to popularize science. Maybe there are biological institutes in the world that can do this experiment. But definitely not at the show venue. Now everyone has a basic understanding of brain in a vat. Now I invite you to fantasize. You are the mad scientist. You have a computer and a brain beside you. You are the mastermind behind the brain in the vat. You are their god. At this moment, you are omnipotent. Hear this. The audience in front of the TV were all surprised by Zhangzhe's boldness. In order to keep up with Zhangzhe's thoughts, the audience and staff were all caught up in the fantasy. Damn it! Before he could say anything further, I felt a little numb. Is it possible that it's true? In the conference room, Director Zhang Xian couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Didn't we agree to report on normal popular science content? Why does it sound more and more evil the more I listen to it? It seems that this thought experiment was really conceived and researched by Zhangzhe himself? In the studio, Zhangzhe continued to explain. Now, you enter a series of instructions for reading, eating, drinking water, and sleeping on the imaginary computer. With the instructions, let's boldly imagine what this brain looks like. Suppose the owner of the picture is Xiaoming. Xiaoming doesn't know that his brain has been stolen. He was in bed looking at his phone as usual. He's studying now. When you finish reading a page, move your thumb and turn the page. When he got tired of watching, he got up, grabbed a bottle of Coke and drank it in one gulp. When it found that the phone was out of power, it turned over again and plugged in the charging cable to charge the phone. The explanation ends here. Zhangzhe showed an imperceptible smile to the camera. What's the truth? You're not reading a novel at all. You didn't drink any water at all. You're not even plugging in the charging cable. What's the truth? The truth is that you have never breathed, read, eaten, or even slept, and you are just a brain in a nutrient solution. Zhangzhe paused for a moment. Give everyone time to digest. As soon as these words came out, the audience in front of the TV were all stunned. The audience who originally wanted to fight against fraud suddenly disappeared, and some were just infinitely shocked. Even the specific thought experiment steps are provided. Can this be fake? I admit, I got goosebumps. Are these true? Whoa! Do I not exist? Who is this Zhangzhe? The person who can conduct such an experiment is really just a host? Could it be that I am fake and the world is fake too, now? A feeling of powerlessness, a fearful feeling if you think about it carefully, spread into the minds of the audience. They want to disprove, they want to prove they are real. But, where to prove it? There is no place to prove that I existed. In the conference room, the director, deputy director, and others had the same reaction as the audience. All the real experiences from childhood to adulthood to middle-aged and old age, and the worldview constructed are now explained by Zhangzhe. It even became false. But they were also like this and couldn't refute it at all. This Xiaojiang is really not that simple. Director Zhang Xian murmured. His arms were already covered with goosebumps. Suddenly, the conference room door was pushed open again, and it was Laoli again. Good news! It's 2.5, it's increased by 2.5 points in total. This experiment done by Zhangzhe is too scary to say, but our audience seems to accept this trick. Hear the news. Director Zhang nodded first and looked at Zhangzhe on the TV. This experiment is good and can make people reflect on themselves. But now there are no research institutions to support Zhangzhe's research. I estimate this will become a difficult problem for the scientific community. Although he said so, Lao Zhang still admired him in his heart. In just 10 minutes, the radio ratings increased by 2.5 points. This means Zhangzhe is capable. In the national radio stations, it can squeeze into a certain ranking. In addition, although Lao Zhang, who is over 50 years old, cannot fully understand brain in a vat, he knows that Zhangzhe has inadvertently provided creative space for other industries, especially film and television. In the near future, a batch of film and television dramas with the theme of "the world is fake" will definitely emerge on the market. Directors in the entertainment industry will definitely thank Zhangzhe for his brain in a vat today. In the studio, Zhangzhe took out the drawing board again and wrote 4 big words on it with a watercolor pen. Zhangzhe's cat, as you can see. To prove that the world is fake, this is another scientific experiment of mine. I will ask the staff to bring up the props later and start the next real experiment, so that you can feel it intuitively. Zhangzhe threw out another experiment. Therefore, with the appearance of the experiment,
the ratings observed by Lowly are rising again.
Coincidence. Because such a bold scientific theory appeared for the first time.
It made those science enthusiasts excited. From the age of 12 to the age of 70, they switched to Koan TV to watch the live broadcast as soon as possible.
Jiangja's cat? What happened to your cat? Has it gotten fat again? One experiment is enough to refresh my worldview, and here comes another one?
To be honest, if a research institute really conducts this experiment and verifies that the world is fake, how many people will not want to go to work or school?
This is the first time I have seen such popular science. It really makes people unable to stop. The audience originally relaxes at night. There are no other interesting programs except entertainment programs.
Suddenly, a super hardcore anchor appears. Do the experiment by yourself and explain it yourself.
And the experiment you do is unprecedented. There is no second one in the country. In the studio. After the break,
Jiangja continued to explain, now, we start the experiment. Please ask the staff to bring up the props.
Thank you.
As the words fell, the ratings rose to 3.5. Seeing this, Lowly from the data department doubted his life. Jiangja is going to break the radio station record. Oldly immediately reported the information to the station director Zhang Xian.
After reporting the ratings, Lowly left.
The leaders of the entire conference room and other program hosts were all stunned.
The science program hosted by Jiangja.
The ratings broke through again and again, almost matching the highest record created by Lao Lu. The highest record created by Lao Lu was supported by a second-rate physics professor who was invited at a huge cost. In other words, the program hosted by Jiangja now has completely surpassed the second-rate professor. In short, Jiangja's program is spreading from door to door in Koan City at an incredible speed.
This phenomenon is amazing.
The key is, Jiangja has thrown out another experiment. The experiment has not started, and the speed has increased so much.
Once the experiment starts, won't it sweep across Koan City? I am in a mess in the wind. As an entertainment host, Xiao Xiao has the most say. Entertainment programs must be better than science programs, after all, there are mostly young people.
But now the ratings created by Jiangja are heading towards the ratings of entertainment programs.
The effect was beyond expectation.
The deputy director on the scene was confused for a moment. I just hope Jiangja won't make any more mistakes next time. Of course, director Zhang Xian was unhappy, but the ratings were there, so he couldn't continue to say bad things about Jiangja.
In the studio, the staff was handing 2 wooden square boxes and 2 orange cats to Jiangja. The experiment was about to begin.
The famous Schrödinger's cat in the previous life will be carried forward again in this world.
At the same time, Kyoto. In the laboratory of a physics professor at a famous university. An old professor in a white research suit, Sun Tian, finished a busy day. He was used to watching TV after finishing his busy work every day. He kept switching TV programs and happened to tune into the popular science program of Koan City TV, which was thousands of kilometers away.
The popular science title above immediately attracted his attention, The World is Fake.
Brain in a Jar. Jiangja's cat.
Watching the show for the first time, he couldn't help but complain about modern young people.
There is no bottom line for traffic. This is what a scientist and a science lover would say. How can the world be fake? Ha! There are really props in cats. Are they going to do experiments?
Seeing Zhang Zhou on the TV screen, symbolically wearing a white scientific research suit,
Sun Tian couldn't help shaking his head. The most rigorous place to do experiments is in the laboratory.
Jiangja, on the other hand, started doing experiments directly in the studio.
I wonder if there will be errors in the results. Alas! Sun Tian sighed, let's take a look first.
In order to verify how Jiangja guessed that the world is fake,
Sun Tian stared at Jiangja in the picture intently. Scholars like Sun Tian rushed to Kunchi radio station to see what was going on. The program hosted by Jiangja was briefly spread by word of mouth. Every household in Koan City, even some teachers and students who were studying in the evening, tuned into the program on Koan TV.
I am leading our whole class to watch it in the evening study now.
Use props and cats to verify that the world is fake?
If this broken prop can prove that the world is fake, this guy must be cheating.
All the audience watched the program with curiosity. Everyone stared at Jiangja's movements,
for fear of missing any link. At this time, Jiangja's desk was full of props. After all, it was temporarily put together in the studio, and he didn't expect the props to be very good.
Quickly assemble the props.
Two cubes with a length, width, and height of 20 centimeters were assembled. In each of the two cubes, there was a mechanism and a small can of black spray paint. In the previous world, this experiment should have used poison gas. In this world, Zhang especially changed the poison gas into spray paint. After all, in the live broadcast, he couldn't really kill the two cats with poison gas on the spot, and the subsequent impact should not be underestimated. After finishing everything, Zhang explained to the camera, "Now I have assembled two cubes. For the rigor of the experiment, I should have replaced the spray paint with poison gas. But considering that this is a live broadcast, I replaced the poison gas with spray paint. Scholars who have the conditions can use mice for experiments." As soon as these words came out, they immediately won the favor of the leaders and the audience. After all, killing is not allowed in the program. Otherwise, it may be reported to the Animal Protection Organization and the station may be closed. Zhang raised the red button and continued to explain, "Everyone, please look. When I press the red button in my right hand, there are only two possible endings for the orange cat in the first box. 1. The orange cat is sprayed with paint and becomes a black cat. 2. The spray paint does not work." Zhang waved to the photographer, "Now please invite our photographer to broadcast live at close range." The photographer on the sidelines immediately rushed to the stage. The two cubes were broadcast live at close range. The experiment begins. Zhang took the lead in pressing the button on the box on the left. The moment it was pressed, the box mechanism was activated. However, it did not take effect immediately, and it was necessary to wait for Zhang to open it again to confirm whether it was effective. "I have already pressed the button. The spray paint in the box will be sprayed the moment I open the box," Zhang explained, then stepped forward and opened the top of the box. The moment the top of the box is opened, puff puff puff, a voice came out, and black spray paint immediately dyed the orange cat black. The orange cat turned into a black cat in an instant, proving that the experiment was successful. Meow. The black cat immediately jumped up, gave Zhang a hard claw, and fled the scene at the speed of light. The photographer gave a big close-up of the orange cat, which had turned black and was facing Zhang with its teeth and claws waving. Looking at the black cat, Zhang turned to the camera and explained, "As you can see, the orange cat turned into a black cat the moment I opened the top of the box. If poison gas had been placed, it would have died. Not much to say. Now let's press the second button." The photographer immediately gave the lens to the box on the right. Crack. As the sound falls, Zhang immediately opened the lid, and the orange cat inside sat cross-legged and safe, proving that the experiment failed. Meow. The orange cat glanced lazily at Zhang. Then he was picked up by Zhang and handed over to the staff. The staff removed the two boxes of props from the podium. At this time, Zhang explained this shot. The experimental results have now appeared. As you can see, one cat has become a black cat, and the other cat is still an orange cat. The black cat, you can think of it as dead. But the orange cat, it's still alive. What if I remove a box? What if I say, in this experiment, I only have one box and one cat? So when I press the button, the mechanism in the box doesn't take effect immediately. But the moment I opened the box, the spray paint hovered between taking effect and not taking effect, with a 50% probability of each. In other words, the orange cat inside has a 50% chance of turning black, and the other 50% chance of remaining orange. Black is death, orange is life. At the end, Zhang explained to the camera seriously, "The moment I opened the box, there was a 50% chance that the orange cat would be alive or dead. So, what if I don't open this box?" In fact, Zhang's opening action is observation. In short, if Zhang does not observe the orange cat, he cannot judge whether the orange cat is alive or dead. Once Zhang observes, then this cat will definitely have the result of choosing one from two. Live or die. If I don't open the box, it also means that the cat is somewhere between life and death. You can also understand that when I don't open the box, the cat lives in two worlds at the same time. One is a world without death, and the other is a world that has died. If the world is real, then why are there two worlds? It can be seen that the world is not only fake, but there are also multiverses and parallel worlds. As the results of the experiment emerge. So much so that the audience didn't react for a while. Until Zhang said the last sentence, "The cat in the box lives in two worlds at the same time." The audience watching the show were all shocked. He had already gone through a lot of experimental data. He verified the data of Schrödinger's cat and brain in a vat.
The Schrödinger's cat experiment represents the parallel world and universe.
The essence of this experiment is, when you observe a substance, it exists in this world. When you don't observe it, it may exist or not, with a probability of 50% each. Brain in a vat represents that humans live in an unknown carrier. All people, all things, and the trajectory of affairs. They are all simulated. As for what the carrier is? It may be code. It may be film and television. It may also be unknown carriers such as text. From this, it can be inferred that the world is extremely unique, so unique that people cannot accept the truth. So the truth is self-evident. At the same time, Kuwon City. Almost half of the population tuned into the Kuwon City radio station. Because Jeongja's remarks were too bold. Because it was the first time for people to receive news from a parallel world. So the audience didn't react for a while. When they reacted, they were all stunned. Is this popular science I'm watching? What kind of program did I watch? What the host said is very realistic, is it true? It seems to make sense. When using the mechanism but not opening the box, the cat's death probability is indeed 50-50. I have thought about it before, but I didn't expect that the host dared to think more than me and even did the experiment. It's amazing. A female classmate, who just entered high school and turned 17 years old, watched the popular science program. She looked at her older brother who was a college student. Brother, is our world really fake? Does the parallel world really exist? The older brother on the side heard this question and his face was full of worry. This question is no longer something that college students can interpret. Moreover, this is the first time everyone has received such shocking popular science. If someone said that the world is fake, or even that there are parallel worlds in the world, he would never believe it. But this popular science host is too hardcore. He did the experiment on the spot, and the experiment was well reasoned and could not be refuted at all. The authenticity of popular science still needs experts to answer. It is far beyond his ability to answer. This content is beyond the scope for me. I have to go back to school to ask the professor. Situations like this happen in every corner of Jeonchang Kunshi, Kyoto. In the Institute of Physics. After watching Jeongja's popular science, Professor Sun Tian's eyes were bright. Even his heart couldn't help but beat. He immediately found the previous replay content about Jeongja's brain in a vat. It would have been better if he didn't watch it. When he saw it, his jaw almost dropped to the ground. 2 experiments, 2 shocking conclusions. Brain in a vat means that the world is created. Jeongja's cat further verifies the fact that the world is virtual, and the theory of parallel worlds has come out. This experiment is so bold. Sun Tian was amazed at Jeongja's performance. It seemed that just now, he had witnessed the emergence of a physics that was on par with general relativity. If Jeongja further studied Jeongja's cat, this could definitely create a new branch of physics. As expected of a physics professor, he could actually determine the emergence of a new branch of physics, quantum mechanics, through an experiment. Jeongja, I'll remember you. Sun Tian immediately called his old classmate, Changwon. They were all experts in the field of physics. As soon as Changwon received Sun Tian's call, he quickly turned on the TV and watched Jeongja's replay. After watching all of it, shocked. Young people are awesome, young people are awesome. There were voices of amazement from the other end of the phone. Kuwon City. In the studio. There are 2 parallel worlds I just mentioned. Actually, it's still a bit conservative. According to the real situation, there are at least 1 by 9 to the power of n in the world. Jeongja continued to talk to the audience. He further explained the experiment just now. As soon as he heard 1 by 9 to the power of n, Jeongja threw out cutting-edge scientific theories one after another. Shocked all the staff on the scene. Until Jeongja said 1 by 9 to the power of n again. The whole conference room fell into a stagnation. At this time, the door of the conference room was pushed open, and it was Lao Li again. Lao Li's expression gradually became excited, and his voice rose 8 degrees, incredible, incredible. The ratings have completely broken Lao Li's 6 points and have reached 7 points. This guy named Jeongja is really something. Genius. Yes, he is a genius. Lao Li was so excited that he couldn't even speak clearly. The popular science program was finally saved because of the appearance of a young man, and he didn't have to be resigned. Hearing this, everyone on the scene stood up in shock. What? The record is broken? Zhang Xian's pupils shrank suddenly, and then he looked at Chang Jingming in shock. Did you hear it? Warm reminder, the website is about to be revised, which may cause the reading progress to be lost. Please save the bookshelf and reading record in time. It is recommended to take a screenshot to save. Sorry for the inconvenience caused to you. According to common sense, a popular science program may be broken, it is a matter of time. But it is impossible to match the ratings of the Kunming Spring Festival Gala. And Jiangzhou is about to do it. Not only that, Jiangzhou's first hosting, but also saved the least popular science program. Although I believe he broke the record, but is this content really related to science? Chang Jingming looked at the TV screen and fell into deep thought. It was his idea to give Jiangzhou independent hosting rights. Why did he give Jiangzhou the hosting rights? He was also trying his best. I never thought that the first hosting would go wrong. The world is fake, and there are 1/9 to the power of n parallel worlds. Excited. At this moment, he didn't know what to say. Jiangzhou has indeed gone off topic. This time, the ratings are not broken by our original popular science, but by his own science. The station director Zhang Xian looked worried, and he agreed with Lao Chang's words. Tonight is entirely Jiangzhou's credit. The studio is equivalent to borrowing it for Jiangzhou for one night. This makes the station director a little nervous. Zhang Xian is a wise man, he knows that there is a better future waiting for Jiangzhou. With Jiangzhou's bold theory, he can become a scientist or a scientific consultant, and he doesn't have to stay in a small radio station. What if Jiangzhou is poached by other radio stations, or maybe he quits to do scientific careers? What should he do? It's a headache to think about it. No matter what the result is, he will follow Jiangzhou's will. Just when he was annoyed, the door of the conference room was pushed open again, and it was Lao Li again. Lao Li excitedly handed the tablet to Zhang Xian. In the picture is a middle-aged and elderly man in a black suit. The other party is the senior leader of the provincial capital, who is in charge of all the radio stations in the city, Wang Mingyuan. Zhang Xian took the tablet and asked with a smile, "It's so late, Lao Wang, what's up?" Lao Wang gave a thumbs up and praised repeatedly. "Lao Li called me just now and said that a program on your station broke the record of Kunming City. I saw it from the backstage and it really broke the record. It almost caught up with the ratings of popular programs in other cities. The ratings of your previous popular science program were terrible. It seems that you have really worked hard recently. Keep up this momentum and don't let it fall." Hearing this, Zhang Xian understood. Lao Wang came to congratulate. At this time, Zhang Xian suddenly had an idea. Definitely keep it. It's just that I need a little bit of funding. After all, the last time I had funding was the last time. I'm afraid I can't keep my host without funding. Zhang Xian smiled wickedly, which shows that he is very smart. Never miss the opportunity to ask for funding. Upon hearing this, the two people in the video insulted each other. Finally, under Zhang Xian's barrage of words, Lao Wang agreed to allocate funds. Finally hung up. Inform the finance department that the bonus is not less than Jiangzhou's, so keep him first. As long as Jiangzhou is willing, he will be fully responsible for the evening science popularization in the future. As soon as this was said, it was agreed by everyone. After all, this scientific experiment and theory are really eye-catching. The young hosts want to hear more. Data Department. Lao Li took the lead in notifying Jiangzhou. He was not too surprised to learn that Jiangzhou would continue to get the hosting rights. After all, the audience likes this. As for the director Zhang Xian's guess that Jiangzhou would change jobs, it was completely unrealistic. Jiangzhou would not give up the science popularization point to do scientific career. Then he quietly glanced at the current time. There were 5 minutes left before the end of the hosting. The last 5 minutes were the traditional interactive session of the science popularization program. Jiangzhou said to the camera, "The program is coming to an end. If you have any questions, please call the number below the screen. I will do my best to explain it to everyone." As soon as this was said, the entire audience watching the program was boiling. From elementary school students to professors, everyone was ready to go. Almost 1/5 of the audience immediately picked up the phone and dialed the scrolling number. At the same time, Customer Service Department of Kunchi TV Station. Almost at the same time, the phone calls of the entire department rang at the same time. This shocked Su Qingqing, the director of the Customer Service Department. What's going on? Is the interactive session so lively tonight? Su Qingqing was a little unbelievable. What did the new host do tonight? Usually, the customer service department basically doesn't receive a few calls during the science popularization time period.
Some are just some children who love science. At this time,
a male customer service turned to ask the supervisor for help. "Supervisor, I met a difficult guy."
Su Qingqing looked puzzled and stepped forward to take the phone. "Hello, I am happy to serve you. You can ask me if you have any questions."
Her tone was considered tactful. However, the boy on the other side did not buy it and said impatiently, "I am a graduate student of physics at Kyoto Huaqing. I will transfer the call to your host Jiangja." After hearing this, Su Qingqing was in a mess in the wind. Why did the tadpole look for his mother's popular science and bother the host Jiangja?
"Sir, don't worry, why don't you tell me your question, just in case I can answer it?"
The person on the other end of the phone sighed in disappointment. "I suspect you didn't watch the popular science program tonight at all."
I asked, "Since Jiangja said the world is fake, how does the host Jiangja explain Descartes? I think, therefore I am. Does he see through the world more than the great philosopher, Descartes?" The boy threw out Jiangja's first popular science. After hearing this question, Su Qingqing was confused again. What? What is the content of the popular science tonight? How could the audience ask, "The world is fake"? Speechless for a moment, she immediately ran out to check the content of tonight's host. When she saw Jiangja's playback commentary on the big screen, "The world is fake. The cat in the box is also in a state of superposition of life and death. Our world may have 1 by 9 to the power of n." Su Qingqing was embarrassed and confused again. "Oh my god, such high-end popular science, it's really not something I can understand." She thought the popular science tonight was, "Why do tadpoles look for their mothers?" I didn't expect it to be such a high-end topic. She hurried back to the customer service department and picked up the phone. "Our host is hosting. Please wait a moment, I will ask the director." Usually, the customer service department answers the interactive sessions. She didn't know why it was the host's turn to answer personally, so she could only ask the director. Then she called the director Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian was also shocked when he heard the news. The customer service department, which usually didn't receive 3 calls, actually received a call. Incredible! Especially when he saw Jiangja proposed interaction on the screen. This will definitely bring another wave of ratings to the radio station. Agreed on the spot. Transfer the call to Jiangja's headset. In the studio. "Hello, Jiangja, I'm from the customer service department. A difficult audience challenged you, saying that I think, therefore I am can negate your popular science." Descartes? Jiangja showed an interested expression after hearing the news. He had expected it. After all, the content of tonight's hosting is not low-end, and the other party must have come prepared. As long as the audience agrees with tonight's popular science. The benefits are also very obvious, popular science points. Jiangja is never tired of this. Jiangja looked at the camera and said, "The first audience tonight has appeared. Please connect the audience's phone." Su Qingqing immediately connected the call to Jiangja's headset. The call was just connected. The excited voice of the boy came from the other side. The tone was completely different from the tone he had used to face Su Qingqing before. "Hello, host, I have a question for you." Jiangja smiled at the camera and said, "Hello, you too, what is your question?" But the next second, the boy's tone surprised Jiangja, and he heard a triumphant tone in his earphone. "First of all, let me tell you that I am a physics graduate student from Kyoto Huaqing." Hearing this, Jiangja was stunned, but just felt a little funny. The other party took the lead in introducing himself, as if he wanted to overwhelm Jiangja in momentum. If it were another host, he might have been fooled. But this didn't bother Jiangja at all. In his previous life, physics graduate students could not even see Jiangja. Only those at the lowest level of professors were qualified to talk to Jiangja. Jiangja said calmly, "Please continue." The graduate student said, "Since you said the world is fake, then why don't you do the experiment of brain in a vat directly? Why do you bring up another experiment of Jiangja's cat? Can I assume that you can't prove the authenticity of brain in a vat at all? So you are deliberately making a mystery, right?" As soon as a few words came out, the gunpowder smell was full. This is also the question some viewers want to ask. In the conference room, Zhang Xian, Lao Chang and others immediately realized that the other party was not simple. Especially Jiangja encountered a tough guy in his professional field. At this moment, they realized that Jiangja did not talk about the experiment of brain in a vat at the beginning of the program. But Jiangja also said that it was a thought experiment. How can the experiment be done in reality?
To be precise, the current technology can hardly support the authenticity of brain in a vat. Therefore, Jiang's first popular science was indeed found to have loopholes by the audience. Facing the problem, Jiang said calmly, "This experiment belongs to the thought experiment. It is precisely because of the thought experiment that it cannot be completed due to the limitations of today's technology. But I can say with certainty that there are research institutions on the earth today that can do this experiment. But it will not be in our country. If you really want to verify it, you can go to the European Organization for Nuclear Research to ask." Because it is a thought experiment, I cited the second experiment of Jiang's cat to verify the feasibility of brain in a vat. The European Organization for Nuclear Research is affiliated with a cutting-edge scientific research institution. That is where the Nobel Prize and super scientists are everywhere. Most of today's technical papers are written by members of the European Organization for Nuclear Research. Hearing Jiang's explanation, Lao Chang couldn't help but worry about Jiang. This is obviously avoiding the problem. Could it be? Jiang really can't solve the audience's problem? At this time, the graduate student on the opposite side sneered, "Because brain in a vat is a thought experiment, you have no way to verify its authenticity. Even if the association can do this experiment, it will take many years to verify it. Let's not talk about this for now." Now I switch to the second question, Jiang's cat. Jiang's cat is indeed a bold scientific experiment. But it can only be inferred that there is a concept of parallel worlds in the world. It doesn't mean that if there are parallel worlds, our world must be fake. So your previous statement is not true. The graduate student on the opposite side kept talking, not giving Jiang a chance to breathe. In fact, facing the difficulties of the graduate students. At this time, Jiang took out the double-slit experiment to perfectly solve everything. But the double-slit experiment is too terrifying after all. It is even an existence that completely washes away the three views of human beings. And the core conclusion of the double-slit experiment is, if you open your eyes to observe the moon in the sky, then it is hanging above your head. When you close your eyes, the moon does not exist in the solar system. It may exist near the Earth, or it may exist outside the universe. This is the terrifying quantum entanglement effect. There are no props on site that can accurately support Jiang's experiment. You can only change to the next level experimental equipment. Seeing that Jiang did not speak for a long time, all the leaders in the station were worried about Jiang. Zhang Xian realized that something was wrong. "No, Jiang seems to be unable to answer, miserable." Lao Chang immediately contacted Jiang and asked, "Xiao Jiang, work harder, don't be stumped by a graduate student, I know you can definitely answer it." This scene is actually not bad. Lao Li from the data department watched the yield rise continuously. Another group of spectators came to watch Jiang's show. "Give me some strength, Jiang, Kuntai depends on you." At the same time, the audience in front of the TV couldn't help but speak. Could it be that Jiang's words were exposed? Ha ha ha. Seeing the official host get humiliated, I was inexplicably excited. Our top students from the public are still amazing. I told you, the host must be here to make a fuss. It really scared me to death. I thought the world was really fake. The spectators were having a good time. But what Jiang said next made everyone change 360 degrees on the spot. They vaguely sensed what Jiang was brewing. Could it be that the world was really fake? Does the parallel world really exist? At this time, the male graduate student opposite was also a man. After all, Jiang was the official host, so he naturally had to give Jiang a way out. "I'm very sorry. If I said anything wrong, please correct me. You completed the experiment of Jiang's cat. I can't compare with you in this respect. And the experiment of your cat can completely rewrite the current physical pattern." Hearing this, Jiang said, "Thank you for your kindness. In fact, you don't have to give me a way out. Since you want to pursue the truth, I can realize your wish on the spot now. It is precisely, the scene proves that the world is fake and is designed by unknown existence." As Jiang's voice fell, all the audience watching the show were shocked. Warm reminder, the website is about to be revised, which may cause the reading progress to be lost. Please save the bookshelf and reading record in time. It is recommended to save the screenshot. Sorry for the inconvenience caused to you. Seeing Jiang demonstrate live that the world is fake, all the audience were shocked. The audience thought Jiang would continue to debate with watching graduate students. But in fact, he did not. Instead, he demonstrated live. Too fucking hardcore.
What kind of education does this young man have to openly perform scientific experiments that do not exist in the world? The world is fake, how can this be demonstrated? Isn't the host bragging? Don't succeed, I make over 10,000 yuan a day. If it's fake, how can I still think about making money? The audience was mixed. If Jiang's experiment failed, everything would be fine. But what if his experiment succeeded? This would directly overturn the existing scientific theories.
But in the end, 80% of the audience still hoped that Jiang would succeed.
Kyoto Institute of Physics.
Watching the show, as soon as he saw that there was a live demonstration.
Good.
Sun Tian jumped up from the sofa excitedly on the spot. He believed that Jiang had real talent.
Once the experiment is really done successfully by Jiang, it can completely rewrite the current physical landscape. Did you see it? Old Chang, let's do the experiment. Sun Tian excitedly pulled the collar of Professor Old Chang.
Seeing Sun Tian so excited, Chang Wen smiled awkwardly. Don't pull it, the clothes will be torn if you pull it again.
What a shame if someone sees it. Earlier, Chang Wen rushed back from home, specially to see what's going on. But I didn't expect to see Jiang doing an experiment when I returned to the laboratory.
Chang Wen is a calm person, he is not like Sun Tian, an old child. Hurry up, follow me.
Sun Tian dragged Chang Wen all the way to the dust-free laboratory. Prepare to replicate Jiang's experiment synchronously. The emergence of a new scientific theory is worthy of excitement for all experts in related fields. Situations like this happen all over the country. Professors are scrambling to replicate Jiang's experiment. Once it succeeds, I'm afraid Jiang will definitely become famous tomorrow. Kuan City. In the conference room. Seeing Jiang's bold behavior, he actually demonstrated that the world is fake. Many leaders suddenly had a headache. Especially Zhang Xian. This situation has completely exceeded his expectations of Jiang.
Zhang Xian looked at everyone and asked worriedly, I'm not afraid of 10,000, I'm afraid of 10,000. What if Jiang really verifies that the world is fake, or even there is a parallel world? Wouldn't it cause a lot of people to go on strike?
This problem is very realistic.
Once Jiang's experiment is successful, the official TV station will definitely be responsible for the subsequent impact.
Lao Chang said, it's actually easy to deal with.
We will urgently cut off Jiang's live broadcast to reduce the impact. Hearing this, Zhang Xian frowned. This is a solution, but it will have a great impact on the reputation of our station, so we will not adopt it.
Looking at the helpless situation on the scene, Deputy Director Lao Wang said helplessly, hasn't it started yet? Do you believe Jiang will succeed?
For the sake of ratings, at worst, we can contact Jiang now and ask him to deliberately let the audience down.
Isn't it better to keep the audience in the dark? As soon as this was said, it immediately received the support of the other hosts. That's right. As long as the results of Jiang's experiment are known to the experts.
It is not necessary to let ordinary people realize the truth. Just let ordinary people feel that Jiang is right and give them a sense of sudden enlightenment.
It's a solution. Zhang Xian agreed with Lao Wang's statement. Then he immediately said to the headset, Jiang, do you know what the consequences of your experiment will be? Director Zhang Xian's tone was obviously a little serious.
Jiang naturally knew the consequences.
Once the experiment is successful, there will indeed be a lot of impact. Jiang said, I understand.
Don't worry, Director. But next, we may have to extend the program time.
Director, tell the late-night financial host, Lao Qian, I need 20 minutes. Then he hung up the phone. Lao Zhang looked at Lao Qian without saying a word. I agree. Doesn't it take up time? Lao Qian nodded. As a program delay, it often happens. Even Lao Qian, who is over 50 years old, is already interested in Jiang's experiment.
If the live broadcast is cut off at this time, it would be a great pity.
In the studio,
Jiang said to the camera, Dear audience, because we need to do experiments on the spot, this program will be temporarily extended by 20 minutes.
Now I need to leave the scene for a while. After getting the props, I will start the experiment. Then Jiang left the podium and went to the prop library in person.
When they heard about the extension,
the staff and the audience all laughed. Is there such a good thing? Add as much as possible.
They originally complained that Jiang's show was still 5 minutes away from ending.
It was not enough. I didn't expect Koan City Radio to be so conscientious. Invisibly, a group of viewers became fans of Jiang.
At this moment, only the physics graduate student on the other end of the phone was a little embarrassed. After all, he was the one who raised the question, but he also wanted to see what experiment Jiangja was doing.
2 minutes later, Jiangja returned to the podium carrying a small wooden box. He opened the box and took out all the props.
A silver laser pen and 3 black wooden boards, each 10 centimeters long and wide. Then he picked up the 3 wooden boards and explained to the camera, "There is a very small hole in the middle of the first wooden board. There are 2 very small holes above and below the second wooden board. The third wooden board is intact and has no holes. Although the experimental equipment is a bit rough, it can fully support Jiangja's double-slit diffraction experiment." Jiangja placed the black wooden boards vertically in front, middle and back of the table.
"I have placed the 3 wooden boards in a row. Next, I will use the laser pen light to illuminate the small hole in the first wooden board." Pause for a moment. Jiangja continued to explain, according to common sense.
"As long as my red laser shines on the small hole of the first wooden board, the light will scatter and shine on the 2 small holes of the second wooden board. When the light passes through the 2 small holes of the second wooden board, it will be directly shot into 2 beams of light and shine on the third wooden board." Jiangja turned on the pen light first, and then shone it on the first wooden board. 2 beams of red light appeared on the third wooden board. The photographer immediately gave a close-up of the third wooden board. As you can see, 2 beams of red laser lines appeared on the third wooden board. Jiangja turned around, faced the camera, and raised the silver laser pen in his hand. "Next is the moment to witness the miracle. And I will only use a laser pen in my hand, without relying on any other props, to make the third wooden board have 7 rays of light, or even more."
"Excuse me, do you think it is possible?"
When Jiangja threw out this sentence, all the people who were watching this scene shook their heads.
In their minds, 7 rays of light will definitely not appear. Because the second black wooden board has only 2 small holes.
When the light is irradiated to the second wooden board and then reflected to the third wooden board, only 2 beams of light should appear.
It is absolutely impossible for more light to appear. This is what everyone in this world and scientists think. Although light can be refracted, it can also reflect more light.
But Jiangja cannot appear the third beam of light on the third wooden board under the condition of only 1 laser pen.
In fact, the truth is,
the third beam of light can appear. As long as the wooden board is infinite, a beam of light will reflect countless beams of light on the third wooden board.
This is not a hypothesis, but a necessity. How many beams are there?
It is exactly 1 by 9 to the nth power. At the same time, it is verified that infinite parallel worlds do exist.
But people in this world do not think so. Impossible.
1 light, 2 small holes, 3 wooden boards, and only 2 beams of light will appear in the end.
Yes.
It is impossible for the third beam to appear. At this moment, the staff shook their heads again and again. Because this is the fact, it is impossible for more beams of light to appear. Jiangja smiled knowingly and did not refute immediately. It seems that no one thinks that more beams of light will appear when a beam of light passes through 2 small holes.
In that case, let's begin the experiment.
Finally, he waved to the male stage manager and said, "Please ask the stage manager to turn off all the lights in the studio." The groundskeeper asked.
Jiangja nodded and said, "Yes." Click. The next moment, the whole place fell into darkness.
At this time, the TV was dark, and the audience was all confused.
It's really hardcore. It's outrageous not to turn on the lights when doing experiments. It's outrageous to open the door. I'm so panicked. What if it really succeeds? How is it possible?
1 light, 2 small holes, how can there be 3 lights?
Impossible, don't worry. Even the leaders in the conference room couldn't help but be curious. They got up in the dark and came to the glass window and looked at the studio. At the same time, Kyoto Institute of Physics. Sun Tian and Chang Wen also immediately turned off the lights in the laboratory.
The 2 of them operated the laser pen light in the dark.
Sun Tian looked doubtful. "I have a feeling that something big is going to happen." Chang Wen said in a deep voice, "Me too." Kuan City. In the studio,
Jiangja said to the graduate student on the other side of the headset, "This experiment is specially done for you. I hope you can accept the truth that follows calmly." In his previous life, Jiangja had done many double-slit diffraction experiments with professional instruments. He must be confident about the results.
So he didn't worry about any mistakes at all.
Jiangja didn't care about the reaction of the graduate students and continued to explain to the camera. 3, 2, 1.
The experiment begins. After the words fell. Click.
The laser pen light was turned on. A red laser beam instantly penetrated the small hole of the first wooden board. Then it successfully penetrated the two small holes of the second wooden board. At this time, a strange scene appeared. On the third wooden board, 7 red laser lines really appeared. Boom! All the people who saw the 7 beams were all frozen. Shocking. What? 7 lights, how is it possible? How could this happen? The audience who were skeptical of Jiangja were all frightened at this moment. There were only 2 lights before, how come 7 lights appeared when the studio lights were turned off and the laser lights were turned on? This is impossible. A feeling of extreme fear arose in the hearts of every audience. The sound at the scene was audible. Then Jiangja shouted, "You can turn on the lights." The moment the lights were turned on, another incredible scene happened on the third wooden board. All the audience were shocked again. If the previous 7 lights were shocking enough, then this scene could completely shatter the cognition of all the audience and could not be reassembled. Kyoto. In the Institute of Physics. Sun Tian and Chang Wen looked at the experimental results of the third wooden board and fell into shock. If Jiangja was cheating, then why did 7 lights appear on the third black wooden board in their laboratory? This shows Jiangja did not cheat, but was actually doing real science. The appearance of this scene broke the worldview of the 2 elders on the spot. The physics they had learned for more than 60 years and their understanding of the world. At this moment, it was gone. The 2 could not speak for a long time, because there appeared a phenomenon that could not exist in the real world. It directly proved that, while the world is fake, there are also infinite parallel worlds. There are many experts who react like the 2 elders. They all copied Jiangja's experiment. When the experimental results appeared, some experts suddenly had high blood pressure, unstable steps, and many fainted. Kuan City. In the conference room, a group of leaders over 50 were all shocked and speechless at this moment. Cognition was shattered. Seeing this, Zhang Xian was the first to break the silence. "Didn't I tell you to stop? You call this stopping?" Lao Chang, "Impossible, this is impossible." Lao Wang, "I didn't expect that in the end, my worldview would be shattered at the age of 56. Lao Qian, "I have goosebumps all over my body. My God, is Jiangja really an ordinary college student?" The scene that this group of leaders saw was exactly the moment when all the lights in the dark studio were turned on. Of the 7 red lasers, 5 disappeared in an extremely strange way, and only 2 normal lasers were left. In the studio, Jiangja looked at the audience, all of whom were shocked. Some staff members even turned pale and collapsed to the ground in fear. Seeing this, he explained, "When it was dark, a laser beam emitted 7 lights. When the light became bright again, 5 of them were suddenly missing. These 5 lights did not actually disappear, they just went to a world we cannot see. That is to say, everyone just witnessed the 5 lights that travel through the world, but don't be afraid, this is normal. This is also my latest experiment, the double-slit diffraction experiment. No matter what Jiangja said at this time, no one could listen. Because the truth has come to light. The audience has already been frightened by the experiment just now. Suddenly one day, someone tells you that the world is fake, and at the same time, there are infinite parallel universes. Of course, no one believes it at first. But when the real experiment is done, the worldview of that group of people will inevitably be shattered in an instant. At this moment, most of the audience is like this. At this time, Jiangja turned on the headset and said, "Can this experiment verify what I said?" After a moment, a trembling voice of a graduate student came from the other side. You, how did you do it? This must be your trick, I don't believe it." In response to the graduate student's reaction, Jiangja smiled and explained, "It's actually very simple. It's just that you don't want to believe the truth. If you are willing to believe the truth, then it's not difficult to accept it. This experiment is an evolved version of Jiangja's cat, which interprets the universe at a deeper level. It can not only demonstrate the existence of parallel worlds, it can also prove that the world is false. Assumption, I am the only one in the universe. When I open my eyes and observe the moon in the sky, the moon must be hanging above my head, because I am observing the moon. When I close my eyes, the moon, it is everywhere, because I am not observing the moon." Every sentence of Jiangja's explanation is criticizing the real world. The illusory and mysterious world is nakedly presented to the audience in an observable form. Kyoto, at night. On the playground of Huaqing University. A graduate student was lying on the lawn, with a fallen laptop beside him.
He couldn't help shaking all over.
This graduate student was the young man who called Kuntai. He accidentally saw the popular science program of Kuntai through the computer. The content of this program was very much to his liking.
The host's explanation: the world is fake. There is more than one world, even more than can be imagined. Is this possible? Obviously not.
At first he sneered and checked a lot of information to fight back against Jiang Zhe. Unexpectedly, things gradually became uncontrollable. Especially the double-slit diffraction experiment done by Jiang Zhe, which completely shattered his worldview.
Unimaginable, even dare not imagine.
In the dark studio, there were obviously 7 lights at the beginning, but at the moment when the lights were bright, 5 of them disappeared strangely. He knew that Jiang Zhe was not playing tricks, but was the real deal. At this moment, countless unknowns filled his mind.
Where did the 5 lights go? Is it really a fact that I dare not accept? Perhaps there is only one explanation, that is, I dare not believe what Jiang Zhe said. If I believe it, wouldn't the consequences be different? Thinking about this,
the graduate student suddenly realized.
The example Jiang Zhe gave at the end, the disappearing moon, isn't it exactly the reason why the 5 lights disappeared? That is to say, the 5 lights did not disappear, but really went to other worlds.
Directly proved, parallel worlds do exist.
Accepted the truth. The student's goosebumps suddenly piled up, his expression gradually became crazy, and he laughed terrifyingly. Ha, 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 is this the truth? My classmate, why don't you talk?
If the examples are not enough, I have 49 examples here.
Classmate, are you still there? He had long stopped listening to Jiang Zhe's questions.
Since the graduate student accepted the truth, he was already in a state of fear.
Data department.
Because of what Jiang Zhe said just now, the ratings hit a new high.
Is it so scary?
Lao Li looked at the screen, and the ratings were rising steadily. After just one session of interaction with the audience, it was so close to the Kunming Spring Festival Gala. You know, when Jiang Zhe took over the popular science program, the ratings were 0.5%. Such data is already at freezing point and can be cut at any time. Since Jiang Zhe officially hosted the show, Kuntai's ratings have gradually soared from 0.5% to 8.7%, a full 7.2% increase.
What exactly did Jiang Zhe learn about?
Even if you ask for foreign aid, you won't be able to bring such a huge increase. Looking at the ratings, Lao Li couldn't help but take a sip of water, and then dialed the station director's headset. Zheng Tai, the increase in ratings is too scary.
Did a celebrity expert come temporarily?
Our program's ratings have soared from 0.5% to 8.7%. Received news from Lao Li's station director Zhang Xian appeared as stable as an old dog, but he was already ecstatic in his heart.
He had expected it. It wouldn't be normal if the ratings weren't record-breaking.
After all, Jiang Zhe has already come up with 2 shocking theories. What's even more terrifying is that Jiang Zhe didn't just talk nonsense, but actually conducted the experiment in front of all the audience. Until the last 7 rays of light, 5 were suddenly missing.
Extremely weird. In the studio,
Jiang Zhe did not receive the message from the graduate student, so he explained, the graduate student audience may not be here.
Please ask the director to connect the next audience member. The on-site director immediately connected the next lucky viewer. In the conference room.
The show must be popular, but Director Zhang glanced at his watch first and looked confused.
There were still 5 minutes left before Jiang Zhe's hosting ended. Once 5 minutes have passed, it will plummet immediately. Everyone came here for Jiang Zhe.
If he felt a freezing point again, this was not something he could accept. Hearing this, Lao Chang looked at each other, and then they both looked at the late-night financial host Lao Qian with evil intentions.
Continuing overtime? In the studio.
At this moment, the director has already answered another audience call.
Jiang Zhe said, "Hello."
A childish voice immediately came from the opposite side. "Hello, host, I am Lu Yu. I am 13 years old this year and graduated with a PhD in physics."
Facing this audience, Jiang Zhe smiled slightly and asked, "This kid, do you have any questions to ask?"
As soon as these words came out, the audience was all shocked. Lu Yu, 13 years old, is a genius-level student in Magic City.
From the age of 3 to 13, all courses have been completed. Hailed as a true genius by famous professors. But Jiang Zhe actually asked such a question, which really shocked all the audience. Fuck! So crazy. The host is so overbearing. Does he really not know that the person opposite him is a genius young doctor? You know he is a young genius.
If you ask this, the host, your doctor will lose his face.
The audience couldn't help but complain. Everyone thought that a professor would take action to refute Zhang Zhe. But if a talented young man comes, they can accept it. In fact, it comes down to the fact that Zhang Zhe doesn't know the young Lu Yu. Even if they know each other, what's the problem? Lu Yu on the opposite side was also stunned. When she came to her senses, she asked, "I watched the entire process of your show. The first brain in a vat experiment, I totally agree with it. But I have a question, how does a laser pass through 2 small holes and disperse into 7? And why did 5 of them disappear when the studio lights came on? What's the principle?" Zhang Zhe was surprised when he heard this question. He originally thought that the young doctor would ask various questions to refute Zhang Zhe. But this young doctor is really asking for advice humbly. Zhang Zhe nodded slightly and explained to the camera, "Actually, what you asked can be summarized into one question. The wave-particle duality of light, note, wave marks and particles are duality, all matter has wave-particle duality, and so does our universe. And the matter that makes up light, I call it, light quantum. Based on the above theory, when I turn on the laser light in a brightly lit studio, 2 rays of light must appear through 2 small holes, so the third piece of wood must appear. The 2 lights that appear at this time belong to the first characteristic of light, waves, that is, what you see are 2 waves." Zhang Zhe paused for a moment and continued to explain, "When I turn off all the lights in the studio and turn on the laser light, what appears on the third wooden board is the second aspect of light, particles. This duality theory exists in this world, but it is not explored deeply. And next, comes the bombshell. As I said just now, light has the characteristics of waves and particles. First, when the studio lights are on, I, the staff, and the audience outside the TV screen are observing all this. You, me, and his eyes locked on the laser, that is, all of us intervened in the generation of the correct result of the light, so everyone only saw 2 lights for the first time." When hearing these answers, the audience, who were originally unaware, now felt a sense of transparency. Especially Lu Yu, he could understand that it took a certain amount of skill for Zhang Zhe to simplify such a difficult problem. Zhang Zhe must be familiar with the double-slit diffraction experiment. He is a terrifying host. This is the evaluation of Zhang Zhe by the genius boy. Zhang Zhe looked at the camera and continued to explain, "Second, when I turned off all the lights, the scene was in darkness, that is, no one was observing the light. When no one was observing the light, the particle of light is in a superposition state, that is, the superposition of the wave and particle states, they exist at the same time, so one light, through 2 holes, 7 lights appeared. Therefore, when all the lights in the studio are on, all of us observe the light again, and the superposition state of light at this time collapses, so the 7 lights instantly become 2 lights. Just like my previous example, the disappearing moon. When you look up to observe the moon, there is only one moon hanging above your head. When you cancel the observation, that is, close your eyes, there will be countless moons, that is, everywhere. Warm reminder, the website is about to be revised, which may cause the loss of reading progress. Please save the bookshelf and reading record in time. It is recommended to take a screenshot to save. Please forgive us for the inconvenience caused to you." For a moment, Zhang Zhe seemed to have returned to his previous life, when he was talking about more advanced fantasy science. Zhang Zhe smiled slightly and continued to explain, "As I said just now, the universe is composed of matter. Since it is composed of matter, it must have duality. So, when the entire universe cancels observation. There will be countless horrors at this time. Thus confirming my statement, there are an infinite number of multiverses." Zhang Zhe threw out summaries of his previous life one by one. Everyone in the audience was stunned when they heard about the countless multiverses. Okay, hang. I thought the host was just talking, but I didn't expect that he was actually trying to teach us, and the popular science content was completely impeccable. I'm getting goosebumps again. After watching the show for one night, my outlook on life since childhood was completely shattered. Because Zhang Zhe's words are too easy to understand. Even primary school students can listen to it with gusto. Of course, after listening to it, Zhang Zhe's words did scare many people. There are not a few people whose 3 views have been shattered. But at this time, in a laboratory in Magic City, the 13-year-old genius doctor was shocked. There are really endless worlds. The wave-particle duality of light. What I saw for the first time were ripples of light, and the lasers I saw for the second time were particles of light. Our universe is the same. All of this is caused by observation. Summarizing Zhang Zhe's remarks, Lu Yu is shocked again. That's right. Zhang Zhe was absolutely right, not even the slightest bit false. Everything is literally made of particles. Once it is composed of particles, it must have its duality. Everything turned out to be just observation causing trouble. You know, physics was born in ancient Greece. In modern times, physicists such as Newton laid the mechanical foundation for physics. To say who the god of modern physics is, it must be Albert Einstein. What scares the genius young doctor is, a man who is as good as Einstein appears. Not in a weekly magazine, let alone in a cutting-edge laboratory. Instead, it appeared on a TV station in a third-tier city. Combined with the previous Jiang's cat, and then the double-slit diffraction experiment. This directly refutes Einstein's relevant conclusions. The genius boy looked at the TV with bright eyes. I may have witnessed history. If I let this host expand this subject, it will be a completely new branch of physics. At this moment, the genius boy knew that Jiangju was extremely talented. As for rebuttal, that is definitely not the case. He has not had time to learn yet. I tentatively believe that there are diversities in the world, and there are countless them. So, let me ask you, you just proved that there are countless worlds, so how do we reach another world? The genius boy took a deep breath. In the past, he would never ask such an unreliable question. But he already regarded Jiangju as another super genius. So, Jiangju must know, right? This question is a question that humans have been studying for a long time, but cannot answer it. At this moment, being asked by the genius boy, even the audience in front of the TV couldn't help but sit upright. Jiangju shouldn't be able to answer this time, right? In the studio. Hear the question of the genius boy. Jiangju was calm and composed. About how to reach another world. In his previous life, he had already reached a conclusion. As we all know, humans are conscious. And what is consciousness, commonly known as soul? Since everything is composed of matter, soul/consciousness must also have its unique duality. Thinking about this, Jiangju lowered his head, picked up the black crayon and wrote the word sleep on the drawing board. Then he raised his drawing board and pointed it at the camera and explained, as for how to reach another world, we can successfully experiment by sleeping. As soon as these words came out, the audience in front of the TV were all stunned. Just now, they thought Jiangju was a special talent and it would be a pity to deign to become a popular science host. But the next moment, Jiangju just said sleep and arrived in the parallel world? Holy shit! Host, are you serious? I sleep every day, why haven't I traveled through the parallel world? This host is so brave. It's so outrageous that he opened the door to outrageous people. It's so outrageous. The most confused person is the talented young man Lu Yu. He had just opened the screen recording software and was going to record Jiangju's popular science. Didn't expect that at all. Jiangju completely disrupted his position. At this time, the genius boy almost suspected that Jiangju was a fake. Could it be that he couldn't answer it and was just talking casually? Just when Lu Yu was about to waver, Jiangju's words once again confused Lu Yu. I said before, the universe is composed of particles. Since it is a particle, it must have duality. There are many ways to reach parallel worlds. Our current technology is not very advanced. With the limitations of technology, many have become only 2. The best way to travel through time, just as Einstein said, exceed the speed of light. Unfortunately, if things continue to develop this way, it will not be possible in the next 10,000 years. Any object will only get infinitely close to the speed of light, but will not exceed it. Since exceeding the speed of light is so difficult, we can only settle for the next best thing. Dream on. Kuan City. Today is an unusual late night. Originally, the time reached midnight, and the streets were pitch black. At this moment, because of an unusual program, the entire Kuan City was brightly lit. Especially in the night market. Merchants all turned the channel to Kuan City Station. When they heard the keyword dream mentioned by Jiangju, all night owls stood up in shock. Fuck! Can you reach another world by dreaming? This host is getting more and more daring. Is it Liang Jingru who gave him the courage? I dream every day. Do I travel through time every day? Ergo, hurry up, don't jump off the building to travel through time. Turn on Koan TV. There is a host who said that you can travel through time by sleeping and dreaming, but sleeping is naturally a common thing. And dreaming is even more common. Who doesn't sleep, who doesn't dream? But now, the official host dares to say such shocking remarks. Official, what does it represent? It represents seeking truth from facts, not biased, not covering up, not false. Facing Jiangju's bold remarks, the audience obviously cannot accept it. TV station. In the conference room. Hearing Jiangju say the word dream, director Zhang Xian was a little unbelievable.
If it weren't for the ratings, Jiangja is really capable. Otherwise, as the director, he would probably cut off Jiangja's program at the first time. Too bold. This is not ordinary boldness, but directly rubbing human cognition on the ground. Can you travel through time in a dream? He didn't know how Jiangja would end. He could also think of being criticized by the provincial TV station leaders. At this time, the door of the conference room was pushed open again, and it was Laoli again. Old Zhang, good news again, guess what it is? Zhang Xian glanced at Laoli helplessly. What can you do here? Is it that the ratings have increased again? You are worthy of being the station director. That's right, the ratings have soared by 2 points, and it has reached 10.7%. This new host is really scary. Hearing this, Zhang Xian looked like he had lost all hope. Today's ratings kept breaking, and at this moment he was actually a little accustomed to it. He then looked down at the time, 0:18. There are still 2 minutes before Jiangja ends the hosting. Finally, old Zhang looked embarrassed and looked at the late-night host old Qian on the side. Old Qian, I'm sorry today, look at our ratings. Hearing this, old Qian was confused. Station director. How could you do this? The first time I gave Jiangja a delay, it was my own will. After all, Jiangja had an experiment to do at that time. But the second delay, this has already said that you can travel through time in a dream. Aren't you afraid of the consequences of the show being broadcast? Of course, Lao Qian just thought about it and did not refute. Director Zhang Xian continued, actually it's my fault, but you also saw the ratings, which soared from 0.5% to 10.7%. Jiangzhou alone is equivalent to several of you old people. Besides, popular science programs are supposed to instill correct scientific knowledge in the masses. Although Jiangja's popular science is a bit bold, his popular science is all presentable. Facing director Zhang Xian's barrage of words, Lao Qian looked hopeless. Director, stop. Isn't it enough that I agree? Seeing this scene, the other hosts couldn't help but hold back their laughter. Watching Lao Qian leave the meeting room, the crowd then focused their attention on the TV again. At this time, Lao Chang picked up the headset and persuaded Zhang Jie, Xiao Zhang, it's me. The director has decided to delay your program again. Don't mess up the program. Be careful not to be slow and try to make it up. At worst, we can issue a statement after the program is broadcast, saying that the last dreaming while sleeping is your nonsense, facing the rising ratings. The director Zhang Xian and the director of the broadcasting department Lao Chang are both desperate. They know that Jiangja's previous popular science is all correct. But the last dreaming is really unacceptable to them. So even the way out is planned for Jiangja. There is no way, the ratings have skyrocketed, which has many benefits for the future. This risk can be taken. In the studio. Received the instructions from Lao Chang. Jiangja was surprised for a moment. It is estimated that the ratings of the popular science program hosted by himself may have broken the freezing point record. This is also good. Anyway, Jiangja is not too sleepy and can continue to host. In the last 2 minutes of the show, it is indeed impossible to tell how to travel through time by sleeping and dreaming. The value of popular science is related to whether the public is willing to believe it. If the show stops, it will lose another popular science value. Then Jiangja raised the drawing board in his hand and explained to the camera, sleeping and dreaming are what every creature must do. A healthy human, based on an average age of 75, is equal to 657,000 hours. Humans sleep an average of 8 hours a day, and 219,000 hours are used for sleeping. In 219,000 hours, there will be an average of 104,400 dreams. 104,400 dreams are equivalent to approximately 50,000 hours. We have 50,000 hours to live in the dream world. And those dreams also vary depending on the situation. In addition to verifiable dreams, they are caused by real work, study, and stress. And those dreams that are unverifiable or even unbelievable cannot be measured according to reality at all. In the dream, you meet someone you don't know, and then in the real world, after a while, you make that friend in the dream. In a dream, you witness a car accident, but in reality the car accident actually happens. In a dream, you bought a lottery ticket and won a big prize. When you woke up, you went to a lottery station and bought the same lottery ticket, and you actually won the prize. At this point, Jiangja asked, can humans predict the future? Obviously impossible. Since humans have consciousness/soul, they must have duality. When you have those unverifiable dreams, there is a 1% chance you have indeed witnessed what happened in the parallel world. I believe that there should be viewers on the other side of the TV who have experienced similar winning situations. If so, congratulations, you have traveled through time. This is also an in-depth subject that Jiangja studied in his previous life. After all, the human brain is difficult to explain.
Because neuroscientists classify dreams as part of the brain's self-processing mechanism. That's actually true. However, since the brain is deleting and reorganizing information, why do prophetic dreams appear? Are humans inherently able to predict the future? Science cannot allow supernatural situations to occur.
Therefore, it is not technical reasons that affect human exploration of the unknown. It's that humans don't dare to imagine, are afraid to accept the unknown, and are afraid that their original cognition will be broken.
In the laboratory of Magic City,
the genius young doctor listened attentively to Jiangja's explanation of how to travel through time.
At first, he thought Jiangja would personally demonstrate how to travel through time.
After all, Jiangja had already conducted 2 real experiments. But unexpectedly, Jiangja actually directly said dreaming. Lu Yu listened with a skeptical attitude. But the more he listened, the more wrong it seemed.
The division of dreams can basically be explained by existing science.
I have also seen relevant real reports in reality. Someone dreamed of a car accident and miraculously escaped the car accident the next day. When humans sleep, their consciousness is still running. Lu Yu summarized it briefly and found that what Jiangja said was indeed flawless.
But the next second, Jiangja on TV changed the subject. Since humans have consciousness/soul, then there must be its duality.
When Lu Yu heard this, he was so shocked that he jumped up.
Duality?
He overlooked one thing: everything has duality.
Could it be? Is what the host said true?
Zhang Zhao on TV continued to talk. Some people will be too stressed in life, and when they have a dream, they will not be able to wake up because of the heavy body. This is a normal phenomenon, nightmare, commonly known as sleep paralysis. As the name suggests, when the body and mind are exhausted, the brain is still active.
This situation is most likely to cause time travel.
Some people will experience tinnitus, palpitations, panic and other emotions when they are sleep paralysis, but in the end they will still wake up naturally. And some people will show a sense of peeling and tearing when they are sleep paralysis. This feeling is the rhythm of consciousness leaving the brain alone.
There are even healthy people who cannot wake up in dreams. In the end, that person became a vegetable. I think everyone should understand it now.
Where did the consciousness of a vegetable who became a vegetable after sleep paralysis go? Of course, other worlds.
Listening to Jiangja throwing out incredible facts again,
young Dr. Lu Yu felt that his worldview was strongly impacted.
Jiangja said it perfectly. There is no reason to refute it.
After all, in reality, he has come into contact with patients who cannot wake up due to nightmares, sleep paralysis. As Jiangja said, the other party has become a vegetable. But he never expected that the vegetative body is still alive, but the consciousness has gone to another world? The more he thinks about it, the more terrifying it is.
Lu Yu's intuition tells her that what Jiangja said is true. The truth of the world. The truth of mankind.
It seems to have been revealed in front of this host.
In fact, tonight's program has exceeded the time limit. I apologize to the financial host, Lao Qian, for wasting Lao Qian's time.
The last sentence: if one day, the fact that the world is fake is in front of you, what kind of carrier will our world appear in front of us, and whether the mastermind behind the scenes is advanced creatures or alien civilizations?
How will everyone react then? Should we compromise or actively fight back?
At this point, Jiangja smiled mysteriously at the camera.
As a program host, he is very professional.
In order to keep the TV audience and gain more popular science points next time, a topic was deliberately dropped.
Okay, today's popular science program ends here.
I am your host, Jiangja. When Jiangja finished speaking, the call was cut off.
Then an advertisement appeared on TV.
After Jiangja went off the air, Lu Yu immediately turned off the TV. He was watching Jiangja in the first place. Jiangja had gone off the air, so he naturally would not continue to watch the financial program.
At this time, Lu Yu asked the old professor beside him, "What do you think?"
The old professor sighed deeply. Jiangja is a real scientist. His appearance today has brought a new branch of physics to our world. In the future, I am afraid we will have to thank Jiangja for his popular science today.
Scientific and technological progress is a matter of time. The young are awesome. The old professor sighed again and again.
Based on Jiangja's words, the world can be traveled through in dreams.
There was even a moment.
He almost thought that Jiangja might have traveled from another world.
In the studio.
Since Jiangja finished the popular science program,
the audience's immersion ended in an instant.
When everyone was watching with relish, Jiangja suddenly went off the air. Especially the last sentence, that after being paralyzed by the ghost, he could not wake up, and it was likely that he went to another world.
This really shocked the audience in Koan City.
First, the world is fake.
Then, there are infinite plus double-slit experiments in the world. Finally, various ways of traveling. Just one popular science program can make Jiangja sweep all the headlines. Today, there are 3 of them. The audience can't stop watching.
When a group of viewers saw Jiangja go off the air, they called to protest immediately.
I can't see enough, I can't see enough, I can't see enough at all. Protest, protest. It is recommended that Jiangja continue to host. What did you do? Don't you want the ratings? Hurry up and let Jiangja come back to host. Who wants to watch such a crappy financial program? Kuntai Customer Service Department? I protest seriously. Kuntai will be handed over to Jiangja as the host. All other hosts will be cancelled. Such unreliable protests occupied the entire customer service department. Everyone in the customer service department was stunned. The audience stickiness brought by the first hosting of the program was too high.
It was so high that more than 1,000 protest calls were received. In fact, it was not Jiangja's fault. It was mainly because the audience received such advanced scientific concepts for the first time.
Jiangja did not talk nonsense, but released real evidence, so the audience had to believe it.
Seeing that the protest was ineffective, the audience naturally turned off their phones and went to sleep.
The late-night financial program began. The music sounded and the transition pictures were transmitted.
Old Qian recited the lines as usual. Hello everyone, I am your host, since most of the audience turned off their phones and went to sleep.
The ratings of Old Qian's hosting were not very friendly. Kyoto. In the Institute of Physics.
Sun Tian and Chang Wen looked at Koan TV, which was already broadcasting financial programs, and could not forget it for a long time. Sun Tian, the thought experiment of the brain in the vat cannot be verified for the time being, but it is feasible and true to a certain extent. Chang Wen, Jiangja's cat and double-slit diffraction experiment directly proved the concept of multiple universes and the world. Sun Tian, especially Jiangja's proposal, the superposition state of the duality of light indirectly unveils the true veil of the universe. Chang Wen exclaimed, "It's unbelievable, this is really done by a 24-year-old host."
Sun Tian, we have witnessed history today.
Chang Wen, yes, the world will change in the future. The 2 elders couldn't help swallowing and looked at each other.
What Jiangja did tonight brought infinite shock to the 2 elders.
Ordinary audiences may not understand, but the 2 physics professors have seen the truth brought by Jiangja's double-slit diffraction experiment.
Just give them a little time to verify. Jiangja's name can be included in physics textbooks.
And all the experiments he did tonight and the theories he proposed are comparable to Einstein.
And they are evenly matched. A 24-year-old young man is on par with the god of physics, Einstein? Before, they would not believe it. But tonight, they have to believe it. In the studio.
When Jiangja left the scene,
all the staff members looked at Jiangja with horror. They understood Jiangja's words more intuitively than the audience in front of the TV.
Now seeing Jiangja, there was a sense of awe. The person in front of him seemed not to be a host, but a senior and veteran scientist. Seeing this scene, Jiangja smiled at everyone.
In the lounge,
Jiangja sat on the sofa and pondered,
reviewing today's popular science content.
Except for brain in a vat, which cannot be verified due to technological reasons.
The rest can be verified by relevant materials in the previous life.
In fact, in Jiangja's eyes, the world should not exist.
Since it exists, it does not mean that it must be reasonable. It is better to look at the world with a skeptical eye.
For Jiangja, the earth is not a gentle place, but more like a prison that cannot be escaped.
Depression, irritability, and suffocation.
The famous scientist spent his whole life studying, and believed in theology until he died.
As for the reason? Science really can't explain the fake world.
It's not because of the lack of technology or level, but the technology tree is blocked.
What blocked it? Obviously, the periodic table. The second is the speed of light.
Of the 119 elements discovered by humans so far, the updates have been extremely slow since the 80th. Let alone surpassing the speed of light. Even if we find an element on Earth today that can replace oil as a basic energy source, there are very few. Every time a new energy source emerges, it is an earth-shaking change. If humans want to surpass the speed of light,
It will never succeed without new energy. Today's technology on Earth has been stagnant for decades.
Most of the technology on the world today comes from the theories of bigwigs in the last century, or even the century before last,
such as Einstein, Newton, Galileo, Watt, Schrödinger, etc. Zhang looks at all this with a skeptical attitude.
There are no gods who can match them now.
He has reason to doubt that human science and technology will probably not undergo major changes in the future. He can completely attribute all the blame to the world is fake. The world is created. Human technology has reached a bottleneck and cannot make a deep breakthrough.
Just when Zhang doubted the world,
a system prompt sounded. Congratulations! You have completed science popularization for the first time, unlocked functions, and storage pools.
This science popularization lasted 2 hours and 20 minutes, and the number of people who popularized science was 170,000.
Reward 1, Science Popularization Points plus 6,000.
Reward 2, Laser Gun Design plus 1, has been handed over to the country.
Note, handing over to the country is not licking, and there will be disguised collection of funds later.
The previous 2 times lay a good foundation.
Moreover, this book is madly hovering on the edge of violation. If you don't do this, you won't be able to see the content later.
I hope this note doesn't affect the sense of substitution.
Reward 3, Gene Medicine plus 1. Hear the system sound. Especially a series of rewards, it's dazzling. Zhang suddenly became energetic and swept away his previous doubts.
Then he immediately called up the system panel to check. Gene Potion, a future potion that strengthens the body in all aspects. After drinking it, all attributes will increase, which can make you a being beyond special forces.
Why did the design suddenly go to the country? What is the storage pool? This is what he didn't understand.
He worked hard to live broadcast and prepared a lot of information in advance. In the end, it was handed over to the country. Storage function, every time you complete a live broadcast, the technical rewards you receive will be handed over to the country. Warm reminder, when more than 90% of the 7.1 billion people in the world believe in what you say, the crisis will come.
The power of one person has its limits, so see the prompt. He understood. Crisis? After not getting the system's continued prompt. As a fantasyist, Zhang.
Indistinctly, he extracted key information from the system prompt. Undoubtedly, things in the future are not simple. As for the power of one person, it is indeed limited and not as strong as a country as a whole. Then, he accepted the reality.
After taking the gene potion,
a sense of power filled the whole body. His limbs became stronger and stronger, and even his mind became much clearer. At this moment, he seemed to be able to live broadcast for another 10 days and 9 nights. Finally, check the attribute panel. Strength, 25, Constitution, 25, my physique now has surpassed many humans.
Zhang was quite satisfied.
It was just unclear what the reaction would be when the Kyoto Technology Research Institute suddenly found the laser gun design drawing tomorrow. He could imagine that a piece of future technology suddenly appeared in the institute.
It should be weird, right? TV station. Data department. No way?
Lally watched the ratings on the screen drop wildly. There was no sign at all, no defense. The ratings dropped to the freezing point in an instant. His heart was trembling wildly, and his blood pressure rose sharply. Since Jiangzhou went off the air, he thought the ratings could be maintained for a while. But in the end, it didn't even last 30 seconds, and it dropped completely. It dropped back to the freezing point in an instant. Then Lally immediately pushed the door and ran out to find the director. This group of viewers is so ruthless. Watching Lally hurriedly leave, the young staff complained.
Jiang Province Radio Headquarters. Television station, in the office. Oh no!
Director Wang, our program, Longing for Daily Life has dropped 2% points again. A staff member pushed the door and shouted. Director Wang, something big has happened, and Movie Channel has also dropped 4 points. Then, more and more data department staff came to the office to report the situation. My Who is the Murderer has also dropped 1.5 points, almost at the same time.
Hearing this, Wang Mingyuan was immediately shocked. How is it possible? It all happened collectively?
Yes. The ratings of these 3 channels are the most stable. Because they are night programs, most of them are watched by night owls, and the ratings are always stable.
How could it suddenly? Wang Mingyuan realized, could it be that there is a competitive program on the city station? The audience has been diverted away? Just as old Wang was thinking.
But it shouldn't be, there is not a single TV program in Jiang province that can compete. How could there be a competitive program? Director, the ratings are back, the ratings are back, it really scared me. A staff member pushed the door open and excitedly handed the tablet screen to Wang Mingyuan. Warm reminder, the website is about to be revised, which may cause the reading progress to be lost. Please save the bookshelf and reading record in time, it is recommended to save the screenshot. Sorry for the inconvenience caused to you. Wang Mingyuan took the tablet to check. It was found that the ratings gradually decreased at 10 o'clock in the evening. When the time came to 11 o'clock, the trend became more and more serious. The peak of the ratings decline was 2,400 hours. And all the declining points were mobilized to a point in the city under the jurisdiction of Jiang province at the same time. It is just not known where they appeared for the time being. After hearing the command, the people in the data department hurriedly investigated the source. Kuan City. After a quick investigation, the staff finally pointed the finger at Kuan City. Wang Mingyuan looked puzzled and took the tablet to check, it's really Kuan City. Earlier, he vaguely remembered that there was an episode of the program that rose. He called Zhang Xian, the director of Kuan City, to congratulate him. Could it be? Could it be that the popular science program of the local station really took away the traffic? It's impossible. Local stations can never take away the traffic of the popular programs of the provincial station. There must be something strange. What was the total ratings of Kunming yesterday? So old Wang ordered the staff to urgently investigate the ratings. The staff's fingers quickly operated on the keyboard. Click. It's out, but something is wrong. The staff looked at the data chart with a look of surprise. Wang Mingyuan took the tablet curiously, isn't it impossible? Did this change the data? The curve chart displayed on the screen showed a shocking arc rise. A red line, almost at a right angle, climbed straight up, without a break in the middle. From the picture, it can be seen that Kunming TV has soared from the original 0.7%, silky smooth, and finally climbed straight to 10.7%. It lasted from 2,200 hours in the evening to 2,400 hours 20. Looking back on his decades of career, except for the Spring Festival Gala, it is possible to have a ratings trending at a right angle. Otherwise, there has never been such a surge in ratings in other time periods. Even the ratings of the Spring Festival Gala in recent years have not increased so sharply. A local station, can it really do it? With a shocked mood, Wang Mingyuan immediately sent a video call to Zhang Xian. Wait until Zhang Xian answered the phone. Wang Mingyuan asked in a joking tone, your Kunming station is unusual tonight. It has been extended privately, and the ratings are rising. What happened? After all, everyone is an old friend who has known each other for many years. Although the tone was kind, Zhang Xian, the director of Kunming Station, understood the meaning of the words. Old Wang, you don't know. Our popular science program has changed the host today. Old Lu has left. The program hosted today is a bit ahead of time. Faced with the questioning, Zhang Xian thought about it and still said ahead of time. After all, the world is fake and there are infinite multiverses. These two topics are indeed quite ahead of time. Rather than simply ahead of time, it is so far ahead that even outrageous mother opens the door to outrageous. It is really outrageous. But the fact is that while being ahead of time, various scientific proofs can be put forward. This is very shocking and outrageous. This is also the reason why it has brought such a terrifying ratings. Hearing this, Lao Chang on the side agreed with a smile and said, yes, we are more advanced. The two faced Lao Wang's questioning. They had already discussed it. It would be abnormal if the provincial station did not come to question. I heard that the two colluded. Wang Mingyuan could not say anything more, as they were all old people for many years. It would be unkind to scold them for adding time privately at this time. After all, seeing Kunming Station finally break the record. Lao Wan was also quite relieved. Finally, he said earnestly, Lao Zhang, I know it is not easy for you to make a popular science program. But next time, such a situation will not be allowed to happen. If a popular program of our provincial station adds time privately, it will rob the audience of the entire Jiang province, which is unfair to other programs. Faced with a series of questions from Lao Wang, Director Zhang Xian smiled and nodded repeatedly. He knew the consequences of adding time privately. It was a little mild, and it would rob some traffic. If it is a little heavier, it is not just a little bit of it. It will be troublesome to follow up. Seeing this scene, Lao Wang couldn't help but continue. It's a good thing that the ratings have broken, but you must not extend the time privately.
Although your science program is popular, you still have to pay attention to it. Finally, Lao Wang said a few more official words before hanging up the phone. Seeing the phone finally hung up, Director Zhang Xian couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief.
It has been a long time since I have been taken to the scene of being questioned by my superiors.
The last time I was questioned was the last time.
Judging from the skyrocketing ratings tonight, if Jiangxia gives a few more shocking science programs,
I am afraid
the audience of the most popular longing for daily life in the city station will be snatched away.
But what makes Zhang Xian curious is what will Lao Wan's reaction be at that time.
Of course, he is just thinking about it. Then Zhang Xian contacted Jiangxia by phone. Jiangxia, come to the conference room now. At this time the door of the conference room was pushed open, and a person with a completely different temperament walked in.
It was Jiangxia.
He had a hint of the aura of a superior.
Even his face became white and rosy, and extremely healthy.
The sharpness of his eyes was like that of a hawk in the sky, ready to strike at its prey.
The two were obviously stunned by Jiangxia's new look. Is there something wrong? Jiangxia walked to the two and sat on the sofa. What's the matter? You are completely different from before.
After seeing Jiangxia sitting down, Zhang Xian obviously felt a little oppressed, which made him a little uncomfortable.
He had this feeling 5 years ago.
He had the honor of receiving a big shot in Kyoto once, and then he had this feeling.
Now is his second time. You have become a little unbelievable. Lao Chang on the side couldn't help but pinch Jiangxia's arm. Hot and hard. This is the body of a real boxer.
Jiangxia was not like this earlier.
There is a definite change that can be seen with the naked eye.
The two were a little messy, and they had no idea what happened. Faced with the question, Jiangxia did not explain too much. Maybe I was doing push-ups just now.
So, why did you ask me to come? It's like this.
Zhang Xian retracted his shocked thoughts and explained, you hosted the popular science program very well. Because the program has a high ratings, I applied for funding from the provincial TV station. In the future, the hosting rights of the popular science program will be fully handed over to you. At the same time, your monthly salary will be increased. You will know the specific increase when you get your salary next month.
Zhang Xian did not say the specific number.
Because Lao Chang was next to him, he couldn't say it clearly. In short, he would not disappoint Jiangxia, who was an intern. Seeing this scene, Lao Chang smiled helplessly and said, come on, Lao Zhang, just say it directly.
I'm not an outsider. Xiao Jiang is a real capable person.
Jiangxia nodded and said, it's okay, director, Uncle Chang is not an outsider.
Chang Jingming is usually very friendly to Jiangxia. Talk about everything.
So Jiangxia didn't treat him as an outsider, and if it weren't for Lao Chang, he really couldn't get the right to host tonight. Facing the two people's questions, Lao Zhang helplessly stretched out his right hand and then spread out, this number, 50,000.
As soon as this came out, Chang Jingming's eyes widened on the spot. Fuck.
Jiangxia was also surprised by Zhang Xian's decision. Warm reminder, the website is about to be revised, which may cause the reading progress to be lost. Please save the bookshelf and reading records in time. It is recommended to take screenshots to save.
Sorry for the inconvenience caused to you. You know, the highest income of a station director is only 800,000.
And it has to be a station director in a second or third tier city. Jiangxia now earns 50,000 a month, 600,000 a year, plus a year-end bonus, which is close to more than 600,000.
It is no exaggeration to say that Zhang Xian's income is only slightly higher than Jiangxia's. As a station director, he usually can't give any salary. Because of Jiangxia's specialness. Zhang Xian can realize that Jiangxia will definitely not be just an ordinary host in the future. Perhaps he is a rare talent who leads the progress of the scientific community.
Therefore, Jiangxia is qualified to get this income. On the other hand, Zhang Xian is worried that Jiangxia will be poached. So he just gave the highest price directly.
As long as Jiangxia is willing, there are TV stations that invite Jiangxia.
Even if he doesn't host, just being a guest, his income is far higher than that of the host.
This decision is not simple. But Xiao Jiang does have the ability to get this income. Lao Chang sighed. He thought Jiangxia was just an ordinary host. Until everything that happened in this program, it turned out that he underestimated it. It's not too much.
Jiangxia's contribution to the country as a scientist is greater than that of a host. So, he has nothing to worry about. At this time, Zhang Xian said, this is also my decision after careful consideration. By the way, Jiangxia, control your popular science content in the future. Especially the thought experiment of brain in a vat, which cannot be verified in a short time. If it is broadcast, it is inevitable. At this point, Zhang Xian changed the subject. However, Zhang's cat and double-slit diffraction experiment can be put on stage more often. After all, they can directly improve existing science and bring progress to science. Hearing this, Zhang Jia nodded in approval. Brain in a vat is indeed unverifiable for the time being. If he hadn't received the system prompt, Zhang Jia might really talk about some ordinary popular science, and mix in some incredible popular science. But when he received the reward just now, he knew that a disaster would definitely happen in the future. Therefore, Zhang Jia must let the world know no matter what, world peace is just an illusion. Sooner or later, a world-destroying war will break out, and before that, even if Zhang Jia tells it, no one will believe it. So he can only rely on himself. Hopefully, in the future, the technical drawings brought by the live broadcast will come in handy. Seeing this scene, Zhang Xian and Lao Chang nodded slightly. They thought Zhang Jia agreed and would not publish popular science that would refresh the three views of mankind. At this time, Zhang Xian asked again, "Do you have any ideas about the popular science content tomorrow? If not, we will prepare some for you here." Zhang Jia pondered for a moment. After the system's prompt just now, he already had a general direction. Silently outputting to humans, the world is not safe, and the world is created. I have a little idea. In the future, I will analyze the popular science for human origin and universe origin. These two directions are the closest to the content of the system prompt. Hearing Zhang Jia say this, Zhang Xian obviously hasn't realized the importance of the matter. Perhaps if other hosts say universe origin, he will object immediately. In combination with Zhang Jia's previous popular science behavior, he vaguely looked forward to Zhang Jia's next popular science. However, for safety reasons, he reminded, if there is, try to produce some evidence, otherwise it will be difficult for us to end it. Since then, Zhang Jia immediately agreed, I will try my best. In his previous life, he often found arguments for some incredible theories. He even climbed Mount Everest himself. Once he fell into a cave on Mount Everest. After surviving the disaster, he found a biological skeleton that was completely different from human skeletons. Only then did he realize that there are indeed incredible existences in the world. So Zhang Jia believes that this world also has these existences. Finally, the three of them chatted for a while. Then they dispersed. In the early morning of that day, all the viewers who watched Zhang Jia's popular science were obviously unable to sleep. You can even see that the lights of the entire Koan city did not go out immediately. Instead, they continued to be lit. Some people stood on the windowsill thinking, while others were restless. Zhang Jia's words kept echoing in my mind. The world is fake, Zhang Jia's cat, the 5 missing lights, infinite parallel worlds exist. Brain in a jar, the host is absolutely right. If I don't watch the moon, it doesn't exist. Once I watch it, the moon is hanging above my head. The 5 missing lights really went to other worlds. If the world is really fake, then isn't it really controlled by advanced civilizations? Especially the host's last sentence, nightmare turned into a vegetable, the consciousness left this world, but the body survived. Is it really feasible? What if one day, we see an advanced civilization? What should I do? Can I just wait to die? Liar. It must be a liar for ratings. All the content about Zhang Jia's hosting. At this moment, it is deeply embedded in the minds of the audience and cannot be erased. Most people think that Zhang Jia is right, and there is a certain probability that it is the truth. Only a few people think that Zhang Jia's talk is nonsense. Even if the experiment is carried out, they will not believe it. For Koan City, tonight is destined to be a city that never sleeps. The news received by the audience is too advanced, which makes people unable to truly understand and accept it for a while. It is late at night. Some night owls have started to move. Some people click on Pili, while others click on Douyin, Weibo and other platforms. Once they click on it, they will find a flood of videos. The number of likes and comments on each video is not less than 5,000. Is this popular today? The night owls clicked on various videos with this thought. Once you enter, you can never get out again. Fuck. What the host said is so fucking right, and so fucking weird. So the comments in the comment area increased wildly. Are there really infinite worlds? So will my children live happily in other worlds? Damn. The 5 lights that disappeared really disappeared. This is not Photoshop, but the fact. Could this host be telling the truth? This host is capable. I just checked. There are indeed people at the European Organization for Nuclear Research who can do the brain in a vat experiment. As long as I can't see or hear, you are not in my world. I feel a little bit reluctant, although it's reluctant, it can't explain the disappearing 5 lights at all. Could our world really be controlled by advanced civilizations? I had this feeling a long time ago. Until the official host said it, I believed him. As the video spread and fermented, more and more viewers felt scared. Even the rebuttal was impossible. The key point is that Jiang Zhou is the official host, which represents a certain degree of prestige. Where did this video come from? Same request, I want to watch it. What time does it air every day? Kuntai, 10 p.m., lasts for 2 hours. More and more viewers remember Kuntai. It also inadvertently advertised Kuntai in Jiangxi province. If Zhang Xian knew about it, the 50,000 yuan monthly salary he gave Jiangzhou would be too little in the face of so much traffic. Kyoto Research Base. Anyang is 37 years old and is a top talent in this base. Focusing on weapons development, it has a certain reputation throughout the country. All weapons designed by him have received rave reviews abroad. He poured a cup of coffee as usual, sat in front of the computer, and started a new day. Suddenly, a mysterious email appears in front of me. Who sent this? As a scientific research base, email is generally rarely used. Almost any information is passed internally. He clicked on the email curiously. Tactical laser weapon? After reading these words, Anyang's pupils suddenly shrank. After reading carefully. Impossible. How could an energy weapon with high-power energy storage and continuous output appear in 2022? The more Anyang learned about it, the more shocked he became. This is no joke. It's a real design drawing. Even the problem of miniaturized battery capacity has been solved. You know, the current domestic laser weapons are equipment weighing several tons. The energy provided for tactical laser weapons also adds tons. It consumes a lot of manpower and material resources, but can only fire one laser beam. It's thankless and the cost can be imagined. But the email in front of Anyang perfectly avoided these problems. Even energy substitution is perfectly written. Laser weapons are fast, accurate, and have extremely long distances, far beyond what ordinary thermal weapons can match. If it can be used in all aspects of military affairs, the overall strength of the army will be even higher. Anyang held his breath and continued reading. Although a laser automatic rifle can be designed, it can be popularized in a small area, but the cost is sky high. At present, it is still not popular. But it can be used for military special warfare. Then he made a video call after being connected. Anyang immediately pointed the design drawing in his hand at the camera. After seeing the design drawing, the middle-aged man opposite looked at it carefully, and then couldn't help but widen his eyes. Is the energy problem really solved? Not all solutions have been solved yet, but it can already be applied to small-scale battlefields. Although there is no real solution. But this news is always good news. This is huge progress for the entire country. Especially facing the enemies on the other side of the sea. As expected of the chief scientist of our country, I saw the right person. I will give you the approval of future funding as soon as possible. Hearing this, Anyang was excited for a moment, and then smiled ashamedly. No, Chief, this is an email from the private sector. I just happened to see this email. As soon as these words came out, the chief was stunned. What? You mean it was solved by citizen scientists? It doesn't look like Anyang is lying. Is there really anyone who can rival the country's chief scientist? This made the chief unbelievable for a moment. Anyang smiled awkwardly. It's true. The chief asked seriously, do you have a name? No. Can we find the other party through this email? I just tried it, and the anti-tracking program tracked it to Jupiter. What? Jupiter? As soon as these words came out, the chief was shocked. The other party obviously won't be in Jupiter. Instead, there is an unknown anti-tracking program that blocks national-level tracking programs. At the same time, he also realized that the other party was not only a technical talent, but also a super hacker. Since it cannot even be searched by the national anti-tracking program. Prove that the other party does not want their identity to be known. I understand. If I find him, I will give him all his support. Reveal some information appropriately and let other countries know some information. What the chief said was a deliberate leak of part of the information. This is a normal phenomenon and internal intelligence leaks. Yes. Afterwards, Anyang hung up the phone. Then came the intelligence department. Find the relevant leaders and send some of the information out. Good news. Our country has successfully solved the problem of portable energy. As soon as the news came out, netizens on the Science and Technology Network were immediately excited. Although it is not stated explicitly, everyone knows that the country has solved the technical problems. It also means the advent of portable laser weapons. Of course, the walking 500,000 also saw this message.
Kunming City. In an ordinary community, Jiangja sat lazily on the sofa, drinking coffee and reading today's news. All major platforms are still short videos of yesterday's popular science. Stay high. Suddenly, news of a press conference appeared in the headlines.
Jiangja clicked on the news curiously. In the picture, Anyang, wearing a white scientific research uniform, is facing the camera and saying, "Good news.
Our country has successfully solved the problem of portable laser equipment. This technical problem has troubled generations of Chinese scientists for nearly 30 years.
I would like to sincerely thank the person who has contributed silently. Xiaoguo will never forget everyone who has contributed behind the scenes."
Saw this news video. Jiangja smiled slightly.
They start by thanking themselves, and then start introducing their groundbreaking technical issues.
It is enough to see the determination of the Kyoto Scientific Research Base. It seems that handing over the design drawings to you is the right choice.
Then he read through the comments below.
Congratulations. Anshin said this, didn't he solve it himself? It's so shocking.
The technical problem that has been bothering me for 30 years has finally been solved.
I don't quite understand what it means to solve a battery problem.
This means that our country can already create the sci-fi weapons in the movie, portable laser rifles, portable laser weapons, and other energy-based weapons, including the weapons you play in Star Wars.
Damn it. So you're so awesome? What do you think? Anyway, I'm so excited.
Thank you to the scientist who worked silently.
Thank you to the scientists who worked behind the scenes. Something's wrong.
Since a host from Kunming came out yesterday, a laser weapon came out today.
What a coincidence. I also feel something is wrong. Everything seems to be going too smoothly. Could it be that the world is really fake? Because the science popularization yesterday was really shocking, it had to make some netizens think deeply. Some of the comments entered Jiangja's field of vision.
But it didn't create much of a stir. It seems there are still smart viewers. Jiangja praised. But that's fine, it subtly tells the whole world that the world is not safe. This is Jiangja's goal. Finally he began to prepare the topic for the evening, at the same time.
A key high school in Kunming. The physics teacher on the stage is explaining the topic of special theory of relativity.
The speed of light is the fastest in the world, and no object can surpass it. When an object is accelerated infinitely, it can only approach the speed of light infinitely, but cannot exceed the speed of light.
When the teacher talks about the universe,
a female student named Lu Shishir suddenly raised her hand and spoke, "Teacher Wang, I have a question." While Teacher Wang was speaking, he saw someone raising his hand, so he raised his hand and said, "Monitor, what questions do you have?" Lu Shishir stood up, glanced at classmate Zhou first, and then summoned up the courage to ask, "Is it possible that our world is fake?" Teacher Wang's face was full of surprise. "What did you say?"
Hearing what Monitor Lu said, Teacher Wang was shocked. The world is fake? How is it possible? There is only one world.
How could Lu Shishir, who ranked in the top 3 in the whole grade, ask such a question? Teacher Wang smiled and pointed at Lu Shishir, "You are making fun of the teacher again.
There is only one world, and it is real. We humans are also real."
Before she finished speaking, Lu Shishir immediately explained, "Yesterday, the host of the official science program said that the world is fake and there are infinite worlds at the same time. He also personally performed the double-slit experiment.
Teacher Wang was shocked. He even said that there are infinite worlds? Maybe he was joking, but she took it seriously.
He had never heard such a shocking statement in his life. In order to correct the students' 3 views, Teacher Wang carefully explained, "The world we see with our naked eyes is reasonable as long as it exists. There is no need to question it too much, and there is no need to believe anyone's fallacies. It may be correct in normal times. But since the students who watched the popular science program in Koan City jumped out at the first time."
"Teacher, the monitor is not joking, it's true.
Yesterday the host proposed brain in a vat, and all of us live in a set world."
"Yes.
The double-slit diffraction experiment can prove it even more. In the dark, a beam of light passes through 2 holes, and 7 beams of light appear.
When the light is turned on, 5 beams of light disappear immediately. You all watched the program?"
Later the host said that the 5 beams of light went to other worlds.
"Teacher, the host did not lie, there is scientific proof. Listening to the top students who are usually well behaved, one by one agreed with the popular science host's remarks. It was a bit too much for Lao Wang, who was over 50 years old. Although he had never seen the program in person, when he heard the students say this and took out scientific experiments, he really thought it was right at this moment. In the following time, Lao Wang was obviously powerless to teach. Everyone was occupied by the topic of infinite multiverse throughout the class. Helplessly, Lao Wang finally waited for the bell to ring. Escape from the class as soon as possible. If I stay any longer, I'm afraid it won't be the teachers teaching the students, but the students teaching the teachers. After arriving at the office, Lao Wang breathed a sigh of relief. It's very strange today. I was in class, and suddenly a student said the world is fake. I've lived for 54 years, and I've never heard such remarks before. As soon as this was said, the teachers on the side stood up and gathered together. A fat teacher said, not only you, but also my class. They also said that if you can't wake up from sleep paralysis and become a vegetable, you can travel through the world. Another teacher echoed, my class is even more outrageous. They say that the earth is controlled by a higher civilization. Then the teachers spoke one after another. The results were more outrageous than the other. There were even students who said, Ultraman exists, and monsters also exist. Lao Wang couldn't help laughing awkwardly. It seems that the students in my class are still rational enough. Then the teachers discussed one after another. They are all popular science programs hosted by Kunming TV, and they really have scientific experiments. Popular science programs from Kunming TV? Aren't they programs for young people? The host has changed. Old Lu has left and a new host has come. His name seems to be Jiangxia. No, I have to watch it tonight, otherwise I can't even answer the students' questions. According to me, even the young Dr. Lu Yu was defeated by Jiangxia. Really? Is he so powerful? Not only that, a physics graduate student was driven crazy by the host. The office, which is usually lifeless. At this moment, it has become a vegetable market. The strange thing is, not only the poor students believe what Jiangxia says, but even the top students agree with Jiangxia's words. This makes these teachers feel incredible. Until the end of the day's class. I want to see what the host said. The world is fake? I have lived for so long, how can I not know? No matter what, I will know when I go home. All the teachers went home with curiosity and resentment. He immediately opened Kunchi TV. Such situations occurred in colleges throughout Kunchi. From elementary schools to universities and famous universities. Evening. TV station. As soon as Jiangxia entered the TV station, he walked towards the director's office. After a whole day of thinking, he believed that the traffic of the TV station was limited. After all, Kuntai is a small station in a third-tier city, and no matter how many people popularize science, it will not be comparable to the traffic of provincial stations. If it can be connected to the internet, then the audience traffic will naturally be more than the audience who popularize science on TV. This will also make it more convenient for Jiangxia to popularize science around the world. Push open the door. Jiangxia sat opposite the director and expressed his thoughts. Director, after yesterday's popular science, I found that the traffic of the TV station is limited. So I suggest, let's go directly to the internet. This way, more people will be popularized, and it can also attract traffic to Kuntai. After hearing this, Director Zhang Xian's eyes lit up. Internet platform? But our radio station is not famous at all, it can't get popular. The reason why he didn't use the internet platform is 1. It can't get popular. 2. There are no popular programs. There are many radio stations that use the internet platform. But those who can get up are basically the Communist Youth League. The rest of the radio programs were ignored and watched by no one. Jiangxia smiled slightly. Don't worry. So that the station can act immediately. He immediately placed a bet on 1 million real viewers. Hearing this, the station director was completely shocked by Jiangxia. Any network knows the importance of 1 million real viewers. Unless provincial stations can do this on the internet, the rest of the market is unparalleled. Because the provincial station has heavyweight programs, even if they are not broadcast live, they still have terrifying ratings and traffic. After thinking for a moment, the director said solemnly, okay. I will immediately contact other departments to prepare the online platform. It's best if it's effective. If it's not effective, our TV station's funds cannot afford to be squandered like this. Jiangxia nodded and said, I know it well. In fact, he saw the trend on the internet earlier.
In the future, unique popular science will definitely occupy the entire internet. It is only a matter of time before science is popularized around the world. 1 million viewers is actually low. At a higher estimate, there will be about 1.5 million people watching in the online live broadcast room tonight. It is not difficult for TV stations to connect to the internet. The people in the customer service department can definitely solve it. I was so exhausted that I started broadcasting and bought a homepage to promote it. The platform Kuntai is linked to is the most popular in the world, Thunderbolt. After a while, a popular science headline about Kuntai appeared on the internet. No one knows science better than me. Broadcast time, 10 p.m. The title was not chosen by Jiang Zhe. It was a title specially chosen by Su Qingqing from the customer service department in order to catch the popularity of Mimi Guapu. The title is valid. Before it even started, a bunch of viewers were attracted by the title. Ha! Poo Poo came to Station B? Come on Poo Poo, Mommy loves you. This is not a popular science program, it is a popular science program on a TV station. Are all popular science programs broadcast live? To tell you the truth, I watched popular science on TV yesterday, and the host was awesome. The host is awesome? How awesome is Einstein? Don't tell me, once that experiment comes out, it's really possible to be comparable, really? I don't believe it. In the studio. The time has reached 21:58. Jiang Zhe has already sat on the podium. Then he looked at the staff below the stage and nodded, it's time to start. The lights, scripts, and music are all ready. As soon as the time came, Jiang Zhe said to the camera, "Good evening, audience friends, I am your old friend, Jiang Zhe." Seeing Koan TV start broadcasting. The TV ratings soared sharply. Everyone squatted in front of the TV, hoping that Jiang Zhe could bring shocking science popularization again today. Great! I've been waiting for so long that the flowers have withered. So excited! What science popularization will be today? Sisters, come and see the handsome guy. Ha! Why is this host different from yesterday? This temperament, this face. Oh my god! Just for this handsome guy, I have to watch it. The audience noticed the change in Jiang Zhe at the first time. If he was a little handsome yesterday, then Jiang Zhe is probably very handsome today. Especially the body shape has changed a lot, which makes the audience wonder what happened overnight. Teachers and students from all schools in the city sat in the classroom to watch the program. Is this the program you are talking about? This host seems to be nothing special except that he is handsome. It is you who misled my students. I must expose you in the interactive session today. You'd better be fully prepared, otherwise I will really find faults and report them to the national department. You are misleading students. There are countless teachers like this. Everyone watched with curiosity and suspicion. Some people even recorded the screen directly to pick out the flaws in Jiang Zhe's words at the first time. The purpose is of course to tell students. The official host is nonsense, believe in real science. Not false communication. TV station. Data department. Since Jiang Zhe's popular science ended yesterday. In the morning time period, the program ratings suddenly increased and then decreased. Especially in the evening, Jiang Zhe's program has not started yet. From 8 o'clock in the evening, the ratings gradually rose. It can't even be seen that someone has abandoned the station. Until 10 o'clock. Wow! Kunming, which originally had a rating of only 1.9%, suddenly increased. Rushed all the way to the sky. This scene made the entire data department tremble with fear. Especially Zhang Xian, Chang Jingming, and the other hosts who were watching the excitement. Fuck! This momentum is like riding a rocket, and it will soon break 12. Lao Li couldn't help but exclaimed. Director Zhang Xian was trembling all over. Since the broadcast, it has soared directly to 12, even the Spring Festival Gala is no more than this. The reason, all the leaders know. This is all Jiang Zhe's credit. Without him, the radio station would still be in a half-dead state. Until 10 o'clock. As soon as Jiang Zhe spoke, the ratings soared again, from 12% to 13%. Everyone at the scene took a breath of cold air. However, the program had already started, so Zhang Xian reminded, Lao Chang, come with me to the conference room to watch. Lao Li, call the internal phone directly if there is any situation. Ratings are the key. But Lao Zhang, Lao Chang and others were more curious about what Jiang Zhe would say tonight. Then the group immediately left the data department and arrived at the conference room. Kyoto. In the Institute of Physics. Sun Tian and Chang Wen urgently summoned their students.
came to the institute to watch Jiang's show together. Since yesterday's experiment on Jiangja, the two elders have not slept all night, focusing on Jiang's cat and double-slit diffraction experiment. When the experiment is getting deeper and deeper, an amazing scene appears. What Jiangja said and did was completely correct. Based on this, Jiangja quietly brought another discipline into being, quantum mechanics. That's right. In just one night, the two authoritative elders analyzed Jiang's experiment and officially named it quantum mechanics. Of course, they are not so conceited as to take over Jiang's reputation. Instead, they need to observe for a while before they can publish relevant papers for Jiangja in the foreign science magazine. The graduate students, masters, and doctors on the side were gathered here by the two elders, in order to get a more comprehensive understanding of Jiang's science popularization. Seeing Jiangja appear on TV, some students were obviously unhappy. Professor Sun, this guy looks younger than me, is he reliable? A 25-year-old master couldn't help complaining. Hearing this, another doctor complained, I read his information online. Jiang Zhu is just an undergraduate from an ordinary university. He is my junior, but I think his school is not well known. I really don't understand why Professor Chang brought us here. As the complaints came out, the two authoritative professors were obviously unhappy. Sun Tian looked at them coldly. He can propose a cross-century theory at the age of 24 and conduct a cross-century experiment on the spot. Look at you again? How many papers have been published in the foreign science magazine? He has such achievements at the age of 24, but you are 24, what are you doing? Professor Chang on the side continued, you are 24 years old, but you are here to argue with us. Sol 3 consecutive. The students in the audience were obviously embarrassed. This world is unfair. Actually, it's not their fault, they just don't accept it. They are at least master and doctoral students from prestigious colleges. Why can't they even beat Jiangja, a 24-year-old undergraduate? And why can Jiangja do it, but they can't? Therefore, everyone is dissatisfied. On the TV screen, after the opening remarks, Jiangja looked at the camera and explained, Dear viewers in front of the TV, some old viewers yesterday may not have slept well at night, and they are probably worried about the truth of the world. And I explained some topics about the world yesterday. Then let's discuss it in depth from human beings today. Where do we come from? In the Institute of Physics. Hearing that Jiangja was going to study the origin of mankind, everyone's eyes widened. A master said, the origin of mankind is the ultimate question of mankind. Can this guy really talk about it? The origin of mankind has always been a topic of concern in the scientific community. From ancient times to the present. No one dares to say that he truly understands the origin of mankind. If someone says that he understands the origin of mankind, then he must be bragging to attract attention. Hearing this, Sun Tian and Chang Wen looked at each other in surprise. They were also surprised by Jiang's topic. If we can really get information about the origin of mankind in a popular science program, then I thought, maybe it is possible. After all, Jiangja did the double-slit diffraction experiment. With such a simple prop, we can peek into the truth of the universe. This is something that only real talents can do. The two of them vaguely believed in Jiangja. Sun Tian looked at everyone and said, don't rush to refute. Maybe Jiangja can bring us another surprise. Chang Wen looked at the TV and murmured, I don't know what surprises he can bring us tonight. In the studio, Jiangja was the first to write creationism, evolution on the drawing board. Creationism and evolution both exist in this world. Creationism, God created humans in just 7 days. Later, the emergence of Darwin completely overturned creationism. Darwin's research on evolution was extremely thorough. To find faults and deny it, you need a little foundation. Fortunately, Jiangja received a system prompt yesterday, plus his understanding of the origin of humans in his previous life. Finally, viral evolution theory has not been discovered by scientists. Therefore, Jiangja has the opportunity to refute it. At the same time, he is sure that a disaster will definitely happen in the future, and it is not misleading TV viewers. Then he explained calmly, when it comes to the origin of human beings, the first thing that comes to mind is that human beings evolved. The theory of evolution says humans and apes have a certain kinship and share a common ancestor. About 65 million years ago, a large meteorite about 16 kilometers wide hit the Earth. With the extinction of reptiles, they gradually evolved from marine mammals, and after a long period of time, they created today's humans. This is the basic view of the theory of evolution. Jiangja paused for a moment. Then he continued to explain, that's right. The theory of evolution is indeed correct. But it is not enough to explain the true origin of species. Darwin said, all creatures on Earth evolved through gene mutations and survival of the fittest. As we all know, gene mutations of organisms occur in individuals. For example, deformed babies in animals are caused by diseases and defects. But there are no evolutionary mutations. What is an evolutionary mutation? An ordinary person was bitten by a spider and had a mutated gene, becoming a superpower, Spider-Man. This is a gene mutation. What's a pity? That's just in the Spider-Man movie, it's fake. It doesn't exist in the real world. So, Darwin's theory of evolution has become somewhat questionable. That is to say, the theory of evolution is not perfect and cannot truly represent that humans evolved naturally. At this point, Zhang lowered his head and wrote viral evolution theory on the drawing board. Finally, he raised it and aimed at the camera. In the previous life, the general public had a certain understanding of evolution theory. That was because of the emergence of viral evolution theory. But in this world, they heard about it for the first time. Especially Zhang, who wanted to overturn part of the evolution theory. He even wrote viral evolution theory. Everyone can see at a glance that a new theory has appeared again. All the audience who saw this scene. It felt that things were getting a little unusual. Fuck. This host is really hardcore, what's going on? Viral evolution theory? Is there such a theory? Could it be that he proposed it again? Horrible. It feels like it's going in an uncontrollable direction. Is this anchor going to overturn evolution theory? Some viewers couldn't help but be surprised. Not only the audience in Koan City, but also the live broadcast platform of Pili platform. But when Zhang talked about viral evolution theory, the audience rushed in. Barrages and messages were brushed one after another. Oh my god. Is this the rhythm to overthrow it? I checked it out, there is indeed no virus evolution theory, he proposed it himself. This host directly brought the anticipation to a climax, I can't back off at all. Magic City. Institute of Physics. Seeing this scene, the young Dr. Liu Yu couldn't help but widen his eyes. Viral evolution theory? Physics, chemistry, and biology are inseparable in some aspects. Because of the emergence of viral evolution theory, it attracted Dr. Liu Yu at the first time. He looked at his mentor professor and said, if it is really the evolution affected by viruses, then humans are also. Professor, what do you think? The professor shook his head in disbelief and said, Darwin did say that the phrase survival of the fittest evolved from gene mutations. After my research, I also think that gene mutations are somewhat untenable. If Zhang really uses viral evolution theory to perfectly interpret it, then I believe that Zhang must be right. This professor called by Liu Yu. But he is a senior professor in all aspects. Since Professor Zhao Tian agrees with Zhang's words, then the answer may really change the existing history. Conference room. Zhang Xian watched Zhang come up with a new theory. He couldn't help but be amazed. Zhang, who are you? Yesterday, he made 3 shocking remarks. Today, the viral evolution theory appeared again. Is he really an undergraduate from an ordinary university? Lao Chang, who was standing next to him, had already been tossed in the wind. What level of talent did he recommend to be a host? At this time, the director's phone rang. Good news. Director, our ratings have exceeded 15 again. In the studio. As Zhang threw out a virus evolution theory, the ratings suddenly increased. He continued to look at the camera and explained, theory of virus evolution was my early research. Viruses can only produce effects among corresponding individuals. For example, AIDS, in the body of a gorilla, does not pose a threat to the host. Once it enters the human body, it attacks the human immune system and gradually causes death. And there are many viruses in our human bodies. In this research report of mine, there are 380 trillion viruses in our human body. Once the virus leaks, other organisms will naturally die. The virus, it's everywhere. Therefore, viruses are the biggest truth that leads to human evolution. Speaking of which, Zhang smiled mysteriously at the camera and dropped another bombshell. Then he explained them one by one. There is a magical creature in nature, the giraffe. Giraffes have the highest blood pressure on Earth, reaching 600 millimeters of mercury. With blood pressure so high, it stands to reason that as long as the giraffe moves, then its blood vessels will burst in an instant. Miraculously, it didn't.
Just because there is an organization behind its head, the confusion organization. It perfectly controls the giraffe's high blood pressure without bursting the blood vessels.
Not only that.
There is another creature on Earth that has a structure like this and is located in the Congo, the okapi.
The okapi creature is like a zebra and a donkey, and its neck is not long.
The amazing thing is, it also has a confused tissue. After explaining this, Zhangzhe continued to explain, this proves that the giraffe knows that its neck is going to become longer, or in other words, its genes know that its neck is going to change, so it prepares the confusion tissue in advance. When the giraffe is ready, the neck, limbs, and heart begin to mutate. So it's certain, this is not in line with the outcome of survival of the fittest. There is no doubt about it. It can be proven that living things already know what they are going to become. And the source of everything, the virus, came from the early stages of the biological outbreak. It can be said that living things, including humans, prepared for the future hundreds of millions of years ago. We are evolving step by step towards the future we have set. As well as the emergence of us humans, it has already been decided, and the ending has been written.
It all comes down to the root cause, the virus.
Speaking of this, Zhangzhe looked at the camera and said seriously, so, our lives and our stories have already been determined.
It is the virus that has destined our outcome.
Humanity originated from virus mutation.
Last question, since the virus is so special and is planning the future for us step by step, I would like to ask, is it really in nature?
After saying this, Zhangzhe smiled knowingly in front of the camera. P.S. If there are readers who like this genre, I beg you not to read 10 lines at a glance, but to spend a little time reading the key plots of each chapter.
The author spent a lot of time collecting information.
You only need to spend a little time to imagine and consume this book.
Books will work better. Institute of Physics. Sun Tian and Changwen were watching a popular science program with a group of students. Everything is affected by the virus. Yes, it is viruses that have affected human evolution.
As a physicist/biologist,
at this moment, he very much recognized Zhangzhe's words.
What shocked him was not the origin of mankind,
but Zhangzhe's last words, did viruses really originate from nature?
This sentence was deeply reflected in his mind.
Not only that, the masters and doctors on the side were all stunned by Zhangzhe's performance.
It turned out that they were still a little dissatisfied. Until the emergence of the viral evolution theory, all previous dissatisfaction was wiped out. Zhangzhe, he is a really capable person.
Viruses dominate nature.
He has controlled the evolution of our organisms, and our future is doomed by the virus.
Is it possible that the virus is behind this?
I no longer think about the virus, but the virus, how did it come?
This is a question for everyone here.
Even at this stage, Zhangzhe cannot explain where the virus came from. Viruses act as such sophisticated RNAs. It only takes a small piece of RNA to affect the entire ecosystem.
It may even affect the future direction of biological organisms in nature. Viruses, are they really that simple?
Thunderbolt live broadcast room.
Following Zhangzhe's explanation,
the audience in the live broadcast room is growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. There were barrage and comments all over the place. The origin of mankind turns out to be a virus.
This host is so hardcore. One theory directly verified the origin of human beings.
I suspect that the focus of this host is not the virus, but where did the virus come from? The number of spectators gradually increased. Climbing up at a rocket speed, it has reached 150,000 people.
In the studio, Zhangzhe explained in a deep voice, perhaps everyone doesn't understand the origin of the virus. After all, studying the origin of the virus is an extremely complicated project.
A small piece of RNA can lead to the survival of an entire civilization. I really dare not underestimate whether the virus is formed naturally, but is controlled by some kind of behind-the-scenes mastermind.
So I say, humans are not free.
Having said that, creationism can very well explain what evolution cannot explain, the origin of human beings.
What is creationism?
The modern scientific community basically believes that the universe originated from the Big Bang, and that time and space began from a singularity, and then the universe evolved.
But what was the universe like before the Big Bang? Why did the Big Bang happen? Can't even imagine why there was such a big explosion.
Creationism says, the world is driven by God. If we use creationism to explain it, it can not only explain the origin of human beings, but even the universe. Everything belongs to God, or it is not an exaggeration to say that God is an advanced civilized creature. Of course the subject is not creationism.
Why are humans special?
Because humans have consciousness and wisdom. There are so many abnormally conscious creatures, but humans have wisdom. After a lot of research, I found that the origin of wisdom is also caused by viruses in the evolution of human beings.
Somehow, we seem to be destined to possess wisdom. Speaking of which,
Zhangzhe paused for a moment to give the audience in front of the TV time to think. Therefore, it can perfectly solve the Cambrian oxygen explosion 542 million years ago. In a short period of time, the Earth's species suddenly increased.
Evolution cannot explain it, so there is only one explanation: God. In fact, there is another explanation: chemical reaction. This is the explanation most acceptable to the people. Everything comes down to chemical reactions. But the chemical reaction is ultimately too general and does not fit Zhangzhe's theme.
In his previous life, he had a 3-day debate with his colleagues over the answers to chemical reactions and advanced organisms.
To the end, the chemical reaction doesn't hold up at all.
You know, since ancient times, from chaos to order, it will not change from chaos to order by itself.
All of this is driven by external forces. If there is no external force to push it, then chaos will always be chaos. The universe will always be the universe, and the Big Bang will never happen.
The origin of mankind, the origin of the earth, and even the universe. Originally they were all in chaos and disorder. One day, the mastermind behind the scenes gave a push at the right time, timing, critical value, and thus everything was created.
Speaking of which, Zhangzhe looked at the camera extremely seriously.
So I think, the world was created by God. Although it is created by God, God is not the God in our concept. God is just a pronoun. He is more powerful than us. They may be in the universe, they may be outside the universe, or they may be observing us somewhere.
There may be one of them, or there may be multiple, and they may be it's what civilization is made of.
There may be good ones among them, who will benefit us humans in the future, because we are the descendants of God, the chosen race. There may also be bad ones among them, who will destroy us one day in the future. Even God can only be a creature with a higher civilization than us, and thus created a game to simulate civilization. The global flood 12,000 years ago can explain all this. That flood destroyed most of the world's human beings, even the Atlantis civilization.
Noah's Ark in foreign countries, Dayu's flood control in China, and so on.
When he said this,
Zhangzhe threw out the introduction for the future program, Atlantis.
And every word of Zhangzhe was as loud as a bell. It was deeply imprinted in the ears of every audience.
Kuan City. In an ordinary community house. High school teacher, Lao Wang, listened to Zhangzhe's explanation intently.
At the same time, his heart couldn't help but thump. If someone had told him before that humans were created by God,
he would say nonsense, crazy.
Until now, seeing Zhangzhe, he vaguely agreed. Earlier, he replayed yesterday's popular science, double-slit experiment.
The exquisiteness of that experiment is definitely not done by an ordinary college student.
It is an experiment that was thought of after years of hard work in the physics world. At this moment, he has already firmly believed in Zhangzhe's words. Especially Zhangzhe's words, chaos and order, the origin of mankind.
Virus.
In this regard, he deeply recognizes that viruses affect everything. But when he heard the end, Zhangzhe directly stated that the world was created by God.
He couldn't help but widen his eyes.
Because he knew that the famous physicists, Einstein and others, believed in theology before they died. Our world is fake, there is an infinite universe in our world, and there is God in our world.
Lao Wang couldn't help but combine yesterday's theory and experiment about Zhangzhe. He couldn't help but feel his scalp tingling.
This seemed to be Zhangzhe's plan. Zhangzhe definitely knew something, but couldn't say it clearly.
It can be seen from these traces. Zhangzhe.
What is your identity?
There are many professors and experts who think like Lao Wang.
They seem to realize that Zhangzhe is revealing something.
But the trace is illusory and elusive. TV station. In the conference room. Some of them may be bad, and one day in the future, they will destroy us.
The global flood 10,000 years ago can explain all this.
Zhang Xian couldn't help shaking all over after listening to what Zhangzhe said.
He raised his hand with difficulty and said, I asked you to popularize some evidence, but you popularized this. He had told Zhangzhe to popularize some evidence tonight. He thought Zhangzhe agreed at the time. Unexpectedly, he popularized these shocking things again. The key is that he can even produce evidence after popularizing these. At this moment, the host of the entire conference room was stunned. Old Zhang, look, the number of people in the live broadcast room has reached 300,000. Chang Jingming, who was standing aside, immediately handed the tablet to Zhang Xian.
Zhang Xian took a closer look. Current number of people, 301411. So fast?
Zhang Xian was shocked by the number of people in the live broadcast room. In just 5 minutes, the number of people exceeded 300,000, not far from the goal of 1 million. At this time, the computer was already filled with dense white bullets.
This virus evolution theory is too amazing, right? But the more you talk about it, the more it makes sense. Is our world created by God? Is the difficulty virus also released by advanced civilization? If it is created by God, then it can explain the universe, but I still find it a little hard to believe. The example of the giraffe mentioned by the host is correct. It does have confused tissue to prevent blood vessels from bursting. Some viewers vaguely believed in Zhang's popular science amid doubts. After all, science is really limited. Only theology can explain everything.
At this time, the door of the conference room was pushed open again, and it was Laoli again.
Director, what did Zhang popularize science again?
Our ratings have already broken 18.8%.
Hearing this, Zhang Xian was no longer surprised. Breaking records has become commonplace for Kunming TV. This guy has never been a worry. 5 minutes into the show, the ratings were 18.8%. Only top hosts and celebrities can do this.
At this moment, even if a real physics professor came to popularize science, he might not be able to surpass Zhang Zhe. Of course, it was also because Zhang Zhe's popular science was too shocking.
Queenstown. In a 5-star hotel. A foreign female patient with severe depression, Lawrence.
15 days ago, she sold her property from the United States. She was going to travel to Xia country, and finally decided to jump off the building to commit suicide. If nothing unexpected happened, tonight should have been the day she said goodbye to the world. Because during the day, she heard a very popular news on the internet. Waiting for this popular science program with a curious attitude. Especially the official host, who directly said in the 5th minute that the world was created by God.
Human beings are even more God's people. Blonde Lawrence's eyes burst into infinite light.
Originally, she thought life was boring and there was no meaning in doing anything. Until someone suddenly said these words. She agreed deeply.
The world was created by God? Am I also a child of God? Lawrence vaguely understood something.
If the world was really created by God, then the one who revealed the truth was naturally God's spokesperson. At this moment, she firmly believed that Zhang Zhe was God's confidant.
My Lord, please forgive my blasphemy against life. I will never have the idea of self-destruction in the future, amen. Thank God's confidant.
Lawrence looked at Zhang Zhe on the TV, and then drew a cross gesture on his chest.
Patients like Lawrence, after watching Zhang Zhe's hosting, one by one, they began to look forward to life again. We cannot live up to God's will and must live strong. Kyoto. In the Institute of Physics. A group of people are listening carefully.
But the more they listen, the more wrong it is.
In the end, how did it say the world was created by God? But when Zhang Zhe presented those evidences, Changwon, Sun Tian and others had to think deeply. Viruses dominate the natural world. Creationism explains everything.
And the virus is like it was designed, and was released into the natural world by God at a certain time period. Especially the Great Flood 10,000 years ago.
Gradually destroyed most countries.
However, according to the description of a geologist friend, the Great Flood 10,000 years ago was just the cause of the sea level rise caused by crustal changes.
How could it be the will of God? Suddenly, Changwon noticed something unusual.
The Great Flood 10,000 years ago submerged the entire Earth civilization. Therefore, a series of myths such as Dayu's flood control and Noah's Ark appeared.
Changwon couldn't figure it out.
The sea level rise that he originally thought was caused by God.
Ah! The world was created by God? Is Zhang Zhe kidding? What? Our world is just a game of an advanced civilization? It's getting more and more outrageous. Honey.
When he proposed the virus evolution theory, I thought he was amazing, but he suddenly turned to creationism.
I can't believe it. Just when Changwon was struggling, the voices of students in the laboratory sounded. They really couldn't agree.
Changwon stared at the screen without looking back and said, "Everyone just listen to the information about creationism for now." He and Sun Tian brought a group of students to the laboratory to watch Zhang Zhe's program. In fact, there was another motive.
We must have a spirit of doubt about everything.
And Zhang Zhao on TV is their role model. Even if what he said was not correct in the end, the spirit of doubt must be there.
Only by questioning, and constantly questioning, can science and technology progress. At this time,
Zhang Zhao's voice came from the TV again.
In a backward era, why can the myths of the world be so unified?
You know, at that time, the danger of a ship crossing the ocean was 99%. It was almost impossible to continue sailing on the sea and then spread the myths to the other side of the sea.
Hearing what Zhang Zhao said, Sun Tian and Chang Wen couldn't help but nod. That's right. The myths recorded in ancient times have similarities between China and the West.
There are even some places that coincide with each other, and even the chronology of the flood is the same.
Originally they didn't believe it.
But when Zhang Zhao had proved that the virus affected the entire civilization, they gradually believed that Zhang Zhao had factual basis. Of course, if Zhang Zhao couldn't solve this problem,
then all this would become empty talk.
At this time, Zhang Zhao's voice sounded again on the TV. Let's go back to creationism. God created man from clay, blew the breath of life into the clay's nose, and thus created a living soul.
God named him Adam.
But Adam was lonely at that time, and God decided to create a mate for him, so he took one of his ribs while he was sleeping and closed the flesh. God used this rib to create a woman and named her Eve.
The story of Adam and Eve began.
Therefore, the two of them became the ancestors of mankind.
Not only that, God built a paradise for Adam and Eve in the Garden of Eden in the east.
There is a forbidden fruit in the Garden of Eden, called the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, which is God's test.
It was set up for people's faith. There is a red apple on the tree of the knowledge of good and evil.
Of course, everyone knows that Adam and Eve were punished by God after they ate the forbidden fruit under the temptation of the snake. God said, "Since you have done this, you will be cursed more severely than all livestock and beasts. You will go on your belly and eat dust all your life. At the same time, I will put enmity between you and Eve, and between your offspring and her offspring. Her offspring will bruise your head, and you will bruise his heel."
This is also the reason why women have labor pains when giving birth.
What God said, forbidden fruit, of course, refers to copulation. This myth story looks fragile and can't stand a close reading.
But Zhang Zhao's focus is not on Western myths. It's the East. Speaking of this, Zhang Zhao signaled the director to play the PPT in the Bible. The director understood and immediately played the story of Adam and Eve on the screen. Zhang Zhao then continued to explain, this is the origin of mankind in creationism. Although I am talking about mythology, Adam and Eve did become human-headed snakes.
Then they naturally fit the theme I started with.
Excuse me, what causes human mutation? Zhang Zhao smiled knowingly at the camera, leaving it a secret. Sun Tian and Chang Wen, who saw this scene, suddenly, their pupils shrank. Indistinctly, Zhang Zhao has already explained the origin of Adam and Eve. As for what causes human mutation? Of course it is virus.
Thinking of this, the two looked at each other in shock. Could it be that the apple refers to the virus? The graduate students on the side also seem to have noticed the key to the matter.
Yes. It was caused by the virus.
It's a bit disappointing, but this explanation is so reliable that it has no limits.
It's amazing.
I didn't expect Zhang Zhao to continue to interpret the origin of mankind in depth.
Although the modern virus is combined with the mythical apple, but this doesn't seem to be inconsistent at all.
They all know that only viruses can cause genetic mutations. It is only viruses that can make Adam and Eve, who were fine, become a human head and a snake body.
Everyone in the entire laboratory couldn't help but be curious. What will Zhang Zhao talk about next?
After all, today's theme is human origin and creationism.
About Zhang Zhao's in-depth interpretation of Adam and Eve.
The barrage in the live broadcast room was crazy.
Fuck. Can this be explained? This host is really hardcore, interpreting apple as a virus, so that Adam and Eve's gene mutation became a human head and a snake body. Why don't I have the intention to refute, but I agree with it a little. These viewers were all convinced by Zhang Zhao's imagination. At the same time, in the conference room, Director Zhang Xian, Chang Jingming and other hosts listened to Zhang Zhao's creationism. When the virus caused Adam and Eve to mutate at the end,
the whole scene was frozen on the spot.
Although it's outrageous, it seems so right. It feels wrong, but I can't refute it. Zhang Xian couldn't help but be surprised and looked at Chang Jingming. So God is a high-level civilized human being, and the virus was released by God?
Old Chang spread his hands helplessly and said, I don't know, this is Zhang Zhao's advancedness.
Zhang's answer is impeccable. He interpreted a virtual apple as a virus.
More importantly, before the explanation, Zhang had already explained that the origin of human beings was caused by viruses. Therefore, for a while, no one could refute it. At this time, the door of the conference room was pushed open again, and it was Lao Li again.
Director, it's not good. Hearing this, Director Zhang Xian was indifferent and asked, let me guess, the ratings broke 25? How do you know?
As soon as this came out, the hosts in the entire conference room stood up in shock.
Fuck, X3. In the studio, Zhang's ears kept hearing system prompts. This is all, popular science value is being credited.
The director on the side has already told Zhang with gestures that the number of people in the Pai live broadcast room has reached an astonishing 400,000.
400,000. Then I have to work harder. At this time, he was full of motivation.
If it weren't for the previous inability to prove the origin of human beings, it would be attributed to viruses.
Otherwise, if we talk about myths directly, not many people would believe it.
According to the actual situation, although viruses are produced in nature, but in Zhang's current cognition, it must have been released by an advanced civilization. However, he cannot guide the virus to an advanced civilization at present.
Evidence is still needed.
Thinking of this, Zhang faced the camera and explained again, yes, as everyone expected, the virus dominates everything in the world.
Do you know the origin of mankind earlier than Adam and Eve? Pause for a moment. Zhang explained, yes.
Before Adam and Eve, our Xia country had an earlier origin of mankind and a great flood.
The first great flood, Pangu era. Pangu came to the earth to play with one son and one adopted daughter.
Later, a great flood occurred. Pangu held up the collapsed sky and was eventually drowned by the flood and died. His son and adopted daughter both survived by hiding in a gourd.
In addition, there are two great floods, corresponding to two Western myths.
Zhang smiled mysteriously.
Because the next one is the heavyweight.
2. The great flood in the era of Nuwa mending the sky corresponds to the Western saying of God created mankind. 3. The great flood in the era of Dayu's flood control, corresponding to Noah's Arkansas.
What's the key?
The great flood in the era of Nuwa patching up the sky is 100% perfectly consistent with the era when she created the Garden of Eden and Adam and Eve. As soon as these words came out, all the viewers watching the show were shocked. As a Xia native, I am naturally very familiar with Nuwa,
mother of mankind.
Especially those viewers who don't understand the mythological allusions.
He was immediately shocked by Zhang's remarks. Unexpectedly, these two eras actually have corresponding eras in the West. Vaguely. The audience seems to have some vague understanding of the truth.
The historian in front of the TV knew that what Zhang said was true.
Because they have spent their lives in archaeology and studying history.
These two mythological allusions from the same period are engraved in my heart.
They have been trying to prove scientifically that the myth is false. But it wasn't until Zhang's popular science program appeared.
In addition, the emergence of virus evolution theory makes them dare not underestimate the authenticity of Zhang's words. At this time, historians were curious about how Zhang would answer.
In the conference room. An hour has passed since Zhang's program started. Zhang Xian and Chang Jingming are listening to the explanation attentively.
At this time, the door of the conference room was opened again.
Oh my God! What did Zhang say? The ratings have broken again. Lao Li was a little ashamed at this moment.
Before Lao Li could get excited, Zhang Xian waved impatiently. It's broken, what's all the fuss about?
Don't you want to see who the host is? If he can't finish speaking, give him another delay. Upon hearing this, Lao Li's eyes fell on the financial host, Lao Qian. I saw Lao Qian's face filled with resentment and anger.
At this moment, he even thought about resigning.
If you keep doing this, financial programs are about to be axed.
However, he has no complaints. After all, the popular science program is so popular.
Kunming City.
Once Jiangzhou is about to reveal the ancient truth,
all viewers spontaneously organized small promotional activities. Son, what are you doing? Playing games? What's so good about games? Now a host is explaining the origin of the world. Sister, do you know? The apple that Adam and Eve ate was actually a virus. I'm not talking nonsense.
The official host said it.
The virus could also be a certain computer program. Which channel? Of course it's Kuntaya. Just now, stop inking. Mom and Dad, please stop making the bed squeaky and hurry up and watch TV. facing the truth that is about to be revealed. The entire Kunming audience was excited.
If mythology and history are given a layer of scientific explanation,
then only the host of Kuntai can do it.
Without it, after all, Jiangxia can even prove that there are infinitely many worlds and that the extra world is fake. They believed Jiangxia could do this to reveal the truth of the myth and illusion.
In the studio,
Jiangxia faced the camera and explained methodically, Nuwa used the same 5 color stones to create humans. The people she created by melting 5 color stones into mud are half divine and half human. This directly indicates that human lifespan was unusually long during that time period.
That human is not our modern human being.
We moderns are grateful to God if we live to be more than 100 years old. And it was not a problem for human beings in that era to live for 1,000 years. The lifespan of humans at that time can be found in myths and stories from all over the country.
For example, the god Ramus in the Sumerian civilization used his blood to create humans.
There are legends about the creation of humans throughout the country at corresponding periods, and the humans created have long lifespans.
This is based on data research. As the divine blood becomes diluted, human lifespan gradually decreases.
At this point, Jiangxia brought back the topic. Nuwa took the lead in creating 2 people, namely, Fuxi and Nuwa. As we all know, Fuxi and Nuwa still have human heads and snake bodies. This coincides with Adam and Eve, who also had the head of a man and the body of a snake.
As for why I say that Fuxi and Nuwa are Adam and Eve in Western legends,
the history of the later Zhou dynasty said, Fuxi and Nuwa were brother and sister. When escaping from the Great Flood, they both fled to the highest peak to survive. All other humans were drowned and perished in the Great Flood. Later, in order to inherit the human race, they got married by rolling rocks down the mountain to ask the sky.
This is exactly the same as Adam and Eve said in the Bible.
They are both the ancestors of mankind, and there is a God who dominates them. In Western legends, Adam and Eve were tempted by snakes to eat the forbidden fruit, sexual intercourse, follow-up, divine punishment. In the pictures drawn in history of the later Zhou dynasty, the picture of Fuxi and Nuwa with a human head and a snake body is actually a picture of their copulation. In this way, it fits the description of forbidden fruit. From a human to a man with the head of a snake, it's the same thing. Every word Jiangxia said.
It was deeply imprinted in the ears of the audience. It also directly explains why humans in myths and legends have a long lifespan. But nowadays, humans can only live for a few decades. The reason is that the blood of God is diluted from generation to generation.
In his previous life, Jiangxia studied myths. At first, he didn't believe it, but as more and more evidence appeared in front of him, he completely changed his mind.
Myths and legends are not simply legends that are spread too much. Instead, they have a certain authenticity. Pause for a moment.
Jiangxia continued to explain the previous Nuwa mending the sky that Nuwa mended was not the sky, but the earth. Because there can't be a crack in the sky, and the sky is not made of stone.
What is made of stone?
Jiangxia smiled mysteriously, raised his index finger, and pointed at the land under his feet. Yes, of course it's the earth. Because there is a problem with the earth, Nuwa will mend the sky, so that the flood will be completely calmed down. Because of the lack of temporary preparation, you can find the details in Huainanzi. In ancient times, the 4 poles were abandoned, the 9 states were split, and the sky could not cover everything, and the geographical location recorded in this paragraph is exactly the Rinqiu, Hejian and Baoding areas of Hebei. As for why I can tell the specific location, it's because I traveled once before and found a place that is highly consistent with Huainanzi there.
As for the sky leaking? How could the sky leak? Speaking of this point,
Jiangxia smiled slightly. Leave this as a suspense, and I will talk about it next. As for the truth, Hebei viewers in the live broadcast room or TV station can directly contact archaeologists and verify it now. Jiangxia smiled confidently at the camera. Of course, what he said was true. But it does not belong to this world. In the previous life, experts have explained the location where Nuwa repaired the sky. Meteorites fell from the sky. Therefore, Nuwa repaired the earth, not the sky.
Since then, the second flood era has completely ended. Next, it is the third flood. As Jiangxia's explanation fell, the audience in front of the TV was all stunned. This bold statement was unprecedented for them to hear.
Because in the legend, it has always been said that Nuwa repaired the sky. When it came to Jiangxia, it turned out to be the earth. Not only the earth, but also, meteorites fell from the sky.
What is even more incredible is that Jiangxia actually found the geographical location. This made all the audience exclaim WTF on the spot.
Zhang's bold remarks instantly detonated the live broadcast room. Fuck! This host is so powerful. I originally wanted to see how he could harmonize Fuxi and Nuwa and Adam and Eve, but in the end he directly told the location of Nuwa's mending of the sky. Oh my god. I just feel my scalp is numb. Is what he said true? It's unimaginable if everything he said is true. Who is in Hebei? Who knows the experts? Is it right to go to that location and see? At this time, a barrage called Archaeology Novice appeared. I'm here. I'm doing archaeology here with my seniors right now. We just discovered the crater, but we came here 3 days ago, and we just discovered a large number of craters today, but this host was earlier than us. This netizens barrage once again brought the live broadcast room to a climax. Are you lying to me? I'll go. If this is really the case, things will be very serious. Stop the ink. Start the live broadcast quickly and let us go and see it live. The first time. A large number of netizens contacted Archaeology Novice. Open it now. Then the netizen immediately started a live broadcast. A group of people rushed into his live broadcast room. In the screen, I saw this young man gaping at the saucer-shaped basin at the foot of the hill and the craters of different sizes. Although it is not obvious after extensive excavation, there is no doubt that the pitted edges represent that this was a meteorite crater many years ago. The other party's location was exactly where Jiangja said, Rinshou. The young man asked the middle-aged and elderly archaeology professor in black beside him, Ning Wei. Professor Ning, could these bumpy saucer-shaped belts we discovered be one of the locations where Nuwa patched up the sky? Face the problems of your own students. Ha ha ha. Ning Hui laughed loudly at first. How is that possible? Nuwa made up for the sky, that's just a myth. The words have not yet been spoken. Something suddenly occurred to him. Ning Hui's expression suddenly became serious, his breathing gradually became rapid, and his eyes were full of disbelief. Being someone who knows all about history. Just remember for a moment. Soon, as if he had discovered a new world, he immediately grabbed the young man's arm and asked seriously, where did you judge this? Professor Ning's eyes were almost fanatical. Naturally, he remained suspicious of ancient myths and legends. However, the location of Nuwa mending the sky has been recorded, but there is a lack of research to prove it. It wasn't until a student asked this question that he recalled it. One of the possible locations is the Rinshou area. By chance, they discovered a bumpy meteorite zone in Rinshou. The young man swallowed and handed the tablet to Professor Ning. I listened to the host in the live broadcast room. Professor Ning immediately grabbed the tablet and watched Zhang's live broadcast. Enable playback. Zhang's voice appeared. Nuwa made up the sky, not the sky, but the earth. The geographical location recorded in this paragraph is exactly the areas of Rinshou, Hejian and Baoding in Hebei province. As for why I can tell you the specific location, it's because I traveled once before and found a location that closely matches Huainanzi. When I heard these two sentences from Zhangzhe, Professor Ning was stunned. Impossible. Impossible. This is impossible. My archaeological team only discovered this site 3 days ago. They braved all kinds of dangers and excavated day and night to discover the crater. This is impossible. He couldn't have known it before us. Seeing Professor Ning's expression, geologist on the side, Ling Yuan couldn't help but be afraid. He also heard what Zhangzhe said. Because no one usually comes to this place, it's full of wild animals. The main reason is that they only saw a few craters after 3 days of digging. You know, before coming here, there were no traces of being excavated here. But how did the host know this in advance? He even asserted, this is one of the areas where Nuwa mended the sky? See the performance of the two professors in the picture. The viewers in the live broadcast room were all frightened. I'm a little scared. Don't say you're scared, I'm shaking. Is this Zhangzhe unpredictable? Could it be that Zhangzhe had traveled here before and knew about it? Is it possible? Didn't you see that this place was developed by dozens of people in 3 days before the crater appeared in front of you? Then how did Zhangzhe know? The audience was all stunned. Not only was what Zhangzhe said correct, but he also knew the location in advance. A feeling of uneasiness appeared in the hearts of some viewers. The world, could it be true or false? The world is controlled by advanced civilization? And Zhangzhe's appearance is what breaks this situation? In the TV screen, Zhangzhe's voice continued, since then, the second Great Flood era has ended, and the third one will follow. This is when 100 schools of thought truly contend.
This major flood is divided into successive time periods. It happens gradually over many years, not in an instant. The Bible says, when Jehovah saw that the wickedness of man on earth was great, he announced that he would use a flood to destroy all living creatures with flesh and breath on earth, and all would die. So Noah built the ark and took a pair of each species on earth to reproduce and continue to grow the race. And there is another legend in Jewish legend, which believes that God changed the position of two stars and caused the flood. Which two stars are they? Naturally, the position of the earth and the sun. According to the actual situation, it is obviously impossible. The sun cannot come out from the west. What if it is really possible? That proves that the possibility of the earth being controlled by advanced civilizations will greatly increase. And in Sumerian mythology, the god of wind and the king of gods, Enlil, felt that humans were too noisy, so he released floods, droughts and plagues to destroy them. There have been floods all over the world. And every civilization has its own way of dealing with floods. Speaking of this, Zhangzhe paused for a moment. It is obvious that after witnessing the coming of the Great Flood, every civilization unanimously attributed the Great Flood to gods and escaped. There is only one exception, Dayu. You can witness that every civilization has a prophecy of a Great Flood. In our country, of course, it is Dayu's flood control. And the cause of the third Great Flood was that the water god Gongang and Zhuanqiu launched a war. After Gongang was defeated by Zhuanqiu, he was furious and broke the Buzhou mountain that supported the sky, causing the sky to collapse and the earth to collapse, and the flood was surging. So there is the well-known story of Dayu's flood control. At this time, Zhangzhe asked the camera, how many years are there between Dayu's flood control and Nuwa's repairing the sky? He stretched out a finger, only a little over 1,000 years apart. When recording Nuwa mending the sky, the ancients used 5-color sky mending stones to tell the world that this is how Nuwa mended the sky. Because the ancients didn't know what Nuwa's 5-color stones were. The words fell. Zhangzhe's expression gradually became serious. 1,000 years later, when Dayu was controlling the flood, Dayu used mountain-splitting stone axe. Mountain-splitting stone axe literally means an axe that can split the mountain and move it away. In fact, it's just a plow, an agricultural tool. Nuwa, who was more than 1,000 years earlier than Dayu, used sky-mending stones. Why didn't you specifically record what sky-mending stones were? That's because the ancients didn't know what sky-mending stones were. It has 5 colors, but it can be used to mend the sky, and it can also be used to create humans, allowing demigods to have a lifespan of up to 1,000 years. Excuse me, does the 5-color sky-repairing stone look a bit like a stone that can generate energy? Exclude all the unbelievable answers. Then the truth is impossible, it must be the truth. And the structure of the sky-repairing stone is exactly the same as the future technology, energy stone. Looking at the camera, Zhangzhe asked the last heavy question, since Nuwa and Dayu are only a little over 1,000 years apart. Why didn't Dayu use the sky-repairing stone to control the flood? But he used such a slow tool, the plow, to control the flood? Why didn't Dayu use the sky-repairing stone? At this point, Zhangzhe looked at the camera seriously, because, in Dayu's time, there was no sky-repairing stone at all, and it was impossible to make the sky-repairing stone with the technology at that time. If the sky-repairing stone is really a stone that can be seen everywhere, why didn't Dayu use it, but Nuwa did? So, what happened in these 1,000 years, everyone should know, right? Appeared with Zhangzhe's last question. All the audience was stunned for a moment, and then felt their scalps tingling. An unimaginable truth gradually came to light. Because the technology of the era of Fuxi and Nuwa was far superior to that of Dayu. So in the era of Dayu, he could no longer use the heaven-repairing stone to control floods, but used the most backward farming tools to control floods. What happened during this period? It is obvious at a glance. Zhangzhe's voice came again in the picture, because, Nuwa, she disappeared. The technology was also taken away. Hearing Zhangzhe's answer, all the audience were refreshed. Nuwa disappeared? How did she disappear? How was the technology taken away? Impossible? Fuck. Don't scare me, is it really like this? Is this the truth? Kyoto. In the Institute of Physics. Sun Tian and Changwen were listening carefully to Zhangzhe's analysis of creationism. When they heard that Nuwa mended the sky was not mending the sky, but the earth. The two felt that things were developing in an uncontrollable direction. When Zhangzhe said the last sentence, they were stunned on the spot. Nuwa disappeared? The 5-color stone was also taken away? How is this possible? If it is true as Zhangzhe said, they all disappeared, then Nuwa is not a more advanced civilized human? That's right.
As he said, the five-color stone must be a substance with tremendous energy from a physical level, similar to our uranium-235 today, which can be used to synthesize nuclear bombs to cause destruction.
Impossible. There was no such technology in Nuwa's era. But I think what he said makes sense.
The people who originally complained about Jiangja misleading students. At this moment, all their thoughts disappeared.
And they fiercely discussed the five-color stone. Is the five-color stone an energy source or a stone? Hearing the students debate, Sun Tian agreed with Jiangja's words very much.
Only if Nuwa suddenly disappeared can it prove why Dayu did not use the sky-repairing stone to control the flood, but used primitive agricultural tools.
Then he looked at Chang Wen on the side. If Nuwa is really not a human at that time, there are too many things that can be explained. Hearing Sun Tian's words, Chang Wen was embarrassed and unbelievable.
But that is just myths and legends after all.
For a moment, the two were at a loss.
If the Nuwa people are really a technological civilization in ancient times, then the ancient demigods and demigods are thousands of years old, which makes sense.
Not only that, the myths and legends of other countries can be explained accordingly,
including the Sumerian civilization that was earlier than the Xia kingdom at that time. However, when the water god Gongang angrily touched Mount Buzhou and caused a flood, Nuwa only appeared in people's sight once.
She never appeared again. Even if she disappeared, how did she disappear? No one knows the answer. Before the flood, how long did Nuwa live on Earth? No one knows either. Just when everyone was puzzled, the sound from the TV came again. After the flood, all the people in Nuwa's tribe disappeared. At this time, the audience may speculate why Nuwa and her tribe disappeared?
Combined with the world situation at that time and the basis revealed by the myths and legends of various places. The legendary gods of creation in Xia Kingdom, ancient Egypt, ancient Greece, ancient India, Sumerian civilization, etc. are actually all Fuxi and Nuwa. They are the same group of people. After the flood was completely repaired, they left the earth at the first time. The reason for leaving the earth, because human civilization has improved and can develop civilization on its own, and they no longer need to stay to help humans.
Maybe it is possible, something happened in the universe at that time.
Of course, it is also possible, they died in some kind of outer space war. By the way, Fuxi and Nuwa did not stay in Xia Kingdom first. The place where they first stayed was Sumerian civilization.
Hearing this,
the whole physics laboratory was boiling.
Everyone looked at the TV screen in disbelief. What? Left the Earth? War in outer space? Did they really leave the Earth? That's why we can't see gods now, but only myths and legends?
The Sumerian civilization is older than the Xia Kingdom, this can be verified. Jiangzhou is not talking nonsense, but how did they leave the Earth?
Fight with an unknown civilization again? Nuwa's group actually had the technology to leave the Earth? Impossible, I don't dare to believe it.
All the masters and doctors couldn't help but feel their scalps tingling.
Leaving the Earth is becoming more and more impossible. As for the war, they can't imagine it at all. Nowadays, humans rely on technology to reach the moon and Mars with difficulty. But thousands of years ago, Nuwa's group could leave the Earth and even fight in space?
This is not a beaver. As Jiangja said this, the audience in the live broadcast room were all in disbelief.
They could leave the Earth thousands of years ago and fight in space? How advanced technology does this require? Even more advanced than today's technology on Earth. The comments were crazy. Fuck! The technology was so advanced at that time? Is what he said true? I can't believe it. It turns out that the myths and legends around the world are talking about the same group of gods? Then what about Nuwa creating humans? The audience was discussing it.
Seeing this scene, Su Qingqing from the customer service department immediately reported these questions to Jiang Zhe, who was hosting. The number of people has exceeded 450,000. Jiang Zhe, many people are questioning Nuwa's technology at that time. This is what Jiang Zhe specifically told her during the break. Because he wants to popularize science, he will answer audience questions during the commentary according to the direction of the host.
Hearing this, Jiang Zhe nodded slightly and said to the camera, in front of the TV and on the internet, many viewers are curious about the technology of the Nuwa tribe at that time. Let me make a statement in advance, everyone in the Nuwa tribe is actually not a god. It's just a high-tech civilization. Speaking of this, Jiang Zhe looked at the camera seriously, and Nuwa created humans, in fact, it is genetic engineering.
Warm reminder, the website is about to be revised, which may cause the reading progress to be lost. Please save the bookshelf and reading record in time. It is recommended to take a screenshot to save.
Sorry for the inconvenience caused to you. Nuwa's technology for creating humans is actually genetic engineering? Countless viewers heard this. Vaguely, I can sense the truth of the incident.
At the same time, it refreshed the outlook of countless people.
Nuwa created humans. Was it science or genetic technology? Oh my god. Is it genetic technology from ancient times?
What this host says is getting more and more outrageous.
Scientific solutions to myths are inherently unreasonable. Is it outrageous? I think we can be more bold.
After all, he really predicted the Rinchio crater before.
Jiang's remarks. Gradually refreshing their understanding. I always thought that ancient times were just myths and legends.
I didn't expect that ancient times were so high-tech.
At this time, in the studio, Jiangja continued to explain to the camera, what is genetic engineering?
As the name suggests, it is gene splicing technology and DNA recombinant technology. Use your own DNA to create, code, and clone brand new organisms. According to myths and legends, we can know Nuwa used clay to create humans. In fact, she extracted various elements from the clay, added water, and finally made a culture fluid.
After the culture fluid was extracted, the DNA was taken out from her own body.
Finally, through the cultivation chamber, a brand new species is slowly cultivated, human beings.
Speaking of which, Jiangja looked at the guide and asked him to show the important evidence. The director took the idea and immediately inserted a gray and yellow book page into the picture.
It is typing Yulan. Before Nuwa created humans, she created chickens on the first day of the first lunar month, dogs on the second day of the lunar month, sheep on the third lunar month, pigs on the fourth lunar month, oxen on the fifth lunar month, and horses on the sixth lunar month. On the seventh day of the lunar new year, Nuwa used lus and water to make small clay figures in her own image.
Then I made another batch, but I realized it was too slow, so I used a cane, covered it with mud, and waved it, and bit by bit of mud sprinkled on the ground, and they all turned into people. As you can see, it is recorded in ancient books.
Jiangja stood up, picked up the stylus, and drew the word Rattan on the large LCD screen behind him. Then he continued to explain, looking at the word Rattan, it turns out that the ancients did not know what the Rattan used by Nuwa was, but it just looked like a Rattan. What Nuwa used was not a Rattan, but a tool similar to a Rattan, like an infusion tube. It is also a liquid that injects catalyst into the culture chamber to accelerate the formation of embryos. In the end, it was stirred like crazy, and a new human race was formed.
Speaking of which, Jiangja returned to his seat and couldn't help but laugh. Actually, there is someone paying attention here. Nuwa doesn't think she is too slow in making people.
What she created with her hands is human, and what she created with catalyst is also human.
It's just that people's identities are different.
The person who does it personally is a demigod with a long life, which can also be understood as a noble person with a long life. The people produced by using catalysts are just ordinary people. It can also be understood as ordinary people who don't live that long. In fact, Jiangja is not talking nonsense.
Since Nuwa would do this, that proves that Nuwa is not wholeheartedly there for everyone. Just like biological parents raising their biological children, treat them as their own.
The latter one is like a pair of parents adopting a pair of children, unable to do their best. In the same situation, parents cannot treat everyone equally. After all, one is biological and the other is produced by the assembly line. Since it is impossible to treat everyone equally, it directly shows that the ethnic group Nuwa belonged to at that time had social levels and classes with respective divisions of labor.
Kyoto. In the Institute of Physics.
After Jiangja said a series of words,
the professors, teachers and students in the entire institute were all shocked.
For a moment, they just felt that the world was unreal. The long-lasting myth was perfectly explained by Jiangja in a few words.
Especially genetic engineering, social class. Once you want to breed a new species, clone new people. That all relies on genetic engineering.
Once there are social classes, it is more directly shown that the other party has a complete society. There are not only Nuwa and Fushi, but also many other unknown people of the same clan.
In fact, everyone present knew that fantasy and myth could not appear in reality.
After all, most of the universe can be explained using technology. Now when Jiangja said it, they were the first to believe it.
That's right. That's right. That makes sense.
Nuwa created humans by using her own DNA to cultivate new humans, and then using genetic coding to rewrite the appearance and lifespan of Niua's ethnic group.
Chang Wen's face was full of shock, and his chest gradually rose and fell.
Although Sun Tian on the side is a physicist, he clearly knows that what Jiangja said is right. The graduate students had already widened their eyes.
Another legend solved. In the screen.
Jiangja couldn't help but shake his head at the camera. Speaking of which, Niua's ethnic group is actually not perfect. It's not like Niua doesn't want to create humans with the same appearance, abilities, and lifespan as them. Because they are also worried that the people they create will rebel. Everyone should know, anyone who dares to take on the role of the creator must bear the backlash of the creator. 3 Principles of Created People. 1. Do not harm humans, or stand idly by when seeing humans being harmed.
2. Must obey human orders, unless this order contradicts the first one. 3. Must protect oneself, unless this protection contradicts the above 2.
These 3 principles, for the Niua people, also apply to us humans, so we have awe and respect for the Creator/God. If there is really a day, even if we humans really disrespect the Creator. Or we will rebel, as Niua, they have long expected it. That is the technological crush, and that is why the Niua people will not leave any high technology for humans when they leave. The sky repairing stone is not actually a stone, but a high-tech technology, and that technology blasted into the sky, illuminating the 5 colors, so the reason why it was taken away is this. As the voice fell, especially as a biologist/physicist, Chang Wen knows the truth.
Although humans can also create clones.
But for the sake of subsequent safety considerations, in case the clones rebel, rules must be formulated in advance. Give the clones the ability to learn, but never give them technology directly.
1. Prevent rebellion. 2. Delay the learning ability of the clones.
And the people of the Niua tribe also have a corresponding solution: take away all the technology and materials.
All the problems were gradually answered perfectly by Jiangja on TV. A complex and shocked mood arose in the hearts of everyone in the laboratory. Jiangja, what he said is right. This is the voice of everyone on the scene.
Warm reminder, the website is about to be revised, which may cause the loss of reading progress. Please save the bookshelf and reading record in time. It is recommended to take screenshots and save.
Please forgive us for the inconvenience caused to you. Kunming City. Data Department.
Lally watched the straight lines in the picture continue to grow crazily. At one time, there was a crazy influx of spectators. After investigation, it was found that they all came from online live broadcast rooms.
What on earth is Jiangja talking about? This has already reached an outrageous 35%. The ratings are just a show in front of him and can be broken at any time?
Lally frowned and couldn't help but complain. Although I don't know what Jiangja is talking about. But judging from the magnitude of the ratings, the program's effect is absolutely explosive. Lally, just watch it, you won't suffer any loss after watching it, the effect is already amazing. The young staff member on the side raised his mobile phone and looked at Oldley encouragingly.
Final. Lally licked his lips and immediately took the phone.
Without waiting for him to look. I saw the barrage of white flowers filling the screen like crazy, and I was dazzled.
Fuck. We humans were created through genetic engineering by Niua. I'll go.
Niua seems to be partial, giving more life to the powerful and less to the poor. I seem to be the descendant of the poor.
Stop talking about you.
I am so young and full of diseases.
I must have been made on the assembly line.
The Tian mending stone is not a stone, but a piece of technology that changes into 5 colors when it hits the sky.
This explanation is simply impeccable. If this is the case, then Niua can really make a difference? Seeing this, Lally couldn't help but be stunned. Immediately block all barrages and play them back.
Only then did he see clearly what Jiangja was talking about. Niua used her own DNA to create humans. The Tian mending stone is actually not a stone, but a high-tech technology. The energy generated by that technology blasted into the sky and illuminated the 5 colors. The reason why it was taken away was exactly this. Listening to Jiangja's voice, Lally was stunned.
What did I see?
Originally, he thought Jiangja was popularizing the story of Niua patching up the sky. As the story develops, something gradually goes wrong.
Niua is a person of high-tech civilization? Niua eccentrically created 2 waves of humans, one powerful and one weak? Is the matching stone a high-tech technology?
Lally swallowed, and his scalp suddenly felt numb.
Jiangja's knowledge told him intuitively that something was right. Driven by curiosity, he didn't bother to care about the ratings. Keep watching. In the studio.
Zhang Jie listened to the director and said that the number of people in the live broadcast room had exceeded 700,000. This show proves to be very popular. Once he throws out more favorable evidence, he will promote the evidence of creationism. By then, the value of popular science will come in a hurry. At this time, Su Qingqing from the customer service department reported to Zhang Jie one by one the situation in the live broadcast room and various questions asked by the audience. After hearing this, Zhang Jie nodded and threw out another piece of evidence. Actually, have you ever thought about where meteorites come from? Since Niuhua used the sky-mending stone technology to mend the earth. So where did the meteorite that caused destruction to the earth and finally caused the global seawater to flood the earth's surface come from? This is evidence that no one noticed. Since meteorites have caused surface disasters. This then triggered a shift in the tectonic plates, causing a great flood that destroyed the entire earth. That source must come from the real sky. Just as the audience thought. At this time, the audience was confused again. Didn't I say before that the sky is irreparable? How can we mend the sky again when we get here? I really don't understand. Questions from the audience. Zhang Jie waved to the conductor in the audience. Then a barren moon appeared on the LCD screen. Let's all change directions, since the sky can't make up for it. What can I add in the sky? Zhang Jie pointed at the moon outside the window, and then smiled knowingly. Yes, it's the moon. As the words fell, everyone at the Institute of Physics is excited. That's right. That's right. It's the moon. Sun Tian looked excited, breathed rapidly, and almost jumped up. When Zhang Jie talked about Niuhua patching up the sky, she used science and technology to patch up the moon. He immediately recognized this statement from the bottom of his heart. Because no matter what kind of technology Niuhua uses, once it hits the moon, then there must be light of various colors. This basis was discovered a while ago when Chinese astronauts brought back soil from the moon. He very much agreed with Zhang Jie's statement to mend the sky, mend the moon. It is also the moon that has problems. Yes, it must be. Chang Wen looked at Sun Tian with burning eyes. What a great discovery! As a colleague, he also knew that what Zhang Jie said was based on evidence and was not nonsense. Even the graduate students couldn't help but get up and look through various materials. Even the flames produced when the energy hits the ground are turned upside down. The final proof. The situation is exactly as Zhang Jie said. The mending skystone is most likely an interstellar laser beam. Zhang Jie's voice came from the screen again. And patching the sky, it also has two meanings. 1. Make up for the real sky. 2. Repairing the earth. Because these are all major events at the same time but at different times. It also proves that Niuhua did not just repair the earth once and then disappear. It also proves that she repaired the earth several times during this period, and was finally summarized by the ancients as one major event. Niuhua repairs the sky. He continued to explain the reason for repairing the sky. It was the unknown position of the moon that caused the disaster. Once there is a problem with the moon, it will cause unimaginable disasters to the earth. It affects the ebb and flow of the tide, the revolution and rotation, and other factors. The existence of the moon is intuitively visible, and it has blocked most of the disasters for the earth. If it has serious problems, then the earth will lose its protective cover. Meteorites will naturally hit the earth. Therefore, there are traces of meteorites hitting the earth. At this point, Zhang Jie faced the camera and said, and the heaven-repairing stone used by Niuhua is actually an energy weapon that can be launched. When she was collecting 5 color stones everywhere on the earth, she was also looking for the raw materials of this weapon, and finally made the heaven-repairing stone, that is, an energy weapon. When the energy weapon hit the large meteorite near the moon, the fragments of the meteorite that were shot down hit the surface of the moon, and the light that burst out was exactly 5 kinds of light. As for why there are 5 kinds of light? Speaking of this, Zhang Jie showed a mysterious smile on his face, because it is the chemical reaction of meteorite fragments hitting the surface of the moon. As soon as these words came out, the live broadcast room barrage popped up like crazy. It was so dense that it occupied the entire screen in an instant. Warm reminder, the website is about to be revised, which may cause the reading progress to be lost. Please save the bookshelf and reading record in time. It is recommended to take a screenshot to save. Please forgive us for the inconvenience caused to you. Holy shit! The sky you made up is actually the moon? The 5 color stone used by Niuhua is a projectile energy weapon. The anchor is awesome. This host is so awesome. He gave a scientific answer to Niuhua's patching up of the sky. But why do broken meteorite fragments fall into 5 colors on the moon?
Is it just a chemical reaction? The audience couldn't help but realize.
Nuwa used more than 30,000 pieces of 5-color stones to extract the raw materials, and finally synthesized a huge launch weapon, and then blasted the large meteorites outside the moon into pieces.
Perfect, no holes to speak of. But some people question whether chemical reactions are unscientific.
As the number of barrages increased, the audience gradually agreed with what Jiang Zhe said.
Watch all of Lao Li.
His face was filled with despair. It turns out that the reason for the high ratings is that Jiang Zhe improved it like this.
But that's too outrageous, right? Why should a good myth be turned into science? At this time, the young staff member next to him said, I've said it before, this is the admirable thing about Jiang Zhe. His thinking is impeccable and he can't find any faults. At the same time, Nuwa mending the sky may really be the actual situation.
Hearing this, Lao Li nodded in approval.
Then I accidentally glanced at the ratings curve. Fuck! Lao Li couldn't help but lean back. 43% viewership.
The emergence of this kind of ratings means that the program has become popular. The 25-30% ratings of the Spring Festival Gala are not worth mentioning in front of the 43% ratings. Only on October 1st every year, or during the Olympic Games, the ratings are higher than this. It is impossible to appear in other time periods.
But I think of it when Jiang Zhe used science to answer myths. Only then did Lao Li feel relieved. Then he immediately got up and ran out.
He pushed open the conference room door.
It's not good, director. Saw this scene. Station director Zhang Xian was indifferent. Did it break the ratings again?
He has become accustomed to breaking ratings. After all, that was Jiang Zhe, the host who didn't follow the rules and regulations.
Yes. It has broken to 43%.
As soon as these words came out.
Puff? The wolfberry tea that Zhang Xiangang drank sprayed all over Lao Chang's face. Lao Chang, _.
The other hosts were stunned. They just feel like the ratings are unreal, at this time.
The entire Kunming city is lit up with thousands of lights.
A magical scene once again occurred on the street. In the usually bustling night market, there were 3 or 2 big cats and kittens.
It has completely turned into a ghost market.
Only the lights were on in the businesses on both sides, and the customers inside exclaimed from time to time, fuck.
Cow coins. Really?
Jiang Zhe used modern science to perfectly explain Nuwa mended the sky. What Nuwa uses is not a magical weapon, but a high-tech launcher.
No one refuted 1 or 2. Because, the truth is probably just as Jiang Zhe said. In the screen, Jiang Zhe's voice was explaining. At this point, many viewers may ask, why are there 5 colors? Jiang Zhe gave a detailed answer to this. Chang'e 5 appeared in the background behind him.
Then he stood up and pointed at the LCD screen to explain, you can see the color of the soil brought from the moon by my country's Chang'e 5. It starts out darker but gets lighter over time. Not only that, through experiments, the lunar soil can also change color. Because the lunar soil contains a large amount of metal elements, it was attacked by a sudden attack weapon, and the high temperature generated in an instant. In addition, a series of substances in the weapon originally had a serious chemical reaction with the lunar soil. Therefore, the origin of the 5-color divine light, that's exactly what happened. Perhaps Jiang Zhe was not directly involved in the lunar soil research of Chang'e 5 in this life. But in his previous life, there were 200 g of lunar soil for him to study. At that time, he curiously studied in the direction of the classic of mountains and seas. I accidentally discovered that Nuwa's Tian mending stone might really not be just a stone, but an energy weapon.
After extensive testing and verification, the truth is so close.
Therefore, Jiang Zhe dares to assert that high-tech civilization did exist in ancient times.
And there was a shocking battle.
Everyone can see the technology possessed by the Nuwa people in ancient times.
It's far beyond what we modern people dare to imagine.
Whether there has been a collision of higher civilizations, I will explain later. Wait for Jiang Zhe to say this.
A large number of viewers immediately went online to verify Jiang Zhe's statement.
The color of burning lunar soil can be revealed based on thousands of degrees.
The result really corresponds to the 5-color divine light. At this time, the viewers in the live broadcast room couldn't help but ponder. Is there a possibility that everything the host said is true? There is a lot of evidence, and I'm starting to doubt life. What you said is impeccable.
My worldview has been completely shattered.
In the screen,
Jiang Zhe continued to explain, in myths and legends, after Nuwa mended the sky, she disappeared. At this time, it was also the last time Nuwa appeared in people's sight. The ancients did not directly say whether Nuwa was alive or dead. It just disappeared into the long river of time with all the mysterious events. After all, they can't investigate. In fact, the truth of the matter has gradually come to light. Nuwa spent 49 days collecting raw materials in Tiantai Mountain on Earth and made the sky-repairing stone, which is actually a launch weapon. When she encountered a large meteorite that was about to destroy the moon, she activated the weapon and successfully destroyed the meteorite. The fragments of the meteorite fell on the Earth and the moon, but most of the fragments were vaporized by the atmosphere. According to today's Earth technology, weapons installed on Earth can be launched to the moon. When the lunar exploration rocket is launched into outer space, replacing the probe with a nuclear warhead can indeed hit the moon. But Jiangja didn't explain in depth. He explained to the camera again, actually, it's not. Although the sky repair stone is a weapon, it is indeed fine. The problem is Nuwa. According to the myth, Nuwa died after repairing the sky. She did die, but Jiangja paused for a moment. Then his eyes gradually focused, facing the camera. He asked back, "Excuse me, is Nuwa really a person, not a group of people? Is Nuwa just a person, let alone a large-scale aircraft for land, sea, air, and space?" In fact, Nuwa is a tribe, and Fushi is also a tribe. There is a Nuwa in each tribe, and a half-human, half-snake person led by Fushi. The tribe I am talking about is also the people who survive in the large-scale space battleships for land, sea, and air. According to myths and legends, when Nuwa was mending the sky, the earth was not peaceful. At that time, Fushi was killed in the war of liches that caused the sky to break. This shows that it was not as simple as the sky was broken at that time. Not only was the sky broken, but there were other incredible existences. Is the so-called war of liches really just a war in myths and legends? Instead of a collision between multiple civilizations? As soon as these words came out, all the audience watching this scene couldn't help but shrink their pupils. An incredible truth that seems to break everyone's cognition. Warm reminder, the website is about to be revised, which may cause the loss of reading progress. Please save the bookshelf and reading record in time. Screenshots are recommended. Sorry for the inconvenience caused to you. When Jiangja asked the last rhetorical question, all viewers noticed that the truth seemed to come out. With his last words came, "There is nothing incredible in this world. Some are just magical things that science cannot explain." And the truth about Nuwa patching up the sky, it was the collision between multiple civilizations that could trigger the ancient war. As a meta-fantasy scientist, the first thing, all fantasy factors must be eliminated. Jiangja only believes in science, and he can always use science to explain everything. If it cannot be explained at present, it can only be proved. Science in this day and age doesn't go far enough. Following Jiangja's words, the audience was refreshed once again. Behind the mythical stories that happened in ancient times are actually the collisions between multiple civilizations. The Tian Mending Stone is actually an energy weapon. The five-color divine light is just the chemical reaction that occurs when energy weapons hit the moon in the sky. Nuwa and Fushi are not the same person. Rather, it should be regarded as a group, or a small team, existing on the Earth. The traditional myth was explained by Jiangja. The audience was suddenly enlightened and enlightened. At this time, the number of people in the live broadcast room has increased to 800,000. The barrage even occupied the entire screen. I'm shocked. It turns out that aliens have been to the Earth a long time ago and even in fights? I didn't expect that ancient myths can be so exciting, and they actually happened. Host, which civilizations collided? Yes, could it be that the Nuwa people died together with the aliens in order to protect their people? The screen is filled with questions from the audience. Ancient legends. Jiangja has scientifically verified Nuwa mends the sky. Can the subsequent series of major events also be used for scientific answers? Once it can be answered scientifically, then all the legends in ancient times will no longer be legends, but reality. I'm beginning to suspect that aliens are eyeing us in the universe. As far as I know, the cost of war is heavy. In the final analysis, there is only one reason for launching war: uneven distribution of resources. So what major events happened in ancient times? What I learned in school. I feel like everything has been overturned and refreshed by the host. What you're seeing is nothing. Yesterday's infinite parallel world is terrifying. Some old viewers revealed what Jiangja said yesterday. New viewers immediately searched thousands of times. One beam of light, 2 holes, 7 rays. After reading it, their outlook on life was strongly impacted again and could not be repaired.
Kunming City. Door to door. The audience in front of the TV covers the entire age range.
They were bombarded by Jiang's new ideas.
Right now I just feel like, the world feels unreal. Yesterday's infinite parallel world, today's ancient science and technology, plus the collision of civilizations, this world, is it possible that it is as fake as the host said? This host seems to be planning something. Dad, do you think ancient times were really more developed than we are now? Countless viewers made various comments on Jiangzhou.
Anyone with a discerning eye knows that Jiangzhou is serious and not joking.
Once these come true, the world will really change. TV station. In the conference room. As for which civilizations collided, I naturally dare not say anything at the moment.
I can only deduce the reality of what happened from the traces.
Jiang's voice came from the TV. Zhang Xian, Chang Jingming, and all the hosts looked at the TV and fell into deep thought. After listening to Jiang's explanation, scenes that happened in ancient times began to emerge before our eyes.
One new point of view after another is thrown out, which is why the ratings remain high.
I see. We have always been stuck in the preconceived notion that Nu Hua is one person.
In fact, she is not, but a group of people.
This statement penetrated deeply into Zhang Xian's heart.
I'm afraid that in the future, local science stations across the country will use Jiang's science popularization, so as to increase the ratings.
Lao Chang looked at the live broadcast room and sighed.
In his eyes, he has already calculated the future direction.
Today's popular science is incredibly low-tech. If we don't make some big news, I'm afraid that national science popularization will be uncompetitive and will be withdrawn sooner or later. At this time,
the door of the conference room was pushed open again.
Everyone guessed what Lao Zhan was going to say next. It's almost the end point, and I'm afraid the ratings have dropped. Zhang Xian took a sip of tea and said, the ratings have dropped, or have they?
No, all the TV station's phone calls have been blown up today.
There are calls from all over the country. Can you see?
After hearing this, Zhang first looked at the financial host Lao Qian.
Because we promised before that if something unexpected happens tonight, the show will continue to be delayed. Unexpectedly, Lao Qian agreed immediately, at it.
The reason is that Lao Qian also has a strong interest in Jiang's program.
He wanted to know why did the ancient war begin?
And why the Nu Hua group of people left the earth.
Is there an unknown story behind every rumor? After getting the affirmation, Lao Zhang immediately agreed to delay.
At this time, Lao Qian was worried about whether his nighttime financial program would be withdrawn at any time as Jiang's popular science program became popular. Just in case, he still reminded the director.
Director, Deputy Station, the financial program has also received feedback recently.
Many people have seen a huge increase in income after listening to my suggestions.
Hearing this, Lao Zhang, Lao Wang, and Lao Chang first looked at each other and were stunned for a moment. Then they laughed. Lao Zhang nodded and signaled the deputy director to comfort him. Deputy Director Lao Wang stood up, patted Lao Qian on the shoulder, and said with a serious tone, Lao Qian, don't worry about the program. The financial program will not be withdrawn.
On the contrary, Xiao Jiang will take up your program time and will also be paid as your extra salary. Hearing this, without waiting for Lao Qian to react, the hosts in the entire conference room were stunned.
Less broadcast, more money? Is there such a good thing?
At this moment, they just want to say one thing: welcome Jiangzhou to take up my showtime.
Jiang Province TV station.
Just received the report from his subordinates. The originally popular Longing for Daily Life has always maintained an excellent ratings program. At this moment, it suddenly dropped by 5 points. A drop of 5 points is still acceptable, but who knows that tonight's Longing did not even break 12 for 2 hours.
Until the peak period of 11.30.
The 12% ratings did not rise but fell sharply, directly falling to 7%.
He immediately went to the data department with the staff.
Until he observed the ratings of Koan Station in the province, 49%.
Director Wang, this is the situation. The traffic has been snatched away by the popular science program of Koan Station. Hearing the report from his subordinates, Wang Mingyuan didn't know whether to be happy or angry. 49%. This is 49%. Wang Mingyuan covered his heart and complained, popular science station, Zhang Xian can actually create a phenomenal hit? What does 49% mean?
It can be said that half of the 1 million people in Kuntai watch this program at the same time in the evening. It is obviously impossible for half of the people to watch it. There must be people in other regions who also watch it. Is the future the world of popular science programs?
Wang Tai, how about poaching the popular science host?
At this time, a staff member came up with an idea. After hearing this, Wang Mingyuan thought for a moment and did not answer. After thinking about it, he rejected the proposal.
Kun Tai has never produced a hit program. And it was created by his old friend Zhang Xian.
It is not good to poach people while other people's programs are popular.
No. Fully support Kun Tai with funds. Received. Kun Tai. In the studio. As the program is coming to an end. Then Lao Chang's voice came into Zhang Zhe's ears.
Indicate that the extra time will continue tonight, no need to worry.
This is in line with Zhang Zhe's wishes.
He took the gene drug yesterday, and his physical strength and thoughts have greatly increased.
He can accept staying up all night. Zhang Zhe looked at the camera. Today's science program is officially over. In the next 20 minutes, I will randomly select viewers to answer questions. Please welcome the first one. After receiving the order,
Su Qingqing from the customer service department immediately connected Zhang Zhe to the lucky audience. An excited voice of a young man came from the other side.
Ah. I was connected?
That's great.
Hello, host Zhang. How can you be sure that the ancient war must be a technological war?
If it is really a technological war, then Niuhua is not an earthling at all, and they are also from outer space.
Where did they come from?
The audience was obviously very excited. He was speechless for a while because of the unexpected call to him. Then he asked a series of questions that everyone wanted to know.
Many TV viewers said that this audience was really cunning. Following Zhang Zhe's first question, he actually asked 3 questions cleverly.
This young man is really amazing.
3 questions at once, so cunning. Ha ha ha. Can the host still come up with something? The audience in front of the TV couldn't help but be curious.
How would Zhang Zhe answer? Facing the question, Zhang Zhe naturally didn't care. It was just a matter of one sentence. He looked at the camera and smiled slightly, because I created a formula that can calculate the extraterrestrial civilization in the Milky Way. Of course, not only the Milky Way, but even the entire universe can be calculated using my formula. Even if the lucky audience asked more questions,
Zhang Zhe can solve all problems with one formula. As long as the existence of advanced civilization is proved, all problems will be solved.
And the formula he said does not exist in this world. It is the famous Drake formula in the previous life.
This formula is based on the light-year distance of the existing universe. Finally, the number of civilizations was successfully calculated.
As Zhang Zhe's voice fell, all the audience watching this scene were boiling.
What? What did I hear? This host has a formula? Can mathematical formulas calculate the number of civilizations? Host, this is not a joke. Perhaps the age of the audience in front of the TV is generally high.
They may not understand the true meaning of Zhang Zhe's words. In the live broadcast room, the barrage has already surged.
Fuck. Another exclusive formula? Previously, it was the exclusive virus evolution theory, and now it is the formula for calculating advanced civilizations? What is the identity of this host? He even has this formula? Oh my god. If this formula is really effective, it will be reported crazily by major scientific circles?
Find the formula, find the formula, find the formula. The screen was occupied by the 3 words find the formula.
Kyoto. In the Institute of Physics.
A group of master and doctoral students stood up and stared at the TV intently.
Good.
This formula, well, it doesn't seem to be of much use. After all, we can't even leave the Earth.
Hey. Son, why hasn't Professor Chang come back yet?
But Sun Tian and Changwon were not at the scene at the moment. When Zhang Zhe finished talking, the 2 of them had already gone out.
After a long time, Sun Tian and Changwon entered a basement. It was pure white here, just like a sci-fi movie. An old man with black and white hair was drinking pu'er tea and listening to the radio. This was the deputy director of the institute, Zhou Guayao.
In addition to the military, the most authoritative in the country naturally belongs to this institute.
What's wrong so late? Zhou Guayao didn't even raise his head, squinting at the visitor through his reading glasses.
Old Zhou, we found a treasure. Not only a treasure, his views may change our existing scientific community. Sun Tian and Changwon were not polite at all, and directly moved 2 sofas to sit opposite Zhou Guayao.
Ha? Change the existing scientists again? Deputy Director Zhou took a sip of tea and narrowed his eyes.
You 2 said it last time, and what happened?
Didn't you copy the old papers of his institute? Faced with doubts, the two were a little embarrassed. Then Sun Tian turned on the TV on his own initiative. During the channel switching process, Sun Tian said, "Old Joe, do you dare to believe that there are infinite worlds?" This sentence is like a small stone thrown into a calm river. The ripples gradually expanded. This view is very new to the old professor. It coincides with the content he is studying in some aspects. Old Joe became interested. Who proposed it? At this time, Jiang's picture appeared on the TV. Without waiting for Old Sun to speak, Old Chang pointed at Jiangzhou on the TV. "It's this kid. The infinite multi-world theory and world-false theory he proposed yesterday are even more important today." He directly overturned Nuwa patching the sky into a technological war. Hearing this, Zhou Guiyao looked at Jiangzhou on TV. A host asked this? Sun Tian looked ashamed. Don't underestimate him. Although he only has a bachelor's degree, his practical ability in physics. I am ashamed to be my teacher. Hearing Sun Tian's words, Changwen couldn't help laughing. Old Zhou, take a look first. You will change your mind about him. Jiang Zhou on the screen is answering the first question of the audience. Of course, not only the Milky Way, but even the entire universe can be calculated using my formula. Hear Jiang's answer. Zhou Guoyao's pupils shrank. He immediately adjusted his reading glasses. He thought he heard and saw wrong. But when he saw the station logo clearly, he realized that it was just a popular science program on a local station. As top experts in various fields, at this moment, he actually needs to watch a popular science program? More importantly, Jiangzhe directly proposed a formula that can calculate advanced civilization? This attracted his curiosity. After all, in the past years there have been proud people who claim to be geniuses, claiming that they could observe people, countries, and the world. In the end, they all got into a fight. Just for traffic. It just so happens that you can verify the correctness of the formula on the spot. In the screen, Jiang's voice came again. First of all, you need to know, the universe is not static, stars also have life and death. So the material in the Milky Way is changing all the time. The Jiang's type equation I proposed is as follows. Speaking of which, in the picture, Jiang's lowered his head and wrote a series of numbers on the drawing board while explaining. N equals xbxcxdxxfxg. Note, the English letters have been changed. Used to calculate the number of alien civilizations in and out of the Milky Way. N equals number of stars born in the Milky Way each year. A equals probability that the star has planets. B equals the number of planets with conditions for the birth of life. C equals probability of life being born. E equals the probability that this life will evolve into an intelligent life form. F equals probability of having the technology to communicate with other planets. G equals the time this technological civilization can exist. So N equals the product of AB. As we all know, an average of 10 stars are born every year in the Milky Way. A equals 10. Half of the 10 stars give birth to planets. B equals 5. A star with planets has 2 planets that may produce life. C equals 2. Among the planets where life may be born, the probability of life being born is 100%. D equals 1. Of the planets that gave birth to life, 1% gave birth to intellectual civilization. E equals 0.01, 1%. Of the planets with intellectual civilization, 1% can communicate. F equals 0.01. A civilization that can communicate can survive for 10,000 years. G equals 10,000 years. After conversion, N equals 10 times 5 times 2 times 1 times 0.01 times 0.01 times 10,000 equals 100. The answer is obvious at a glance. There are at least 100 civilizations capable of communicating in the Milky Way. In other words, it's actually much more than I calculated. 101,000 is possible. On the drawing board, the results calculated by Jiangzhu are all minimum values. All the audience were stunned. For the first time, they saw a formula that could actually calculate alien civilizations. And every answer is calculated by Jiangzhu through the minimum value. Even the smallest one counts 100 civilizations? This algorithm shocked everyone instantly. The audience on the other end of the phone was dumbfounded. Fuck. If the entire universe, in the screen, Jiangzhu continued to explain, the entire universe is just too vast. Only observable, 93.5 billion light-years, unobservable, unknown. Our Milky Way is about 100,000 light-years across. Using this set of formulas, the answer calculated will not be accurate at all. Might as well calculate 93.5 billion light-years,
The minimum limit for the number of communication civilizations that may be born in the entire universe is about 10 million.
There are 10 million civilizations that gave birth to communication alone. Few can leave their home planet.
Those who have been destroyed long ago are countless. So, the probability of the existence of alien civilization, 100%.
The ancient technology war is real. After listening to the explanation,
the audience was all stunned at this moment. Even if the algorithm cannot calculate the entire universe, it has calculated so many alien civilizations.
What if the algorithm is accurate? Isn't it so big that it's boundless? Kyoto Institute of Physics, in the office.
When hearing 10 million civilizations, not only Zhou Guiyao, but also Sun Tian and Changwen stood up violently. When Jiangxia revealed the starring algorithm, Zhou Guiyao immediately calculated the results simultaneously. All data sources are authentic. The calculated results even surprised him.
He's right.
Zhou Guiyao murmured in shock.
The scary thing is that this algorithm is not available today. It proves that Jiangxia was the one who created it. But he couldn't figure it out that a cutting-edge technician would be the host.
Zhou Guiyao turned around in confusion,
looking at Sun Tian and Changwen. Does this algorithm have anything to do with you too? Zhou Guiyao still couldn't believe that this algorithm was created by Jiangxia.
He subconsciously thought that it was Sun Tian and Changwen might know Jiangxia. He wanted to gain trust through this algorithm and finally enter the institute to work.
What's the relationship? How could we have any relationship with Jiangxia? The two immediately refuted.
This is the first time we have heard of this algorithm. If there was a relationship, they would have asked Jiangxia directly, not Zhou Guiyao.
Hearing this,
Zhou Guiyao sat back on the sofa and sighed. That's right, I don't even know you two. How could you come up with this algorithm?
Any questions?
In the words, the two were despised. Of course, the two did not react much. Sun Tian said with a serious expression, it's Jiangxia's program, viral evolution, but
earlier, this host answered the question of human origin.
He asserted that viruses affect human evolution. In an instant, Darwin's theory of natural gene mutation was overturned. In the end, he said, viruses were cast by unknown black hands.
Is it possible? Sun Tian said this. Changwen immediately took over the conversation.
He also mentioned the infinite parallel world theory yesterday. He verified that the parallel world is 100% real through the double-slit diffraction experiment.
Don't blame Sun Tian and Changwen for being so nervous.
Because earlier, they passed the experiment. This directly proves that everything Jiangxia said is right, plus the Jiangxia formula that appeared tonight. It also proves that there was a high-tech civilization in ancient times. Combined with the virus evolution theory, it was launched by unknown black hands.
Human evolution is rooted in the evolution of viruses.
They were unwilling to do so and were controlled by the unknown. Combined with Jiangxia's algorithm and infinite multiple worlds theory. Even more reason for the two of them to be suspicious.
This world is not safe. Not only is it unsafe, it is even more unsafe in the style of an infinite multiverse.
I heard the two of them talking.
Zhou Guiyao was shocked. How is it possible? Viruses affect human evolution, and there are infinite worlds?
What shocked him was that Jiangxia proposed two theories?
Is there any data to show that?
Yes. Hear this. Changwen immediately handed two experimental reports, which were dozens of pages thick, to Zhou Guiyao. Take the report. Zhou Guiyao immediately started browsing.
The impact of viruses on humans. Do viruses affect human evolution? Nonsense. There's no evidence at all. I don't dare agree. But the term giraffe is a good one. There is indeed no giraffe in archaeological research. Although the evidence is insufficient.
But Zhou Guiyao's eyes lit up and he became more and more excited as he watched. When he reached the last page,
a virus with a mechanical structure appeared in front of us, phage.
This kind of bacteria lives in the human body and attacks other bacteria and viruses in order to survive itself.
It is a virus that is harmless to humans.
It has a structure of 26 crystal faces, a screw-shaped body and 4 legs.
I see.
This little thing does look like a mechanical body, and it certainly doesn't look like it evolved naturally.
But this cannot be justified.
Nature has serious obsessive-compulsive disorder. Snowflake textures with various structures can refute that the virus was dropped by an unknown black hand.
Zhou Guiyao nodded slightly. I admire Jiangxia's theory and explanation.
Except there is no way to prove that the phage is controlled by an unknown person. The rest of the conclusions were to his liking. The evidence to overturn the theory of evolution is still insufficient. Then, Zhou Guiyao flipped through the second data report. Double-slit diffraction experiment, Zhang's original words, if conditions permit, I can make a ray of light pass through 2 holes and countless rays of light appear. Immediately afterwards. It's Zhang's brain in a vat theory. Read all. What a bold theory. Zhou Guiyao was dazzled and his body was shaken. Especially 1 light, 2 holes, 7 rays. At this moment, his understanding of the microscopic world was really broken. As a top researcher, he immediately recognized Zhang's view. Infinite parallel worlds are real. It's not that Zhang deliberately attracts attention for the sake of traffic. This young man is amazing. 2 beams of light pass through 2 holes, showing 7 rays of light. Such an exquisite experiment was actually done by him. He's even more arrogant. If you give him conditions, countless rays of light can appear. Genius, steady genius. Zhou Guiyao's eyes shone as if he had found a treasure. He immediately put the research materials into the drawer. He knows how different the microscopic world is from the macroscopic world. No wonder Sun Tian and Chang Wen highly recommended Zhang. It turns out that Zhang really verified the infinite parallel world. He looked at Sun and Tian with infinite admiration in his eyes. This guy is really good. A new branch of physics has appeared. I accepted this research report as evidence that it affects my thinking about life at night. Face this. Sun Tian and Chang Wen looked at each other and smiled helplessly. So our world is not controlled by unknown beings? Hear this. Zhou Guiyao became serious and pushed up his reading glasses with his index finger. I'm not sure. The virus evolution theory is not very valid because of insufficient evidence. But if the brain in a vat can come true, I'm afraid it will be true, as he said the world has been destroyed. Controlling. Although Lao Zhou said this. But he vaguely agreed with Zhang Zhe in his heart. Because a true genius never does anything he's not sure about. Zhang Zhe tried his best to prove that the world is fake and that there is an alien civilization. Geniuses don't need traffic to attract attention. If he has this ability, he can definitely work in the Academy of Sciences. Since Zhang Zhe said something with serious consequences on the official program. Naturally, it has its own reasons. In the screen. The first question is over. Let's invite the second lucky audience member. Ended the first interaction. Then came a new viewer call. Once connected, a sweet female voice came from the headset. Hello, host, I am a biology enthusiast. After listening to what you said, I think everything you said is right, but, here sounds. Zhang Zhe asked cordially, hello, thank you for your support. What is your question? I'm very interested in the virus theory of evolution you proposed. Do viruses really affect human evolution? Since the other party asked this question. This means that this audience member does not agree with Zhang Zhe's statement that viruses make humans evolve. In fact, it is inevitable. For so many years, people in this world have been influenced by Darwin's theory of evolution. Unable to accept new theories. Facing the question, Zhang Zhe smiled, then please look. Then he stood up and wrote 5 big words on the LCD screen behind him, mother and baby. When he heard this, Zhou Guiyao was a little curious. How would Zhang Zhe answer that viruses make humans evolve? The virus evolution theory he proposed is only missing a key piece of evidence. Once the evidence appears, Darwin's theory of evolution will be completely overturned and put on the table. Just when he was curious, Zhang Zhe's voice came from the screen. Warm reminder, the website is about to be revised, which may cause the loss of reading progress. Please save the bookshelf and reading records in time. It is recommended to take screenshots and save. Please forgive us for the inconvenience caused to you. In biology, the human body has an immune system. When a foreign body that does not belong to the mother appears in the mother's body, the immune system will attack the foreign body. Since a baby with a different blood type from the mother lives in the mother's body for 10 months, why doesn't the mother attack the fetus? Speaking of this, Zhang Zhe wrote 6 big words on the LCD screen: placenta, multinucleated cells. Then he knocked heavily on the LCD screen and explained, according to my research, multinuclear cells are in the placenta. It allows the mother to deliver oxygen to the baby while the blood and other substances will not attack the baby. What is the most amazing thing? The genes of multinuclear cells originated from viruses. It also directly shows that when there were no mammals at first, humans were infected with viruses when they evolved from a certain creature. When it was not infected with the virus, that creature did not have a placenta.
After the infection, the virus gave that creature a placenta.
After that, that creature evolved into a mammal. Therefore, mammals can carry children in their mothers.
Hearing this explanation. What? Multinuclear cells originated from viruses? Zhou Guoyao's eyes widened.
Over the years, he has also done research on the placenta. But he has never studied it in depth.
I only know that the multinuclear cells in the placenta protect the baby.
When he thought of this,
he immediately took out the research report on Jiang Zhe.
At this glance, the data did not record what Jiang Zhe said. Instantly, a shock came from his heart. The young man on TV. He really overturned the theory of evolution with the theory of virus evolution.
And he only used a multinucleated cell that people don't often pay attention to.
Details determine success or failure, a genius. Zhou Guoyao turned around and looked at Chang Wen. Old Chang.
You can't even beat a 24-year-old young man, I'm ashamed for you.
Hearing this, Old Chang muttered in his heart, you haven't studied it yourself, you can't even beat the 24-year-old Jiang Zhe, and you still blame me?
Of course, he didn't dare to refute.
Kuan City. In front of the TV in every house.
Some viewers were just spectators. Until Jiang Zhe produced evidence again, many people felt incredible.
This young man is amazing, he even produced evidence that humans evolved from viruses.
Is the virus so powerful? Is the virus really a product of nature? After listening to Jiang Zhe's explanation too much, some people subconsciously think that the virus is also brought by unknown species.
In the picture, Jiang Zhe continued to explain, through my research, I found that 8% of the genetic structure in the human body is caused by ancient viruses. That virus appeared about 30 million years ago. And this virus is called endogenous retrovirus. As the name suggests, it is a virus embedded in the genome of the cell, affecting humans.
There is no absolute coincidence in the world.
The emergence of a new species must have its reasons, and there is no randomness.
The emergence of humans is not a coincidence, but a necessity.
It is not the so-called survival of the fittest. At this point in the explanation,
Jiang Zhe pondered for a moment. There is no absolute coincidence in the world is his understanding of the world.
In the previous life, a group of scientists said that the existence of the Earth is very ordinary.
The Moon, Jupiter, and the Kuiper Belt are all protecting the Earth. The Sun provides sunlight for the Earth, and eventually derives life. Conclusion, everything that is suitable creates a suitable planet. That is, Earth ordinary theory. Jiang Zhe immediately stood up to refute.
The group of scientists and technicians said that Jiang Zhe was making a big deal out of nothing. At the same time, they all said that existence is reasonable.
But Jiang Zhe didn't think so and presented a lot of evidence.
However, there were too many majority in the world, and his testimony could not stir up any waves, and was eventually drowned in the crowd. There is no randomness in the appearance of a new creature in the world, only inevitability.
Behind inevitability, there must be more incredible unknowns. This is his only concept of the world.
As for the evidence, the biologists in front of the TV can find out by studying it according to the method I said.
Jiang Zhe said to the girl on the other side of the connection facing the camera, are you satisfied with this explanation? Hearing Jiang Zhe's answer, the girl on the other side was stunned for a moment. It's really hardcore. Evidence is taken as soon as it is said. Thank you very much, host.
Hearing this, Jiang Zhe smiled slightly and hung up the phone. Next, connect to the third audience.
Jiang Zhe waved to the director's room. Beep beep.
The sound of a phone connection immediately rang in the scene. In the screen, while the call was not connected, Zhou Guoyao said to Sun Tian and Chang Wen, immediately study the theory of virus evolution. According to the evidence provided by the host. Now the evidence is shown that once the evidence is produced, it will rewrite the existing theory of evolution, but
this is one aspect.
On the other hand, after listening to Jiang Zhe's explanation, at this moment, Zhou Guoyao also felt that the virus began to become magical. Previously he believed that viruses must be produced by nature. But when Jiang Zhe came up with the evidence and the explanation he gave, at this time his confidence was obviously shaken.
There are no absolute coincidences in the world.
The emergence of human beings is not a coincidence, it is inevitable. Not even the so-called survival of the fittest, these words were in his mind.
It's simply perfect. Survival of the fittest is the excuse humans find for plundering and possessing resources.
In addition, Jiang Zhe directly calculated the number of alien civilizations.
Let him no longer dare to underestimate Jiang's identity and words. Once human civilization is truly planned, the consequences must be too serious to be accepted. At this time, the phone call on the screen is connected. A hot-blooded male voice came from the opposite side, and his voice was extremely deep. Hello, host, I am a fitness instructor and a passionate young man. Hear the introduction. Jiang faced the camera and asked curiously, what is your question? My question is, he originally thought that the passionate young man's problem would be relatively simple. Unexpectedly, the other party directly asked Jiang what he was up to. My question is, why are you trying so hard to prove that the world is fake and rigged? This is exactly the question asked by the passionate young man. Not only that, it's a question that most viewers are thinking about. Although it was just 2 days. What Jiang explained was beyond everyone's understanding. Everyone is not a fool. It's just that I didn't get a chance to connect. Zhou Guoyao's eyes lit up. He wanted to see how Jiang would answer. The audience in front of the TV was also intrigued by the question. Ha ha ha. Finally asked the question I wanted to ask. This guy is really a thief. In this world, traffic is paramount. For the sake of popularity, the official host will dare to say anything. In the live broadcast room, the barrage went up like crazy, with white flowers occupying the entire screen. Finally someone with eyesight. Well done, brother. Although the host used viruses to answer the question about the origin of human beings, this is the question I think about. Is there something wrong with the host? Is he also an alien? Maybe they really are aliens. The audience was excited. It's all based on this question, and it's bubbling like crazy. It's not that they really want to know the answer to this question, but they want to see Jiang's embarrassing side. Face this problem. Jiang faced the camera with a smile. That's a very good question. He thought about it when he was hosting. This question will be asked sooner or later. So naturally we are well prepared. As for why I try my best to answer that the world is fake and created. Because, I'm expressing a fact. Please know this, there are too many unreasonable things in our world. An unreasonable one may be an error in nature. For example, 1 light, 2 holes, 7 rays, is it reasonable? It's not reasonable. Too unreasonable, it may be that nature has made an error. For example, pixels, is it reasonable? You know, what we can see as pictured pixels is a bunch of discontinuous pixels. When I studied the microscopic world, I discovered that human beings are also composed of countless microscopic particles. Molecules are composed of atoms. Inside the atoms are nuclei and electrons. Further down, there are neutrons and protons, and even smaller than them, quarks and bosons. The scary thing is, there are many places between these particles that are empty. In other words, a seemingly solid building or person is actually made up of various particles bonded together by various forces. As long as we divide down infinitely, there will still be more particles. The microcosm corresponds to the macrocosm, and the macrocosm is like this. There are also various stars, planets, black holes, etc. in the universe, and its composition perfectly corresponds to the microscopic world. Therefore, the universe can also be divided infinitely upward, while the microscopic one can be divided infinitely downward. Point. For this question, I only think of one possibility: the world is fake, the world is created, and the world is in an unknown carrier. Unreasonable. Point 3. Humanity's future technology will never be able to directly exceed the speed of light because the speed is limited and blocked. Who is blocking it? Who is restricting it? I'm afraid it's restricted and blocked by the entire universe. Why is it restricted? Why is it blocked? Because the universe doesn't want any living beings to reach outside the universe. Jiang paused for a moment and continued to explain, there are many unreasonable things, so I won't give examples one by one. When there are thousands of unreasonable things, it's not that nature is wrong, but that the world itself is wrong. As Jiang's words fell, the TV sets and the audience in the live broadcast room were all shocked. They just want to see Jiang embarrassed. After all, being embarrassed will also give them a sense of accomplishment. Unexpectedly, Jiang directly came up with a new point of view when faced with the problem. Refreshed everyone's outlook again. The scary thing is that what Jiang said is still right, without any rebuttal. This host is really hardcore. I originally wanted to see him embarrassed, but I didn't expect him to be serious. Especially his serious answer really scared me. Is our world really in an unknown carrier? What do we mean by a carrier? Idiot. The host said that we may be dealing with text, image, data code, and unknown vehicles.
Even the host does not dare to say what specific vehicles they are. Fuck. It's so scary. It's really scary, so how do we escape from this situation? The audience couldn't help but feel numb. When I listened to Brain in a Vat earlier, it was just novel and fun. It wasn't until Zhang's science popularization carrier that the audience felt that the world was really unreal. Unreasonable, too many. In the screen. Zhang said with a smile on his face, "Are you satisfied with this answer?" There was a sound of swallowing saliva from the other side. Fully satisfied. The passionate young man was already frightened by Zhang's answer. He immediately hung up the phone and began to tremble. See the phone hang up. Zhang said to the camera, "We will talk about the unreasonable things later. Welcome to the science popularization, I am your host, Zhang. See you next time." The words fell. An advertisement entered the screen and background music played. Then Lao Qian's financial program appeared on the screen. Lao Qian sat behind the podium and smiled at the camera. "Hello everyone, I am your Lao Qian. Today, we don't have much time. Let's briefly talk about the recent stock trends." Kyoto. In the Institute of Physics. After Zhang went off the air, Zhou Guoyao fell into deep thought about the next research. This time the program is about what Zhang explained. It caused a devastating blow to his original 3 views. He had to think seriously about how to deal with it. But human beings live in an unknown carrier and cannot escape at all. Regarding this, he was very embarrassed and couldn't get it right away. At this time, Sun Tian said, "At present, we have verified Zhang's explanation and there is no place to start." Chang Wen nodded and said, "That's right. Even if the world is true or false, and the world is controlled by the unknown, our current technology is still powerless. There is only one research that can be carried out at present: genetics and biology. Genetically, humans are driven by the influence of viruses to evolve. Only if we break this sequence in advance can we evolve on our own without being controlled by viruses. Biological aspects, verifying the truth and falsehood of the world. Hear this. 2 general directions? Lao Zhou frowned. Is it to get rid of the restrictions of the virus on humans? Or is it the authenticity of the brain in a vat? All of them, X2. Because viruses control human evolution. Only when we are freed from the restrictions imposed by the virus on humans can humans move freely and develop on their own without following regulations. And the proof of the brain in a vat can directly show whether the world is true or false. 2 research directions were identified. Lao Zhou watched the TV, shook his head repeatedly, and complained, "Old man, I'm 68 and should have retired a long time ago, but why do you, a young man, put forward such a shocking theory? Old man, I really don't want to go to work." Then he reluctantly turned on the computer and dialed the numbers of a group of old scholars. The hosting ended. Zhang returned to the lounge. He took out his phone and took a look at the number of people in the live broadcast room. It was just over 1 million. The number of people gradually decreased as Zhang went off the air. However, the 1 million people promised to the station director were finally reached. At this time, a series of system prompts sounded in his mind. "Congratulations! You have completed science popularization and unlocked the function, the Dimensional Space Laboratory. This science popularization lasted 2 hours and 20 minutes, and the number of people was 1.68 million. Reward 1, Science Popularization Points plus 18,000. Reward 2, the design drawing of the electromagnetic protection shield has been submitted to the country. Reward 3, Genetic Medicine plus 1. Listening to the prompts, Zhang Zhu was immediately surprised. The last science popularization point was 6,000, and the second time it directly doubled to 180,000. He knew the design drawing of the electromagnetic protection shield. It is nothing more than electromagnetic drive, which acts as a circle of energy shield around the body. It is very suitable for actual combat and the cost is not high. However, the materials that appeared made Zhang worried about the future. They are all high-tech, which also proves that the dangers in the future should not be underestimated. Finally, Zhang's sight stopped at the different dimensional space laboratory. In the previous life, he had enough time, funds, and venues for him to conduct various research. All of them were conducted in the laboratory. In this world, he has never had a suitable place to conduct research. In this way, Zhang's next research needs are met. Then he checked the introduction of the space laboratory. Different dimensional space laboratory, a laboratory in a parallel dimension with all the equipment. After reading the introduction, Zhang did not hesitate, and his mind moved. The surrounding space gradually distorted, and even the air became scorched.
A white crack appeared in front of Jiangzhe. Then,
a white chip flashed out from the gap and appeared in front of him.
The chip spread out in all directions.
Like a Rubik's Cube, it soon turned into a white door. Jiangzhe stepped in curiously.
As soon as he entered,
a huge white, sci-fi venue appeared in front of him. From small glassware to large particle colliders, as well as various sophisticated equipment that he had seen and never seen before.
Jiangzhe wandered around inside.
Finally, he came to the white research table and sat on it.
He pressed the silver button on the table.
The table changed immediately. A light blue light screen appeared in front of him.
This light screen records the placement of the equipment in the laboratory.
He followed the instructions and successfully found a place suitable for the experiment in front of him.
A corner of the laboratory.
There is a folding chip computer here, and there is a 10-meter high transparent nutrient tank next to it.
Isn't this the experimental equipment of the brain in the tank? Jiangzhe couldn't help but be surprised.
Although there are only equipment and no materials.
But for him, it is enough.
And the specimens he needs can be exchanged for popular science points in the system mall. A nutrient solution for experiment, the mall price, 50,000 popular science points.
Not only that, he also needs a recently dead body. The scary thing is, it's also sold in the mall, 1,000 science points.
Jiangzhe couldn't help getting agitated looking at the experimental equipment in front of him. In order to verify the feasibility of the brain in a vat.
He didn't care about that.
He immediately exchanged a recently dead body from the mall, plus a business solution. A male corpse, plus a metal bucket of nutrient solution.
Jiangzhe looked at the corpse and fell into deep thought.
In his previous life, he had also done this experiment. But the human brain that had just died, plus the technology at that time, could not support his experiment at all. In the previous life, he lost a lot of brains when doing experiments.
Whenever the experiment was about to succeed, it would always end in failure. As for the reason?
Jiangzhe once thought that an unknown black hand did not want humans to know that they were in the brain in the vat. But now the conditions are finally met, and it is an alternate dimension.
Even if the unknown black hand can intervene, it cannot intervene in the parallel dimension. Then Jiangzhe couldn't wait to start the operation.
First, he put the male corpse on the operating table. He did not need to operate the operating table manually, but the equipment operated it automatically. Then he poured the light blue nutrient solution into the tank. After the robot on the operating table dissected the body, the brain was completely removed.
This brain was still active.
For Jiangzhe, who had seen a lot of science, this was still bearable. As long as it is verified that the world is fake, it will also be helpful to my popular science and human evolution.
Not only that. Once it is verified that the world is fake,
then Jiangzhe will have the conditions to lead the evolution of human civilization. If the world is really real, then there will be no incredible things and events in the world. Finally, he put on medical gloves and slowly threw the brain into the nutrient tank. Plop! The brain sank into the tank. It was immediately connected to the brain by several transparent chains, and the other end was connected to the computer. The computer began to model and color.
20 minutes later, a light blue world picture appeared on the computer in front of Jiangzhe. The picture was a downtown area with flowers and heavy traffic.
A young man in a white shirt woke up in the hotel. As the master of the brain, he was looking down at his hands. A voice came from the screen.
Am I not dead?
The screen remained still for 30 seconds. The owner of the brain got up and went to the mirror and looked at himself in the mirror.
It's true. I can feel pain.
When I was saving someone from drowning, I must have physically traveled through time.
I can't imagine it.
What Jiangzhe, the host in Kunming, said is right. There are really countless worlds in this world, and it is really possible for death to travel through them. The young man almost jumped up with excitement.
Observe this. Jiangzhe nodded and said, it seems that this guy really doesn't realize that the world is fake. Out of curiosity,
Jiangzhe entered a series of world settings into the computer in front of him. World in a vat, world, doomsday after the zombie outbreak.
Doomsday time, in 3 hours, a virus will break out around the world.
The chosen one, experimental subject number 001.
Cheating method, system. Complete input, implant data.
The world in the vat. I saw large blood-red characters appearing in front of this young man.
Byte.
The Doomsday Master system has been bound. The young man rubbed his eyes in disbelief. When he confirmed that he heard the prompt, he was stunned.
Have I traveled to the end of the world? The golden finger is the system? Jiangxia then operated the computer and issued a task to the young man. Release mission, survive and dominate the world. The gift package for newbies has been distributed. After inputting, confirm the implantation. After hearing the prompt, the young man in the picture jumped up with excitement.
After giving the young people in the VAT world input data,
Jiangxia didn't care about the young man anymore.
Since then, he has verified a fact: this world is also fake. He was not too shocked that the information was false.
After all, everything in the world is fake. Finally, I took the genetic medicine.
All attributes increased again by 25 at the same time.
Outside world.
After Jiangxia finished hosting,
several hot topics immediately emerged on the internet. Shocking. The host in Cohen City overturned Darwin's theory of evolution. Amazing.
The host actually used a formula to calculate the number of alien civilizations.
It's a pity. A man died unexpectedly while doing what he dared to do.
When the rescue team rushed to the scene, his body strangely disappeared.
All kinds of news appeared on the internet at the first time.
It caused heated discussions among countless netizens.
Nua patched the moon? Nonsense, right? It's ridiculous. A myth has been popularized as a technological war, which is ridiculous. Viruses are the key factor in controlling human evolution? How is it possible? Darwin's theory of evolution can be overturned just by flipping it? Hey! He calculated the number of alien civilizations, so many alien civilizations? Fuck! Why are all the news about this host?
Just when all the audiences were besieging Jiangxia for misleading the students, a cutting-edge laboratory in Kyoto issued a series of announcements.
Good news!
Jiangxia's theory of multiple worlds was confirmed by this laboratory, and we are sure that the world exists in diversity.
Good news!
The laboratory has made a preliminary judgment on the impact of viruses on human evolution. It is impossible to prove the validity of the brain in a vat, because the technology is too limited, so the world cannot be proved to be false at present.
After the experts came forward to explain,
the audience who opposed on the internet gradually apologized.
Since it can affect the cutting-edge laboratory, it proves that what Jiangxia said has a certain scientific basis. Sorry, I was wrong.
I can't imagine that the words of a third-tier host have caused a sensation in Kyoto. I hope the world will not be proven to be false, otherwise my money will be useless.
It's a pity. The brave young man died. But where did the body go? Maybe it was washed away by the undercurrent. It will definitely be found. While discussing Jiangxia,
a small number of viewers looked at the young man who died saving people in the end. Finally, it was concluded that the body might not have disappeared, but was just washed away by unknown factors.
Earlier. Kyoto Research Base. Anyang received a mysterious email yesterday.
After being known by the top leaders of the country.
Immediately, someone was ordered to stare at the computer urgently. Now it is 12 o'clock in the morning again.
A group of scientists in white clothes stared at the computer. They were discussing the design drawings yesterday. Some people said that this weapon does not need to be produced because it consumes too much money. Others said that although the funds are too much, it can be used in special battles.
That's it. The time has come to 020. Just when a group of people were getting impatient. Ding dong. A mysterious email suddenly appeared on the big screen. Everyone was stunned. Hurry up. Open it and take a look.
At the urging of his colleagues, Anyang nervously clicked on the email.
Electromagnetic shield design drawing. As soon as they saw this,
all the scientists in the research base held their breath. At the same time, different design drawings really appeared in the email. Then they patiently browsed through all of them. The more they read, the more excited they became.
This is genuine electromagnetic shield technology.
Even every detail was marked. As long as they follow the instructions in the email, they can mass-produce the shield.
Olden, I don't think it's right.
Olden, you're right, our Xia country really has geniuses. This technology, the United States has been researching for more than 20 years and has not been developed.
Here, we can directly make it. Great. But the sender is still not found?
A group of scientists excitedly printed the information and started to get busy.
No one has found it. Anyang sighed.
What made him curious was that for some reason, he received the email on time at 020 every morning.
It seemed to be fixed. If the email is received continuously,
then the entire Xia country will become the world's #1 in the next few years.
When Anyang tried to track the place where the email was sent again. The location where the email was sent this time, the Andromeda Galaxy, 2.2 million light-years away. For Anyang, this is even more outrageous than Jupiter yesterday. Then Anyang called his superior. After a moment of communication, the superior had no choice. After all, he really couldn't track it. Since the other party didn't want to be discovered, there must be a reason for the other party. If the country continues to proceed, it will cause unnecessary misunderstandings to the person who sent the email. So, the country temporarily gave up tracking. After doing everything, Zhangzhe withdrew from the space laboratory. If he continued to study the virus today, he might not be able to study it in the first time. There are too many different viruses needed. It is not a matter of one day or one night to carefully select various viruses that may evolve genes from them all. When Zhangzhe returned to the lounge, the phone in his pocket suddenly rang. Answer the call. A magnetic voice came from the other side. Hello, I am Changwon, professor of the Department of Physics and Biology at the Kyoto Laboratory. Hear this. Zhangzhe was curious for a moment. Why do people in Kyoto call themselves? Out of politeness, Zhangzhe replied. Hello, what's the matter? Well, after our consideration, we would like to hire you as a visiting professor to teach students, of course, online, without you having to come to Kyoto in person. This sentence is a polite statement. It would be better if Zhangzhe agreed, but there was nothing they could do if they disagreed. Then Changwon revealed the purpose. Based on your virus evolution theory, we have just been conducting further research on viruses. At the same time, we discovered the brain in a vat experiment, and our laboratory just has the conditions to support it, and has summoned a large number of scholars to start research. Hear what Changwon said. Zhangzhe narrowed his eyes. Realized the importance of the matter. Zhangzhe couldn't directly say that he had just discovered the truth about the real and fake world. After all, no one can know the secrets of the laboratory. He estimated that Changwon would also touch upon the truth of the world. But the backlash caused by the truth is not simple. Out of good intentions, Zhangzhe reminded, you are my audience, Professor Chang. In fact, there is no need to verify whether the world is fake. In the end, you will always fail for various reasons. In other words, there are unknown existences that do not want you to. The experiment shows that the world is fake. Ha? Will this happen again? Zhangzhe said in a deep voice, because I have done many studies and every time I get close to the truth, I fail. The equipment is damaged in a minor case, and everyone is injured in a serious case. When I was studying the brain in a vat in my previous life, he always fails in the end due to various accidents. The most serious one was when a good friend was electrocuted into charcoal directly by touching the computer. You know, in his previous life, the number of accidents in his laboratory was less than 0.05%. No matter how high the current of a computer is, it is not a national-level computer. Can a living person be electrocuted into coke? Obviously impossible. Therefore, he had reason to suspect that the partner was killed by an unknown person. And now Zhangzhe happens to have a different dimensional space laboratory. Therefore he is not afraid of being killed by the unknown. Hear Zhangzhe's warning. Changwon couldn't help but swallowed. I know. Then Zhangzhe hung up the phone first. Changwon returned to the laboratory and told Zhou Guoyao what happened. Listen to it all. Zhou Guoyao's face was full of shock. What? Will there be casualties if you study a brain in a vat? The newly assembled veteran scientists on the side shook their heads and smiled. I have already studied the double-slit diffraction experiment before. The possibility of multiple worlds has been verified. Isn't there something wrong? Stop studying the brain in a vat now, they won't agree at the first time. Now let the security personnel fully inspect the laboratory. After confirming that everything is safe, we will study it all night. Zhou Guoyao gave instructions to a professor. He didn't believe what Zhangzhe said about unknown intervention. Therefore, a group of professors must be fully confident in studying the truth of the world. In the lounge. As for whether the other party will continue to study, Zhangzhe guessed that they would. Because scientists have a hard time believing in small probability events. Then I can only wish you good luck. Then the door to the lounge was opened. It was station elder Zhang and broadcast department Lao Chang who came to announce the good news. Xiao Jiang, you are really great. Hearing this, Zhangzhe was a little surprised, and then looked at Chang Jingming. Chang Jingming hurriedly congratulated. This year our station is competing for the model station and model host of Jiang province.
The program you host has been noticed by the provincial station, and 6 million yuan of funds have been temporarily added to fully support our station. Although I don't understand why the two are so excited. Being a host, you have to be rated as a model. For him, it is obviously a bit deliberate. But Jiang just still echoed with a smile, huh? You. Old Chang looked at Jiangja unhappily. This kid, he is really ambitious. Model host, model TV station, not everyone has the opportunity. Once you become a model, there are many benefits. Seeing this, Director Zhang first scolded Jiangja, then, of course your salary has exceeded mine. Hearing another salary increase, the two thought Jiangja would be very excited. But Jiangja was not as excited as they imagined. He just said calmly, thank you. Hearing this, the two couldn't understand Jiangja on the spot. If it were another host, they would have jumped up and down. When it came to Jiangja, he just said thank you. Only now did they vaguely realize that Jiangja seemed to be really out of touch with the world. Simply. Alas. I don't know what you think. The director was too lazy to continue persuading. Your ratings have broken 49%, which has broken all the records of Kunming TV. While giving us additional funds, the above is fully supporting you, but there is a condition. Hearing this, Jiangja's face was as expected. While adding funds, let me broadcast less time, right? Old Zhang and the others looked at Jiangja in surprise. You can guess this? In fact, it's not Jiangja's fault that he can guess it. Although he is a host in this life, he has dealt with many big shots in his previous life. He knows the psychology of the big shots very well. They always think about their interests. They will not deal with someone openly. Once they deal with someone, they will never leave a way out for the other party. However, the provincial station left many ways out for Jiangja, proving that the other party did not intend to target him. Jiangja could relate. Hearing this, the station director Zhang Xian was full of apologies. In fact, the provincial station has this intention, but Lao Wang did not tell me clearly. After all, your program is too popular, and it has taken away too much traffic from other cities, including the provincial station. Without waiting for Lao Zhang to finish, Jiangja smiled slightly and agreed immediately. I understand that I host for 2 hours every day and have to prepare a lot of materials. The quality of the hosting will inevitably decline. I agree. This is one aspect. On the other hand, Jiangja wants to take advantage of his spare time to study the different dimensional space laboratory in depth. Especially the newly created world in a tank. I don't know what the future of the world in a tank will be like. Seeing Jiangja so sincere and determined, the two sighed in their hearts. Jiangja is a big man who can accomplish great things. At the same time, Lao Zhang felt ashamed of himself. If he had his courage and vision, he would not be just the director of the city station now. Good boy. The weekend evening program is left to you. This is a record-breaking reward of 30,000 yuan. Jiangja was not polite and immediately accepted 30,000 yuan. After returning home, in order to verify the matter of the experimental subject, Jiangja entered the laboratory again. A series of survival reward tasks were issued. And the long-term main task, find the origin of the virus in the world. Doing these is mainly because Jiangja wants to know. Give a person endless strength. In the end, will the world in the tank be seen through by Jiang Xiaobai? Jiang Xiaobai is the name Jiangja gave to the experimental subject. In fact, Jiang Xiaobai, in a way, is also the incarnation of Jiangja's exploration of the real world. He really wants to know whether Jiang Xiaobai will realize that the world is fake. If he realizes it, how will he react? After finishing everything, Jiangja left the laboratory. In the world in the tank at this time, Jiang Xiaobai was standing on the street looking for a target. When he received hundreds of tasks again, he was full of joy. Looking for the origin of the world virus? Leave it to me. Time flies. In a blink of an eye, it was the next day. Some viewers couldn't wait and were ready to go to the Kuntai official website to watch the popular science replay. Just when they clicked on the channel. This program will be adjusted from every night to 10 o'clock on Saturday and Sunday night, so stay tuned. Fuck. Adjust your sister. Kuntai, you suck. I'm absent from work today. Why are you doing this to me? No, I won't watch it anymore. I won't watch popular science anymore. Although the audience said so. When the program is broadcast, I'm afraid it will be really delicious. After finishing breakfast, Jiangja entered the laboratory and began to further study the virus. Kuan City. An ordinary high school. As soon as the bell rang, a teacher named Lu Mei entered the classroom. After speaking for a long time, I noticed that the students seemed absent-minded.
What's going on today? Lu Mei patted the table and looked at the audience. At this time, the female monitor raised her hand and said, Teacher Lu, we humans. Were we really created by Nuwa using high technology?
A stone stirs up 1,000 waves.
The voices of other students immediately rang out in the class. Teacher Lu, there are too many unreasonable places in our world. Teacher Lu, if the world is really created, how should we resist? Teacher Lu, would the ancient times be a technological civilization, not a mythological civilization? Teacher, is the virus really released into the natural world by an unknown black hand? The whole class immediately became lively like a market. Lu Mei certainly knew what they were asking.
She also watched the popular science program last night.
For a while, she had no clue. Even
the popular science content of Jiangxia yesterday was not something that ordinary teachers could understand, and even professors were a little difficult to match.
She wanted to find a master to ask the truth. Suddenly, Lu Mei had an idea. Do you want to know?
Yes, X45. Students all over the world were very excited. The students thought that the teacher could really answer one or two questions, then get into a famous university, such as Kyoto, Dabi, Princeton, Harvard, Yale.
Nobel Prize scholars gather there. They must know the answer to your question.
As soon as these words came out, the students were all upset.
Lu Mei was instilling in them the idea of studying hard. We are just an ordinary high school. You may not even fail to get into Shanghai Jiaotong University. Why do you want to get into Princeton?
The students were speechless.
Teacher, do you know? That host is just an ordinary undergraduate. Why does he know so much?
A student suddenly asked the key question. The students stared at Lu Mei with their eyes.
Lu Mei's face twitched. At this time, another student innocently added, Teacher, that host seems to have graduated from Shanghai Jiaotong University, right? You seem to be Jiangxia's senior, right? Why are you a teacher while he is a host, and can come up with shocking theories? You can't do it? How would I know? You ask me, who should I ask? Continue the class.
Lu Mei slammed the table and shouted. In an instant, all the students were quiet.
2 days later. Another dimension laboratory. The mice in the transparent box rioted, rammed wildly, and finally died. Failed again.
Jiangxia took off his glasses. He spoke to the computer camera beside him. Biological evolution experiment, the 127th experiment, failed. The X virus successfully acted on the mice for 3 hours. During this period, the mice exerted 37 times more power than it and successfully broke a piece of glass. Breakthrough. The genes of the mice seem to have a shackle. The virus can successfully open the shackle for 3 hours, overdrawing all the life functions of the mice.
All Jiangxia wanted to verify was that the virus successfully integrated into the genes of the mice without any side effects. So far, all failed.
Even if it succeeded once, he could verify that the virus was indeed released by an unknown black hand in ancient times.
Because the virus affects the speed of human evolution. Humans, they should not be so fragile.
Apart from this, he could not think of any other possibilities. The Earth was more like a prison.
At the same time, the virus slowed down the evolution of human beings.
Gene medicines were not sold in the system mall and could only be obtained through live broadcasts.
Otherwise, they could be used to experiment with other life forms on Earth.
Through research, Jiangxia discovered that the human body also had the shackles of a gene lock. And he had broken through a little bit of the gene lock with the help of the gene medicine.
Just as he was thinking, his phone suddenly rang.
Warm reminder, the website is about to be revised, which may cause the reading progress to be lost. Please save the bookshelf and reading record in time. It is recommended to save the screenshot.
Sorry for the inconvenience caused to you. It was Chang Wen who had called before. After being connected,
a panicked voice came from the other side. Jiangxia, you are right. One of our old scholars was hit by a sudden wire and was electrocuted over the phone. Jiangxia heard the painful cries of other researchers coming from the other side.
I've said it before. If you don't believe me, don't do it again next time. This scene was perfectly guessed by Jiangxia. But no matter how he persuaded me, scientists all do brain in a vat experiments. This time only one died. If I do it again, I'm afraid I won't be the best next time. Jiangxia persuaded again, don't do it, stop it immediately, otherwise the consequences will be unimaginable.
A trembling voice came from the other side, I should have listened to you.
Jiangxia asked again, how far has your experiment progressed?
It progressed to the feedback stage. At that time, the computer was feeding back information from the deceased's brain when something unexpected happened.
Hear sounds. Jiangja nodded silently. That's it.
In his previous life, he also had problems during the feedback session.
This proves that the world is really controlled by unknown black hands.
Intuition told Jiangja that this did not seem to come from the same black hand.
Possibly, more. At this time, Kyoto Laboratory, in the underground base.
Changwen looked at the old scholar who had lost his human form on the ground in panic.
At this moment, his body couldn't help but tremble.
Not only that, everyone at the scene was staring at the person on the other end of the phone in Changwen's hand, Jiangja, as if they were seeing a ghost.
2 nights ago, Zhou Guoyao gathered a group of cutting-edge scientists in order to explore the truth of the world.
He had no choice but to do this. Unexpectedly, just now, the second night of the experiment, such a horrific scene happened.
Just when it is about to receive feedback information from the brain. No warning.
A wire suddenly broke from the ceiling, dragging lightning and hitting the old scholar's back hard, killing him. Not only that, even the computer where the data was stored was destroyed. They witnessed a supernatural event for the first time.
It's even a little bit weird, like the beautiful country movie, The God of Death. Impossible. Impossible. At first, Zhou Guoyao didn't want to believe it.
Because it was inspected by security personnel 3 times a day, in the morning, noon and evening.
Obviously everything is fine. But there was no problem during the inspection, so why is this happening?
But when the security officer took out the security information,
he stared at all aspects of information.
Finally, I had no choice but to accept the truth.
Jiangja is right.
There are unknowns that prevent us from knowing the truth, but we have realized it through this position.
It's so scary. I didn't expect something like this to happen. Suddenly an inappropriate remark was uttered. Now that we have realized the truth, will we be killed by this series of events again in the future?
As soon as these words came out, all the researchers present widened their eyes. They have only one choice now, asked Jiangja.
Jiangja, what should we do now? Changwen's trembling voice was heard. I'll think of a way. Jiangja frowned.
In his previous life, he remembered doing the brain in a vat experiment.
It was 3 days before the time travel.
During the 3 days, only that one partner was electrocuted into coke, and no other deaths occurred.
Just because it didn't happen, doesn't mean it won't happen. Thinking about this, suddenly, Jiangja's eyes widened violently. A terrifying thought came to mind. Is it possible that I was killed by the unknown because I discovered the truth about the world? By chance, I came to a parallel world? The thought of this, Jiangja couldn't help but be afraid.
Although there is no way to prove it at this moment, we already have some clues. He also has a probability of being killed by the unknown, as high as 50%. Just in case, Jiangja lied, it's okay, go on with your life.
How could the world be fake? This must be a low probability event. Hear this. Changwen on the opposite side finally breathed a sigh of relief. Think about it, how is it possible? It's outrageous to be killed by the unknown just because the world is fake. After getting Jiangja's answer, all the scholars breathed a sigh of relief. It scared me to death, old man. Really, let me tell you, this is a small probability event.
Really, but we really can't do this research anymore.
Yeah, don't do it.
While a group of scholars were discussing,
only one cutting-edge biologist, Ouyang Bailey, noticed the anomaly in Jiangja's words.
Because Jiangja's changes before and after were so great, his pupils shrank, and the thoughts in his mind became more intense.
Something is wrong.
This is not a small probability event, but an inevitable event. Jiangja is lying to us.
In other words, as long as all of us remain unconvinced that Lao Wang was electrocuted to death by an unknown person, we will not be killed.
Once we believe that Lao Wang was killed by the unknown, all of us will definitely die.
And I believe that Lao Wang was electrocuted, so he will definitely die. He looked around at his classmates. Although Ouyang Bailey didn't want to die, he couldn't directly expose Jiangja's lies.
Once Jiangja's lies were exposed, all of them at the scene would be killed by the unknown.
He could even guess that he would die in an accident in the next few days. Here. He didn't want to stay for a moment. I'll go first, everyone. After saying hello to everyone, Ouyang Bailey left the underground laboratory. Lao, take a few days off first, and don't do the experiment anymore. This was the advice from Lao Zhou.
Got it. It's just that it will be a long time before we meet again after this separation.
This was Ouyang's thought when he left. Because he had witnessed the so-called low-probability event. He drove past the park and resolutely followed. Here, a kidnapping of a woman just happened. At the same time. In the laboratory. After getting Jiang Zhe's affirmative answer. Everyone still couldn't help but feel scared. With the arrival of 120 and 110. The old scholars sent off their dead old friend, Lao Wang. Then they left the laboratory urgently. Back to the meeting room, they quietly held a discussion. On the sofa. Zhou Guoyao looked at everyone. What do you think? It's definitely a low probability event. Just now, the safety officer checked again and found that the live wire in the cable was damaged by mice. How did the mice come? Didn't Lao Wang eat melon seeds in the laboratory a few days ago? There are burnt melon seed shells all over it. It seems to be the case, a low probability event that happened by accident. Upon hearing this explanation, everyone can only think of low probability events and retribution. But this retribution is too great, isn't it? Zhou Guoyao shook his head slightly. Although he vaguely knew something, he didn't say it clearly. He was half skeptical and half believing in Jiang Zhe's words. Specific proof will have to wait for the next few days. Okay, that's it for now. The meeting is adjourned. By the way, everyone continue to follow Jiang Zhe's program. Maybe you will find the real answer from the program. After saying this, Lao Zhou left the meeting room. Time flies. A busy week has passed, and it's Saturday again. Saturday evening. Especially the creationism and origin of humankind mentioned in the last episode. It won the recognition of many viewers. After a week of preparation, more and more viewers are looking forward to Jiang Zhe's program. They turned on the TV as soon as possible, looking forward to Jiang Zhe's popular Science Tonight. The lights in every house gradually became brighter. More and more viewers are waiting in front of the TV. Not only watching the program, but also connecting with family. This is the true thought of the audience. Wife, it's almost 10 o'clock, hurry up and watch the program. I've waited long enough, it's finally on today. I really want to know what happened after the ancient technology war. One after another. The ratings of Korean TV's programs are steadily rising. Even at this time, it's not a popular science program. It's enough to see how much the audience is looking forward to it. Not only that. Even the official live broadcast room of Koan City TV station is full of viewers. At this time, the advertisement was playing on the screen, Fengqi Tianxia, Dayun motorcycle. The white bullet comments were swiping frantically. It's Saturday again, an exciting Saturday. You are awesome, so many people are watching the advertisement, Dayun pays money. What will you talk about today? Will you talk about the details of the ancient technological war? I have a feeling that Jiang Zhe will use a big move again today. Have you heard? An expert died in the Kyoto laboratory. What happened? Shisuo. It seems that he was electrocuted while studying the brain in the vat. Fuck. Isn't this too scary? While some viewers were waiting, discussing what happened last night. As the discussion progressed, more and more viewers thought that the brain in the vat was like a taboo experiment. Don't study it. Once studied, something will happen. Kyoto. In the meeting room of the Institute of Physics. The advertisement of Kuntai was playing on the big screen. Zhou Guoyao temporarily assembled the entire laboratory staff. The last time it was so lively was the last time. They gathered together to watch the military parade. This scene has not appeared for a long time. In the conference room sat the bigwigs and foreign professors in China. They are all experts in related fields. Physics, aerodynamics, biology, ecology, and even theologians. Of course, they are unwilling to come. But they can't do anything about Zhou Guoyao's power. Whoever dares not to come will be directly reduced in salary. Although it is a bit overbearing, the effect is good. Sun Tian looked at the audience and didn't see Ouyang, so he turned to ask Changwen, "Old Chang, where is Ouyang?" Changwen looked puzzled. "He's in the hospital, don't you know?" "What happened this morning? The call from the Public Security Bureau this morning, old Zhou also knows." Sun Tian looked at Zhou Guoyao. "What happened?" Old Zhou debugged the projector equipment and answered, "Ouyang was stabbed by the gangster for his bravery. Fortunately, the rescued person called the police in time, and the police and doctors arrived in time to rescue him." Hearing this, Old Sun murmured, "Is that so? Everything was fine yesterday. How could this happen suddenly?" But he didn't think much about it. In fact, in some unknown way, all the scientists who participated in the brain in a jar experiment escaped. A group of people below were complaining. What? Is it necessary to make such a fuss over a popular science program? Lao Zhou, if you disappoint us, I will never let you off easily. I have made a new discovery about new energy, and you brought me here. If I don't get anything, I will report you. I thought something big happened, but it turned out to be a TV program. Don't blame them. The main reason is that the popular science programs on TV are not worthy of the law. You know, if any of their papers are published, the fake experts on TV can make a lot of money. Such a big fuss is too much for them. Not only that. There are also young experts from the entire institute. They are all new talents who have just graduated. Seeing so many bigwigs waiting, they can only sit there obediently and wait quietly for the program to start. I have seen this program, it is very well presented. What's the use of being good? You have to put it into practice. No matter how good the paper is, can it be as good as practice? That's it. People are talking about it. The only one who can make a group of bigwigs gather together to watch TV commercials. I'm afraid Jiang Zhe is the only one. At this time, Jiang Zhe was rushing to the TV station. Because he was busy doing experiments. He forgot that today was the day of the show. But fortunately, he had a new harvest. Since the last time the white mouse survived for 3 hours. Now, he has the ability to increase the time from 3 hours to 12 hours. But when the time is up, the white mouse still exploded and died miserably. You know, Jiang Zhe's technical means are already the top level on Earth. Only the top level can make the mutant white mouse survive for 12 hours. For others, even 6 hours is difficult to achieve. So, it will be difficult to make a further breakthrough next. If you want to make a further breakthrough, you can only exchange it for more advanced genetic technology in the mall. Only then can he completely break the genetic lock on mankind. What troubled him was there is more than just one layer of genetic lock. After one level, there are more and more levels. Each level brings new abilities that are unimaginable. Even in the end, only God's realm can be glimpsed. Humanity must not become the target of massacre by advanced civilizations in the future. I must break this heavy responsibility. Even a little bit of progress. Jiang Zhe set a major goal for himself in his heart. When faced with future crises, he must at least have enough means to allow civilization to survive. Even if there are only a few people. The content of his speech today is an in-depth explanation of human beings, technological development, technological destruction, and alien civilization. At the same time, the value of popular science is also stretched. To support research, we need more science popularization value, so we can only do crazy science popularization. After a while, Jiang Zhe arrived at Kunming TV station. With the female assistant sorting it out, he walked into the studio and handed over the speech to the directing team. As soon as the director team saw the content of today's speech, everyone was stunned. The last ancient technology war has already refreshed people's outlook on things. Is it really necessary to popularize science today to refresh the three views? Kyoto. The meeting hall of the institute. All the scholars present were dissatisfied and complained one after another. Everyone, please be quiet. You can record the next content and study it at home. Lao Zhou said hello. Then he took out his laptop and started recording on the projector. Saw this scene. The scholars looked at Lao Zhou reluctantly. At this moment, they were all doubting. Who is this host? For the prestigious old Zhou to be so respectful? It's indispensable to go through the process a little bit. I want to take a look. If what the host says is not right, I will complain to the authorities. Come on, give Lao Zhou some face. In desperation. The big guys can only do it perfunctorily, but they can't make Lao Zhou unhappy. Until the advertisement in the projector screen ends. Jiang Zhe, wearing a black suit, appeared on the screen. As soon as this scene happened, the whole scene became noisy. He's the host? Old Zhou, what's going on with you? You are too young to be my student. Don't wait for Lao Zhou to speak. Jiang Zhe's voice came from the screen. I am your old friend, Jiang Zhe. Today I will give you an in-depth explanation about ancient nuclear wars and the Earth is a huge prison. As the words fell, the whole meeting room seemed to have heard a big joke. They looked at each other and doubted their lives. Ancient nuclear war? The Earth is a prison? This made it hard for everyone to believe what had just happened. The earliest theory of nuclear weapons appeared in 1939. Han and physical chemist Strussmann published a paper on the phenomenon of uranium nuclear fission. It took a few years for real nuclear weapons to appear. But this host talked about ancient nuclear war? Not only ancient nuclear war, but even Earth prison theory came out?
The old scholars stared at each other.
Are you kidding? XN seeing this scene in the audience, only Sun Tian on the stage, Shangwen smiled helplessly.
This is Xiao Zhang's style, don't be surprised, just keep listening.
If one day Jiangxia doesn't talk about weird science. The two thought Jiangxia was abnormal.
When they first came into contact with Jiangxia's theory, they were also shocked. Old Zhou narrowed his eyes. Realizing that today's popular science is not simple, he quickly put on his reading glasses and stared at the screen.
In the picture,
Jiangxia sat in front of the camera and began to explain, looking back at last week's popular science, creationism and origin of humankind. The emergence of these two theories has made everyone familiar with the technology that appeared in ancient times.
But ancient technology is only based on my imagination of ancient times and not very perfect evidence.
But today is different. I will thoroughly produce evidence to prove that not only did high-tech civilization exist in ancient times, but even human civilization has been destroyed, many times. At this point, Jiangxia's eyes began to change.
At this moment, I just want to say sorry to Wang Yat of Kyoto Research Institute. Because of my theory, he lost his life in yesterday's experiment. He is a hero and should not sink into history. For this, I feel deeply guilty.
At this point, Jiangxia faced the camera, bowed his head and prayed a few words.
Seeing this scene, the originally noisy meeting hall was silent. They all knew about Lao Wang's incident.
When they got the news, they were very sad. When they continued to question Lao Zhou, he didn't reveal much. Therefore, it was difficult for the old scholars to know what happened yesterday. They only knew that an accident happened. At this moment, Jiangxia's behavior won the favor of the old scholars.
It's a pity for Lao Wang.
Young man, your popular science is outrageous, but you are a good person.
Thumbs up for you. But popular science and being a person are two different things. I will still blame you if I should.
Watch Jiangxia's apology in front of the TV.
There are also many viewers who bowed their heads and prayed silently.
Especially some old viewers first heard the ancient nuclear war, the Earth prison, and then the sad news. It made a small number of viewers have ups and downs. They were shocked at first, and then regretful.
A moment of silence for Wang Yud. A moment of silence plus 999.
Sooner or later I will die because of this host.
How? So excited. In the meeting hall.
After hearing this, Lao Zhou, Changwan, and Sun Tian were obviously very sad. Devoted themselves to science, but could not tell the truth.
Alas, X3. Jiangxia then officially entered the topic.
As we all know, nuclear weapons have a history of less than 100 years.
But have you ever thought about it? Tens of thousands of years ago, there was a nuclear war on Earth, and more than once.
Every nuclear war was a comprehensive destructive blow, causing the demise of civilization.
But every demise is a new beginning, so there are so many legends. Some people say that Earth's civilization originated from tribes. He is right and wrong at the same time. And I say that Earth's civilization originated between 100,000 and 150,000 years ago. Facing the camera,
Jiangxia threw out a series of today's core content. Since the last program adjustment, he had enough time to prepare the materials. During the collection period, Jiangxia identified the authenticity of a large amount of materials. Although scholars in this world have mentioned nuclear war, they do not have more past life experience than Jiangxia, so they are regarded as urban legends.
Facing Jiangxia's explanation, archaeologists and historians can only listen patiently.
After all, they also want to know where Jiangxia's evidence comes from. Jiangxia's voice came from the projector again. To briefly explain, Darwin's theory of evolution is partially correct. The earliest humans did have a blank period of 100,000 to 150,000 years during history.
Humans in that period were in the hunting stage.
And when I was traveling for science not long ago, I discovered a village 9,000 years ago in Tasik, Turkey, and this village was also hunting. After explaining the premise, Jiangxia returned to the topic. So, our human civilization has never developed from 150,000 to 9,000 years ago.
Speaking of this, facing the camera, Jiangxia suddenly asked back, it is reasonable to maintain hunting civilization without development for nearly 140,000 years?
And our modern civilization has entered the high-tech stage from the hunting stage in just a few thousand years, and can explore the moon and Mars. The farthest human creation, Voyager 1, has left the solar system in less than 10,000 years.
And others have spent 140,000 years, but are still standing still? Excuse me, is this reasonable? As the voice fell, there was silence in the studio. There was silence in the conference hall. Jiang's views impacted the concepts of all scholars present. The golden age of 140,000 years, but it still remained in the hunting stage. Everyone with a discerning eye at the scene knew. This is not true at all. At this time, Jiang stood up and walked to the LCD screen behind him. He wrote 5 big words, Ancient Nuclear War. He pulled hard under the big words and drew a black underline. They fell into deep thought. Ancient Nuclear War. Although they had heard of it, it was just a rumor, and rumors were not referenceable. Archaeologists and historians knew that there was a 140,000-year blank period in history. But according to various documents, it was just a stagnation period of civilization. You know, a hunting village wants to develop into a technological era. Then it must meet one condition, accumulation. Without any accumulation of cultural heritage, 140,000 years is really a technological stagnation period. This host's point of view is novel, but I still find it difficult to agree. A scholar muttered. Everyone nodded in approval, and then moved their eyes to the podium. I saw that Lao Zhou and others were discussing the ancient nuclear war fiercely. Lao Zhou, it may be true. Lao Chang, it is very likely, otherwise it would be impossible for the historical blank to last so long. Lao Sun, maybe tonight's popular science can really popularize historical technological civilization. See the discussion of the 3 people. The scholars in the audience were all confused. Since the more powerful experts believed it, then they could only be patient and continue watching. With the start of Jiang's weekly broadcast, the ratings immediately soared from 2% to more than 30% and have been growing. The data on the official live broadcast platform is also rising wildly. After Jiang wrote the 5 big characters, Ancient Nuclear War, the audience immediately discussed it crazily. Ancient Nuclear War, is it true? A blank period of 140,000 years, this is really unreasonable. If there is really a technological civilization in history, why hasn't it been discovered by archaeology? As far as I know, it seems that the complete disappearance of a civilization can only last for 10,000 years at most, and everything will return to nature after 10,000 years. Hiss, after you say that, is it really possible in history? A small number of viewers agree with Jiang's view. After all, the rise and destruction of a civilization is just a matter of war. If Jiang can really connect historical technological civilizations, then the high-tech civilization that appeared in ancient times, plus the invasion of alien civilizations, is likely to have a bigger secret. In the TV station conference room, Director Zhang Xian couldn't wait to call all the hosts to watch the science program. When they heard the core themes of Ancient Nuclear War and Earth Prison, everyone was excited. After a week of preparation, Jiang really threw out a heavy trump card again. At this time, the door of the conference room was pushed open again, and it was Lao Li again. Director, your chance of promotion is 100%. Start broadcasting, directly 40% ratings. Lao Li reported excitedly. Hearing the ratings soaring instantly, the other hosts were frightened. 40% ratings at the start of the broadcast directly pulled nearly half of the traffic in the entire Koan city to the TV station. Too scary. Only Director Zhang looked calm. Jiang's basic operation, don't look at me like this. Ha 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 ha. With the evening science program hosted by Jiang, then Koan City will always have an ace. With the popularity of Jiang's program, the director's future will be smoother. In the studio, after Jiang wrote 5 big words, then facing the camera, he explained again, everyone, you should know why there will be a nuclear war among humans? There are only 2 reasons. 1, civil war, due to uneven distribution of resources. 2, alien invasion, humans jointly resist alien civilization. As long as one of the above is met, the Earth will fall into the 3rd war again. And the world has begun to have civil wars, but our countries are trying their best to prevent a full-scale nuclear war from happening again, so countless nuclear weapons are destroyed every year. Except for the 5 major United Nations countries that have existing nuclear weapons, the rest of the countries basically do not have nuclear weapons. Speaking of this, Jiang became a little more serious, but you have to know, humanity cannot always be peaceful. Except for our Xia country, which has a 5,000-year cultural heritage, the rest of the countries are warlike stubborn elements, who will do anything for their own interests. This is their bad nature, which can be seen from the wars of the last century. Even if Jiang did not name names, The audience in front of the TV also understood who Jiangja was talking about. Of course, it's neon, beautiful, and small countries like France and Canada.
Therefore, the primary factor of a full-scale nuclear war is here, and humans will never unite.
Jiangja turned his back to the camera.
He wrote, disunity, on the LCD screen, plus, 10,000 years.
Then he turned around and continued to explain, do you know what 10,000 years represents?
10,000 years represents the maximum time that human civilization can exist.
If humans disappear from the Earth at this moment,
then man-made objects on the Earth will return to nature within 10,000 years.
Artificial satellites will fall into the atmosphere and burn up. Artificial buildings will be completely reduced to ashes. After humans disappear, various facilities will lose human maintenance in a few days. The nuclear power plant will explode.
The city will be flooded by the water from the sewer and will soon become a water city. Inland cities will gradually be covered with vegetation and will become a paradise for wild animals. When everything disappears, it will only be a short 10,000 years.
Of course, there is another piece of evidence that proves that humans once existed, non-degradable things, plastic bags. The voice ends here.
Jiangja faced the camera and wrote, plastic bags, on the LCD screen emphatically.
See this. Scholars and viewers couldn't help but reflect. Although Jiangja didn't get to the point.
But he has explained the limits of the existence of man-made objects very well. At the same time, experts also know that Jiangja has a foundation in popular science. Popular science has a certain authenticity.
In just 10,000 years, we humans will have nothing? Don't forget, there are plastic bags. So the host is calling on us to protect the environment?
In front of the TV, the audience in the live broadcast room discovered Jiangja's intention.
Before talking about nuclear war, talk about environmental protection first.
Then the theme was sublimated directly.
It is Jiangja indeed. He easily did what other hosts could not do. In the studio. Turning around, Jiangja faced the camera and continued to explain, but do you know?
In addition to plastic bags, after everything of human beings disappears, there is another heavy enough evidence to prove that human beings have directly existed.
Faced with this sentence, everyone's curiosity was instantly aroused. The audience sat up straight.
He did not keep it a secret and directly wrote two words on the LCD screen, glass. As you can see, only glass can truly prove that human beings have existed.
Of course, I am talking about artificial glass.
Not the glass that is formed by gravel after volcanic eruptions, lightning strikes, and meteorite impacts.
Then, Jiangja waved to the director. The director understood.
Immediately put the picture that Jiangja had given on the LCD screen.
As you can see, the evidence that proves that human civilization once existed, it's right here. Seeing this scene, it immediately aroused the curiosity of the audience. Glass, can it exist? Can human civilization exist?
Warm reminder, the website is about to be revised, which may cause the reading progress to be lost. Please save the bookshelf and reading record in time. It is recommended to take a screenshot to save.
Sorry for the inconvenience caused to you. Kyoto. In the meeting hall.
Seeing that Jiangja put a piece of glass on the screen,
all geologists were the first to express dissatisfaction. Glass can indeed prove the existence of human beings. But, your glass is too outrageous, isn't it?
I agreed with him when he talked about environmental protection before. Until the glass appeared, I felt that he was unreliable.
This glass is obviously natural glass. Artificial or artificially formed glass can prove the existence of civilization.
But you know, the appearance of natural glass is random.
What's the point of putting in naturally formed glass? At this moment, even Zhou Guayao and others couldn't understand Jiangja's motives.
Even if the three of them wanted to speak for Jiangja, they couldn't find a reason. According to the previous view, this is definitely not Jiangja's evidence.
Whenever someone refuted Jiangja before,
in the end, they would all be slapped in the face. So, they watched slowly.
All scholars couldn't help but see how Jiangja explained. At this time,
Jiangja's voice came again on the screen.
As you can see, the glass you see is natural glass. As soon as the voice fell, Jiangja waved to the director again.
The director immediately changed another picture of the desert. The ground was full of yellow-green glass. As shown in the picture, the desert here is in Libya. In 1932, a foreign engineer found that the desert in Libya was full of these glasses within a diameter of 20 kilometers. And the glass he encountered was yellow-green.
First of all, everyone should know how glass is formed.
It's nothing more than what I said before: meteorite impact, lightning strike, volcanic eruption. Only these three situations can produce glass like the picture. Of course, there is an exception: nuclear explosion. Therefore, I found that the glass in this area is not naturally formed, but the location of the nuclear explosion. As soon as the voice fell, the pupils of the experts in the entire conference hall suddenly shrank. They were shocked by Zhang's nonsense. The official host actually misled the ignorant people. This should be criticized. Just based on the glass within a 20 kilometers radius, we can conclude that it was an ancient nuclear explosion? It's too far-fetched, right? Nonsense. It's just nonsense. This kid is talking nonsense. Although there are sandstorms and lightning in the desert, but it's still a bit far-fetched to form such a spectacular 20 kilometers radius of glass. Don't forget that the high temperature generated by the meteorite impact can also produce yellow-green crystal glass. Many experts in the entire conference room knew about the Libyan desert glass incident in 1932. It was just regarded as an ordinary natural formation in the end, because no one associated it with an ancient nuclear explosion. Just as all the experts were scolding Zhang's voice came out again. Let me guess, the experts who are watching the show now will definitely complain that lightning strikes can explain glass. Well, this is feasible. When lightning strikes rocks, it is called lightning rock, which is also possible. However, there is glass everywhere within 20 kilometers in the desert, so there will be at most one or more lightning strikes, but no more than hundreds, and the final conclusion of lightning strikes is not valid. Some people even guess a nuclear explosion experiment in 1932? This is even more impossible. The earliest nuclear weapon theory appeared in 1938-1939, and nuclear weapons officially appeared after 1940 plus, so it is impossible. It is inevitable that some people will say that it is a meteorite crater at this time. The meteorite crater is also what the experts answered. Because the high temperature generated by the meteorite crater in an instant, it is also enough to form large pieces of yellow-green crystalline glass. Although this is possible, but the result is not. Facing the camera, Zhang explained, although meteorite craters can form these glasses, the result is not. Because there has never been a meteorite crater within 20 kilometers, and even within 100-200 kilometers and further away. As we all know, the high temperature generated by a nuclear explosion will cause the gravel to form yellow-green glass in a short time. At this point, Zhang waved to the director. The director immediately switched to a nuclear explosion picture. In the picture, the radius of about 5 kilometers is all yellow-green crystalline glass. When the on-site director and the director saw it, they were all stunned. It took a lot of time to digest this news. Therefore, this place is not produced by a modern nuclear explosion. Since it is not a modern nuclear explosion, then there is only one possibility: an ancient nuclear explosion. Listening to Zhang's explanation, the bigwigs in the conference room all frowned. After Zhang's explanation, it seems that this is really the case. But it is unreasonable. A geologist stood up and expressed his opinion. To be honest, I have been to this place before, and I asked the locals about the situation. But the locals said it was a meteorite impact, and when I investigated, I did not find any meteorite craters nearby. It is still feasible to say that there is a meteorite crater, but it is vaguely untenable. At this time, other experts expressed their opinions. It may really be a meteorite impact, and the meteorite crater was covered by quicksand. It can't be an ancient nuclear explosion. It is very likely a volcanic eruption. There must be a dead volcano nearby that has not been discovered. I am more in favor of a dead volcano. Yes, the highest record of volcanic eruption is 1.2 kilometers high, and the volcanic ash is 3.4 kilometers high. On August 27, 1883, the Krakatoa volcano in Indonesia erupted with amazing power. The energy of this volcanic eruption is equivalent to 10,000 times the nuclear weapon dropped on Hiroshima, Japan, so it must be a volcano. Will it be the other countries at that time? Impossible. In 1932, no country had nuclear weapons. After a brief discussion, no one at the scene agreed with the one who said that the Indonesian volcano erupted. Because if it was really a volcanic eruption, it would not be a specific 20 kilometers with yellow-green glass. It is a larger range, and the location of the yellow-green glass cannot be so concentrated. You know, the range produced by the nuclear explosion is likely to allow so much glass to form in a short time and thus be so concentrated. But in 1932, At that time, no country in the world had nuclear weapons. The emergence of a nuclear weapon required the gathering of a large number of top physicists in 1932.
Von Neumann, Einstein, and other cutting-edge countries.
Except for the United States at that time, there was no other country.
That is not.
At this moment, all the experts were wavering.
The following is about what Jiang Zhe said.
The experts below almost collapsed.
P.S. Explain.
In the setting, the protagonist completes science popularization, and he has no blueprints. He will only get science popularization points, unlock space, and use it to exchange technology for experiments. The blueprints for completing science popularization were not given to him.
Because science popularization and rewards do not meet the standards and are not proportional.
If he is given blueprints every time, it would be too much of a cheat, and it would be impossible to write later. The setting is originally for the country, and the country gives the protagonist funds. And the protagonist will obtain the blueprints through his own methods.
Don't be led by others because of handing it over to the country. Note, the protagonist's input and return are not proportional.
At the beginning, the protagonist only has an experimental space and nothing else. Relying on his own past life knowledge, he leads the evolution of civilization. So don't worry about handing it over to the country anymore, thank you. The selling point of this book is the curious plot, not his reward. Warm reminder, the website is about to be revised, which may cause the loss of reading progress. Please save the bookshelf and reading record in time. It is recommended to take screenshots and save.
Please forgive us for the inconvenience caused to you. I don't deny this possibility. But the evidence I presented alone is obviously untenable.
Jiang Zhe in the picture showed the second evidence on the LCD screen: Mohenjo-daro ruins.
As you can see, this is the second evidence, the ruins of Mohenjo-daro city. Unearthed in ancient Indu, the ruins of a city dating back 2600 BC.
This ruin has another name, Hill of Death, which is also the name given to it by the locals. Hill of Death, as the name suggests, this city has many complete human corpses.
Speaking of this,
Jiang Zhe looked serious. However, the death characteristics of these corpses are obviously abnormal. Hearing this, the director switched to the next picture very tacitly. A large number of black corpses appeared in the ruins. You can see that the characteristics of these people's deaths are very obvious. Some died on the street, and some died in the bedroom.
In one of the larger ruins, rows of people were found lying dead.
Some of the bodies covered their faces with their hands, as if they were protecting themselves, and as if they had seen something terrible.
There are no signs of fighting or murder here. So, the scene you see is, people died in an instant.
As Jiang Zhe threw out the second piece of evidence, the experts in the conference room were all stunned.
Wasn't this urban ruins discovered in Indu a while ago? But how could Jiang Zhe collect so much evidence in a short time? Domestic experts have not yet obtained first-hand resources. But Jiang Zhe was able to obtain the information in advance?
It was as if he had personally visited the scene and studied it.
Not only that, in addition to Jiang Zhe's remarks, the experts did see that the people in the picture died in an instant.
They did experience a terrorist incident before death.
Who is this Jiang Zhe?
This city ruins was only discovered 7 days ago.
We don't have first-hand information, but he has it? Don't worry about the information. They seem to have died in an instant. Oh my God. What did they experience before they died? In addition to being amazed at Jiang Zhe's ability, many experts have witnessed the unusualness of the picture.
Seeing this, the three old men looked at each other in confusion. No one knows how Jiang Zhe got the first-hand information.
Did he hack into Indu's database? But to their surprise, this city ruins is indeed extraordinary.
In the official live broadcast room. After a short period of fermentation, more and more people poured into the live broadcast room. At this time, the number of people has exceeded 2 million real people.
With the appearance of Jiang Zhe's first-hand information and the strange way of death, the audience was all frightened.
Fuck! I'm an archaeology student.
Jiang Zhe got the data that our professor didn't get? People seem to have experienced major events before they died. Is it true? Oh my God.
Jiang Zhe is a thief who stole my country's secrets. As a barrage of comments from an Indu netizen appeared, a familiar scene appeared again.
Brother, are you an Indu official? Stop talking nonsense, start the live broadcast.
The Indu netizen was immediately yelled at by a group of netizens to start the live broadcast.
The network is a bit slow, wait a moment.
The Indu netizen named Vias immediately opened the live broadcast room. sent a link in the official live broadcast room. A large group of netizens poured into the live broadcast room. At this time, the brown guy was working as an assistant at the ruined site shown by Jiang Zhe. He ran to the Information Security Department immediately. "Mr. Tiwidi, has our data been stolen recently?" Hearing Vyaz's question, the technician named Tiwidi was puzzled for a moment, and then immediately tapped the keyboard. Once the data is leaked, it will be troublesome. So he took inventory of the database. He is a national security officer, and there are few hackers in the world who can steal his data. After a moment, "I don't know why you ask this question, but there is no sign of theft in the computer." "No? Then what's going on?" Wei Yasi was puzzled and handed the phone to the gentleman. After seeing the screen, his face was shocked. He recognized it at a glance. Jiang Zhe in the screen was showing pictures of their archaeological site. As far as he knew, everything at the scene was rumored. But no one leaked it. How is it possible? I was hacked silently? Or the host of Xiaogua? Seeing the reaction of the technician, the audience in the live broadcast room were all stunned. Fuck! Same as last time in Renchio, Habe? How terrifying! What is the identity of the host? How can he get first-hand information? Even the country doesn't have this information. Ha ha ha. The information of India and Du was hacked by our host, 666. The new incident once again cast a veil over Jiang Zhe's identity. The last time in Renchio, maybe it was a coincidence. Will it be a coincidence the second time? Obviously, in their minds, Jiang Zhe is not just a host, but even a high-level hacker hidden in the world. At this time, Jiang Zhe in the picture is continuing to explain, faced with such a strange death scene. What could it be? A volcanic eruption? Impossible, there are no volcanic relics within thousands of kilometers of this belt. Epidemic? Even more impossible, because so far it is impossible for any virus to kill humans in an instant. Meteorite eruption? It's possible, but it won't work here. Speaking of this, the director skillfully switched to another picture for Jiang Zhe. The picture still shows the city of Death Hill. It's just that there is something unusual in Death Hill. What's unusual is not an ordinary stone building, but a comprehensive glass building. Facing the camera, Jiang Zhe continued his explanation. The yellow-green glass building you see has another name, tritene substance. As the name suggests, this substance is caused by a momentary high temperature and then rapid cooling. This substance cannot be caused by a meteorite hitting the ground. So what caused it? Hearing this, all the experts and the audience couldn't help but widen their eyes. As experts, they know this substance. There is only one possibility, a nuclear explosion. But this possibility seems unlikely. Just when the experts doubted themselves, Jiang Zhe's voice came out again in the picture. Yes, it is a nuclear explosion. I have only found this substance in nuclear explosions. Therefore, a nuclear explosion once occurred here, and this city was destroyed by other highly civilized civilizations at that time. An incredible idea came to their minds. That is, what Jiang Zhe said seems to be true. In modern civilization, nuclear wars may happen at any time. Once a war breaks out, it will inevitably exacerbate the destruction of civilization. Everyone knows that in a world-destroying war, there will always be survivors who survive by chance. Finally, they will continue to develop into other technological civilizations. This is what the audience thinks at this moment. Kyoto. The meeting hall. The big guys have the same idea as the audience. It's just that they start from a scientific point of view. Facing the fact of ancient nuclear wars, it is unbelievable anyway. Once it is proved that ancient nuclear wars are true, then everything created by modern humans is not special at all. It's just following the development of history. They can't and don't want to accept it. Then they immediately discussed the evidence presented by Jiang Zhe. Will what he showed be true? There are still many suspicious points. If civilization really existed at that time, then other countries would not still be in the hunting era, at least the world would be heading towards the technological era, right? But the substance that Jiang Zhe said has indeed only appeared at the nuclear explosion site. This, even if they don't believe it, in the face of that absolute evidence. Everyone is undecided and maintains the last stubbornness. They can only look at Zhou Guayao on the stage. Old Zhou is now horrified. At this moment, he believes in Jiang Zhe very much. Because this substance cannot be produced in the meteorite crash. When the meteorite hits the ground, yellow-green glass will appear.
but only torritini substance will appear in a nuclear explosion. What Jiangja said is very likely to be true. But what was the war for? Just for resource plunder, all civilizations at that time were destroyed? This is a result that every normal country avoids. Could it be that the people of the world at that time were all out of their minds? It's even more impossible. Just when everyone was puzzled, Jiangja on the screen explained again, of course, everyone may still have various doubts at this time, and they will be answered later. Please look at the following written evidence first. As the director switched, two ancient masterpieces appeared on the LCD screen. What you see is the ancient Hindu epic Mahabharata and another Ramayana. These two books are 2,300 to 2,500 years old, and both books tell about the Annihilation War in 10,000 BC. The amazing thing is that the content of the book is seriously inconsistent with the Stone Age at that time. And this book describes two fierce wars between the Kauravas, Pandavas, Vrishinis and Anhakas who lived in the upper reaches of the Ganges River in Indu. Speaking of this, Jiangja took out the two books from the drawer of the podium. He read aloud in a deep and magnetic voice. The first war in the book is described like this: the brave Atherton, riding in the Vimana, flying vehicle, finally landed in the water and launched the Agnya, similar to a missile weapon. It can generate and emit dense arrows of light and fire over the enemy, just like a rainstorm, surrounding the enemy, with infinite power. Its brightness is like 10,000 suns. The book describes the power like this: at the moment of the explosion, a thick shadow quickly formed over the Pandava, city, and the sky suddenly became dark, and all compasses lost their function in the darkness. Then the wind blew and the sky was blown away. A strong and harsh wind arose, howling from the ground, sweeping up a huge amount of dust and gravel. Countless birds screamed like crazy, like the sky was falling and the earth was cracking. Even the sun was swaying in the sky. This weapon emitted a terrible burning heat, causing the earth to shake wildly. In a large area, animals were burned and deformed, and the river water boiled instantly, and all fish and shrimps were scalded to death. When the rocket fell, it exploded at the site, burning the enemy soldiers like charred dead tree trunks, and finally even the earth was filled with black toxins. The survivors took off their armor, plunged into the river, and scrubbed their bodies frantically. This is exactly what is described in the book Mahabharata. After listening to this part of the commentary, the audience in front of the TV was surprised to find that every sentence Jiangja said fits the destructive scene of nuclear war. It seems that a nuclear war really happened 10,000 years ago. It is very likely true, otherwise how could these two books appear? I can't imagine. The nuclear war 10,000 years ago, what was it fought for? For glory? Glory, it must be resource plunder. Ancient civilizations are much more advanced than ours? According to the host's description, ancient technological civilization and modern technological civilization do not seem to be in the same series of technology trees. But why did a nuclear war break out? The audience who understood the truth. While marveling at the ancient nuclear war, they were also amazed at why. Why did a full-scale nuclear war break out? Is resource allocation more important than the Earth's home? Warm reminder, the website is about to be revised, which may cause the reading progress to be lost. Please save the bookshelf and reading record in time. It is recommended to save screenshots. Sorry for the inconvenience caused to you. Because the matter was too unbelievable. So he collected a lot of evidence, thus proving that the residents of Indu were not talking nonsense. It was not that Indu made up stories to show how powerful the country was in the past. The truth is, it is the true history passed down by word of mouth. Jiangja paused for a moment, and then continued to explain, even if you don't pay attention to everything I read. Just pay attention to the brightness after the explosion is like 10,000 suns. The enemies were burned to death and turned into black dead branches. The surviving soldiers threw away their armor and jumped into the river to wash their bodies, and the earth is full of toxins. Is this phenomenon described as the little boy nuclear weapon dropped by the United States on Japan in the last century, with ruins and nuclear radiation everywhere? But humans 10,000 years ago, no matter how imaginative they were, could not describe the devastation of a nuclear war that did not exist in that era. Because human cognition is limited, it is impossible to predict the unknown. Detailed description. Later, after a lot of rumors from survivors, it was finally recorded by scholars at the time 2,300-2,500 years ago. In addition, earlier, when I was playing in the Deccan primeval forest, location, Indu Forest, the walls of the scorched ruins I found were crystallized and smooth like glass, and the surface of the stone furniture in the building was also vitrified. Of course, in addition to Indu, I also found traces of ruins of prehistoric nuclear wars in ancient Babylon, the Sahara Desert, and the Gobi Desert of Mengu.
And they all have the same sign. The glass crystals in the ruins are exactly the same as the glass crystals in today's nuclear explosion test sites.
At the end,
Jiangja took out a real case from this world.
An old black and white picture appeared on the LCD screen.
Everyone, please look, this is Igor Bosky, a physicist from Suzhou in the last century. He discovered the remains of an ancient Indu in the upper reaches of the Ganges. Later, it was found that this ancient human still had radioactive residues 50 times higher than normal.
After thousands of years, it still contains such a large amount of radioactive substances. I can't think of anything else except nuclear weapons. Listen to the whole explanation. A series of verifiable evidence was laid out by Zhang Zhe.
You know, most of these evidences are not currently recorded in this world. Some viewers in front of the TV were even shocked to the point of jumping up.
Fuck! What did you do before you became a host? Oh my god! You are better than a group of experts. I can't believe it.
I am 24 years old and still working in an electronics factory, but you have already contributed to the country.
The tough guy is crying.
The host must be made by Nuwa herself, and I am a product of the assembly line.
Assembly line plus 999.
Before they were amazed at the nuclear explosion, they already felt incredible. But the ancient nuclear explosions, in front of Jiangja's mysterious past.
It seems not worth mentioning. Some viewers immediately searched on Shendu.
What was shocking was that there was no record of these materials on Shendu. In other words, all of this was discovered by Jiangja himself while traveling around the world.
It shocked everyone's 3 views again. Kyoto
Institute of Physics, in the conference hall.
After listening to Jiangja's story, all experts took a breath.
The experts who had previously refuted Jiangja's claim that there was no nuclear war in ancient times all shut up at this moment. In the face of a large amount of evidence, their beliefs and concepts began to waver.
At the same time, they were also shocked by Jiangja's life trajectory. Especially the Mengu and Xia also has nuclear explosion relics? This group of veteran scientists never knew that Mengu also had nuclear relics, but the 24-year-old host knew it in advance? Whether it is true or not,
the geologists and archaeologists in the conference hall were all excited. I don't know if what Xiao Jiang said is true or not. Does our country also have nuclear relics?
You are so confident, it is very likely true. It is also possible that he accidentally discovered it while traveling. Good news. I will apply to the authorities for an inspection when the time comes.
The experts were jealous of Jiangja's past.
It would be a lie to say that they were not envious.
At such a young age, he dared to conduct scientific research alone.
Not to mention the danger.
This requires not only a large amount of knowledge reserves, but also certain financial support. Even if the experts on the scene were 30 years younger, no one would dare to do it.
Unless someone is too optimistic.
Old Joe couldn't help but sigh, this Xiao Jiang is really mysterious.
It's a pity that he doesn't want to work in my institute. He is really sorry for the country as a host.
At such a young age, he has a promising future. Of course, he can't force Jiangja's future wishes. Old Sun on the side nodded in agreement, ancient nuclear war must be true.
If we humans don't exercise restraint, we may go down the same path again.
Old Chang looked at the screen and murmured, the country should really give Xiao Jiang a contribution and peace award.
TV station, conference room. The hosts were surprised at Jiangja's knowledge reserves.
In just over a week, the knowledge in Jiangja's mind seemed to be beyond his level. Every time he appeared, he would bring a new theory. Moreover, every time he appeared, he would solve a new scientific problem. And it was proved by Jiangja with a lot of real and referenceable evidence.
Perhaps other hosts were surprised by the ancient nuclear war.
Only the station director Zhang Xian and the broadcasting minister Lao Chang thought about Jiangja's past. They had interviewed Jiang Zhou in person before.
Jiangja's resume and past were all ordinary graduates. But how did he know the global secrets? Is there really an unusual organization team behind Jiangja?
Station director Zhang Xian stared at Jiangja with a suspicious look, unable to figure out the reason.
And Lao Chang on the side couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Lao Chang vaguely remembered.
When Jiangja came to the office on the first day to ask him for the right to host the program,
Jiangja's whole person has changed a lot.
Usually he was submissive, and when faced with orders from others, he rarely refused, and never expressed his personal opinions. But that night, he rested for several hours in the conference room due to excessive fatigue. When Jiangzhe woke up, his personality had completely changed. In his first hosting, he threw out shocking popular science, the world is fake, infinite multiverse theory. No matter how hard he thought, he couldn't figure it out. Just as Lao Chang was thinking about something even more incredible. The door was suddenly pushed open, interrupting Lao Chang's thoughts. Oh my god! What did Jiangzhe talk about today? The ratings have directly broken 58. The live broadcast room has also broken 3 million people. Lao Li looked at everyone excitedly. Upon hearing this, director Zhang Xian just smiled politely to show his respect. He had been numb to the repeated breaking of ratings and the increase in the number of people in the live broadcast room. In front of Jiangzhe's popular science content, it was not worth mentioning at all. Jiangzhe's voice was heard again on the TV. There is a lot of evidence to prove the ancient nuclear war. There are also relevant records of the same era in the Bible, you can search for it yourself. Having explained this, everyone must have many questions now. For example, why did the ancients have a nuclear war? Was it just to compete for resources? Answer, yes. Without resources, there is no way to bring a more convenient life. This is one aspect, and the other aspect is naturally the inferior nature of human beings, cruelty and bloodthirstiness. We humans claim to be advanced creatures, but we are more cruel than all creatures on the earth. Especially in modern times, the United States, politicians, businessmen, etc., they have misinterpreted Darwin's idea of survival of the fittest and brought it to the fullest. This is the reasonable excuse they found for invasion, killing, and robbing. Because of human nature's cruelty, bloodthirstiness, etc., there is the following content. Speaking of this point, Jiangzhe stood up from his seat, walked to the LCD screen, and wrote 14 big characters, "Why did the ancients start nuclear wars?" and "The Earth Prison Theory." Warm reminder, the website is about to be revised, which may cause the reading progress to be lost. Please save the bookshelf and reading record in time. It is recommended to take a screenshot to save. Sorry for the inconvenience caused to you. Look at the big characters on the screen. All viewers can't help but look forward to it. 3 hours have passed since Jiangzhe's program. From environmental protection, ancient nuclear war, to the Earth Prison Theory in the final step. Ancient nuclear war may be the end of a period when a civilization reaches its peak. As for why a nuclear war was launched, they have no clue. Finally arrived at the Earth prison. For the past 3 hours, I haven't even dared to lower my head. My eyes are sore. By the way, the Earth prison has something to do with ancient nuclear wars? That's outrageous. I'm confused again. This theory still doesn't exist on the internet. That means the host has created a brand new theory. Many viewers were reluctant to leave the TV, afraid of missing any bit of information. Discerning viewers all know that Jiangzhe's ancient nuclear war is to guide the next Earth prison theory. But no one understands the reason for this. At this time on the LCD screen in the picture, the director has switched it to a scene from outer space. At the same time, a huge square steel fortress stood outside the Earth. The Earth will never see the light of day. This scene made the audience a little depressed. As you can see, the Earth is indeed a giant prison. When it comes to prisons, everyone must know what kind of people live in prisons on our planet. They are all a bold group of people who have no regard for the law. It wasn't until by chance that I was caught by the police and ended up in jail. Combined with the human bellicosity and bloodthirsty that I mentioned before, these are all driven by desire, so the reasons naturally come out. Humans on Earth are exactly the group that was exiled by higher civilization. Combined with the human nature mentioned by Jiangzhe before, plus the theory that the Earth is a giant prison, the audience can't help but think of human civilization does not come from the Earth, but from other planets. It was in ancient times, 140,000 years ago, that there was no human civilization on the Earth, only those indigenous hunting villages. One day, a spaceship landed in the sky. It was also the same period, in the universe of the ancient technological era. There is a group of technologically advanced humans who, for the sake of resources, wantonly display their inherent evil, burning, killing and looting among the stars. At the wrong time, I met the interstellar police. So the interstellar police found a suitable planet for criminals to survive. Are the criminals alive or dead? Naturally, the interstellar police officers don't care. The audience is still confused. Were ancient humans really that strong? Why don't the interstellar police kill all humans and wait for the new year? Aren't you afraid that powerful humans will develop civilization again and kill the universe?
This is a question for all viewers. The explanation ends here. Jiangja faced the camera and explained patiently, the evidence will be released later. At this time, the audience may ask, were humans so developed in the ancient technological era? Answer, yes, the special thing about human beings lies in their wisdom. Human beings have a wisdom that is difficult to match with other creatures. Some viewers may also ask, why don't interstellar police kill humans? Answer, right to life. Because the development of civilization is not easy, and every interstellar citizen is equal. Of course, the interstellar police may have killed most of the humans and then exiled a small number of people on the Earth. This point refers to the fact that except for countries with death row prisoners, all other countries on Earth have human rights. Speaking of which, facing the camera, Jiangja asked, since the beautiful country is such a cruel and murderous country, and the people of the beautiful country have human rights, why doesn't the civilization of the universe have human rights? The words fell. Although Jiangja did not directly release the evidence, the audience in front of the TV nodded repeatedly. Because this example is so appropriate. The beautiful country does all kinds of evil on the Earth, buying off public intellectuals, provoking wars, standing idly by, and a series of tricks are vividly performed there. But this is the kind of country. But it has a laughable right to life. Even if a heinous criminal kills someone else, he will not be punished with the death penalty. So what about the universe? The universe is one big family. Therefore, other civilizations have more complete interstellar laws and interstellar civilization rights. When the audience was quite surprised. On TV at this time, Jiangja pointed to the 5 characters ancient nuclear war and explained, as we all know, humans today cannot leave the solar system. It also means that the energy in the solar system will eventually be exhausted. Once we are unable to leave the solar system, then human beings will naturally start a war on the Earth. Having said this, he knocked on the LCD screen hard. This is exactly what interstellar civilizations in the universe think. Since human nature is inherently evil, then block human technology so that it can never get out of the circle of life, leaving it alone and moldy on the Earth. In the end, civil war will occur due to resource issues. It's a cycle that keeps happening again and again. Civilization will never get out of the solar system. Hence there is destruction, rebirth, destruction, rebirth. Isn't this torture? That's why. No matter how humans observe the universe, they cannot observe other civilizations. Not being able to observe does not mean that they do not exist. Rather, more advanced civilizations just don't want the Earth to observe them. Once the Earthlings observe alien civilizations, they will repeat the same mistakes. Interstellar invasion will occur again. P.S. Ask for a wave of support, comments, evaluations, gifts, thank you all. Chengshin began to work hard, and under the premise of ensuring quality, 3-5 updates a day, 3 updates at the minimum, and no upper limit at most. Chengshin is already salty enough, please help me break 1 million words again. The process is definitely enough to brainstorm, satisfy all your fantasies about science, super fantasies of stream of consciousness, etc. All kinds of paradoxes, scientific theories, and even conspiracy theories can be thrown at Chengshin. Please leave a message in the comment area, and give 5 stars by the way. Thank you all the big guys. Don't support the book, data and income are linked to follow-up reading and completion rate. Please support Chengshin and love you forever. The audience couldn't help but ponder. Humans are indeed creatures driven by desire. In order to satisfy their desires, most humans will go to extremes. Some people have gone down a path of no return, while others will leave themselves a way out when making choices. Oh my God. It feels so true. It seems to be true. I watched Animal World 2 days ago. Animals will never kill more monsters, but we humans will kill as much as we want for our desires, and then find excuses to whitewash ourselves. So we can't observe alien civilizations? It is very likely that alien civilizations don't want to be observed by us to prevent wars from starting again. The official live broadcast room was full of comments. Even if there is no evidence, what Jiangja said is in line with humanism. The reason why he was exiled to the Earth. Extraterrestrial civilizations cannot be observed. Jiangja in the picture continued to explain, since we are talking about torture, let's mention the relevant data. Then he took out an old Bible book. It was displayed in front of the camera. This is a piece of evidence that is not evidence. Everyone knows that the Bible contains the 10 Commandments. Why did Jehovah give mankind the 10 Commandments? Because human beings are bad by nature and need to change. If they do not change, then Jehovah will naturally abandon all mankind.
After explaining this, Jiangja opened the 10 Commandments in the Bible. He read slowly. The fourth commandment, work 6 days a week, and Sunday is the holy day, the Sabbath.
The fifth commandment, honor your parents. The sixth commandment, do not kill. The seventh commandment, do not commit adultery. The eighth commandment, do not steal. The ninth commandment, do not accuse others.
The 10th commandment, do not covet any item, person, or thing that does not belong to you. Facing the camera, Jiangja paused for a moment.
Continue explaining.
In addition, the 10 precepts in the Buddhism are also like this: do not kill, do not steal, do not commit adultery, do not lie, do not drink, do not wear makeup, do not sing and dance, do not sit on a high and wide bed, do not eat at inappropriate times, and do not store gold and silver treasures. If humans are really a heritage civilization, why do they need to be imposed by ancient precepts? Why do modern humans have to be punished by the law? That's because humans are very likely to do things that harm others and do not benefit themselves, because this is human nature. In fact, according to reality, this is also possible in the ancient law. Since we want civilization to emerge, we can't do without the law. This is the constraint of the ruling class on ordinary people. Otherwise, it is difficult for civilization to emerge.
The audience agreed with Jiangja's statement. Humans need constraints. I guess the story behind the matter is not simple.
This is the first.
The second is?
Facing the camera, Jiangja said in a deep voice, if the earth is a prison, then there must be guards, right? Because alien civilizations need to observe the development trends of human beings in a timely manner. Therefore, there must be guards.
Then, Jiangja raised his hand and waved to the director. The director understood. The LCD screen was displayed with most of the confirmed UFO incidents. The most famous, Roswell incident. As you can see, this incident is the most famous Roswell incident. Since we are talking about guards, we have to doubt the UFO in 1947. Everyone should know that the time when the world's first atomic bomb exploded was July 16, 1945. This was the world's first atomic bomb successfully tested in the United States. Then there was the invasion of Pearl Harbor by Japan, and the United States dropped the second atomic bomb. As I said before, the current development peak of our Earth is nuclear weapons. Then he stood up. Written on the LCD screen were 2 years, 1945 and 1947.
Please look, in 1945 and 1947, just 2 years. The famous UFO incident happened. What's strange is not this place, but, after that, there are more and more UFO incidents, true and false, emerging in an endless stream. You know, in ancient documents all over the world. There are many books that record the appearance of UFOs. But the frequency of appearance is not high. Until the first nuclear weapon in 1945, there were more and more UFOs on the Earth. On the other hand, it comes down to the emergence of photography and photography technology.
More and more UFOs are captured. So, have you ever thought about a question? Why are there more and more UFOs after the first atomic bomb exploded? Cigar-shaped UFOs, disc-shaped UFOs, bell-shaped UFOs, etc. Have you never doubted this question? So far,
Jiangja is sure that in this world, including the previous life, there is no anti-gravity technology in the whole world. Because anti-gravity technology requires a large amount of metal to promote the emergence of anti-gravity technology. But metal halberds on Earth are very rare and only used in cutting-edge laboratories, so it is very difficult to manufacture. Therefore, anti-gravity technology is an absolute challenge.
Hearing the explanation, the audience couldn't help swallowing.
An incredible idea gradually emerged in my mind.
Holy shit! Are UFOs here to spy on us?
It seems to be true. Since the emergence of nuclear weapons, more and more UFOs have appeared in the field of vision. Before, our Xia Kingdom official announced the true records of Beautiful Kingdom.
I am sure that the UFO is real. It's horrifying to think about it. Our technology is controlled by alien civilization, and we haven't even discovered it. When discussing extraterrestrial civilization and surveillance,
the live broadcast room was full of barrages again.
Because things got strange. Every move of Earth's civilization is controlled by advanced civilizations.
Before Jiangja raised this point of view, many people were still in the dark.
As for why he was being monitored,
it depends on whether the civilization of the Earth has reached the level of endangering the civilization of the universe.
After a round of observation, it was discovered that the Earth's civilization cannot even leave the solar system. Simply, the aliens gave up. From now on, we will just observe and not interfere in any way. Kunming City. From house to house.
Watching this, many viewers felt their scalps go numb.
Live under the surveillance of others all the time?
Even every move on the earth is observed.
Before Jiangzhou explained, no one even realized it. What a scary feeling. No wonder there are more and more UFOs after the introduction of nuclear weapons. Is it because beautiful countries have dropped nuclear bombs?
I'm covered in hair, and I'm constantly being monitored by a higher civilization.
When can I fight back? Is it possible that the more advanced our technology is, the more we will be invaded in the future?
The first time I was exposed to UFOs was when I was spying on people for the truth.
It made many viewers feel scared. A small percentage of the audience realizes. The development of Earth's science and technology is linked to the interstellar police.
They dare not imagine how advanced an alien civilization that can travel dozens of light years from outside the universe to come to Earth is.
By then, won't the civilization on Earth be like fish on the chopping board? They didn't dare to think about it further. Just when the audience is scared,
Zhang Zhou in the picture throws out the last decisive evidence. Zhang Zhou wrote 3 pieces of evidence on the LCD screen. Then he faced the camera and explained, "I will talk about the surveillance location of UFOs in future programs."
Hearing this, the audience couldn't help but give Jiangzhou a thumbs up. He is always creating suspense. If it were another host, they would have stopped watching it long ago. But, this popular science program is really good. In the picture, Jiangzhou's voice came again. Evidence 1, humans cannot overcome gravity. As we all know, we humans are the only creatures that walk upright.
Because we walk upright, the harm it brings is also very great.
Waist pain.
Referring to Darwin's theory of evolution, he said that humans evolved from apes.
This is actually correct, and there is evidence to investigate. But are we humans and humans evolved from the same species? That's obviously not the case.
Therefore, we humans still cannot adapt to the oppression caused by gravity, so humans often suffer from waist pain, which is caused by gravity.
This proves that the predecessors of humans lived on a planet with less gravity. Without giving the audience in front of the TV a reaction,
Zhang Zhou threw out the second piece of evidence. Zhang Zhou continued to write the second piece of evidence on the LCD screen.
Evidence 2, pain in childbirth for women.
In nature, except for humans, no creature has the pain of childbirth. When women give birth, they will endure level 10 pain and scream continuously.
In the previous life,
Zhang Zhou studied these strange evidences. In the previous life, someone on the internet presented evidence, burns.
Burns happen to all living things.
Because the ultraviolet rays of the sun can harm living things.
So the corresponding living things have evolved corresponding protective mechanisms.
In the previous life, there were also marketing accounts on the internet that presented evidence, chronic diseases.
Chronic diseases are acquired by every living thing. In recent years, due to the improvement of human life,
eating more artificially manufactured foods has greatly increased the probability of suffering from chronic diseases. And carnivorous and herbivorous creatures in nature naturally eat natural foods. They naturally do not develop chronic diseases. So Zhang Zhou only recognizes these 2 pieces of evidence for the time being. Of course, there is another illusory piece of evidence, which he agrees with.
Evidence 3, sense of belonging. Actually, a sense of belonging is a very wonderful thing.
But I believe that most people will feel inexplicably sad in the middle of the night.
Some people say that people will think about life in a quiet and peaceful environment. That's right, but why do humans think about life? It is because people don't have much sense of belonging to the world. Speaking of this,
Zhang Zhou couldn't help but smile at the camera. I'm here to reveal a fact to everyone. When will people feel happy from the bottom of their hearts?
Fall in love? Get married? Have children? Win the lottery? Become a leader? No.
These are all driven by desire, not true happiness.
And when humans really feel the most comfortable physically and mentally is death.
The commentary came to this point.
The audience in front of the TV suddenly trembled all over.
For a moment, they just felt their scalps tingling,
frantically swallowing saliva. The 3 pieces of evidence thrown out by Zhang Zhou. All of them have been striking.
Especially the third decisive piece of evidence, death.
Oh my God.
Once these 3 pieces of evidence came out, completely overturned the fact that humans are not native to the earth.
Why? Why am I so scared now?
The 3 pieces of evidence the host talked about scared me.
Genius.
Really a genius. I really can't refute these 3 decisive pieces of evidence.
But, why do people feel comfortable physically and mentally when they die? Although the truth is cruel. But the audience still couldn't help wanting to know. Why do humans feel so comfortable when they die? Kyoto. In the meeting hall. Looking at the three pieces of evidence presented by Jiang Zhe, the experts in the audience were at a loss.
Because they were also exposed to these evidences for the first time. Some physicists and biologists thought about it for a while. They were surprised to find that Jiang Zhe was right.
Although there were only three pieces of evidence, it fully demonstrated that people were not suitable for the earth. Especially the last, death liberation. This is a problem that theologians and biologists on the scene are trying to solve. Could it be?
What Jiang Zhe said is true.
Human back pain is not the fault of natural upright walking.
Everyone will lie flat on the bed and sleep for 8 hours at night.
Childbirth, this evidence is very good. Death liberation, this evidence, I still can't get the answer. Why do people feel comfortable and relieved when they die? Top experts one by one immediately agreed with Jiang Zhe's first two pieces of evidence.
Because they have also studied it, but no one has thought about the fact that humans are not earthlings.
The third piece of evidence. No matter how top-notch the experts are, they can't give an answer right away. Just as the experts were curious about the third piece of evidence. Jiang Zhe's voice on TV sounded again.
I believe everyone is racking their brains at this moment for the third piece of evidence I presented.
Why do humans feel relief and unprecedented physical and mental well-being when they die? Not just the experts, the audience.
Even the on-site staff, the director of the conference room and others craned their necks. Once Jiang Zhe explained this problem perfectly.
In the next world, there will be more people who will not be afraid of death. It will also provide good psychological comfort to dying patients. Face this problem.
Jiang Zhe stood up and walked to the LCD screen. He picked up the melanin pen and quickly drew a simulated villain. Then a circle was drawn next to the little man.
The villain is bound within the circle. He didn't show off and explained immediately. It's not that we feel happy when we die. But this is how we should be, happy, free, and doing whatever we want.
So when we sit in the dead of night, we think about life and the reasons why so many people don't feel they belong on this earth. The reason lies in this body. As we all know, you, me, and the meaning of his existence are just that our consciousness is different.
What is consciousness? Consciousness is wisdom, and wisdom is soul.
That is to say, only after our souls leave the body will we feel a transcendent physical and mental comfort and unprecedented freedom. What everyone sees now is that our consciousness, soul, lives in this body.
The body is like a shackle that limits the soul.
Desire comes from the flesh, and all dirty desires are caused by the flesh.
No one's soul is pure.
The body suffers from ailments caused by various factors in nature, and ailments afflict the souls of all of us.
The reason is that when people are dying, they are open-minded, transparent, and long for freedom.
It is precisely because the soul leaves the restrained body that it feels extremely free.
Speaking of which,
facing the camera, Jiang Zhe gave his final answer. The body is the container that limits our souls.
Who created the container? Of course it's the alien civilization that claims to be an advanced civilization.
And our human beings are supposed to be omnipotent and free spiritual consciousness. That's why we were so powerful in the universe so long ago.
It's precisely because we are capable of anything.
As soon as these words came out,
the entire audience who watched this scene was instantly stunned. An impossible truth appeared in the eyes of all viewers again. The audience's first reaction was shock and confusion. After two emotions passed, they showed unprecedented anger. It was as if an all-powerful ethnic group had been suppressed on the earth. The secret behind it is even more intriguing.
The earth is definitely more than a prison. At the same time, many viewers are surrounded by loved ones who have passed away.
At the time of death, maybe those people will be afraid.
But once the fear was over, those people saw their relatives in their sleep before they died.
And everything that was once familiar. It's not memory at all. But they really saw it. It's just that today's science cannot explain this phenomenon. With the revelation of Jiang Zhe's truth, many viewers recognized this statement immediately.
In the official live broadcast room, Hua's barrage went up like crazy. They were all impassioned barrages filled with righteous indignation.
Humans are supposed to be omnipotent.
It's so bold and crazy, I'll give it a thumbs up.
Yes, Jiang Zhe spoke to my heart. We humans should not be suppressed and restricted like this. Why should our own lives be controlled by alien civilization? Audiences who know the truth.
They are all fighting for the injustice of the entire human race. They do not want to believe that human ancestors were criminals in ancient times. Although human nature is inherently evil, it is only the human body that is evil. The soul is extremely pure. In the studio, all the staff on site stood up and stared at Zhang Zhe. An unknown thought arises spontaneously. Immediately afterwards. It's 2 o'clock in the morning. Just as Zhang Zhe was about to go off the air, dear viewers, as for the follow-up you want to know, I will put it on the official platform. The words have not yet finished. Lao Chang's voice came from the headset. Xiao Jiang, continue explaining and answer 3 questions before ending. Although Lao Chang's voice was as calm as usual. In fact, my heart was already filled with turmoil. Not only him, but also the host of the entire conference room wanted to know why humans were imprisoned on the earth. Is it just evil done in ancient times? Zhang Zhe faced the camera and nodded slightly. Let's continue, and the rest of the time will be interactive as before. Today's popular science is extraordinary. There are countless viewers who want to know the truth. As a result, the entire Kunming city and even the live broadcast room viewers across the country couldn't help but take out their mobile phones and dial the number at the bottom of the screen. 2 core themes for 4 hours. They want to know the truth so much. Kyoto. In the meeting hall. I saw the news that Zhang Zhe was preparing to broadcast. All the experts were completely stunned in their seats. They had already been shocked by what Zhang Zhe said just now. Human beings are supposed to be omnipotent. Then news of Zhang Zhe's interactive session came on TV. The first one to act was Zhou Guiyao, who ordered to the audience, quick, quick, quick. We have to connect with him today. If we can't get the chance to connect, he can call him privately. Upon hearing this, all the experts in the audience reacted. So the experts in the audience hurriedly took out their mobile phones. Call the program team as soon as possible. If anyone else sees this, their jaws might drop. A group of experts in their respective cutting-edge fields would actually ask a popular science presenter. This is really unimaginable. Then the voice of AI came from the audience. Sorry, the number you dialed is busy. Please play again later. Damn. Are these audiences crazy? Don't ask blind questions. Opportunities are reserved for those of us who are prepared. Old Joe, these audiences won't give us a chance. The experts were all anxious. There are 3 opportunities in total. All lines are busy. You know, the questions ordinary people ask are all blind. Far less than an expert. Just then, Lao Zhou had an idea. Wait a minute, I'll go communicate with the program team. At this moment, Zhang Zhe's voice suddenly came from the meeting hall. Hello, what's your question? Upon hearing the sound, all the experts reacted. He quickly looked at the young expert who dialed the phone. Stop inking, keep asking and asking. Quick, 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 ask. Hurry up and destroy the place. Oh no, hurry up and ask for the truth. A group of experts urged. The expert who was urged was a famous young ecologist, Bailey Yuan. So he quickly spoke to the phone. Hello, host Jiang, I am Bailey Yuan from the Kyoto Institute of Physics. In the studio. After hearing the call from the first lucky viewer, Zhang Zhe couldn't help but frown. Kyoto Research Institute? Isn't it the Research Institute of Lao Chang who called me a few days ago? Are these experts also reading popular science? The brain in a vat experiment has already lost an expert, and they actually read popular science. Zhang Zhe didn't know what to say at this moment. Zhang Zhe smiled and asked kindly, hello, what is your question? After hearing the question, Bailey Yuan immediately asked, there seems to be insufficient evidence for your point of view, and my question is the Earth really a prison? Just because we cannot observe aliens and cannot exceed the speed of light cannot prove it's a prison, right? Along with the problem. The audience in front of the TV all breathed a sigh of relief. I feel relieved and the questions asked are the same as what I thought. Experts still understand our point of view. But why do I feel that this expert's opening remarks are so explosive? Don't doubt Bailey Yuan. He is a famous ecologist. He has a certain understanding of various secrets around the world. He has been in the Nature magazine of the beautiful country, so he must be here to cause trouble. What? The experts from the Kyoto Research Institute are so powerful? Nonsense. If you are not very good, why can you go to the Kyoto Research Institute? This research institute is in contact with the military. Holy shit. It's like military personnel directly questioned the civilian science popularization host. A moment of silence. The host is miserable.
Some viewers were initially frightened by Bailey Yuan's name. Subconsciously, I thought that Jiangxia would definitely not be able to produce more concrete evidence. If Jiangxia can be on an above-board show, beat the famous experts, then for Jiangxia, his prestige will be even higher. After all, it is not a big deal for the audience to watch the fun. The question asked by Bailey Yuan was exactly the answer they wanted to know. Although Bailey does not agree with Jiangxia's point of view, he can still refute Jiangxia. But no matter what, he couldn't bear his temper and wanted to know from what point of view Jiangxia said that the earth was a prison. Why are humans imprisoned on earth? Is it simply the evil of the flesh's nature? That can't be explained.
At this moment, Bai Liyuan has a lot of evidence to break Jiangxia's statement.
After hearing Bailey Yuan's question, Jiangxia smiled slightly. Naturally, he didn't take this issue to heart. Because, the truth is too simple. P.S. Please give me a wave of support, comments, evaluations, gifts, thank you family members. Jiangxia nodded and explained. What this audience member said is right. There are indeed not many opinions that prove that the earth is a prison. Except for the experience of death, most audiences cannot experience it, but there is a second-level experience, dreams. The body needs rest, so the consciousness, soul, naturally needs rest. Why is the experience of consciousness more wonderful than the experience of the body when the body and consciousness rest together? The experience of the body is just to eliminate fatigue and relax muscles, that's all. And what about beautiful dreams? It is, to let your soul get rid of the constraints of the body in a short time and be extremely free. But unfortunately, only out-of-body experience can truly experience it. Speaking of this, Jiangxia's memory seemed to have returned to his previous life. He remembered how magical it was when he was doing the experiment. In his previous life, he wanted to verify the similarities between death and out-of-body experience. Finally, he found 1,000 volunteers and sprayed them with a hypnotic gas. Guide the volunteers to out-of-body experience, as much as possible. Finally, the experiment was successful, and 357 volunteers successfully left their bodies. According to the statements of the volunteers who left their bodies, I can't imagine what I just experienced. It was so wonderful that I almost didn't want to return to my body. It was as if I was in my mother's arms, peaceful and warm. I saw a holy light guiding me to heaven. My relatives were all around me, waving at me and taking me home. I slowly floated into the sky, as if everything had no end. After summarizing, 60% of the volunteers who left their bodies saw the holy light. It was the heaven they longed for. Therefore, this was the source of Jiangxia's confidence. So whether rich or poor, everyone likes to daydream. Facing the camera, he paused for a moment and continued to explain. Of course, in addition to this, there are some individual examples that prove that humans are supposed to be omnipotent. Photographic memory, scientifically speaking, is due to the fast operation of neurons, fast information recording, no loss, the influence of the hippocampus area, etc. This statement is not accurate. In fact, photographic memory is one of the evidences of the soul awakening from the prison. For this reason, photographic memory should be a common ability that all souls should have. A psychic race with photographic memory develops technology? That level of technology is far beyond the imagination of other civilizations. Therefore, it is unreasonable for humans not to be suppressed by alien civilizations. Pause for a moment. He gave the audience a moment to react. Then he continued to explain, speaking of this, I have to emphasize popular science. All human abilities, hearing, vision, touch, feeling, etc., all come from the soul. So, the body can be absent, but the soul must exist. Once humans are no longer restricted by the body, our souls will be omnipotent. As the voice fell, the audience was all stunned. Kyoto. In the Institute of Physics. Bailey Yuan couldn't help swallowing his saliva when he heard Jiangxia's explanation. Then he quickly looked through the existing scientific data. Everything comes down to the soul, which cannot be explained. Even with the most advanced scientific methods, the special nature of the soul cannot be explained. Then, he immediately searched for information about soul out of the body. He was dumbfounded when he saw it. All the information pointed out that the holy light and the out-of-body experimenters did not want to return to the body, and said that the body was a burden, limiting their free activities after leaving the body. Just at this time, Jiangxia's voice came again in the screen. Photographic memory should be a common ability that all souls should have. For him who understands science, he knows that the soul is too special. Everything has a soul. But ordinary biological souls are simply not as good as human souls full of wisdom.
At this moment, he had to agree with Jiang's words.
Staring at the screen, Bailey Chang Yuan murmured, "Could it be that my research is wrong and his is right?"
And in the screen, Jiang said the last sentence, "The Earth is not a real prison, the real prison, but the body." After Jiang finished speaking, the barrage in the official live broadcast room immediately covered the entire screen.
Oh my god!
The soul out of the body can really explain the Earth prison.
Amazing! I also checked, many people don't want to return to the body. The truth.
What the host said is right, the body is really a container that binds us.
It's a bit scary. If we humans are omnipotent, how can the universe civilization allow such a powerful civilization like us to exist?
It seems that all this makes sense.
If a species is too strong, it will be suppressed and restricted.
The Earth is a prison. But the real prison is not the Earth, but the body.
The audience had to agree with Jiang's words. Kyoto. In the meeting hall,
Zhou Guiyao, Sun Tian, and Chang Wen, who were sitting on the stage, nodded in agreement. Just the explanation of the soul is enough to know that Jiang has not only made considerable achievements in science, but also in theology.
The explanation proposed by Jiang.
It perfectly avoids the shortcomings of the theory that the Earth is a prison. Therefore, the explanation from the soul can more directly represent the physical body. The Earth is a huge prison. While the three of them were deep in thought.
In the picture, Jiang said again, although the Earth is a prison, the body is the real prison.
All the experts' eyes lit up when they heard this.
I thought to myself, how wonderful. I'm afraid what this host said is true.
Bailey, do you still think that this little host is incompetent? Was asked by another expert.
Bai Liyuan looked ashamed and shook his head repeatedly. Maybe it doesn't matter that the Earth is a prison. What matters is that I just discovered that the real prison is our body.
I told you before, this young man is very capable. Yes, he is accomplished in science and has a sharp tongue.
He is even better than you in scientific practice. Listen to the scoldings of the seniors. Bailey Yuan just wanted to find a hole in the ground to crawl into.
And at this time in the screen,
Jiang is interpreting the so-called heaven and hell for the audience.
From heaven to hell can be better explained, Prison said.
Perhaps in theology, the body is already a prison.
It is God who sends human beings to the human world to experience, suffer, and change.
God is? Naturally, it is an advanced civilization.
After all the suffering is over, when life comes to an end, the soul will return to heaven. Paradise at this time is of course the original home of mankind.
And what about hell? It can be seen at a glance that this is the land that humans step on.
The earth is actually filled with hot lava.
Any volcanic eruption may lead to the demise of mankind.
If you stretch the timeline to tens of thousands of years or even further, the crustal movements on the earth are also very frequent.
It is too easy to destroy human beings. Why do many leading scientists begin to study theology in their later years? The answer is as follows: the end of science is philosophy. The end of philosophy is theology. The end of theology is truth.
So, heaven is our home, and we should be on par with the so-called God.
And hell?
The land beneath our feet is hell.
As the words fell, the entire audience couldn't help but feel extremely shocked and scared.
Now Jiangxia has popularized it like this. The audience vaguely sensed the truth and was all scared.
Fuck! I have been living in hell? The reason why I am out of tune with this world is that I am in hell? It's terrifying to think about it. It turns out that we were originally living in heaven, and then we were demoted to hell to suffer?
Being popularized by the official host like this.
Some of the audience are convinced that they are living in hell.
More are facing natural disasters and wars. Not only a small number of the audience, but the rest of the believers agree with Jiang's words. Because it hits their hearts. Everything he said coincides with the ideas of the believers. Nowadays, theology is declining and technology is rising. Few people can truly analyze the world from a theological perspective.
Hell! It is a perfect fit for today's world. TV station. In the studio.
Oldley, who was in charge of monitoring the ratings, had no thoughts at the moment. He had been watching the live broadcast platform.
Fuck! Uncle Lee, the ratings are 65%, check it out. Damn it, Lu Mao. Check the ratings. Fuck, are you still working?
The young staff member was spitting out sweet words in Old Lee's ear.
But Old Lee was indifferent.
He stared at the screen of his mobile phone and swallowed his saliva from time to time, the earth is a prison, but the body is the real prison. If you want to be free from the restrictions of the body, you can only purify your soul. He agreed with these two sentences very much. And Zhang Zhe in the picture was still explaining the words about how humans can liberate their minds. Since the body is a prison, how can we get rid of it? Of course, we can't get rid of it completely. And what we need is to find joy in suffering. Abandon the worldly desires of the body and make the soul pure. In the case of underdeveloped technology, although abandoning desires is unrealistic, it is the only way to get rid of the shackles of the body today. At the same time, he was also telling about his own two lives. In the data department, Oldley accidentally glanced at the number of people in the live broadcast room. He stood up on the spot and said in shock, "Fuck! 6.8 million viewers?" Unconsciously, the number of viewers in the live broadcast room has already exceeded the total number of viewers in Koan City. At this time, he reacted, pulled away the staff, and got close to the computer to check. The straight line of red all the way rose at an angle of nearly 70 degrees. Rating, 78%. In the entire Koan City, nearly 3/4 of the population are watching this program. Beyond the phenomenal level. Seeing this, he was completely shocked. It is certain that if the ratings are placed on a certain TV, it will definitely be higher than the ratings of the Oscars. I am afraid that no one will be able to break the ratings set by Zhang Zhe in the future. Kyoto. In the meeting hall. At this time, silence is better than words. Everyone's eyes are full of novelty and their hearts are extremely shocked. Only Bailey Chang Yuan's eyes are full of admiration. Zhang Zhe's every word, every concept, every experiment, has transcended science, but it is inseparable from science. This kind of popular science program is no longer popular science. It is more like deliberately revealing the truth about the world and human existence. He can't find any faults, and this is the side of Zhang Zhe that makes him admire. In the picture, Zhang Zhe finished his explanation and asked into the headset, "Hello, do you have any questions?" Hearing the voice, Bailey Changyuan suddenly came back to his senses and shook his head repeatedly, "No, no more." Then, he said, "Your explanation is very powerful, perfectly integrated with science and theology. I also know the double-slit diffraction experiment you published before. In fact, that experiment can represent that the entire universe is a prison, not just the Earth." He knew the content of the program hosted by Zhang Zhe on the first day, Infinite Multiverse Theory. Because he didn't believe that a 24-year-old young man could make such an accomplished experiment. Therefore, he took advantage of the interactive session to interview Zhang Zhe on the spot. It was not until the gold content hidden in Zhang Zhe that he was completely conquered. In fact, you have opened up several disciplines, physics branches, theology branches, etc. Once your content is published in the authoritative foreign magazines Nature and Science, it will definitely cause a sensation in the entire physics and theology circles. Bai Li Changyuan is not talking nonsense. The content hosted by Zhang Zhe in the past few days, combined. It will definitely shock the entire foreign authority. If Zhang Zhe wants to make a name for himself in the scientific community, publishing papers is his first priority. In the picture, hearing Bai Li Changyuan's words, Zhang Zhe did not hesitate at all and immediately refused, "No, I don't want to give physics and theology students an extra homework." In his previous life, he had been on many well-known magazines around the world. Wherever he went, he was surrounded by a group of people. He didn't like the feeling of being surrounded. At this moment, he just wanted to do science popularization in peace and stability, earn science popularization points, and reveal the truth about human beings and the world. Hearing Zhang Zhe's answer, Bai Li Changyuan was stunned. "Why? You can obviously step up." Before he finished speaking, Zhang Zhe smiled and said, "Thank you for your kindness. If you need it, I can give it to all of you researchers." Next one. The phone was hung up. Connecting to the next lucky audience. Bai Li Changyuan was stunned. He didn't know why Zhang Zhe gave up his own research so easily. And he didn't care at all. This kind of open-mindedness and follow the heart state. It is a sentiment that all experts in the institute admire. Don't care about fame or profit. And at this moment, they also understood the true meaning of pure soul that Zhang Zhe said. Bai Li Changyuan laughed at himself. "Is it because my life is not pure enough that I live in pain?" When Zhang Zhe said the next one, the experts in the entire institute reacted immediately and dialed the phone frantically. After a while, with a beep, one of the people's phone dialed. All the experts stared at Zhou Guoyao on the podium. P.S. Thank you for the gift support from all the readers. Changshan is grateful in his heart.
Keep asking.
Long before, Zhou Guoyao had used a little privilege to contact Zhang Xian, the director of Kunming Station.
After Zhang Xian received the call, he immediately made arrangements. After all, he was just a small director.
He dared not neglect national personnel, especially Nobel Prize winners.
When he received the call, he was shocked.
Shocked that Zhang Zhou of his own radio station had been noticed by the country.
Proud. Extremely proud.
In the future, I can add a line to my resume. Under the strong leadership of this leader, this radio station has received Nobel Prize winners.
Ha 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 ha.
Thinking of this, Zhang Xian began to giggle. Then, Lao Zhou's magnetic voice rang out in the TV station. Hello to you, Zhang Zhou. Your temperament is what our predecessors need to learn.
Your research results are very significant. I would like to thank you on behalf of all my classmates in the institute.
Old Zhou naturally heard that Zhang Zhou gave up his research and donated it to the Kyoto Institute of Physics. Of course, he would naturally sign Zhang Zhou's name in authoritative forums and magazines.
Hearing this, Zhang Zhou was slightly surprised. Kyoto Research Institute. It sounds familiar. It is the same research institute where Ouyang Bailey, Chang Wan, and Lao Wang, who dedicated himself to the experiment, are located. Indistinctly,
Zhang Zhou felt that he was being paid attention to by the research institute. Of course, he didn't know what Zhou Guoyao's identity was. At this time, the official live broadcast room had already exploded.
Fuck! 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 Oh my god! This is a super boss! What are you talking about? Zhou Guoyao, Nobel Prize in Physics, retired academician of Kyoto Academy of Sciences, later felt bored and went to the Institute of Physics to be a deputy director for fun. Oh my god? Being a deputy director for fun?
The scary thing is, the host Zhang Zhou said he would donate the experimental results, and the boss actually accepted it.
A dog's head popped out of the manhole cover. JPG, is this the world of the bosses? The audience was all stunned by Zhou Guoyao's identity.
Compared with Ouyang Bailey before, he is simply not on the same level.
Is Zhang Zhou really that capable? In the picture, Zhang Zhou asked kindly, "This old man, what is your question?" When this was said, the audience was all dumbfounded. There is no young man who dares to teach a super boss, right? Don't make a mistake, host, he is a Nobel Prize winner. Fuck. This host is really good. Could it be that he doesn't know Mr. Zhou's identity? On the other end of the phone, Zhou Guoyao certainly didn't get angry at Zhang Zhou's words. Instead, he lowered his posture and humbly asked Zhang Zhou if old Chang called you a few days ago. I want to ask about the brain in a vat experiment. Why is it that when we get close to the truth, there must be a death incident? At this time, Sun Tian and Chang Wen quickly put their hands on the keyboard, prepared to record the key information. They are participants, and they are extremely yearning for the low probability of the brain in the vat. Seeing Zhou Guoyao's tone, the audience was not calm again. Am I crazy? Such a big figure in the scientific community, and the host asked in such a tone? What do you think? Is Zhang Zhou also awesome, so? How is that possible? He's just a host. Isn't brain in a vat an experiment to reveal that the world is fake? I remember a physics graduate student went crazy about it. What? There will definitely be deaths when studying the brain in a vat? Could it be that the world is really fake? It's controlled, so we don't know that the world is fake? The audience is very smart. Zhou Guoyao's simple sentence was wildly discussed by netizens. In the picture, Zhang Zhou frowned when he heard the question. At this moment, he really wanted to scold Zhou Guoyao. More and more people believe in brain in a vat, but it will cause a larger range of deaths. But Zhang Zhou did not give any explanation. Once he explained, that would be a real cover-up. He replied calmly, today's science basically can't do it. He didn't say that, because he had studied the brain in the vat before crossing over, and believed the truth. Who knows if Zhang Zhou also died for this reason? Zhang Zhou has a laboratory in the other dimension space. He barely avoided being hunted down by probability. After hearing Zhang Zhou's answer, Lao Zhou was puzzled. Why? Zhang Zhou frowned and explained, it is difficult to do. But there is a way, that is to make absolute defense from head to toe. The final result can only be known to one person. Because you also know that Lao Wang died the moment he discovered the truth, didn't he? Hearing this, how is it possible? Not only Zhou Guoyao, but even Sun Tian and Chang Wen were all stunned. They personally participated in the vat experiment and witnessed the cause of Lao Wang's death. Lao Wang was indeed electrocuted by the cable while observing the data results, truth, of the computer.
A terrifying breath of truth came over him.
How did Jiang Zhe know? How did he know that Lao Wang died after watching the results of the brain in a vat?
The fact is that no one has revealed to Jiang Zhe how Lao Wang died. All that was revealed was that he was electrocuted by the cable on the ceiling.
When Lao Zhou wanted to continue questioning,
but he was interrupted by Jiang Zhe.
Okay, let's talk about this in private. Director, please connect to the next viewer.
Jiang Zhe waved at the director and quickly switched the phone. If he talked to Zhou Guoyao again, something big would happen in reality. After all, the mysterious Black Hand doesn't want many people to know that the world is fake. Once the truth is leaked on a large scale, I'm afraid there will be cases of bizarre deaths around the world.
The director hesitated for a moment and signaled to Jiang Zhe with his mouth. The person on the other side is a Nobel Prize winner. Do you really want to hang up?
Facing the camera, Jiang Zhe smiled kindly. Please invite the next person. Helplessly, the director switched the phone number of the next viewer.
At this time, old Zhou.
He had already been frightened by Jiang Zhe's suggestion. Brain in a jar seems to be a taboo. Old Zhou no longer dared to imagine it. Ouyang Bailey was stabbed for his bravery.
Could it be a probability event?
Thinking of this, he felt the horror of the matter more and more.
Despite this, there is still hope for the experiment, isn't it?
Once the authenticity of the brain in a jar is verified, it proves that the world was created. Then the world's science and technology will be qualitatively developed. But before that, personal safety must be taken care of in all aspects.
So, old Zhou was too lazy to think about it.
Anyway, there are only a few years to live.
At most, it is glorious to devote oneself to science.
At this time, the live broadcast room was full of barrages.
The host is awesome.
I admire you for being the first to cut off the phone call of a Nobel Prize winner.
This is called not bowing to authority. As for me, the host Jiang, no one dares. In the studio. Beep 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 sounded. The next call was connected.
A familiar middle-aged and elderly voice came from the other side. Hello, I'm Changwon, I have a question for you.
Hearing this voice. The TV station definitely did it on purpose, and it's from the Kyoto Institute.
Jiang Zhe looked up at Zhang Xian in the conference room with a look of despair. I saw Zhang Xian behind the glass window smile for a moment.
He immediately understood that the Kyoto Institute had used some tricks.
It's no wonder that the experts are interested, mainly because Jiang Zhe's popular science content is all extremely novel and has never been seen in the world.
Jiang Zhe asked, "Hello, Mr. Chang, what's your question?"
The other side smiled. My question is, you said before that humans were exiled to the Earth, and you talked about ancient nuclear explosions.
Since ancient scientific and technological civilizations are restricted to the Earth, if we meet advanced civilizations now, what are the chances of winning? Regarding the modern science and technology of our Earth, how is it ranked in the entire universe?
Warm reminder, the website is about to be revised, which may cause the reading progress to be lost. Please save the bookshelf and reading record in time. It is recommended to take a screenshot to save. Please forgive us for the inconvenience caused to you. Jiang Zhe said bluntly, now the chance of winning against an advanced civilization is 0.
There is an unwritten rule in the universe. Once an advanced civilization arrives on Earth, so the technology of this alien civilization crushes Earth's technology in all aspects. Since people can reach the Earth across countless light years, it just shows that they have broken through to interstellar civilization. However, the current human beings cannot even conduct in-depth interstellar exploration. Hear this answer. The official live broadcast room was filled with barrages. They are all fighting against injustice for the Earth. The little broken ball is so miserable, so miserable. When we encounter alien civilizations now, we can't even beat them on their hair.
Now the world has to work harder to conquer controllable nuclear fusion. Once we have controllable nuclear fusion, we can accelerate spacecraft to 400 kilometers per second.
Based on current Earth technology, controlled nuclear fusion will definitely appear in the next 30 years. The 400 kilometers mentioned by some enthusiastic netizens refers to the 400 kilometers per second traveling in the universe.
It is faster than the 17 kilometers per second of Voyager 1, which is currently known to have left the solar system. Voyager 1 is currently 17 kilometers per second, making it the fastest man-made object today. It is not 17 kilometers per second in the true sense, but after experiencing the gravitational slingshot of Jupiter, Saturn and many other planets, it accelerated to the interstellar 17 kilometers per second. Hear Jiang Zhe's answer. Lao Chang frowned and asked, no chance of winning, in the screen. Jiang's voice came out again, yes, this question is meaningless. The top priority is that you must create controllable nuclear fusion as soon as possible. Your second question, Earth's technology is probably at the bottom of the universe, and there are exact divisions of power in the universe. As soon as I heard about the division of strength, the audience immediately became interested. In this world, no scientists currently rank the strength of cosmic civilizations. Once divided specifically, the world will also know what key technologies humans are missing. Kyoto. In the meeting hall. Many experts have heard that Earth has zero chance of winning compared to aliens. Doubt your life on the spot. They began to reflect. Upon reflection, this is indeed the case. Today's rocket boosters use less than 40% of their fuel, and the efficiency of ion thrusters cannot allow humans to conduct interstellar navigation. Not to mention the next step of controlled nuclear fusion. The next step in controllable nuclear fusion is antimatter thrusters. It will take at least 200,400 years before antimatter thrusters come out. In case of being attacked by advanced civilization on the way, it would be absolutely devastating for the Earth. But what Jiangja said next shocked all experts. The Earth is the last place in the universe. Hearing this, the experts collectively convulsed. After working hard for so many years, I ended up at the bottom. They have no place to complain, they can only blame their own strength. At this time, the voice on the screen came again. I calculated before in the live broadcast room that there are about 10 million civilizations capable of communicating in the entire universe. What about the rest that are uncommunicable? There are actually more. We take the minimum value of 90 million. There is no communication civilization, that is, no technological civilization. Now suppose there are 100 million civilizations in the universe. A civilization that cannot communicate is naturally a civilization similar to ancient empires, such as the Qin Empire, ancient Babylon, etc. In addition, the primitive planet is even less ranked. In the vast universe, there are actually infinite civilizations without technology. And he can only take the minimum value for estimation. There are about 90 million civilizations without science and technology. More planets are in a strict hierarchical scale, have a certain level of productivity, and basically do not have modern scientific and technological capabilities. They are collectively referred to as civilizations without modern science and technology. This is ranked at level 0.05 in the universe, and they are truly at the bottom. The higher the level, the more advanced the corresponding technology will be. The bottom ranking is stated. The audience immediately filled the entire live broadcast room with barrage. We were also in a level 0.05 civilization during the ancient Tang dynasty? It's a bit incredible. It's only been 200 years since the Industrial Revolution. It feels like the Earth is very low. How much will it be? Ranking of modern science and technology? Many viewers are curious about the ranking of human modern technological civilization. Facing the camera, Jiangja continued to popularize science. Now is the penultimate place, which is our current Earth civilization. The level limit for second place is level 0.8. Once you reach level 0.8 civilization, you have initially mastered science and technology. They are the dominant species on the native planet. At the same time, it can utilize a large amount of planetary civilization resources, but it cannot completely control the resources, such as seawater, which cannot be controlled. Representing technology, quantum communication technology, internet, green energy, aerospace technology, etc. Representing civilization, our earthly civilization. And what's next? Planetary civilization. Actually, there is a point to note. When Jiangja proposed Jiangja's cat and the double-slit diffraction experiment a while ago, he also proposed a new branch of physics in disguise: quantum mechanics. The military in this world has secretly produced relevant quantum communication equipment based on his theory. And the key to quantum communication technology is the quantum entanglement in quantum mechanics. Therefore, Zhou Guoya would humbly ask Jiangja questions before. The reason is the quantum mechanics proposed by Jiangja. What is quantum communication technology? It can be simply understood as communication with zero time difference. The advantage lies in taking advantage of the information difference on the battlefield. In the previous life, it was already mature. In this world, it has only been around for a short time. In some ways, Jiangja has indeed led the progress of civilization with practical actions. As soon as they heard Jiangja's analysis, the audience was all upset. Fuck.
Our Earth's technology is not weak, but it's only level 0.8? Oh my god. Is the ball so weak? We can't even achieve planetary civilization, tears in my eyes. The audience who received the truth were all sad. At the same time, after a simple comparison, they discovered the horror of advanced civilization. How powerful is a civilization that monitors the entire Earth and then the entire universe? I dare not imagine.
Warm reminder, the website is about to be revised, which may cause the reading progress to be lost. Please save the bookshelf and reading record in time. It is recommended to save the screenshot.
Sorry for the inconvenience caused to you. In the Institute of Physics, they serve as technical personnel who interface with the country.
They know the meaning of quantum communication.
Zero-time difference communication used in military applications. There is no possibility of communication interference. This is where quantum communication shines. At this time, they also willingly bowed to Jiangxia.
They thought it was just ordinary science popularization, but they didn't expect that it would bring them surprises one after another.
It wasn't until Jiangxia told the level of the Earth.
The experts were all shocked. According to their estimates, the Earth may not even reach level 0.8. Because seawater energy cannot be used as an energy source at present.
In the screen, Jiangxia began to explain the prerequisites for level 1 civilization. Level 1 civilization is only 0.2 levels higher than level 0.8.
But level 1 civilizations are existences that can already dominate the galaxy, stellar civilizations. Knowing your own planet inside out and being able to fully utilize all energy sources representing technologies, virtual communication technology, beyond visual moment transmission capabilities, low Earth orbit construction, deep-sea exploration, controllable nuclear fusion, energy weapons, interstellar travel, etc.
Representative work of civilization, Avatar.
The closest controllable nuclear fusion to our country is still 30 years away, and it can barely reach the edge of level 1 civilization.
Hear Jiangxia's answer.
The experts were all stunned. Want to know how difficult it is to harness all energy? In addition to seawater energy, nearly 80% of the sun's energy is wasted. To collect all the solar energy, at least 80% of the lost energy must be supplied to the Earth. This is an achievement that spans the ages and cannot be achieved within 100 years. What's more, controllable nuclear fusion, that will only be 30 years away. 30 years later, we are all grateful to God that 10 on-site experts are still alive.
It won't come in my lifetime.
At this time, Jiangxia in the picture once again made a shocking statement. The civilization at the time of the ancient nuclear explosion had already reached level 1 civilization, but it eventually self-destructed. As for the creation gods of our ancient times, the Nuwa tribe, their civilization has truly reached level 1 civilization and barely reached the threshold of level 2. As soon as these words came out, the experts in the entire discussion hall were all dumbfounded. Ancient technology from hundreds of thousands of years ago could harness the energy of the entire planet.
In the end, it still leads to destruction. They dare not imagine that modern people cannot even compare with ancient people. Even the Nuwa tribe and others have not reached level 2 civilization? How terrifying should level 2 civilization be?
They heard news about civilization power rankings for the first time.
At this moment, everyone is not calm anymore.
The ancient technology was higher than our modern technology.
Our modern technology is really ashamed. Oh my god.
Ancient technology can use all the energy of the planet, but we are worrying about new energy. The experts are ashamed of themselves.
Why does it make people angry to compare themselves to each other? Lao Zhou on the stage was stunned inside. Ignorance is really a blessing. In the screen, Jiangxia once again broke the news.
Originally, he was going to save it for later, since civilization was involved now.
It is necessary to involve a super high-tech civilization in ancient times.
It just serves as one of the popular science contents in the next issue. And the next stellar civilization has not reached the true level 2 civilization.
Pseudo-level 2 civilization, able to establish colonies on other planets.
Represents technology, short-distance jump technology, planet environment modification technology, life extension technology, etc.
Representing civilization, the technological civilization of Superman's hometown in the American comic book world of DC.
In the official Popular Science live broadcast room.
It's all? Superman's hometown in comic book movies can't even reach level 2? Fuck. The universe is so scary.
In the movie, the Kryptonians used gravity weapons to transform the Earth, but in the end they couldn't even reach level 2 civilization.
I'm scared. I'm already shaking. The audience was all frightened.
The Earth, at this moment, is weak and helpless. Of course, what comes next is the real level 2 stellar civilization.
Speaking of which,
facing the camera, Jiangja smiled mysteriously, we will release the news later. Let's talk about the concept of level 2 stellar civilization first.
Completely control all resources in the star.
Representing technology, energy shield, curvature engine, anti-gravity technology, stellar energy concentration and control device, Dyson sphere.
Representative film and television work, Star Trek in the Research Institute at this time.
The experts looked helpless. It must reach at least a level 2 star level civilization before the small breaking ball can have a certain foothold in the universe.
But, just when experts are doubting life, Jiangja's bombshell news suddenly broke out to a lot of people. Are level 2 stellar civilizations powerful?
Level 3.5 galactic civilization, interstellar voyage technology, faster than light navigation, gravitational wave devices, etc., representing the galaxy, Lyran civilization. Perhaps level 3 is powerful, but we once had an even more powerful, level 4 super technical civilization on Earth.
Upon hearing this, the entire audience's eyes widened. Originally, level 3 civilization was difficult to digest. Is this going to be a level 4 civilization?
Jiangja did not keep the secret and explained directly, it is the legendary super technological civilization, Atlantis. Maybe Atlantis is a legend, but it really exists. I will explain this content in the next episode when we go deep into alien civilizations.
The voice fell. Almost instantly. All the experts in the institute held their breath.
As archaeologists, oceanographers, and historians, they have all heard of the name Atlantis.
Atlantis has reached level 4 civilization? But, isn't it still a legend? Wasn't it destroyed by the sea? How could it be true?
At this time, the audience in the live broadcast room was already stunned.
I don't know whether to be surprised or happy. Oh my God! There is one on our Earth? Level 4 civilization? Is it true?
I don't read much, don't lie to me. If there is really a level 4 civilization, why are they not on Earth?
Level 4 civilization is already a high-level civilization. At least it can reach the galaxy-level civilization. The experts at the Institute have become numb. The high technology on Earth all appeared in ancient times. Modern people are being slapped in the face.
The technology represented by level 4 galaxy civilization, super time and space jump technology, 100 light-year wormhole technology, mapping capabilities of some areas of the universe, immortality of consciousness, etc.
Level 3 and level 4 civilizations are already advanced civilizations.
Maybe level 4 civilization is powerful, but
level 5 is even more powerful. Next, let's continue to talk about level 5 civilization.
In fact, according to the classification of civilizations, only level 1 to 3 civilizations in the universe are not in line with modern trends. Specific civilizations need to be divided more carefully. Warm reminder, the website is about to be revised, which may cause the loss of reading progress. Please save the bookshelf and reading records in time. It is recommended to take screenshots and save.
Please forgive us for the inconvenience caused to you.
Jiangja faced the camera, paused for a moment, and continued to explain, level 5 civilization, directional civilization.
This is a theoretical civilization, and it is very rare. Representative technology, reconstruction of the atomic world, macroscopic physics research.
Representative civilization, unknown for now. For reference, virtual world creation, that is, the civilization that created our virtual universe. In fact, this civilization already has the qualifications to create a virtual universe.
But it cannot really create a real universe. And the place where they exist is outside the universe. Level 6 civilization, dark matter civilization in the real universe.
Representative technology, dark energy extraction, black domain jump technology, dark matter engine.
Representative civilization, unknown for now. Level 7 civilization, dimensional civilization.
Representative technology, dimensional jump, dimensional reconstruction, dimensional attack, etc. Representative work, the Gaja civilization in the three-body problem. And the enemy faced by the Nuwa tribe is likely to be a level 2 or 3 civilization. Every word Jiangja said. It was like thunder in my ears. All the viewers who watched it had no hope in life.
The more I know, the more I feel that the universe is a terrifying dark forest.
And the Nuwa tribe in ancient times was only comparable to the level 2 civilization.
It must have faced a higher level of danger. That's why they left the Milky Way after saving the Earth.
In the official live broadcast room.
I'm so angry. When will the little broken ball stand up?
Among these 7 civilizations, the 3-body problem is the most familiar. If you think about it this way, we are not far from the 7th level civilization. It seems that we are only one movie director away from the 7th level civilization of the 3-body problem. Upstairs, it's a serious topic.
Don't make me laugh. In the screen.
Jiang Zhe's voice came out. Due to limited time, I will continue to popularize the remaining civilizations in the future.
See you tomorrow. After that, the screen entered the advertisement. At this time, all the experts in the institute were shocked by this simple introduction to civilization. Not only that, this has already popularized 7 civilizations, and what's next?
They dare not imagine deeply. The more they think,
the Earth is really nothing.
They are about to create the controlled nuclear fusion that they are proud of.
In the big family of the universe, they can't even be on the stage. Welcome everyone to watch the financial program. I am your host Lao Qian. Kuan City. At 2 o'clock in the morning at midnight, the same phenomenon appeared in every house.
The audience in front of the TV took a deep breath at the same time, stood up and stretched.
4 hours passed in a flash. Even a large number of people haven't heard enough. Boring. Who wants to watch a money-making program?
I suggest that Kuntai give Jiang Zhe 7 days of work, at least 24 hours a day, so that we can live up to our audience.
Curious. Atlantis is actually a level 4 civilization, and it is a level 4 super technological civilization developed natively on Earth? Although the host is over. But the suspense left by Jiang Zhe makes all the audience discuss it tirelessly. Since Atlantis belongs to a level 4 civilization, how could it be destroyed by the legendary flood? Even if you rack your brains, you can't figure it out. In fact, the earliest Atlantis civilization is recorded in Plato's dialogues. This is a highly invented technological city. Overnight, it was destroyed by a flood, and everything disappeared on the Earth. It was as if it had evaporated from the Earth. As a result, it became a major unsolved mystery in the world. It's so unkind. This host only tells half of the story and leaves the other half. I will never watch it again.
My blood pressure goes up if I watch it again.
It's so good after the show started.
The audience in front of the TV went back to the bedroom cursing.
Even lying in bed, they couldn't fall asleep. Still angry about the insignificance of human beings.
In the official live broadcast room,
the screen has turned into an advertisement.
The TV station is also very smart. Because the number of viewers remains high, there are people watching even if the screen is black.
Therefore, the screen is full of advertisements. And the discussion among the audience is getting more and more heated. By the way, is the Atlantis civilization really more powerful than the Nuwa people's civilization? If the Nuwa people were really powerful, they might not have left the Earth. Who knows the truth? Didn't Atlantis sink to the bottom of the sea?
Yes. Everyone agrees that Atlantis disappeared under the sea, but it can't be found. I personally think Atlantis may have disappeared.
According to the host's style, Atlantis is not even on the Earth.
It's very likely. There are many old fans in the live broadcast room. According to Jiang Zhe's commentary style, it is inevitable that someone has guessed the mystery of the disappearance of Atlantis. The power of the masses is vast. The appearance of a barrage caused ridicule from many netizens.
How about it? Let's crowdfund and start a supernatural science program online?
Fuck.
It's a bit of a good idea. Let's play ball. Excuse me, do you know about level 8 civilization? I really don't understand. Isn't that enough?
This host has a background in popular science, and the big guys from the research institute have asked him for advice.
Do you think anyone will watch the low-end program you host?
Sorry, I'll take a step back first. The last one was the netizen who advocated opening a popular science live broadcast room.
Disappeared from sight. Kyoto. In the Institute of Physics. Even after the program ended, the experts in the discussion hall did not leave. Many experts watched the show for the first time. I feel deeply in my heart. Especially Ouyang Bailey, Lao Zhou, and Lao Chang. After being asked 3 questions by 3 people respectively, they were all impressed.
Just as the scene was in commotion,
Lao Zhou's cell phone ringtone suddenly rang.
He picked it up and looked at it, and was surprised that it was from Jiang Zhe.
Shoo!
Everyone be quiet, Jiang Zhe is calling.
All the experts stared at Lao Zhou. Hello, I am Zhou Guayao.
Jiang Zhe's voice came from the opposite side. Try not to study the brain in a vat experiment I mentioned before, as it will kill people. If you must do research, be sure to take all protective measures. Just like the level 5 civilization I just talked about, our Earth and the universe were all created by level 5 civilization. Since they were created, it proves that those people don't want you and me to know the truth. If you insist on doing it, remember, you must be protected from head to toe, at least with military-grade safety equipment. A new secure laboratory must be built in a new, open location if better resources are available. This is the method he just thought of. The progress of civilization cannot be separated from cutting-edge scientists. If he were to rely on him alone, the power of the technology gained through live streaming would have its limits. The words fell. Don't wait for Lao Zhou to speak. Jiang Zhe hung up the phone immediately. Hearing the instructions from Jiang Zhe, Lao Zhou was filled with excitement. Everyone has heard that although there is a danger to life, as long as we take military-grade protective measures from head to toe and choose a new laboratory, we can successfully start the experiment. Once they can see the data with their own eyes, they verify that the world is fake. Then they can be like Jiang Zhe. The mind and soul are completely opened up. It is precisely because of Jiang Zhe's pioneering thinking that he can think of things that ordinary scientists can't think of in a lifetime, and create incredible technology, and technology will advance in an all-round way. The experimental truth of the brain in a vat is, for this group of experts, the only way to expand their minds and souls. Therefore, experts worked hard to visually detect the truth of the brain in a vat. Don't leave yet. The meeting will continue. Discuss the location, equipment, contacts, and other resources. I propose an experiment in a desert area. No, the desert is too loose. If geological collapse occurs at any time, we will all die there. Skylab? More dangerous. The country will approve it at any time, but the meteorites and solar storms we face are one danger and everyone will die. After further discussion, they decided to build the research laboratory in an uninhabited area on the outskirts of Kyoto, where the location was excellent and there were few dangerous situations. After another moment of discussion, Lao Zhou finally calculated that the funding amounted to the total of the institute's 50 years. But for the sake of national interests, technology, and the Earth, Lao Zhou gritted his teeth and comforted everyone. Don't worry, everyone, the country will definitely agree. Jiang City, Provincial Taiwan. Since the end of Kuntai's program, the leaders in the entire conference room were lost in thought. They came to a conclusion: the reason why Kuntai has repeatedly broken the ratings may be because of data fraud. It is mainly because of the Kuntai ratings report presented by the staff. It is too outrageous. The most popular evening program, Longing for Daily Life, has only a 6% audience rating. And the data report in his hand shows that Kuntai's Approaching Science has a peak rating of a terrifying 78%. The data is obviously not easy to faking. It is mainly because Kuntai's TV programs have taken away most of the audience of the provincial TV station. How did they take them away? This is what he is curious about. At this time, the staff who hurriedly checked the ratings reported, "Director, Kuntai did not faking data. I found out that Kuntai opened an official live broadcast room, and the maximum number of people reached nearly 7 million. Hearing this, not only Wang Mingyuan, but also other hosts were stunned. The live broadcast room has exceeded 7 million people? This is close to the popularity of second-tier traffic stars. The popular science host of Kuntai is so appealing? If that's the case, then it makes sense. After all, this is the internet age. As long as the program is exciting, it can completely steal the entire Jiang province's traffic. The highest record in history has been occupied by Kuntai. Wang Mingyuan vaguely suspected that if it didn't change, the future will be Kuntai's world. Open the official live broadcast room for me. Also, our program will also be a phenomenal experience science and invite Jiangshi's authoritative physicists to be guests. This is Wang Mingyuan's decision. Although he has not seen Jiang's hosting content, but he just needs to take the core of Kuntai's Approaching Science step by step. In the future, the provincial station will no longer rely on popular dramas to maintain ratings. As long as he gives an order, many physicists in the province who have some ability will come to earn extra money. Kunshi. In a commercial house. Just after returning home and sitting on the sofa, Jiangzhe received a mechanical prompt from the system. Congratulations! You have completed science popularization, unlocked functions, and cultivation room. This popular science activity lasted for 4 hours, and the number of popular science users reached 9.98 million. Reward 1,
Popular science points plus 480,000. Reward 2, complete design drawings of individual mobile armor, which have been submitted to the country. Reward 3, genetic medicine plus 1. As the prompt fell, Zhangzhe found that the remaining 30,000 popular science points had become 510,000. He was not unfamiliar with the design drawings of individual mobile armor. Comprehensively enhance combat power, medical capabilities, night vision, etc. In his previous life, when he participated in the battle with the army on the border, the soldiers used his self-developed ones. In a border battle, he killed more than 30 enemies with a semi-finished mecha. This world is blessed. If this set of armor appeared in the previous life, 5 comrades would not have to die at all. Zhangzhe couldn't help but sigh. Then he focused his attention on the new function, the breeding room. After a brief understanding of the function, cultivation room, a functional creation room specially made for various high-precision experiments, equipped with time deceleration and time acceleration functions. Browse to the end. He was surprised to find that this was not an ordinary breeding room. Any experiments in chemistry, viruses, manufacturing, etc. in the breeding room will be twice as effective with half the effort. Because the breeding room has its own time deceleration and acceleration function. It is not easy to do a perfect experiment. Now with the breeding room, he can do more experiments and reduce the error to a minimum. But the science value required is a bit of a headache for him. 10 science value is consumed per second. 864,000 science value is consumed per day. This is only when the speed is increased by 1 times. Until the science value appears, he is a little bit afraid to praise this laboratory. The science value on hand can't even support 1 day. If he wants to do more experiments, he can only do more live broadcasts. However, as the public spreads it by word of mouth, the science value should also be obtained. Next, continue to do the virus fusion experiment. Zhangzhe took the gene medicine. All attributes increased by 25 again. The current 4-dimensional has reached 75. If he broadcasts live again, he can surpass the physical fitness of humans 10 times and reach 100. I am afraid that no one in the world is stronger than Zhangzhe. Then he spent 200,000 popular science points to exchange for intermediate virus knowledge from the system mall. Knowledge came like a tide. So strong? The knowledge of his previous life that he was proud of. Now it seems so unbearable. The top knowledge of the previous life cannot even cross the threshold of the primary level in front of the system. Once you have intermediate virus knowledge, it will be faster and more convenient to do experiments. Then Zhangzhe walked to the computer of the world in the tank. Observe. Zhang Xiaobai in the picture is still progressing slowly. If you want to observe whether he will discover the truth of the world, it is estimated that you have to wait for a long time. 4 speed. He immediately adjusted the time flow rate of the world in the tank to 10,000 times faster. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. 1 minute passed, and 300 years had passed in the world in the tank. The doomsday world is no longer there. It has become a huge base city for all the survivors in the city. The haze in the sky has disappeared, and the spacecraft has entered space. And Zhang Xiaobai has turned gray-haired. I saw him sitting on the top of a towering building, looking at the blue skyline. System, I have wiped out the monster at the source of the virus. What will happen to this world in the future? See here. Zhangzhe shook his head helplessly. The hope he had for Zhang Xiaobai was shattered. Not everyone is like Zhangzhe, who discovered the mystery of the virtual world through clues. Zhang Xiaobai didn't discover it until he was old, which meant that the experiment failed. Think for a moment. Zhangzhe was typing on the keyboard. System, it will be safe. System, the human genetic code has 37 digits. Cut off its genetic locks or extend the length of telomeres, then you can achieve immortality. System, I wish you success. Safely cracking the human genetic code 37 is not something Zhangzhe can do today. Once the human body code, 37 is broken, there is a high probability that people will become unconscious monsters. In his previous life, he almost went wrong because of this experiment. Because cancer cells are not restricted by genetic locks, they will multiply wildly and absorb the life of the host. To be safer, the experimental body will be filled with cancer cells, accelerating old age and death. The more ferocious, the experimental subjects will turn into brutal beasts. These are all taboos for deciphering the human genetic code. Since humans can live forever, why do they need to be restricted? This was one of the reasons why he suspected that humans were created. After completing the input, he removed Zhang Xiaobai's system permission.
As for what will happen to Jiang Xiaobai in the future, I'm afraid no one knows.
Finally Jiang Zhe came to the workbench in the breeding room. After Jiang Zhe left the scene, Jiang Xiaobai on the computer gently asked into the communicator, "Has Jiang Guang discovered that the world is fake?" The staff's voice came from the communicator, "No."
Jiang Xiaobai raised his head and looked at the sky, showing an imperceptible smile. "Remove his permission."
Staff, yes. Nurture the stage.
Jiang Zhe has already exchanged hundreds of mice and various types of enhanced viruses.
Accelerate 10 times.
Then immediately start the time acceleration 10 times.
The next moment, Jiang Zhe was shocked to find that the mouse's activities suddenly slowed down.
He moved his hands, but the speed of his movements did not change.
It's spacetime that's slowing down, not me that's getting faster. This unprecedented experience made Jiang Zhe's heart beat faster. A brand new field, I didn't expect to be realized in the interdimensional laboratory. Time turns out to be such a wonderful thing.
Afterwards, Jiang Zhe took out the syringe, quickly synthesized the virus, sucked the synthesized virus, and injected the virus into the mice on the workbench.
Very fast. 10 minutes later, it was all done.
Then immediately stop time acceleration.
Byte. Deduct the science value of 64,000.
Then you just need to wait for some time to see the effect.
And at this time,
Kyoto, Scientific Research Base.
A group of people are once again waiting in front of their computers, waiting for new emails. Ding dong, a sound.
All the experts were excited. P.S. I am asking for comments, popularity, and gifts for the 10th update. Guys, becoming a god is already crazy. I want to reach 1 million words within 2 months.
Just ask for gifts to help become a god and make a decent income.
He had been waiting in front of the computer for more than 2 hours. A group of experts are used to waiting in front of the computer at 12 o'clock every day.
However, there has been no news of the mysterious email in recent days. Only An Yang and a few experts are used to waiting all night.
An expert glanced at the screen with relief. It really scared me.
I haven't sent emails for several days. I thought the mysterious person didn't send emails anymore.
Once Jiang Zhe stopped sending mysterious emails, for the entire country, it would be an extremely heavy loss.
It must be 5 days since I received the email? Could it be that the mysterious person has no technology? But why haven't I received it for 5 days? I think this matter is a bit secretive. Can we screen the mysterious people across the country from the time node? An expert made a suggestion.
An Yang's eyes lit up. Yes, we can completely use. Speaking of this, the words stopped abruptly.
Since the other party still doesn't want people to know, then, don't delve into it.
Another expert said firmly, don't think about it. Our country cannot treat him unfairly.
Just find him.
Whether he is willing to contact our country is his business.
We respect him.
Now the most urgent thing is to hold a press conference and let the masses find the mysterious man for us.
That's the real thing.
This compromise idea came out. It was recognized by many experts. It was tactful and stylish, and it also reflected the style of a great country.
Let's do it this way. He has paid a lot, so we have to give him something in return, right? That's it. After the discussion, everyone gathered in front of the computer again. For some reason, everyone was very nervous when looking at the email. What cutting-edge technology will the mysterious man who hasn't sent an email for 5 days bring this time? Until An Yang opened the email. Perfect single soldier combat mecha? In an instant, everyone was stunned.
Single soldier combat mecha is the black technology they are currently researching.
In the United States, there are already successful semi-finished products.
But in Xia, it is still just getting started.
With the perfect single soldier mecha and energy issues, Xiaogua's voice on the border will be further improved. It just so happens that 2 places are preparing for war recently. Once all personnel are equipped with single soldier combat mechas, it will be too easy. Guys, get to work. An Yang's shaking hands trembled slightly, and he printed out all the email information. Wait, see where this email is sent from. Many experts began to wonder about the location of the mysterious email. Several previous locations were not on Earth. This time the location should be on Earth, right? Hearing this, An Yang quickly pulled the information to the bottom. Until the location appeared. The experts looked hopeless. Is this location serious? Sending location, Hercules Corona Borealis Great Wall, Echni Galaxy. Distance, 1 billion light-years away.
The previous 2 emails were acceptable, after all, they were only a few light-years or tens of light-years.
This time, it's directly 1 billion away. It's outrageous. Which hacker can put the location coordinates 1 billion light-years away? This is the question that all the experts present want to know. If they hadn't really received the mecha drawings, they all thought that it was an email sent to them by aliens. Okay, start the work quickly and hold a press conference by the way. Announce that our country has perfectly completed the first generation of single-soldier combat mecha. Then a group of experts immediately got busy. Make samples for tomorrow's press conference. An expert immediately contacted the engineers who had already returned home. As soon as they heard that a new email had arrived, they hurriedly drove back to the base. About the manufacturing materials of the mecha. Fortunately, all the materials are available, and they only need to manufacture step by step according to the design drawings. Finally, Anyang called the head of Kyoto. After the news of receiving the mysterious email again was known by the head. What? Received an email again? Wait for me, I'll be there soon. The head was shocked. Then he drove to the base overnight. Personally prepare for the press conference prepared by the mysterious man tomorrow. It was already noon. After last night's live broadcast, it was spread by the public. More and more people know that Kunming TV has a popular science program that reveals the secrets of the world. Some people hurriedly watched the previous episodes. After watching it, the whole person's worldview collapsed. Fuck! What on earth did I watch? Who recommended it to me? You compensate me for my worldview, which is now shattered. Infinite world, virtual world, world travel, ancient nuclear explosion, the Earth is a prison, this is the content of carbon-based bioenergy popular science? Hee. I was also scared at the beginning, but after verification by experts, what the host said is true. At the same time, in the lobby of a high-end hotel in Kyoto. Press conference. A group of reporters stood respectfully below the stage. Until the leader on the stage, Changshan, gave a speech. We are here to thank this mysterious man. In recent times, his 2 tactical level black technology has achieved outstanding results for our country in the field platoon. Tonight, he has made another contribution to our country. I hereby announce, our country's single-soldier combat mecha has been perfectly developed. As soon as the voice fell, without waiting for the reporter to speak, a soldier wearing a black single-soldier mecha walked out from the backstage. In an instant, it attracted the attention of all reporters. Click. Crazy photo shooting. Until the soldier jumped more than 3 meters high, it scared the reporters on the scene. Foreign reporters who usually have friction with Xiagwa couldn't help but feel distressed. In the next period of time, the border war may change drastically. Fuck. This single-soldier mecha is so powerful? The reporters couldn't believe their eyes. The mecha in science fiction works appeared in reality. The army's combat power has reached a higher level. At this time, a reporter shouted in the noisy environment, Chief Chang, has the mysterious man been found? As soon as this was said, everyone was silent. All reporters turned their eyes to the chief. The chief shook his head with a regretful expression. Not yet, I hope to mobilize a large force to find the mysterious hero. It started from last Saturday and Sunday. I received the mysterious email at 12 o'clock in the morning. I didn't receive it from Monday to Friday. The last time I received a mysterious email was at 2 o'clock tonight. If anyone knows, please call the phone number XXX at the bottom of the screen and provide clues to the military. The reward is 1 million yuan. Of course, the military will respect the choice of the mysterious hero in the end. Then Chief Chang, who was wearing a green military uniform, said a series of words. The meaning is to let the mysterious person contact him after seeing it. There are major rewards. As for whether the other party will contact, the military fully respects the opinion of the mysterious person. The reporters who received the order wrote the copy on the spot and posted it to the entire network. And on the internet. At this time, all the major news headlines were occupied by Jiangx's news. Warm reminder, the website is about to be revised, which may cause the reading progress to be lost. Please save the bookshelf and reading record in time. It is recommended to save the screenshot. Sorry for the inconvenience caused to you. Unbelievable. There has been a level 4 civilization on Earth. In the age of ancient science and technology, there is now conclusive evidence that human civilization will reincarnate. What will be our outcome? Extreme expansion. The first set of perfect level individual combat mechas in our Rabbit Kingdom has come out. In Jiang, take over. A lot of money is spent to find the mysterious national hero. Good news. Nobel Prize winner, Zhou Guoyao has just published a new scientific theory quantum mechanics in the Foreign Science magazine, causing a sensation. All popular titles are accompanied by relevant news videos, and the popularity remains high. Every piece of news quickly occupied the entire network. Damn it! The Earth is only level 0.8? What a pitiful little broken ball, being hung up in the universe. There was a high-tech civilization on Earth, Atlantis? Real or false? Atlantis has reached level 4, why is it still being flooded? The host didn't say it, but the truth seems to be not simple. It's a pity that there was a nuclear explosion in the ancient war. What if they didn't have a nuclear explosion? Don't regret it, if they didn't have nuclear explosions, most of us modern people wouldn't be around. What's going on with the individual mecha and the mysterious man? I checked the news, and Chief Cheng said that the technology was provided by the mysterious person to the military. There are 3 technologies in total. Who is this mysterious person? Every technology directly leads the development of science and technology. Don't worry, act quickly, 1 million. I think it's an alien. Are you crazy? The audience made random guesses, and some speculated that it was a prank. There is also speculation that it is a spy organization. Outrageous, literally aliens. In the end, the whole network came to nothing. On the contrary, the staff of the Weapons Research and Development Base in Kyoto received many harassing calls. All come for that 1 million. Unfortunately, there was no result at all. Kunming City. In an internet cafe. After watching the popular science program, Lu Yen took off his headphones. He is the owner of Chengdu Post Bar, Jiangzhe Bar. Spontaneously promote Jiangzhe. Conduct popular science among bar friends every day. He knew everything about Jiangzhe, and even remembered the ending time in his heart. The first 2 live broadcasts were all because of dragging the hall. Ends at 0:20 at night. The third time was adjusted to 4 hours on Saturday. It ends on time at 2 o'clock at night. After watching today's video, he casually forwarded today's content to Jiangzhe Bar, then wait quietly for comments. After reading a few comments, he returned to the bar. Suddenly, Jiangzhe Bar was occupied by junk news headlines. Don't spam. If you post any more posts that have nothing to do with Master Jiangzhe, your account will be banned. Just when he clicked in to delete the post, suddenly I saw a message, finding the nation's mysterious hero with huge sums of money, the country has a hero? Lu Yen clicked in to take a look out of curiosity. Take a quick look. This is a conversation news released by Parak reporters. Reporter, excuse me, Chief Chang, can you provide some evidence about the mysterious hero? Director Chang, well, the first 2 times, he sent me the technical drawings from the base at 0:20 every day on Saturdays and Sundays. Reporter, what time was it for the 3rd time? Chief Chang, it's today, Saturday at 2 o'clock in the morning, on time. That's it. Lu Yen couldn't help but swallowed, no way? He realized the importance of the matter immediately. 0:20 twice was the time when Jiangzhe ended hosting. The time when the military received the email was also 00:20. The 3rd time was because Jiangzhe was moved to 4 hours on Saturday and Sunday nights by the TV station. Thinking of this, Lu Yen became excited. He immediately took out his cell phone and dialed the military number. Not long after, the call was answered by a male staff member. Hello, Kyoto Weapons Engineering Department, what's the matter? Lu Yen said tremblingly, I know who sent the mysterious email. The first time I talked to the military, I felt so oppressive. Upon hearing this, the person on the other side said perfunctorily, I understand, please don't hang up, I'll call the leader. Mainly because there are too many harassing calls. Unless ordered by superiors, I cannot miss every call. Otherwise, the staff would have quit working long ago. After a while, Anyang's voice came from the opposite side. Hello, I am the head of the weapons department, Anyang, I heard that you, don't wait for Anyang to finish. Lu Yen, a small citizen, couldn't stand this sense of oppression from the military, so he quickly said, it's Master Jiangzhe, the host of Kunming's popular science program. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Yen hung up the phone. Other side. After hearing the whereabouts of the mysterious man, Anyang was confused. Another harassing phone call? Jiangzhe, why does this name sound familiar? But he didn't take it to heart. There are just too many harassing calls today. It's all false information. What's outrageous is that someone called directly and said that he developed it himself.
When Anyang asked a technical question, the other party couldn't even answer the most basic junior high school physics question about what kind of energy source the ion thruster uses.
Note, electric propulsion, he no longer trusts anyone. At this time,
a fat expert came over with 2 cups of coffee and handed Anyang a cup.
Olden, how many harassing calls did you receive today?
Hearing this, Anyang smiled helplessly and rubbed his legs. 74, my legs are sore from walking back and forth.
By the way, do you know the person named Zhang Jia? Why do I feel a little familiar?
I seem to have heard of him somewhere.
The fat expert sat down in his original position, drank coffee, and said, "Oh, Zhang Jia, isn't this the host of Kuan City?
Lao Wang and Lao Bai are watching his show in our research base.
They are the ones who talk about it. Recently, this popular science program has become very popular in Kuan City."
Anyang nodded and said, "Yes, they are the ones who talked about it.
I remember it.
I just received a call from a kid who said that the mysterious man is Zhang Jia."
Do you believe it? Anyang didn't know about Zhang Jia. I only know that the other party is a host.
As soon as these words came out, the fat expert's smiling face suddenly changed.
Is it Zhang Jia? The fat expert's pupils shrank suddenly.
His heart trembled.
He suddenly thought of something and quickly put down the coffee.
The coffee was pushed to the ground by his elbow, but he didn't care. He quickly tapped the keyboard and opened the previous science programs and played them at the same time. Zhang Jia's recorded voice came from the screen.
Our world is fake. There are infinite worlds. There are at least 10 million communicable civilizations in the observable universe. Ancient nuclear explosions are a regret for mankind.
Although the earth is a prison, the flesh is the biggest prison. A series of words came into Anyang's ears. For these popular sciences that fool people, just listen to them.
Anyang asked inexplicably, why do you watch folk science popularization?
The fat expert didn't bother to answer Anyang, and immediately compared the end time of the 3 live broadcasts. The first time, last Saturday 020, was also the time when the drawings were received.
The second time, last Sunday, 00:20.
The third time, the second Saturday, 2 o'clock.
After a simple comparison, all match. Maybe, it's him.
The fat expert's pupils shrank, and then he looked at Anyang in disbelief, and Holden, I found it, it's Zhang Jia. Look, the end time of each live broadcast is the same as the time when the design drawings are received, even the date is the same, just the coordinates are different.
Hearing this. Impossible, he is just an ordinary host.
Anyang curiously leaned in front of the computer,
the first time 020. The second time, 0:20. The third time, after comparison. Anyang was stunned, fuck. It's really him.
The main reason was that there were anonymous calls. He directly dialed the military phone number and confessed the identity of the mysterious person, and then hung up hastily. Later, the time when the program host ended was exactly in line with the time of the design drawing.
This is no ordinary anonymous call.
For further confirmation,
Anyang immediately entered the database to search for information. Time, 020.
Search. The number of emails released nationwide reached 248,971.
After screening and comparing one by one, there is no email that is consistent with technology. Observe this. Anyang looked beside him excitedly. Lao Su, you are right. Then I immediately found Zhang Jia's phone number. Dial through. Kunming City. In a different dimensional space laboratory. Zhang Jia is testing the virus infection in mice.
His thoughts were disrupted by a series of mechanical prompts.
Bite, no need to prompt again. Almost all the time.
He can receive reminders about science popularization value in his ears.
Sometimes it's 10 points, sometimes it's 100 points, sometimes it's 500 points. This is all the result of word of mouth among the people. It was really exciting at first. But, after hearing it too much, it doesn't matter anymore. Bite. Popular science value is continuing to be recorded, bite.
Depending on the IQ of the audience, the science popularization value obtained is different, and the automatic prompt is turned off.
Saw this tip.
Zhang Jia thought for a moment. In other words, depending on the IQ of the audience, the value of popular science received is different. If it is popularized to experts, or even recognized by experts, the value of popular science will be even greater. It seems that it is necessary to publish it in foreign academic journals.
It just so happens that you can also gain popular science value. Zhang Jia nodded silently.
Earlier at the Kyoto Research Institute, the paper jointly published by Zhou Guoyao and Jiang Zhe in the beautiful country played a certain role. Trouble is, the last thing he likes is being famous. Once you become famous, there will be more trouble. He looked at the more than 80 dead mice in front of him. I don't know when we will be able to successfully strengthen the virus. Once it is successfully done on mice, Jiang Zhe can naturally carry out the next experiment, human experiment. However, the current progress of the experiment seems to still take some time. Just as Jiang Zhe was about to leave the laboratory, the phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated. It was An Yang who made the call. Hello, are you Jiang Zhe? The words were filled with tension. After hearing this, Jiang Zhe immediately hung up. I couldn't tell who the voice was, but it might be someone calling from Mingming. He has received many calls from fans in the past 2 days. Other side. An Yang, who was hung up on the phone, looked at the hung-up phone with a puzzled look on his face. He hung up. Lao Su said, "Keep fighting." At this time, Jiang Zhe had already come to the kitchen to prepare lunch. The phone rang again. It was An Yang again. Jiang Zhe, please don't hang up the phone. I have something important to say. Hearing this, Jiang Zhe cut the winter melon and asked, "What's the matter?" I am An Yang from the Kyoto Weapons Research and Development Department. Then, mysterious email, why can't it be sent under my real name? Are you worried that the country will cause trouble for you? The other party explained the purpose of his visit in one breath, fearing that Jiang Zhe would hang up the phone again. Jiang Zhe looked puzzled after hearing this. Can emails sent by the system also be detected by the country? Out of curiosity, Jiang Zhe asked, "Who told you?" Anonymous, his voice is a bit green. Although An Yang is calm on the surface, he is already turbulent inside. In other words, Jiang Zhe admitted it. Earlier, Jiang Zhe did receive a call from a fan calling himself Jiang Zhe Bar. It turns out that it was exposed by fans. Oh, I see. Is there anything else? I'll hang up now. Jiang Zhe answered nonchalantly. Opposite An Yang was completely confused. We have found you, don't you have any worldly desires? Can't you make some requests? You are embarrassing our country like this. We have all taken the initiative to contact you, but you are indifferent. To be honest, the country has a lot of talents, but this is the first time I see someone like Jiang Zhe. An Yang really didn't quite understand what Jiang Zhe was thinking, so he asked tentatively, "Your 3 technologies are very valuable. We won't take them for free. We are willing to give them to you at a premium for patent fees. Of course, if you still have." Before An Yang could finish speaking, Jiang Zhe immediately said, "Oh, it turns out we want financial support. Bank card number, 6226XXXX, any amount is fine." Now that the funds have been delivered home, if Jiang Zhe refuses again, it will be unreasonable. As a scientist, you may not be short of money. But big money cannot be refused. Hearing this, An Yang finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Okay, Mr. Jiang, I will call your card later." The other person paused for a moment and asked, "Do you have time?" Jiang Zhe replied, "About what?" "We would like to invite you to come to Huaqing, Kyoto. There will be an academic seminar here. Domestic famous professors and experts will arrive at the scene. The scientific theories you mentioned, including thought experiments, are of great help to modern science and technology. You were published in a foreign magazine by Mr. Zhou just now." An Yang also had 2 motives for saying this. 1. Continue to attend Jiang Zhe's special lecture. 2. They want to confirm whether Jiang Zhe is controllable. Because Jiang Zhe's background information is so special. An Yang investigated Jiang Zhe thoroughly just now. An ordinary undergraduate student possesses advanced black technology that is unprecedented at home and abroad. It is inevitable that people will doubt Jiang Zhe's identity, whether he has contacts with foreign countries, whether he is a threat, etc. Thinking about the worst, could all of this be a trap? Of course, what's more, An Yang doesn't dare to offend Jiang Zhe. The science that can create these 3 technologies will inevitably have more black technology behind it. Once Jiang Zhe is angered, he will be unfriendly to the country and society. After hearing this, Jiang Zhe showed interest. Naturally, he heard the other party's intention. But even better is that since experts will come forward, this is another place to gain popular science value. Okay, send me the time and place. Jiang Zhe immediately agreed. Since we have to face the top experts in the country, simple science popularization is naturally useless. Therefore, you have to come up with something shocking. The next moment, he had the answer in his mind. Okay, I'll make arrangements right now. Then hung up the phone.
Anyang immediately came to the office and reported the information to Chief Changshen. After hearing the news, Changshen immediately made a decision: go to Huaqing, receive Jiangzhe, and check his voice. Once you confirm that there is no threat, don't disturb him anymore. Anyang nodded and said, received. How do you explain it to the media? Changshen raised his hand. No need to explain, this matter will pass naturally. As an old man in the military, he could see Jiangzhe's intentions. The other party obviously doesn't want to appear in the public eye. At least I don't want to appear in the public eye as a technologist. Anyang, received, the funds for the 3 technologies? Changshen, 1 billion. Anyang, is it too little? Changshen, 2 billion. Anyang, it seems there is still a little bit. Changshen, 3 billion. Anyang, it's a bit low. Changshen, do you think Jiangzhou is short of money? Given the time it took for these 3 technologies to take shape and their technical level, he must have more powerful experts behind him. Our money is for him personally, not for his technical team. Anyang, that makes sense. After a while, Jiangzhou is cooking. The phone suddenly vibrated. Picked it up and looked at it. The amount arrived, 300 million. Then he put the phone back. This 3 billion can serve as a popular science value in some aspects, which is not bad. Yes, for Jiangzhe, this little money has no emotional impact. The main reason is that the R&D funds I came into contact with in my previous life were too large. The kind that easily costs tens of billions of dollars. The research is sponsored by the United Nations 5 permanent members, and it is a US dollar. After a while, another call came in. The caller was none other than Professor Changwon. Xiaojiang, there is a show in Huaqing tomorrow. Before Lao Chang could finish speaking, Jiangzhe immediately said, go. P.S. Changshen is asking for gifts like crazy. Changshen is really working hard, thinking about everyone, updating like crazy, asking for gifts, asking for gifts, asking for gifts. In the Institute of Physics. In just 3 seconds, the call ended. Lao Zhou on the side asked eagerly, is he coming to the Huaqing academic conference? Lao Chang nodded and said inexplicably, he said the military had contacted him in advance. Why did the military notice Jiangzhe? This is something Lao Zhou and Lao Sun don't quite understand. But since he goes, it is naturally the best. The main reason is that they also want to meet Jiangzhe in real life. See how this legendary young man developed such shocking theories and experiments. It's a good time to ask about the secret of brain in a vat in person. After Jiangzhe's advice last time, they have received funding approval at the national level. Military equipment and military protective measures were also delivered. Once you witness brain in a vat for yourself, then scientists who know the truth will greatly increase national power in a short period of time. Zhou Guoyao has already planned the future: first reveal the truth about the brain in a vat and awaken the soul. And then, convene virologists to conquer the virus evolution mentioned by Jiangzhe. Kunming City. In an extra-dimensional laboratory. At this time, he was on the phone with the TV station director Zhang Xian. After talking, Zhang Xian immediately agreed. There was no way he wouldn't agree. This is a big event, and at the same time, this is also the place where Jiangzhe was gilded. For Kunming TV station, it has to be good or not bad. The station director immediately posted the news to the official website. Some netizens who were browsing the news immediately started talking. Is Jiangzhe going to the Huaqing academic conference too? No. Aren't you going to host tomorrow? Damn it. Kuntai, you don't have martial ethics. I haven't slept all night, just waiting for tonight's show. Is this how you repay us? Netizens were really angry. But it doesn't help, I can only wait. It was later forwarded by fans. The news that Jiangzhe will not host tonight suddenly made a group of viewers crazy again. Kuntai, you are seeking death. I urge you to conscience, we are all waiting to watch the show. You don't understand, the Huaqing Academic Research Association also has a live broadcast. You can go to the official live broadcast room to watch it then. When is the academic conference? Monday, 8 o'clock in the evening. I was shocked. I thought I wouldn't be able to watch the show for another week. I can afford to wait for one day. To be honest, I'm addicted to this show and I don't know what my life would be like without it. Brothers, we have sympathy for each other, looking forward to it. The popular science host will have a tongue-in-cheek battle with leading experts. After explanation by netizens, the group of crazy fans finally calmed down. Everyone can afford to wait for one day. At the same time, the academic conference made many viewers curious. Jiangzhe has advanced scientific concepts. Did he really go to the academic conference? Rather than an eye-opener for the experts? If this is the case, some viewers are vaguely looking forward to it. Time flies. In the blink of an eye it's the next day. Jiangja successfully arrived in Kyoto with the ticket booked by Anyang. Upon arrival in Kyoto, after an afternoon of getting along, Anyang had a certain understanding of Jiangja. He was also convinced that Jiangja was really just a young and promising genius.
He is not the foreign secret emissary, the military thought. When he got this answer, Chief Chengshin was relieved.
Then let Anyang lead Jiangja to Huaqing University. Time passes.
In the blink of an eye, it was already dark, approaching 8 o'clock in the evening.
Journalists, professors, students, leaders, including people from the academic conference, all arrived at the Huaqing auditorium.
Although they have an official live broadcast room. But the number of people who came to watch the live broadcast room was really pitiful.
It wasn't until the end of those boring academic papers that Jiangja was ranked.
Next, let's invite the youngest and most popular science host in Kunming City recently, Jiangja.
Introduced by the host.
A large number of fans and viewers suddenly poured into the live broadcast room.
Come and mess with me. Our host is here, look forward to it. A group of experts below, will Jiangja be embarrassed by them? In an instant, Jiangja became the focus of the field. All students, professors, and experts stared at Jiangja. Who is he? What valuable academic papers can you publish at such a young age? Damn it! Isn't this Master Jiangja? Who is Master Jiangja? It's hard to describe.
He's just the kind of super host who can refresh mankind's outlook on life just by opening his mouth.
So powerful? I doubt it. The audience was confused, shocked, excited, and of course unhappy.
Naturally, his youth and promise made some professors lose face. They have worked hard for most of their lives and are quite prestigious in their respective fields, and only then have they gained authority in the circle. And Jiangja has only been the host for more than a week.
It's really not fair.
There were only a small number of people with master's degrees in the audience, and the old Changs had all watched Jiangja's previous programs. There was even the first lucky audience member of Jiangja's first day of popular science. He was also the audience member who was frightened by the infinite multiverse theory.
At this moment, he obviously lost the arrogance of a graduate student of Kyoto Huaqing.
At the same age, Jiangja was on the podium, while he could only sit in the last row of the auditorium.
The gap was visible at a glance. A moment later,
under the pressure of the crowd, Jiangja stood up and went on stage. At the same time, a small number of experts took out their computers and took notes at any time.
On the podium, Jiangja looked at the audience and picked up the microphone to introduce himself.
Hello, I am a popular science program host from Kunchi TV, Jiangja, I am here to teach you. Perhaps it was a subconscious behavior. He said the word class, it should be more appropriate to say popular science. Because in the previous life, only others asked Jiangja for advice, and he did not ask others for advice. But it was this sentence that immediately caused everyone's surprise.
P.S. I am frantically asking for gifts. I have really worked hard. For everyone's sake, I am frantically updating. Please give me gifts.
In the official live broadcast room, Jiangja's appearance immediately increased the number of people in Huaqing's official live broadcast room to 1.5 million.
Insai's words immediately aroused heated discussion among the audience. Fuck. Hello experts, I'm here to give you a lesson. Jiang Shen. They are all well-known experts in the country. Let's take it easy.
I don't know what content the host will come up with this time to convince a group of big guys.
An unintentional sentence suddenly became a hot search term on the internet.
Most of the audience who come to watch Jiangja are fans. They are worried that if Jiangja fails to speak well, it may cause adverse chain reactions.
In Huaqing Auditorium,
this immediately made all the experts look embarrassed.
TSK. Ahem. There's something wrong with what you're doing, young man.
Everyone kept it in mind, and no one said anything about Jiangja openly. After all, young people inevitably act impulsively and speak impulsively.
I like this young man. I've read his quantum mechanics, and it's completely possible to become a god in the microscopic world. He is qualified to teach us. Some experts even defended Jiangja. To be honest, they liked Jiangja, who was smart, bold, and spontaneous.
Only Lao Zhou and Lao Chang were surprised why the people around him reacted so strongly. They did not feel that Jiangja said something wrong. Young people who can pioneer quantum mechanics are qualified to be their mentors.
On the podium,
Zhangzhe picked up the black pen and turned around to write today's two themes on the whiteboard. Eternal life or destruction of mankind, omniscient and omnipotent God. As you can see, the topics I am talking about today are exactly these two. First, the ending of human beings can only be eternal life or destruction. Second, the omniscient and omnipotent God in the universe. The theme emerges. The experts in the audience were immediately shocked. Then they looked at each other in disbelief. Previous scholars would produce papers that they were proud of and then embellish them to embellish them. For Zhangzhe, it was beyond everyone's expectations. There is no paper? Even so, as soon as these two topics appeared, they immediately attracted the attention of many experts. Zhangzhe looked at the audience, everyone was interested in this topic. But no one can tell why. And what Zhangzhe said next made Zhou Guoyao and others immediately realize that it was not simple. Before talking about the end of mankind, everyone must know this first. After saying this, Zhangzhe wrote 5 big words on the whiteboard: technological singularity. In the previous life, when this theory came out, it immediately caused a sensation in the entire scientific community. Now, Zhangzhe has taken over this world. After finishing writing, Zhangzhe turned to face everyone and explained, what is a singular point? When the universe didn't explode, it was the singularity dot. The center of a black hole is also a singularity dot. Singularity, the meaning I give it is, in a certain field, it exists, but it is a point of view that cannot be explained. It is called singularity dot. For example, in mathematics, infinitesimals are infinitesimal. As we all know, they are inevitable and unpredictable. Is infinity bigger than infinity? This is incomprehensible. It is called a singularity dot. Off stage. The first time I heard such a novel point of view, many experts' eyes lit up. An unknown territory seemed to be beckoning towards them. Almost instantly, some experts realized that Zhangzhe had some background. However, some people still don't quite understand and are too embarrassed to ask questions to 24-year-old Zhangzhe. I can only pretend to understand. On the podium, Zhangzhe looked at the audience and saw the embarrassment of some experts, and explained, to put it simply, the emergence of television, computers, and telephones is a singularity. Perhaps from our current perspective, it is very common. But in the past, humans could not imagine or predict that these would appear. In fact, they did appear. This is a singularity dot. After this explanation, only then did the experts in the audience suddenly realize. In other words, the singularity is a high technology that will definitely appear in the future. At the same time, it must be something that no human being can predict now. For example, a scientist thought about the possibility of faster than light travel in the future. So the answer is naturally impossible. It must be a brand new technology that cannot be anticipated by humans. Another example is the technology that can span light years away in one step in the future. Obviously, the answer is impossible. It is still expected by humans. Once anyone thinks about it, then it will naturally not appear in the future. Zhangzhe continued to explain, I believe everyone has understood. Now let's take a look at the Earth's singularity dot. 1. The emergence of the Earth is a singularity. Where did it come from? How was it formed? Unknown. 2. The birth of the first life belongs to a singularity. How it came about cannot be calculated. It also belongs to a singularity dot. 3. Cambrian explosion, singularity. 6. Australopithecus australis 3.9 million years ago, singular point, it suddenly walked upright, unpredictable and unknown. 8. 10,000 years ago, the agricultural age, the singularity. Before that was the hunting age. 9. The industrial revolution 250 years ago, from manpower to the steam age, the singularity point. So, to meet the singularity, it must be a completely new technology that no one has ever thought of. Combining the imaginations of the more than 7 billion people on Earth, as long as anyone thinks about future technology, the future will not happen. Of course, the singularity does not mean future interstellar navigation, interstellar spaceships, anti-gravity, antimatter thrusters, etc. These are all existing basic knowledge, and then deducing the future based on the knowledge can be completely predicted with the naked eye. Future technology. Expectation is not the same as imagination. Speaking of which, the experts in the audience suddenly realized again a new understanding of the singularity. At this time, Lao Zhou suddenly raised his hand and spoke, "Excuse me, Zhangzhe, when will the next singularity be?" As soon as these words came out,
All the experts and the audience were curious. According to what Jiangxia just described, judging from the number of years of singularity that occurred on the Earth at the beginning, from a big singularity in hundreds of millions of years, to a small singularity in a few years, the years difference between them is getting shorter and shorter. When it comes to science and technology, the Industrial Revolution is only more than 200 years away from modern times, but it has exploded with many singularities. This also means that in a certain era in the future, will human beings experience a crazy outbreak of singularity in a short period of time? Eventually leading to a super explosion of technology. Facing Lao Zou's question, I saw Jiangxia smiling. I believe everyone has discovered that the distance between singular points is getting smaller and smaller. Statistics based on the data I collected in this world. The next singularity will occur, 2024, the year after tomorrow. As Jiangxia's words fell, all the audience were stunned. P.S. The real world is a big singularity that will explode in 2045. This is the world in the book. It broke out in 2024 because of Jiangxia's appearance. And Jiangxia's appearance in this world is also a singularity in this world. Because no one expected that people bound to the system would appear in reality. Therefore, due to his appearance in 2022, the world in the book has already experienced a major singularity. Do some popular science. The protagonists in each book are humanoid singularities in that world. P.S. Shengshan is asking for gifts like crazy. Shengshan is really working hard, thinking about everyone, updating like crazy, asking for gifts, asking for gifts, asking for gifts. P.S. Shengshan is asking for gifts like crazy. Shengshan is really working hard, thinking about everyone, updating like crazy, asking for gifts, asking for gifts, asking for gifts. P.S. Shengshan is asking for gifts like crazy. Shengshan is really working hard, thinking about everyone, updating like crazy, asking for gifts, asking for gifts, asking for gifts. 15 updates completed. Some new viewers came in and saw the experts in the audience dumbfounded. Huh? What's going on? What's going on? What's wrong with the experts? Singularity. 2024, the year after next? Fuck. Will I become a god the year after next? You're dreaming, maybe we will perish the year after next. The audience may not understand the rest of the meaning of the singularity. But the experts in the auditorium already know how big the impact of the singularity is on the country. Once the singularity appears the year after next, it means that the world will prosper rapidly in a short period of time. After the prosperity, crazy fall. Everyone understands that things will turn around when they reach their extremes. When a field reaches its peak, it will definitely turn around when it reaches its extremes. This is an eternal law in the universe. No one and no country can prosper for a lifetime. There is only 1 year and 10 months left before the next singularity arrives. Because the impact is so great, the experts have completely lost their arrogance and listened quietly. On the podium, Jiangxia raised his hand and pointed to the theme. In 2024, the year after, we will usher in an unimaginable singularity. It is a singularity that can change the common destiny of all mankind. It is far from being as simple as the emergence of computers, mobile phones, and telephones. As for what it will be? At this point, he wrote, intelligent artificial intelligence, on the whiteboard again. According to the development of the world today, the future must be the world of artificial intelligence. As you can see, it is artificial intelligence. It is not the unintelligent artificial intelligence on the market, but the truly intelligent intelligence. The artificial intelligence mentioned is not a simple computing ability. It is wisdom that crushes humans in all aspects. There was an example. 30 years ago, people injected programs into computers to learn Othello. A few years later, no one could beat computers anymore. More than 10 years ago, humans let computers learn chess again, and soon after, the world champions were defeated by computers. The most recent famous, AlphaGo, now humans can no longer beat computers in Go. So the consequences are obvious at a glance. We spent decades learning and understanding, and were eventually surpassed by artificial intelligence one by one. If one day, we inject wisdom into artificial intelligence, then humans will never be able to surpass artificial intelligence. Under the podium, listening to every word Jiangxia said, the experts began to open their computers frantically and check the information. In the end, they found that this was not a possibility, but an inevitable development trend. The future will be controlled by artificial intelligence. Just then, an expert in the field of mathematics found a loophole and said, "Excuse me, since you said that 2024 is the time for the outbreak of the singularity, what is your basis? As far as he knows, today's artificial intelligence is all non-intelligent. If we want to achieve true intelligent artificial intelligence in 2024, then its computing power must be able to cover the consciousness of the entire global human race in just 2 years. In other words, a computer can accommodate the memory of 7 billion plus people's brains. As we all know, the human brain is a supercomputer. The brain capacity of a person is equivalent to 7,884.8 billion gigabytes, which is approximately equal to 7.7 billion terabytes of memory. It can store so much data. The brain memory of 7 billion plus people in the world is approximately equal to 500 billion terabytes of memory. At present, the Tianhe-1 of Shagwa and the Jaguar of the United States. Although their computing power is terrifying, they are still not intelligent artificial intelligence, and their computing power is still limited. A computer that can store 500 billion terabytes is obviously impossible to achieve within 2 years. Therefore, the future singularity is still early. As soon as this sentence came out, the experts on the scene unanimously agreed. If Jiang Zhe said that the singularity would break out in 50 years, it might still be possible. But 2 years is really too short. Hearing this, Jiang Zhe nodded, turned around and wrote, "Quantum computer," on the whiteboard. Then he looked at everyone. "Maybe ordinary computers can't. I wonder if you still remember quantum." Quantum, it sounds familiar. I seem to have heard of it somewhere. The experts and the audience looked at each other first. But soon, some people's faces gradually turned into shock. A fat expert was shocked and pointed at Zhang Zhao and said, "You. It's you. It's you who proposed quantum mechanics, so the country will definitely have quantum computers next?" As soon as this was said, the whole auditorium was shocked. What? He is the one who published a paper with Zhou Guiyao? Fuck. It turned out to be him? How can this be called young and frivolous? This is clearly a young and promising person. Many experts didn't know Jiang Zhe before, and thought he was just a nobody. It was not until now that they realized that this was not a nobody. This is clearly a big shot, and a big shot who is qualified to be on par with Zhou Guiyao. Facing everyone, Jiang Zhe nodded and explained, "It's me. Quantum computers will appear in the future. As far as I know, the country has already started research on it. If nothing happens, it will be fully mature in 2 years. For a supercomputer, it takes 100 years to calculate, but with a quantum computer, it only takes a few minutes. This shows how powerful quantum computers are. At the same time, quantum computers can also calculate everything that is going to happen in the future and the universe. Ultimately, it will make the right choice." Speaking of which, Jiang Zhe paused for a moment, his eyes a little complicated, and explained, "In other words, our future currently only has 2 undirected choices." Then he turned around and tapped, "Become a god or die," on the whiteboard. Some experts in the audience could not help but feel their hearts pounding. Becoming a god is obviously impossible because humans are destined to be disunited. Extinction is more likely. Judging from the answers given by Jiang Zhe, all this cannot be blamed on Jiang Zhe, but on the wisdom of artificial intelligence. Once the intelligence of artificial intelligence is higher than that of humans, then it will become the world of artificial intelligence. Anyang, a weapons engineer, suddenly asked, "If this continues, we will most likely perish in 2024. If so, can we prevent the singularity from erupting?" As soon as this was said, the other experts nodded. "Yes. Tell the country to build quantum computers later. It's no good if you build it too fast." "I agree." Hearing this, Jiang Zhe shook his head slightly. It can't be done. Whether quantum computers appear or not, he still cannot stop technological development. Even if quantum computers don't appear, there will still be other high technologies emerging, and the development of technology will not stop when something is restricted. Just like Jiang Zhe's previous life, beautiful country united with other countries to prevent Xia country from joining the international space and tried to restrict Xia country's scientific and technological development. Afterwards, the great gods of Xia state finally successfully completed the Xia state space station independently without any external help. They even built a space station dozens of times more powerful than the beautiful country. The more suppressed and restricted, the faster technology will explode. Destruction and eternal life will come even faster. The experts were reflecting and then thought of the Xiagua space station. Indeed. Once technology is suppressed, the technology of the suppressed country will enter the high-speed channel. Technology is so amazing. At this time, some experts asked, if we are faced with smart artificial intelligence, can we just stand by and watch?
Faced with the problem, Jiangzhou explained, of course we can't just sit idly by. We need to put decisive limits on artificial intelligence. I have mentioned the 3 principles of the creator on the show before, and they can also be applied to artificial intelligence. 1. Artificial intelligence must not harm humans, or stand by and watch humans being harmed. 2. Artificial intelligence must obey human orders, unless this order contradicts Article 1. 3. The appearance of these 3 sentences. The computer scientists in the audience were stunned. The 3 principles of the creator are so novel. They have never watched Jiang's previous programs before. The emergence of this principle just avoids the problem of being destroyed by artificial intelligence. That's it. Once the 3 principles are set, even if artificial intelligence is smarter than us, they are not allowed to harm us. The other experts nodded. A small number of experts gave Jiangzhe a thumbs up on the spot. Facing everyone, Jiangzhe slowly explained, yes, once they hurt us, they will be destroyed first. Since artificial intelligence will serve mankind wholeheartedly in the future. At that time, what will be the goal of us humans? The experts in the audience were thinking. By then humans will have high technology. Because life has been drastically improved. For ordinary people, it may be about eating, drinking, and having fun, and that's it for a lifetime anyway. For scientists, I'm afraid the first thing is health and overcoming incurable diseases. Because the human body is too weak and cannot withstand even a little bit of wind and rain. If you want to be healthy, you must overcome all the antecedents of human death. And when it's all done, the experts lost their target again for a while. Just when everyone is immersed in problems. Jiangzhe turned around and specifically typed the word immortality. When everything is completed, of course what we pursue can only be immortality. If we don't pursue immortality, the Earth's civilization will be destroyed by advanced civilizations at any time in the entire universe. Only by allowing consciousness to live forever can this be called immortality, and our human civilization will gradually reach eternal life for all people after the singularity breaks out in 2024. As soon as these words came out, the whole audience was shocked. 2024, immortality for all people? Lao Zhou, Lao Sun, Lao Chang and Anyang looked at each other in confusion. Even the audience in the live broadcast room were confused. At first I thought Jiangzhe was joking. In other words, no one would have thought that the singularity would actually be 2024. There will definitely be singularities in the future, but it will take at least decades or hundreds of years for artificial intelligence to surpass humans. Fuck. Did I hear correctly? In 2024, all of us humans will live forever? Host, this is not a joke. It's scary to think about it carefully. How did Jiangzhe determine that he will be immortal in 2024? Does he know the secret? Seeing Jiangzhe's confident look. Old fans in the live broadcast room know that Jiangzhe never makes jokes. As you can see, there is a high probability that this will happen. If this happens, that Jiangzhe is the biggest singularity in this world. Just when all the experts in the audience were shocked, a medical scientist broke the silence and asked the key, may I ask what kind of eternal life you are talking about? And how can we achieve it? As far as I know, the human genetic code cannot be broken in the next few hundred years, which means that the immortality of the physical body has been restricted to death. Hear this. All the experts discussed it. Even if technology explodes, how can we achieve immortality? It is nothing more than antioxidation, strengthening organs, and at most prolonging life. Immortality is still impossible. The experts stared at Jiangzhe with doubtful eyes. Since physical immortality cannot be achieved, how can real eternal life be achieved? P.S. Note, the 2 computers that appear in the Xia Kingdom and the Beautiful Kingdom in this book are set in this world, supercomputers, not quantum computers. The quantum computer is the moment when Jiangzhe proposed quantum mechanics. It was only noticed by the country, so the project was established. Those about computers were just small plots and were not included. In the real world, they are quantum computers, but they are not quantum computers in the true sense. In addition to the experts, the audience in the live broadcast room made speculations one by one. Immortality should be impossible, right? As a medical student, unless you delay cell aging or strengthen organs, I can't think of anything else. Freezing? It doesn't seem to work either, you will die. See what the host says. The audience discussed immortality. No matter how you think about it, there is no definite answer. Just when the experts on the scene were confused,
Jiangja smiled, turned around and wrote 2 sentences on the whiteboard. Human code, 37 telomerase. There are only 3 ways to immortality. 1. Physical immortality. 2. Spiritual immortality. The third one will be discussed last. Jiangja turned to face the crowd and explained, human code, 37 is a string of numbers at the human gene level. As long as someone can crack the gene lock of that cell, then humans still cannot achieve immortality. In fact, in theory, immortality is possible. But, because cancer is an unlocked cell. But cancer accelerates the process of human death. Therefore, this method is the most dangerous and least recommended. The explanation ends here. The medical experts in the audience have the most say. They immediately looked up the computer data and looked up the cell that Jiangja mentioned. After a moment, many medical professionals opened their eyes wide. Once the gene lock is broken, humans do have a very small chance of immortality. This is not a joke. When the experts reacted, they realized that it turns out that cancer is an unlocked cell. The first plan has a high probability of failure. Jiangja looked at the experts who were happy and vain and explained, yes, as you think, this method is immature and more dangerous. Then he continued, the second one, telomerase. The length of telomerase means the lifespan of humans in natural life. It also affects people's personality. Natural means no car accidents, no bad habits, no disease, etc. Extending it can increase lifespan. Theoretically, it can be extended to how much? Infinitely. You can study this privately, the risk is slightly lower. In the previous life, Jiangja once tried to extend the life of a dying mouse. The mouse later successfully lived for another month. Although the result was good, it would have died suddenly in 1 month. It was as pale as a human who had overdrawn all his life, which was horrible to see. The experts in the audience immediately looked up information. No one was excited, even though they should have been excited. The technical difficulty of extending telomeres is many times more difficult than humans leaving the solar system. And synthesizing telomerase is not an easy task. At this moment, they all gave up. Not long after, an expert raised his hand curiously and said, what about the third one? Facing the question, Jiangja turned around and wrote the word death on the whiteboard. Popularizing science with experts is simple and worry-free. No matter what Jiangja said, a group of experts below could immediately keep up with Jiangja's rhythm. As you can see, the third one is death. As soon as Jiangja finished speaking, the discussion about death immediately began. A group of experts quickly understood what Jiangja meant. Death is immortality, which is a very common saying in philosophy. Regarding death, Jiangja began to explain, still as everyone said Qin Shi Huang, in pursuit of immortality, ended in failure. Then, in order to continue to dominate the Qin in another space. So he built the terracotta warriors, which is also what he thought of as immortality. Hearing this, the experts in the audience nodded. This is eternal life in faith, which is not difficult to understand. Even more representative, Egyptian mummies. After a pharaoh died, his entire body was made into a coffin made of gold. It means that they are eternal after death. The price of eternal life for mummies, death. There is eternal life only after death. At the same time, Jiangja drew a mummy on the whiteboard. Let the experts understand the price of eternal life more intuitively. At this time, Zhou Guiyao asked the question that all the experts wanted to know the most, Xiao Jiang, since the flesh cannot achieve eternal life, then the next is only consciousness. Is your eternal life to make consciousness eternal? As soon as this was said, all the experts discussed it. How difficult is the price of eternal life for consciousness? At the same time, in the live broadcast room where the number of people increased rapidly, all the discussions were about the feasibility of 3 kinds of eternal life. Human code 37 is human gene sequence 37. To break that shackle, it is impossible without 500 years of biotechnology. There are also telomeres. Only telomerase can extend telomeres, thereby extending human life. It is as difficult as a 4-year-old child creating nuclear fusion with his bare hands. The immortality of the mummy's death is a bit romantic. But people have become mummies, so how can there be immortality? Conscious immortality, curious, how can consciousness immortality be achieved? Although science in this world is not developed. But some sciences are still consistent with the previous life. Like the telomerase and gene code 37 that Jiangja just mentioned. These are the most difficult scientific problems in biology. Jiangja's voice came again in the picture. Yes, Mr. Zhou is right.
Since the body cannot be immortal, then in science, only consciousness can be immortal.
At this point, Jiangja turned to face the camera of the reporters and explained, "What is consciousness? Consciousness is the active neuronal network in the brain.
They send information generated by bioelectricity to each other and become active consciousness." Then he turned to the experts.
When the singularity breaks out completely in 2024,
human technology will soar at a high speed, and computers will be more developed by then.
On the road to immortality, humans will gradually replace all replaceable body parts.
Spleen, heart, lungs, everything that beats must be replaced.
When it can't be replaced anymore, we humans only have a sign of our human life. When talking about this sign,
Jiangja pointed to his brain and said, "As you think, it is consciousness. And the container for consciousness can only be a supercomputer. Only computers with large enough memory can allow us humans to live in its cloud network. In the end, we humans will become a brand new community. Your pain, I will bear with you, and your pain will be shared by people all over the world.
It is such a huge community." Speaking of this, Jiangja couldn't help but think of a study in his previous life.
He had come into contact with many Earthlings who had contact with alien civilizations. Except for the relatively low-end aliens, little greys, lizards, snakes, fishmen, etc.
Most of the other witnesses, seeing a group of pure energy forms.
According to the aliens described by the witnesses, they often call themselves in the first-person I. That group does not have you at all, he's second and third persons.
When Jiangzhou asked why,
the group of witnesses all said this. It said that it is the only one in their tribe. In fact, it is not one person, but a whole big family, all of whom are common, connected, and live in a huge system. This is what Jiangja said today as the cloud community.
If you want to be truly immortal, this is the only way.
As Jiangja's voice fell.
What? All the experts in the audience immediately widened their eyes.
Their expressions were full of shock. Because of Jiangja's description, a completely new possibility was opened up for them. And that possibility is bound to appear in the world.
At this moment, those experts who were originally unhappy with Jiangja were convinced.
Because the young man on the podium can no longer be described as ordinary, he is definitely a new all-round genius in this world.
At the same time,
in the official live broadcast room, the audience's barrage was swiped wildly. Warm reminder, the website is about to be revised, which may cause the reading progress to be lost. Please save the bookshelf and reading record in time. It is recommended to save the screenshot.
Sorry for the inconvenience caused to you.
Fuck.
With immortal consciousness, will we become information people?
I really admire this cutting-edge scientific concept.
How big a quantum computer would be enough? The audience was all shocked by Jiangja's immortality of consciousness.
This was the first time they heard of immortality of consciousness in the true sense.
According to current computers,
it is obviously impossible to achieve in a short period of time.
We can only look forward to the explosive 2024. Koan City. In the data department of the TV station,
Oldley inspected the ratings of various programs as usual.
As he expected, the traffic of Koan City TV station was hard to describe.
He picked up the mobile phone log to check.
Sunday, Beijing, Jiangzhou.
Monday, Saturday, why are there still 6 days before Saturday?
Oldley couldn't help but worry. What if Jiangja went to Kyoto to witness a better TV station? Would he be poached by someone with a high salary?
Just as he was thinking this, a push notification came from his mobile phone. Curiously, he clicked on the push notification in the live broadcast room. When he entered the live broadcast room, he saw that the audience below Jiangja were all middle-aged and elderly people in black suits.
In the picture, Jiangja was telling something to a group of middle-aged and elderly people. He looked carefully at the audience. He was surprised to find the Nobel Prize winner in the front row, Zhou Guoyao.
Fuck!
Are they a group of experts in their respective academic fields?
Seeing this, Lao Li suddenly realized. It turned out that this was not a group of ordinary middle-aged and elderly people, but all of them were famous experts in their respective fields.
Originally thought that Jiangja might change jobs.
But seeing this, Lao Li finally felt relieved. If Jiangja changed jobs, no one would come to the live broadcast room to broadcast simultaneously. So he looked around and said to the young staff, "Keep an eye on the leader for me, I'll take a nap."
Then, Lao Li walked into the compartment, lay on the bed, and watched the live broadcast attentively. Young staff? In the picture,
The experts below discussed the possibility of immortality of consciousness. When the results were discussed, everyone was shocked to find that immortality of consciousness is absolutely feasible. Compared to the physical body, consciousness is faster and more convenient. Just when everyone was surprised, Zhang's voice on the stage made them feel scared. Everyone knows that since we Earthlings can think of immortality of consciousness, then advanced civilizations will naturally think of immortality of consciousness. Once immortality of consciousness, then the physical body will naturally be as many as you want.
Speaking of this, Zhang smiled slightly and continued to explain, after 2024, the explosion of human singularity will grow geometrically.
From 1 year, 1 month, 1 week, 1 day, 1 hour, to once per second.
At that time, the universe will no longer be far away from us. More likely, we humans will soon be able to conquer the entire universe.
What he said was another pursuit of mankind, the Sea of Stars. Unfortunately, things did not go as planned, and the truth was not like this.
Speaking of this, facing the audience, Zhang asked back, the answer I will say next has a premise. I would like to ask everyone here, how many experts believe that alien civilizations must exist? As soon as this was said, the experts in the audience looked at each other and fell into a dilemma. Science tells them that alien civilizations exist. But the facts tell them that they have not seen real alien civilizations.
At this moment, they could not make a unanimous decision.
I believe it.
Until Zhou Guiyao raised his hand first. The rest of the experts reacted and raised their hands one after another.
In a moment,
we believe it too. XN There were more than 1,000 people in the audience, and nearly half of them believed in the existence of aliens. Looking at the situation on the scene, Zhang nodded and explained, nearly half of the people.
As for why I have the premise of this question.
Because the universe is so big, once a planetary civilization develops 1 year faster than us, even 1 month faster, then their singularity will naturally explode faster than ours. The explosion speed of the singularity means the growth rate of the other party's scientific and technological strength. Speaking of this, Zhang smiled meaningfully. For humans, space exploration is a goal that humans have set not long ago.
But for alien civilizations in the universe, there must be many earlier than us.
And they have explored the entire universe hundreds of millions of years, or even billions of years ago.
What will it mean once the universe is explored? It means, advanced civilizations have already controlled the various planets in the universe. Once they have control, advanced immortal civilizations will restrict the development of other civilizations. After all, as long as one civilization develops, it is a threat to them. And humans are no exception and will eliminate the threat.
As everyone thinks, after exploring the universe, they will not allow other civilizations to surpass them.
This is also in line with the law of the universe. If I let you know the truth, you will know it, and if I don't let you know it, you will never know it.
So far, humans have not witnessed the existence of alien civilizations except for some countries, which I will focus on in the next issue. It also means, our universe has been controlled by them. And all of us humans live in a universe controlled by them.
Every sentence Zhang said. It is not accidental, but a scientific necessity.
In fact, speaking of this statement coincides with Zhang's brain in a vat on the first day.
Brain in a vat means that humans can never reach reality. Technological singularity means that humans have reached reality but cannot escape reality.
It is a mutual paradox.
As Zhang's narration fell, Zhou Guiyao, Sun Tian and others who were sitting in the chief seat could not sit still immediately.
They looked at each other fiercely. Intuition told them that Zhang's theme today had everything in common with brain in a vat.
The world is virtual, and there is no reality. Human civilization has actually been controlled by advanced civilizations. This is the truth they cannot accept. Once controlled, it means that humans have already lost the initiative. Based on this statement,
all the testers of the brain in a vat were frightened, including Ouyang Bailey, who was injured in the experiment. In fact, he also arrived at the scene, but just listened quietly in the back row.
When hearing this statement,
Ouyang Bailey couldn't help swallowing his saliva, picked up the microphone and asked, "Brain in a vat and your theme evidence today, the ending is that the world is virtual and created, and humans can't escape at all, so they can only surrender, is that right?"
As soon as the question came out, all experts felt terrified when they thought about it carefully.
Physicists immediately exchanged opinions and gradually converged into one question.
Do we really live in a created world?
From the perspective of the microscopic world, there is actually this trend.
So everything in science has a layer of restriction, but I didn't expect it to come from the technological blockade of the universe? For modern science,
Any science is restricted by a layer of shackles.
humans can never touch it. Once touched, the backlash will be human extinction.
As for the goal that humans want to pursue, they are currently stuck at this point and cannot go any further.
The discussion is over. The voices of the experts below were heard immediately. How can humans get rid of it? No matter how much technology explodes, it will not help. We can't escape at all, right?
What Jiangja said has indeed become a worry in their hearts.
In fact, the more you know about a thing, the more you understand it.
In the end, you will get closer and closer to the truth.
This is another reason why most scientists choose to believe in theology in their later years. It is because humans are too small.
Even if technology explodes again, no matter how powerful humans are, it will still be useless and cannot be compared with God. Jiangja smiled as he looked at the situation on the scene. Then he turned around and drew a circle on the whiteboard for all-knowing and all-powerful God.
Actually, don't worry. The core of my second theme today is the real answer to the truth of the universe.
P.S. Thanks to CN54 for the Geek God certification, and explosive flowers.
Already added. I have already written a lot of words of thanks. I am going to thank the rest of the readers. But I feel writing so much is useless.
It is more practical to add one chapter for all the readers.
This chapter is for all the readers. Chunshin is really not doing well today, feeling dizzy.
Jiangja turned around, faced the experts in the audience, and smiled slightly. Before the content begins, let me count.
Are there any experts in the audience who think that there is an omnipotent and invincible existence in the universe? After hearing this,
the eyes of all the experts in the audience gradually became confused. They didn't quite understand what Jiangja meant.
How could a scientific academic conference discuss a mysterious individual? In order to cooperate with Jiangja, Laozhou took the lead in speaking. It shouldn't be possible. For him, knowing the past and the present, omnipotent. This is already an omnipotent creator in the three-dimensional world.
It is obviously impossible for such a level of people to exist in the universe.
There are many experts who hold this idea.
Seeing the audience was lost for a moment, Jiangja nodded and changed his statement to the next level. Okay, no one believes it for now.
Let's adjust it again. Does anyone believe in the existence of predicting the future? Hearing this,
there are still many experts who accept this statement.
The experts immediately discussed it.
Every time people do something, they predict a certain future based on certain judgments.
Fortune-telling and divination are a kind of prediction of the future that is not scientifically verified. In science, there are also deductions, big data and other predictions. But these two are not real predictions. But to say omniscience and omnipotence, obviously no one in the universe can do it.
After visually observing the situation, Jiangja continued, okay, everyone, please put it down.
Today, let's talk about the existence of absolute prediction in science.
Then Jiangja turned around and wrote 4 big words on the whiteboard, Jiangja's demon.
In the previous life.
The emergence of this theory immediately caused a sensation in the entire physics community.
And its previous name was Laplace's demon.
Jiangja put down the carbon pen, turned around and pointed at the people at the scene. As you can see, this monster is theoretically omnipotent.
Now it is standing next to Lao Zhou, Lao Sun, Lao Chang, Anyang, and the audience in front of the TV.
When Jiangja heard what he said, the whole scene was full of doubts. When they first heard this concept, it was a bit outrageous for them. Although it was outrageous, some experts subconsciously looked around, and they were relieved after not seeing the monster. Only Lao Zhou's eyes were shining, looking at Changwon on the side. Does this look like? Without waiting for Changwon to speak, Sun Tian on the side suppressed his excitement. That's right. It must be another scientific theory that subverts the physics world.
Sun Tian, you stole my line, stinky old man. The last Jiangja's cat brought a brand new quantum mechanics.
I don't know what kind of branch this time Jiangja's monster will bring. Seeing that the atmosphere at the scene was gradually getting wrong, the experts looked at each other, puzzled. In the official live broadcast room, when Jiangja said that his demon exists around everyone,
the audience was immediately horrified. Fuck! Here it comes. Goosebumps. I admit that I'm scared again. What are you talking about? Isn't it just Jiangja's demon? What's there to be afraid of? You'll know after listening. A brand new theory has appeared again. Many old viewers can't stop. The last time their 3 views were refreshed, it was to prove that there are infinite universes. This time it was refreshed again, and I don't know what will be proved again.
In the picture, Jiang's voice came, "My demon is an invisible and intangible magical monster that exists around you, me, and all things."
Now let me briefly introduce my demon.
At this point, Jiang turned around, raised his right hand, and placed his right hand on the air.
"Hello, please introduce yourself." Then Jiang pretended to listen and nodded. See this scene. The experts and all the audience were shocked by Jiang's actions. For a moment, people were almost scared by Jiang.
It was not until Jiang spoke again that they realized that Jiang was demonstrating a situation.
Okay, it has finished its introduction.
It told me that it is an absolute existence that only exists in our imagination. It also told me that it can determine the past and predict the future.
Oh, then it told me that it existed at the time of the Big Bang.
What is shocking is that it actually told me that it knew that the date of the destruction of the universe had been determined at the moment of the Big Bang.
Hearing this, the experts in the audience vaguely realized that something was wrong. Isn't this the law of causality?
It also said that I hope everyone will not be afraid. It is an upgraded version of the law of causality and will not appear in the real world.
In the previous life,
when this theory appeared, it shocked the entire physics community.
This monster only exists in theory and imagination. No one can see or touch it. But in reality, it does exist. Of course, it also has a resounding name, Laplace's demon. It can see the entire past and future of the entire universe.
Together with Schrödinger's cat, they are collectively known as the four great mythical beasts in the physical world, comparable to the green dragon, white tiger, black turtle, and red bird.
Listen to the story. The experts in the audience were all confused. Can Jiang's demon determine the past and the future? Do you still need to confirm the past? Hasn't this already happened? Many experts noticed loopholes in Jiang's words.
Be prepared to rebut immediately.
Kunming City. In the studio data department.
When I heard another new theory from Jiang appeared. Lao Li excitedly slapped his thigh, accidentally because he was too fat. The crib collapsed immediately.
Crackling. Ashtrays were scattered all over the floor. "Ah!"
hissed Lao Li, suddenly screamed softly.
At this time,
Lao Chang heard the sound and pushed the door open. With a look of disgust on his face.
Without waiting to see the situation clearly, he immediately warned, "Old Li, how do you behave? You are already over 50.
You should not comfort yourself in a public place." After seeing clearly that Lao Li had fallen, he suddenly said, "Oh."
He fell.
Then he stretched out his right hand and helped Lao Li up.
Lao Li rolled his eyes at Lao Chang angrily. "What do you think?"
Lao Chang stared at the crumbling bed and asked curiously, "By the way, what are you doing alone?" "You don't know, the content of Jiang's live broadcast in Kyoto was synchronized with our live broadcast room, and he proposed a new theory, saying that there is an invisible and intangible monster in our world that can predict the entire universe."
The words just fell. Monster? Lao Chang's eyes suddenly lit up, and he immediately pulled Lao Li to the small bench. "Let's watch it together." "Lao Li, aren't you going to patrol on Lao Zhang's behalf?"
Lao Chang waved without raising his head. "The ratings won't go up whether we check or not. Come on, it's important to watch the live broadcast." The corners of Lao Li's mouth twitched.
P.S. Update 20 completed today.
Keep asking for comments, 5-star praise, gift support, dear readers.
1618 are added by CN, big guys. These two are added by all readers. In the Kyoto auditorium,
the experts immediately became confused about Jiang's demon.
The past has already happened and has been determined, so how can we talk about determining the past?
An expert picked up the microphone and refuted Jiang. "My friend, what you said seems to be wrong.
The past has been determined, how can it be determined again? Isn't this a paradox?"
In the law of causality, there is a cause before there is an effect.
If you want an effect, you must have a cause first. Converted to the universe. Cause, there was a Big Bang. Effect, the universe and all things were formed. What about the reality? No one has seen the Big Bang.
That is to say, the law of causality cannot prove that there was an explosion first and then the universe, because no one has seen the Big Bang. It is only through a series of data that it is deduced that the universe has had a Big Bang.
And what Jiang said next stunned the entire expert. Jiang looked at the expert. "You answered very well. The past has been determined, right?"
Originally, the past was not determined at all. When you think of the Great Wall, your first reaction will be that Qin Shi Huang ordered the construction to begin.
And I say, that's totally wrong.
Because you have no evidence, you have not seen Qin Shi Huang order the construction of the Great Wall.
Hearing this, a group of experts jumped in anxiety. Isn't it a recognized fact that Qin Shi Huang built the Great Wall? How come you are not sure now?
The experts were about to refute Jiang Zhe's nonsense, and then they heard Jiang Zhe's voice again. Everyone doesn't need to rush to refute, written evidence is not evidence. Only if you saw Qin Shi Huang order the construction of the Great Wall with your own eyes, that is evidence. In short, I killed a person in an unmanned place earlier today, this is my past today.
But in fact, you can't be sure whether I really killed a person. The reason is because you didn't see me kill anyone. Speaking of this, Jiang Zhe looked at the audience and asked back, that's what you said, right?
As soon as these two sentences came out, all the experts in the audience were stunned. Although it felt wrong, it was actually the case. Jiang Zhe killed someone was his past earlier, but no one really witnessed him killing someone, so it was impossible to determine whether Jiang Zhe had killed someone this morning.
Soon, some experts reacted. One after another, voices of sudden enlightenment rang out at the scene.
In the end, everyone decided on their opinions, and Jiang Zhe was right.
Without evidence, the past cannot be determined. At this time, another expert asked, good theory, this theory is indeed difficult to see. According to what you said, can't the past be determined?
Hearing this, Jiang Zhe smiled slightly. Turning around, he tapped Jiang Zhe's demon on the whiteboard. As you can see, the past cannot be determined, but my demon can determine the existence of the past. Without waiting for the expert to ask back, Jiang Zhe continued to explain, for example, in the macroscopic world, the celestial bodies we see exist.
But what about the other way around? In the microscopic world, we can't see molecules and atoms. Don't molecules and atoms exist? After asking back,
Jiang Zhe tapped the whiteboard again with emphasis on Jiang Zhe's demon.
The second question of the soul. Although my demon is not in our world and cannot be observed, does it mean that it does not exist? Almost instantly, all the experts on the scene showed incredible expressions. A brand new concept appeared in everyone's senses.
Until now, they have truly understood the purpose of Jiang Zhe's demon. In the official live broadcast room, the concept of determining the past was heard for the first time.
The number of viewers is increasing. Some viewers have even been confused by Jiang Zhe's words. So, my past is uncertain, right? Don't talk about you, even my past, I can't be sure. The host is hardcore. Reveal your uncertain past online.
I feel that what the host said is right, just like whether the universe has exploded. Our current theory cannot be determined, because no one has observed it, but it is calculated that the universe has exploded.
But how can the host determine that the universe has exploded? As Jiang Zhe's narration became deeper and deeper, the audience obviously doubted life. Under the podium, a group of experts have seen Jiang Zhe's unusualness.
Originally thought that the past was the past, it had already happened. Until now, they realized that the past is really undetermined.
Just as the experts were discussing,
the voice on the podium came again, let's continue. If the law of causality is correct, then it can be known that the current state is the result of the past.
If the past is determined, then the present is also determined. And the present is the cause of the future. Since the present is determined, the future is also determined.
So, we can draw a conclusion through deduction. If the past is determined, then the future is determined. For example, Xiaoming was sitting at home and was asked by his parents to buy vegetables. The vegetables were eaten up yesterday. Because his parents were lazy and did not go out to buy vegetables, they asked Xiaoming to go out to buy vegetables. As a result, Xiaoming was hit and killed by a car on the way to buy a car.
In the example 1 present, Xiaoming is sitting at home.
Past, because they had eaten all the vegetables yesterday, my parents were lazy and did not go out to buy vegetables. Causes the past, to determine the present.
Example 2 present, Xiaoming is sitting at home.
Future, Xiaoming went out to buy groceries and was hit by a car and died. Causes, present, to determine, future, it can be deduced. Example 3, past, because they had eaten all the vegetables yesterday, my parents were lazy and did not go out to buy vegetables. Future, so Xiaoming went out to buy groceries and was hit by a car and killed. Causes, past, to determine, future, in other words, no matter whether Xiaoming is at home, now, or not, he will eventually be hit by a car, in the future. Because it is, the past, that determines the future, so it doesn't matter, now. Xiaoming will die, in the future.
Hear it here. The experts in the audience all looked at a loss. Who I am? Where am I? What am I listening to?
Seeing this scene of collective confusion, Jiangzhe shook his head and smiled, picked up a carbon pen, and wrote a transformation formula on the whiteboard. Then a series of changing formula results appeared on the whiteboard. Jiangzhe explained while writing, as you can see, the determined future can be calculated from the yi past, and finally calculated using formulas. Similarly, we can use transformation formulas to calculate past from present. So the role of Jiangzhe's demon is reflected in this. The explanation ends here. The experts in the audience couldn't help but swallow. Including Lao Zhou and others, everyone was shocked. Perfect. It's even more impossible to refute, because it's true. Another new theory has emerged. And this time the transformation formula was directly displayed. While the experts were busy studying the transformation formula, Jiangzhe's voice came again. So from the moment of the Big Bang to now, to the date of the destruction of the universe, everything in this period has been determined. When was it determined? Facing the confused crowd, Jiangzhe smiled slightly. How the destruction of the future universe is determined is precisely the moment when the past universe exploded. P.S. It has been revised. Yesterday, pyramid was written as Great Wall. Qin Shi Huang built the Great Wall. My head is spinning. At the same time, Kuan City TV station data department. Old Li was watching the live broadcast with great interest. At this moment, Jiangzhe's answer made him doubt his life. Old Li pondered for a moment, and he finally figured it out. It turns out that no matter what I am doing now, I was destined to be a worker in the future as early as the moment I was born. Then he sent this message to the live broadcast room. It immediately attracted praise from countless netizens. Fuck. Brother, you see it clearly. Brother is really amazing. I was confused just now, but after you said that, I understood it instantly. So when we were fertilized eggs, our future was already determined. It's terrifying to think about it. Can't we change the future even if we travel through time and space? Various answers were flying all over the live broadcast room. They were all derivative versions of Jiangzhe's words from the audience. Even Lao Chang on the side was confused. But he understood it anyway. But how did this 24-year-old Jiang come up with such profound content? Is this something a 24-year-old can come up with? Even a group of cutting-edge professors and experts were stunned. Kyoto. In the auditorium of Huaqing University. The experts in the audience pondered for a moment. They simply couldn't figure it out. Just as an expert was about to raise his hand to speak, Jiangzhe's explanation on the stage came again. Okay. It seems that many people don't understand. Scanning the audience, I found that the experts were all wearing black suits. Jiangzhe continued to explain. Okay, now I'll change the way. Let me put it simply. If time could go back. This morning, you chose to wear black suits to attend the academic conference. Wearing black suits was determined by your thoughts at the time. If time could go back now, would you continue to wear black suits? At this point, Jiangzhe smiled at the experts below the stage. Of course you would still wear black suits. Why? Because your mood, your thoughts, and your memories are all going backwards in time. In other words, it is inevitable that you wear black suits today. Even if you can travel through time and space and go back to the morning, you will still wear black suits. This shows that the past cannot be changed. At this point, there are still experts whispering to each other, not knowing why. Jiangzhe was helpless and explained again. Time goes back to a year ago. It was raining a year ago and you were playing with your mobile phone at home. If you could travel back a year ago, you would still be playing with your mobile phone at home, and the past cannot be changed. According to this situation, you will move this unchangeable thing to the moment of the Big Bang. Let's talk about it the other way around. At the moment of the Big Bang, the atoms it produced scattered to various galaxies in the universe, forming the Milky Way, then the Earth, and then humans, and finally determined that you would definitely play with your mobile phone on a rainy day a year ago. It also determined that today, you will sit here and listen to my lecture. Everything is rooted in the Big Bang. Future has nothing to do with the will between you and me. It doesn't mean that you can change it if you want to. In fact, nothing can be changed. All of this can be attributed to the deduction of Jiangzhe's demon. After in-depth explanation, the experts all understood. And his words once again touched everyone's heartstrings. The experts in the auditorium couldn't help swallowing their saliva. Their hearts were like turbulent waves. The law of causality they knew before was only a primary version. And what Jiangzhe said was an upgraded version of the law of causality. The Big Bang is the fundamental source that determines everything.
And Jiangxia also used the Big Bang to specifically explain the future. In other words, the future is determined by the past. Everything now is irrelevant. Old Zhou, who was sitting in the chief position. According to Jiangxia's inference, he couldn't help but think of the dead old Wang. Although it is still impossible to study whether the world was created. But today's Jiangxia's demon is far more exciting than before. Could it be that even old Wang's death was determined at the moment of the Big Bang? This sentence vaguely emerged in old Zhou's mind. In addition to old Zhou, other experts were also thinking. Some people tried their best to refute Jiangxia's words. It was not until now that they realized how much impact the emergence of Jiangxia's demon conversion formula had on the physics world. At this time, an expert could not bear the torture and stood up and asked, "If you say so, then does the probability of our physics not exist?" In physics, the existence of probability is crucial. If it is confirmed that Jiangxia's demon or the omniscient and omnipotent God really exists, then probability will be completely useless. For physics, it will be a fatal blow. A lot of science and technology will become uncertain. Hearing this, Jiangxia nodded slightly. "I'm afraid so, probability does not exist." Then he took out a coin, threw it into the sky, and then held it in his hand. Just like this coin, whether it is positive or negative, it is still determined at the moment of the Big Bang. The experts below nodded repeatedly. Although the theory is a bit surreal, it cannot be refuted. Just as Jiangxia repeatedly emphasized that everything was caused by the Big Bang. A foreign scholar in the audience finally couldn't sit still. A foreign professor wearing glasses took the microphone and asked back, "Sir, you are wrong, and my butterfly effect theory can negate your so-called predicting the future." The core idea of butterfly effect, a small error can cause the future to become uncertain. This is the confidence of this foreign professor. After hearing this, all the experts turned their heads and looked, and their eyes were all happy. Meteorologist from the United States, Edward Lorenz, proposed the famous butterfly effect theory. A butterfly flapping its wings may cause a storm on the other side of the ocean. It is a tiny difference that affects the final result. Facing Edward Lorenz, Jiangxia could not help but be surprised. In his previous life, this expert had already died of old age. Here, he is so young. Facing the question, Jiangxia smiled. "Thank you for proving for me that Jiangxia's demon has the possibility of predicting the future. And your theory can prove that predicting the future is somewhat difficult. But with the current science and technology, who can make accurate predictions? That's why I proposed the omniscient and omnipotent God, Jiangxia's demon, and it can perfectly calculate and accurately predict the future, isn't it?" As the voice fell, the expert was stunned. After thinking for a while, he realized that he was wrong. "Sorry." The expert stopped talking and looked ashamed. He wanted to refute, but in disguise proved the correctness of Jiangxia's demon for Jiangxia. The other physicists still wanted to refute, but they simply had no way to start. Once they couldn't start, it meant that what Jiangxia said was correct. Then, Jiangxia gave the scholars in the audience some reaction time, waiting for the experts to continue to refute. I saw the experts discussing anxiously. They all sought justice for physics. After a while, an expert calculated the possibility of predicting the future through the conversion formula. I saw that the expert was full of confidence. The rebuttal of Jiangxia's argument was finally found. In the official live broadcast room. As the topic became more and more profound, more and more viewers joined in the fun. "Host, may I ask what you do? If we can predict the future, how can we accurately predict the future? After all, I still want to get rich overnight." The host said before that dreaming is possible, but it is extremely difficult. "Hey! An expert has come forward." The audience discussed one after another. While discussing the hot fire, the audience's sight was calculated by the blonde scholar in the picture. A foreign scholar with glasses stood up and said, "Hello, sir, I know through calculating the conversion formula that predicting the future is completely feasible. If Jiangxia's demon is used as a quantum computer, it can also be manufactured. It's just that, the energy it needs is approximately equal to the energy generated by the explosion of infinite galaxies, which is equal to the energy of the entire universe we are in. To reasonably predict the future once, the energy of the entire universe will be consumed. And not considering Jiangxia's demon itself as a variable in our universe. Because variables will affect the results of the prediction.
Once the omniscient and omnipotent God, Zhangji's demon, starts to calculate the future of the universe will explode instantly, and the omniscient and omnipotent God will also die instantly due to the explosion. So how can we predict the future?
This is the advantage of the academic discussion conference.
If you have any doubts, you can ask them back on the spot, without having to go through the program group's subsequent interactive connection.
All the experts finally smiled with relief.
It's not that they look down on Zhangji, but his strength is obvious to everyone.
I just want to seek justice for the physics community. As the expert's fatal question appeared,
the other experts breathed a sigh of relief on the spot. They were really frightened by Zhangji's demon. Once Zhangji's demon came true, the world, to a certain extent, has always been in line with Zhangji's final theme before, virtual world, at the same time. In the official live broadcast room, the audience's barrage immediately filled the entire screen.
Fuck! This expert is awesome.
Really amazing, predicting the future once, consuming the energy of the entire universe, then predicting the future, is simply too terrifying.
Who is this person?
He learned the conversion formula in 2 minutes, and used the conversion formula to calculate the energy of the universe explosion?
The new Nobel Prize foreign professor, Thomson Edwards. This big guy is a professor at Huaqing? What kind of existence is the host teaching? The audience was surprised at another Nobel Prize big guy. Indistinctly. The big guys under the stage, Nobel Prizes are as numerous as gourds.
Only Jiang Zhao on the stage has no reputation. At most, he has published a paper in a scientific magazine.
But that's nothing.
From this point of view, Jiang Zhao should be the one with the most pressure.
Kyoto. In the Huaqing Grand Hall. Edward was full of confidence.
He was sure that Jiang Zhao could not answer his question. After all, the facts were on paper.
Just as a group of experts praised how deadly this rhetorical question was, Jiang Zhao on the stage spoke again. Yes, expert, you are right.
Once the omniscient and omnipotent God begins to predict the future once, the universe will be annihilated in an instant.
At this point,
Jiang Zhao turned around, picked up a carbon pen and drew 10 circles on the whiteboard. Then he marked the circle with the word Earth. Then he drew a zigzag ripple around the 10 Earths.
The experts below the stage looked at the whiteboard with confusion on their faces.
They discussed it one after another.
What does it mean to draw 10 Earths? What are the ripples around the Earth? Just as they were curious, Jiang Zhao smiled and explained, since predicting the future will destroy the current universe, then just go to another Earth to predict. Problem solved. Then he closed the carbon pen and looked at the audience quietly. The experts in the audience couldn't help but narrow their eyes. They didn't understand Jiang Zhao's words at all.
However, they didn't understand, only the old audience such as Lao Zhou at the scene realized the truth.
The 10 Earths represent the Earth in the parallel world. Since the current Earth prediction will lead to the Big Bang, then go to the Earth in another universe to perfectly avoid the problem. It also indirectly shows that the real God is not in this universe. But, going to another universe, is this possible?
Just when the old audience was in doubt, Jiang Zhao turned around and pointed at the whiteboard, and then explained, as you can see, what I mean is indeed to create an omniscient and omnipotent God in another universe, that is, a quantum computer, and finally send the future information of another world to our current world through the quantum computer. In this way, we can predict the future, but it is the neighboring universe that is destroyed.
This scientific experiment was a cutting-edge theory in the previous life. It is theoretically feasible. But there are certain limitations.
That is to say, the light quantum field is penetrated into another universe, and then the information fragments carried by the light quantum field are sent to this world. This way, the future can be perfectly predicted. Perhaps, when the theory of the previous life appeared, it could not be realized according to science and technology. But in this world, it is not necessarily the case. With the emergence of the technological singularity, a quantum computer that can perfectly predict the future can be created shortly after 2024.
The experts who heard this explanation were shocked. Even Edward was shocked. He hadn't considered the universe next door.
Some people had watched Jiang Zhao's live broadcast before, so they knew that the disappearing 5 lights represented the parallel universe. At this time, Edward obviously lost his previous confidence, and asked Jiang Zhao in a soft tone, "It doesn't seem to work, right?
Mr. Jiang, there is no suitable way to send information to the parallel world. If the problem of the parallel world can be solved on the spot today, then the future science and technology will explode exponentially. Many technologies will not be a dream. Controlled nuclear fusion, simple. Anti-gravity thrusters, simple. In short, everything will become simple. The technology in this world is backward, simple, go to the parallel world to steal some information back. Even if there is no parallel world, it is also simple, go to another parallel world to steal some information back. As long as you keep stealing, it is difficult for science and technology not to develop. When they thought of this, the experts stared at Jiangzhe with excitement. But is this really feasible? This is the question in everyone's mind. Queen City. Data Department. The young staff was very depressed at this time. He glanced at the two leaders next to him. He was doing all the work alone. The two bosses were watching the live broadcast the whole time. He was the only one who paid attention to the ratings of the station, which were so low that he wanted to cry. Just at this moment, Lowly exclaimed, "Fuck! Predicting the future once and destroying another universe? The cost of predicting once is too high. But it's good this way. If I can predict once, I can go to the parallel world to steal things." Hearing this, Lao Chang glanced at Lowly. "Steal?" Lowly instantly understood what Lao Chang said and shook his head repeatedly. "It should be called take dot." Lao Chang nodded, "That's right." Just at this moment, the door of the data department was pushed open. The station director Lao Zhang, wearing a black suit, hurried in. "Xiao Wang, how is the data?" "It's still not even 1%? The Xiao Wang who was called was the young staff member. "No." Xiao Wang nodded repeatedly and looked at the compartment with a wronged face. Seeing this scene, Lao Zhang quietly walked into the compartment with a shocked face. After pushing the door open, I saw two grown men hugging and sitting on the broken bed, talking and laughing. Lao Zhang immediately closed the door, his pupils shrank, and he was shocked. The world is going downhill. Although there are no beauties on the TV station, it is not possible for two old men to sit on the bed and talk and laugh, right? It was at this time. Lowly pushed the door open with a happy face, and immediately looked at Lao Zhang behind the door. "Director, you didn't see it?" Lao Zhang was stunned, and subconsciously nodded repeatedly. "No, I didn't see anything." Lowly looked at Lao Zhang angrily, and urged, "Didn't see it? If you didn't see it, why don't you hurry up and call someone to come together?" Hearing this, Lao Zhang was frightened. "What? 2 people are not enough, you still want someone to come with you?" "Yes." Lowly nodded in confusion, and then handed the phone to Lao Zhang. "Jiangzhe has already broadcast live and synchronized our live broadcast room. Now you quickly take people to broadcast to the TV station, don't let our old audience down." When I saw the live broadcast on the phone, "Jiangzhe is live streaming?" Old Zhang suddenly realized, surprised and happy. It turned out that Jiangzhe was live streaming. At this time, Jiangzhe's voice came from the screen. "It may not be possible to travel through parallel worlds before, but I came, so you have it. Also, next time you speak clearly, so as not to be misunderstood." Then the director rushed out excitedly and synchronized the live broadcast to the TV station. Only the confused Lowly was left. What did the director misunderstand me about? At this time, the door was pushed open again, and Lao Chang shook his phone. "Hurry up, it's almost climaxing." Coming. Warm reminder, the website is about to be revised, which may cause the reading progress to be lost. Please save the bookshelf and reading records in time. It is recommended to take screenshots to save. Sorry for the inconvenience caused to you. In the auditorium of Huaqing University. On the podium, Jiangzhe looked down at his watch. It was almost 12 o'clock in the evening. At this time, the experts in the audience were enjoying it and did not feel tired at all. All of them were looking forward to Jiangzhe's explanation of how to scientifically travel through parallel worlds. Edward saw Jiangzhe's embarrassment and took a step back. "Mr. Jiang, if you really can't answer it, we can skip it." Hearing this, Jiangzhe shook his head, picked up the carbon pen and turned around to write gravitational waves, quantum entanglement on the whiteboard. Then he turned around and faced the crowd, and continued, "There are only 2 methods at present. 1. Gravitational waves, which can propagate in parallel worlds. It takes too much time to talk about it in detail, please understand it yourself. In the previous life, gravitational waves have been proven by scientists to be able to penetrate parallel worlds. Because gravity waves are like a soft net. The universe is full of gravity nets everywhere. Throw a marble into an ordinary net. Then the ripples it stirs up will continuously affect the entire net. And the parallel world is right next to everyone. Undetectable and untouchable. Only when dreaming, there is a very low probability that due to the duality of consciousness, when it is particle-like, it will enter the parallel world by mistake,
and then substitute the information of the parallel world into the present world. Therefore, some people dream of buying lottery tickets and winning, and successfully predict the future.
This is the reason.
It is because of the existence of this net that all parallel worlds are connected. However, there is still a loophole in the universe, and it is precisely this gravity net that scientists can use to penetrate the world.
That requires an engine that affects gravity.
Blast a gap in this net and then transmit information to the other side of the world. Of course, the size of the gap is related to the science and technology of today's world.
Speaking of this, all the experts in the audience looked at Zhang Jie in disbelief. Although they know about gravitational waves, but no one has studied in depth what gravitational waves are. It was not until Zhang Jie said it that they vaguely realized that what Zhang Jie said was right. And this technical difficulty is not too difficult.
At least it can be realized in a large laboratory in one's lifetime. Just as all the experts looked at each other and discussed the feasibility, Zhang Jie on the stage explained the second method again, 2, quantum entanglement. As we all know, no matter how far apart two identical quanta are in the universe, they will complete information conversion at the same time. Therefore, parallel worlds can also be penetrated by quantum. The cheating part of quantum entanglement. It is precisely that one quantum is on the Earth and the other quantum is at the boundary of the universe. It can complete entanglement at the same time. The so-called instantaneous synchronization across hundreds of millions of light years. This is real, not Zhang Jie's nonsense. Regarding quantum entanglement, you can find the argument in my theory by yourself. But so far, even I can't make a machine for quantum entanglement, so please ignore the second method, please focus on gravitational waves. As Zhang Jie's voice fell, the experts in the audience had already lost all their pride. They began to record their handwriting. And the expert Edward had already been shocked by Zhang Jie's intelligence. The parallel world was mentioned by Zhang Jie's quantum mechanics. Later, due to the gravity network, the parallel world can be penetrated. One of these two theories was developed by Zhang Jie himself. The other was developed in depth by him relying on the theory of this world. Even when Edward was 24 years old many years ago, he could not do this step of Zhang Jie. At this time, Edward was convinced, looked at Zhang Jie solemnly, nodded in approval, and then sat back in his original position. In the official live broadcast room. Witness the real method of traveling through parallel worlds with your own eyes. The audience was all eager to try. This last time, the host's infinite multi-world theory proved that dreaming can lead to traveling through parallel worlds, and this time it was proved directly and more scientifically. The host's science is too hardcore. Who knows gravitational waves? I know. But it's quite difficult. Expert Edward's eyes are impressed, worthy of being my host in Coin City. At the same time, in the data department, old Zhang and the other two were watching the live broadcast attentively. When they heard gravitational waves, the three of them looked at each other at the same time. Only then did they realize that Zhang Jie's real strength and foundation were far more than just the TV station. In the TV station, Zhang Jie only used simple and easy-to-understand popular science to the audience. It can be said that when he was in the TV station, Zhang Jie's popular science was level 3. And when he arrived at the Huaqing Auditorium in Kyoto, Zhang Jie's true level was completely revealed, popular science level 8. To be honest, among the three, only old Chang understood Zhang Jie's explanation. The other two just felt it was impressive. Kyoto. In the Huaqing Grand Hall. The possibility and method of penetrating parallel worlds have been determined. All experts are shocked. All evidence points to parallel worlds, which is feasible. What is lacking now is only experiments. Once the experiment is successful, the whole world will thank Zhang Jie. Because he brought technological development to the Earth. Only Lao Zhou was considering whether to publish the theory of gravitational waves in foreign magazines. Once it is released, the whole physics community will be excited. By then, a wave of parallel worlds will be popular all over the world. Just as the experts were discussing it, Zhang Jie said, "Let's leave it at that for today. I have said what I should say." Then he packed up his personal belongings on the podium. What? So fast? How fast? It's been 4 hours. My theory didn't have a chance to be presented on stage. Zhang Jie took up all the time, but this time was well occupied. I have gained a lot today. All the experts in the audience were not calm. They had not heard enough, and they wished that Zhang Jie would talk for another day and night. At this time, there was an instant dissatisfaction in the live broadcast room. Host, stop, keep going. God Jiang,
Don't you see the expert's eager eyes for knowledge? Host, you've stood us up once, please make it up to us by going longer. Didn't you say that you'll talk about Atlantis this time? I feel like I've been cheated. The audience begged Zhang Jie to continue explaining.
Because of the suspense in the last episode, the audience had too much expectations. Until today, Zhang Jie has not talked about the super civilization of Atlantis again.
Despite this. But Zhang Jie still ended this popular science lecture. After finishing the popular science lecture,
reporters and experts rushed to the podium.
We must interview him. A rare god in a century.
All the reporters in the auditorium rushed to the podium like crazy.
They are too crazy. Save a seat for me, don't fight for it. Get out of my way, Zhang Jie is not someone you dare to touch. The experts could only curse in dissatisfaction, following behind the reporters, trying to get knowledge. Just about to step down from the podium,
Zhang Jie suddenly saw a group of people surrounding his retreat.
All kinds of reporters and experts were waiting for something. And those experts kept looking at Zhang Jie's whole body, trying to find what they didn't have.
Only when they looked closely did they realize that Zhang Jie was not only knowledgeable, but also had a spirit beyond ordinary people. Seeing this, Zhang Jie retreated to the podium,
raised his right hand, signaling everyone not to push. Does anyone have any questions? Without waiting for the expert to speak,
a female reporter rushed out of the crowd and pointed the microphone at Zhang Jie. Hello, Mr. Jiang, I want to interview you.
Are all these cutting-edge scientific theories of yours developed by you alone?
As soon as this was said, everyone fell silent. They had thought about this question, but it seemed impolite to Zhang Jie.
After all, Zhang Jie was too young.
Now that the reporter asked it, the experts simply listened quietly. Faced with the question, Zhang Jie smiled kindly. In this world, have you seen other scientists develop these theories?
He cleverly avoided the real answer.
These theories all come back to the cutting-edge physicists in the previous life. The reporter was about to ask again, but was pushed away by another male reporter.
Mr. Jiang, I am your fan, and I have watched all your programs. May I ask why you want to bring comprehensive super cutting-edge science to the world, and what is your purpose? Scored twice. This question is still the question that all old viewers and experts want to know. The experts stared at Zhang Jie.
To Zhang Jie, the reporter's sense of smell is really sharp.
No nonsense, only the key questions.
Zhang Jie answered expressionlessly, leading the evolution of civilization.
As soon as the words fell, the whole audience was shocked.
Leading the evolution of mankind, they were all surprised by Zhang Jie's remarks.
If it were normal, they would definitely think that Zhang Jie was too arrogant.
But after thinking about it carefully, it seems that he really has the qualifications. Finally, they looked at Edward and Zhou Guiyao, the Nobel Prize winners.
Even the two of them did not have any dissatisfaction, so the experts acquiesced to Zhang Jie.
Seeing that Zhang Jie was surrounded by reporters,
Chang Wen immediately rushed into the crowd and blocked Zhang Jie. Okay, friends from the reporters, it's late, you can interview me, leave a way for the experts to leave.
The reporters were also sensible. They took crazy photos of Zhang Jie, and then avoided away. Finally, Zhou Guiyao walked up.
Xiao Jiang, your theory always goes beyond my concept.
I want to publish this theory in a foreign magazine. Before Lao Zhou finished speaking, Edward on the side nodded immediately. Mr. Jiang, Lao Zhou is right.
The scientific community needs your theory. As soon as this was said, other domestic professors and experts nodded.
On the one hand, it is to win glory for the country, and on the other hand, Zhang Jie has filled the gap in cutting-edge science.
Okay, thank you for your trouble. Zhang Jie didn't even think about it.
It just so happens that he needs a lot of popular science value.
Reading science, the big guys of Nature magazine are more knowledgeable.
The popular science value gained will also be more.
The experts who got permission were really excited for Zhang Jie.
Then a group of reporters were asked to leave the auditorium. In the end, only a few big guys with heavy weight were left on the scene.
After a brief exchange, everyone had a different perception of Zhang Jie.
Vision, concept, cutting-edge science, Zhang Jie should have more unpublished knowledge.
The experts are looking forward to Zhang Jie's next popular science, even gathered at the Institute of Physics, waiting for the next broadcast. After everything was over, Anyang left Huaqing with Zhang Jie.
On the way, he met the leader of Huaqing University, who tried to win over Zhang Jie.
Let him become a lecturer at Huaqing University. Just put his name on the list, and get the salary.
The leader estimated that Zhang Jie would definitely agree. After all, the opportunity to gain both fame and fortune was here. Unfortunately, Jiang Zhe refused very straightforwardly.
In the end, the leader was dumbfounded. Is there such a person who doesn't care about everything? He couldn't figure it out. Getting 30,000 yuan a month for free, isn't it good?
After Jiang Zhe left the university, he met a physics graduate student who was almost crazy at the door.
After a moment of communication,
the graduate student apologized to Jiang Zhe in person.
At first, he just didn't accept Jiang Zhe. Until today, he was completely convinced by Jiang Zhe.
After all, he and Jiang Zhe were not people from the same world.
After doing everything, Jiang Zhe took the high-speed train back to Koen City and left Kyoto alone. He couldn't wait to go back to the other dimensional laboratory to check the experimental results. At the same time, after the live broadcast, news about Jiang Zhe once again occupied the headlines. Shocking.
Mysterious man actually teaches Nobel Prize winners.
Good news. In 2024, the technology will explode. Will humans become gods or perish? Amazing. The human genetic code that can achieve immortality. Whoever cracks it can achieve immortality. You will regret it if you don't watch it.
The omniscient and omnipotent God can make the universe explode again.
Incredible. The mysterious formula that can negate your past uncertainty. There are all kinds of strange news on the internet.
At the same time, with the video of Jiang Zhe's story, the internet trend is one-sided. Jiang Zhe, the new code that almost slaughtered all traffic stars.
After watching all the videos, I was stunned to learn from a group of big guys. Last week, I was also flooded with messages called Jiang Zhe. After seeing this, I realized that he is worthy of being the god of science in our time.
He is not the god of science, but his cutting-edge ideas do refresh people's worldviews.
When will the next broadcast start? I can't wait. Saturday at 10 p.m. Fuck.
There are still 6 days left? Netizens can't wait to watch the next commentary, and at this time in the official live broadcast room.
The number of people is still high, 1 million. Even if the live broadcast room is full of ads, the audience is reluctant to leave.
All of them are for the possibility of becoming a god or perishing and how to develop a gravity device. A super manager came in to check with curiosity. Seeing that more than 1 million people were watching ads, they were all enjoying it.
Are these viewers crazy? They are so enthusiastic about watching ads?
After the super manager finished reading the browsing history, he was surprised to find that all the audience were bigwigs in related industries.
There were even staff members from the Academy of Sciences. He didn't dare to neglect these bigwigs.
So he immediately reported the matter to the leader.
Then a meeting was held.
The leader finally decided to take a different approach and set up a small circle for the live broadcast room of Kunchi TV station, the station post bar. It mainly provides a place for Jiang Zhe's fans to communicate. On the one hand, it does not offend Jiang Zhe and his audience. On the other hand, it can retain the traffic, which is the best of both worlds. P.S. Thank you CN54 for the bag and flowers, thank you Mr. Z for the show, and thank the other bigwigs for the pills, blades, likes, and power generation.
Changshan has no more manuscripts saved. The road downstairs was under construction early in the morning, so I didn't sleep well.
But Changshan will try to update 5 times a day, and reach 1 million words in more than 2 months. Jiang Zhe is watching international news. Suddenly, an unknown call came in. After answering, he found that the other party was from the super administrator of the live broadcast platform. The other party said that he would provide a gathering place for Jiang Zhe's audience, so he got Jiang Zhe's consent. Jiang Zhe agreed without thinking.
After hanging up the phone,
his bank card received more than 5 million yuan in funds.
Huh? What's the matter with this money?
Jiang Zhe browsed carefully.
It turned out that the super administrator of the live broadcast platform bypassed the Koen City official and directly exchanged the gift in cash to Jiang Zhe. It is enough to show that the live broadcast platform values Jiang Zhe.
If it were someone else, they might be excited about more than 5 million. But for Jiang Zhe, money is just a string of numbers.
Then he turned off his phone and continued to lean against the window and look at the full moon in the sky as if nothing had happened. Suddenly. Next issue, the moon. Jiang Zhe nodded silently. He can fully interpret the moon in depth. It also happened to reveal the ambitions and black materials of NASA in the United States.
In his previous life, he had the honor of visiting the NASA Space Center once. Jiang Zhe, who knew the secret at that time, wanted to tell the truth to the world as soon as possible. But the confidentiality agreement came into effect.
Once he was exposed, he would be assassinated by the United States. He had no chance to reveal it in his previous life, so he can completely reveal it to the people of this world in this life. This is the ultimate reason why NASA no longer goes to the moon. And all the mysteries behind it. At the same time, 30 in the morning. Kyoto Research Base. A group of scientists gathered in front of the computer as usual, looking forward to the arrival of the unmysterious email. But the time has exceeded 10 minutes, and the email has not come. At this time, a scientist was puzzled. Lawan, didn't we find the mysterious man? Why don't we have technology today? Anyang, sitting in front of the computer, was full of confusion. No matter how he refreshed the page, he still didn't receive the email. Wait and see. Out of curiosity, a group of scientists waited until dawn. In the end, they didn't even see the shadow of the email. Lawan, did you receive the email? A scientist lying on the table asked with dark circles under his eyes. Anyang refreshed the page again. The email did not appear. Could it be that I didn't treat Jiangja well yesterday, so he stopped sending emails? Just as Anyang was about to call Jiangja to ask, Lao Su on the side stopped Anyang. Don't call, it will cause resentment. Don't take other people's patriotism for granted. We respect his choice, even if he doesn't send emails anymore. Hearing Lao Su's words, Anyang nodded in agreement. A group of scientists couldn't help but reflect on themselves. It may also be that Jiangja has no technology. This should be impossible, right? I read his Popular Science, it's very informative, he has a solid foundation. Then a scientist was curious. Didn't the two places have a war? As soon as these words came out, all scientists' eyes lit up. Okay. I'll contact Changshan right away. Anyang immediately reported the news to Changshan. Changshan applauded when he heard the plan. Immediately agreed to Anyang's request. Just take advantage of this opportunity to tell the world Shadwa is far from that simple. Afterwards, Changshan contacted Mao Xiong. The other party's ambassador immediately went to the Kyoto base for further negotiations. Finally, before noon, as the head, he surprisingly successfully negotiated a large international order. The Mao Xiong emperor was shocked when he received the news. You are too low-key. You can even take out this kind of equipment? The emperor was very surprised. Looking at the pictures sent by the embassy, he was excited. Mobile armor, laser guns, electromagnetic shields. All are future technologies. In tactical wars, they are far ahead of the rest. Then, with an order, a press conference was convened. Kuan City. 12 o'clock noon. When Jiangja woke up from the bed, immediately received the system prompt. Ding. You have completed a science popularization. Ding. Unlock new function, data room. Ding. Science popularization value plus 580,000. Hearing the prompt sound, Jiangja was immediately delighted. He did not receive the technical drawings this time. But fortunately, the science popularization value was replenished again. He can continue to accelerate the time of the space laboratory for research. Jiangja's mind moved. He called out the data room. 2 rows and 2 columns of silver bookshelves quickly appeared in front of him. It was as large as the National Library. He scanned the bookshelves with a curious look. They were all secrets from the previous life, as well as related scientific materials. There were even top-secret video materials. For example, Apollo Moon Landing Project, audio and video, Roswell Incident, and other top-secret materials. It was equivalent to allowing Jiangja to have all the scientific materials in his previous life in disguise. Each book requires a certain amount of science popularization value to borrow and read. For Jiangja, it greatly facilitates him to host the show. Not bad. Then he exited the data room and summoned the space laboratory. He stepped inside. The glass in front of him was full of dead mice. Only 2 mice were left alive. They were number 99 and number 100. Jiangja first returned the mice to the system mall. Then he moved to the 2 glasses and observed them carefully. The muscles of number 99 mice bulged, and their eyes were red, and they were hitting the tempered glass frantically. Jiangja picked up the computer and checked the data of number 99 synthetic virus. Then he made a note. Record, it can enhance the function of mice, with slightly poor stability, duration, 3 days, and breakthrough progress. After recording, he moved to the glass cage, number 100. Seeing Jiangja coming, the mouse was leisurely turning in circles in the glass.
From time to time, he looked up at Jiangja. His eyes were full of innocence, harmlessness, and kindness.
This mouse seems different, and it feels intelligent. For further experiments.
He tried to open the tempered glass cover on the top layer.
Just as it was opened. Chi.
The little white mouse suddenly jumped up, his eyes were red, and he bared his teeth and claws at Jiangja.
Snap! The tempered glass cover was closed again in an instant.
The little white mouse regained his disguised nature, kindness.
It can disguise. It is indeed a smart little white mouse.
Jiangja was quite surprised.
This situation is rare.
In the end, it was shown that the experiment was not successful, but it did not fail. Then he immediately recorded the information of the synthetic gene virus number 100 in the computer.
Even if the experiment was not successful in the end, he could develop the gene virus number 100.
It can be used to treat mentally retarded patients, which is also a benefit to the whole society.
Time flies. In the next few days, Jiangja has been busy with various experiments in the laboratory of the other dimensional space.
Number 99 and number 100 little white mice have not made any breakthrough progress. So Jiangja took a different approach and erased the fickle gene fragment of number 100 in advance. The cost of popular science, 400,000. But it was good that he successfully created a gene virus that developed the brain.
In other words, a virus that only repairs the gene fragment of DNA unilaterally cannot repair the brain of a normal person.
In this experiment, he bought another dying corpse for the experiment. Unfortunately, the cancer of the female corpse in front of him was beyond repair. At this time, Jiangja did not really have the ability to bring her back to life. If she persisted for a while longer, perhaps he could really change the fate of the corpse.
Finally, he contacted Anyang in Kyoto. Anyang introduced a top expert from the Institute of Biology, Song Jingyi. After receiving the news, old Song immediately chartered a plane from Kyoto with a medical team to Koen City. But the reality disappointed his team. He thought that the research on the virus would be a super large research institution. But unexpectedly, it was just a very ordinary commercial house. Forget about the commercial housing. I thought the person who developed it would be quite prestigious, or an expert in the field. And the owner who developed the genetic virus was only 24 years old. Forget about 24 years old. But there was no experimental equipment in the commercial housing. If it wasn't for Anyang's introduction, Lao Song wouldn't have come at all. Of course, the result is good. Song Jingyi will conduct a second test on the genetic virus. As long as there is no problem, the genetic virus will bring huge profits to Jiangja and go down in history.
Jiangja is the strangest expert I have ever seen.
Lao Song was puzzled on the plane.
Living in that small place, without experimental props, he can tinker with cutting-edge biotechnology.
Strange expert, this is Lao Song's evaluation of Jiangja. Sent Lao Song away.
Jiangja left the community and rode a shared bicycle to the city center.
Bought a Chinese-style villa of his own. Because of the conversation with Lao Song just now,
Jiangja found that if he stayed in that small place, he might cause unnecessary suspicion. Simply buy a villa with full payment, and it is also quiet. Finally, I sat on the soft sofa in the living room, sipping Longjing tea and admiring the green plants in the courtyard. At the same time, I prepared for the popular science lecture in the evening.
On the other side, Lao Zhou and others from the Kyoto Institute of Physics also made a major discovery.
Under Jiangja's instructions, Zhou Guoyao has completely conquered the brain in a vat experiment.
There were a lot of things going wrong during this period. There were definitely injuries, but the final result was still observed by Lao Zhou. All the experts stared at Lao Zhou typing on the keyboard nervously. In the screen, data is transferred out. Experimental subject, it's so depressing here. Where am I? Zhou Guoyao, can you clearly distinguish the world around you?
Experimental subject, there is darkness, coldness, and blue currents surrounding me.
Who are you? Zhou Guoyao, I am Zhou Guoyao, the chief expert at the Kyoto Research Institute.
Zhou Guoyao, you were a soldier and you were sent to the Kyoto Research Institute when you were about to die.
Do you still remember? Experimental subject, :
Experimental subject, I remember, in the border battle, in order to protect my comrades.
What, I'm already dead. See here. Zhou Guoyao couldn't bear to tell the truth. Zhou Guoyao, yes, you sacrificed your life gloriously for the country, and the country will always remember you. Experimental subject, I remember, this is an experiment, you took away my brain.
Experimental subject, I don't want to be in this oppressive darkness, I'm very scared now, please kill me.
What the experimental subject said is very firm. Finally, Lao Zhou was asked to remove the oxygen tube for him. Lao Zhou sighed and pulled out the infusion tube of the nutrition tank with difficulty. At the same time, computer data was destroyed.
The brain in the tank also stopped moving. The death soldiers in the darkness were also relieved.
Lao Zhou turned around and told everyone, lying, the experiment failed. Ha? Failed? Failed again? What a pity. It's only a little bit close. Do you want to keep doing it? The experts sighed.
The materials required were all too demanding, and the experiment ended in failure.
We won't do this experiment.
Only now did Lao Zhou understand the lie Jiangzhe had told.
Once the experimental results are shown to everyone, then there will be more casualties in this institute. You can only lie. At the same time, he also knew why Ouyang Bailey was injured when he acted bravely. It's just that Ouyang chose to believe Jiangzhe at first. Okay, everyone, don't worry about it. We have been a step behind Jiangzhe.
According to my old friend Song Zhengyi, Jiangzhe has developed a virus that repairs brain genes. He is currently testing the effectiveness of the virus.
And we cannot fall behind and seize the time to conquer the genetic direction of human body enhancement. Otherwise, if word gets out, people will gossip about us. Hear this.
Experts immediately emerged from the shadow of failure.
Then they looked at each other in disbelief. A genetic virus that repairs brain trauma? Beautiful Chinese biological experts and medical experts have spent decades failing to overcome this problem.
But Jiangzhe is only 24 years old. Once the genetic virus is developed, it will be able to perfectly repair a series of brain diseases such as cerebral infarction and mental retardation.
They couldn't imagine how top-notch Jiangzhe's team was. How many cutting-edge experts are there in the team to conquer?
For the sake of the face of established experts, they are not willing to be outdone.
At this moment, I am full of energy. 8:30 p.m. Kunming TV station. In the conference room. The leaders, headed by station director Zhang Xian, are having a meeting. The content of the meeting is regarding the plummeting ratings of yesterday's program. While everyone was discussing how to retain Jiangzhe, bang!
There was a sudden explosion in the TV station.
Shattered all the glass. Exploded? Zhang Xian stood up first and rushed out the door. The fire suddenly exploded from Jiangzhe's original podium and spread outward. Everyone was immediately frightened. Quick, quick, quick! Put out the fire.
Zhang Xian quickly picked up the fire extinguisher and rushed into the studio.
How did the explosion happen? Is there an attack? The other leaders were shocked, got up, grabbed tools, put out the fire and ran outside.
Of course, when the fire alarm came, except for some machines, cameras and other large area facilities were all burned down.
9 p.m., in the villa courtyard.
Jiangzhe is preparing to leave for the TV station. Suddenly I received a call from Zhang Xian. It's about the TV station fire situation.
Jiangzhe frowned. The studio exploded? When? A panting Lao Zhang's voice came from the other side.
At 8:30 in the evening, it exploded from your position. The fire alarm came and they haven't found the explosives yet, let alone the detonating device. Jiangzhe heard the news.
The pupils shrank suddenly. At first glance it may sound like an accident. But thinking about it a little more, it seems to be a targeted incident.
Jiangzhe immediately stood up, with a solemn face, and looked up at the moon. There was no explosion in the past few days because it was not on Jiangzhe's schedule.
The result was an explosion on Saturday. It happened today.
If Jiangzhe had arrived at Koan City TV station earlier, he would have been killed by the explosion while preparing on the podium.
He didn't dare to imagine it deeply. A huge black hand seemed to be controlling everything.
He originally thought he had escaped the control of the mastermind. As a result, the mastermind extended from the previous life to this world.
Don't worry, the line of the podium must be aging or eaten by rats.
First of all, the evening will be hosted as usual, but you will work hard to connect the line to the official live broadcast room, and I will host in the live broadcast room. Hearing Lao Zhang's anxious voice, Jiangzhe immediately comforted him. The other side was silent for a moment, and then agreed, listen to you, I will go to prepare something that can be used.
Hang up the phone.
Jiangzhe thought of Lao Wang who died in the Kyoto Research Institute before. That time with Lao Wang should be the first time the mastermind has been dispatched in this world.
Today, it is the second time. I can't care so much.
Then he immediately checked quickly at home.
It took 20 minutes to check, but no danger was detected. Even so, he did not take it lightly. Daily inventory is a must. At 9:30 in the evening, when the show was about to start, the news of the explosion at Koan City TV station spread all over the internet. At 9:30 p.m., a major explosion occurred at Koan City TV station, and the case is under investigation. The audience who were looking forward to the evening science popularization, all of them were attracted by the explosion of the TV station on the major headlines. Isn't that the TV station of the host who has been popular recently? Has the bomber been caught? No. I'm in Koan City, the fire is soaring here, and the fire brigade is rescuing. Is the host okay? No, Jiangja is at home, protected from the explosion. That's good, I thought I wouldn't be able to see the science popularization. Good news. The official live broadcast room of Koan City is broadcasting as usual. Fuck. So dedicated? The comments on the major headlines were immediately filled with netizens. The audience on the whole network gave Jiangja thumbs up. The TV station was bombed, but it was still conducting science popularization. This is the real model of the people. Then a large number of viewers came as scheduled and poured into the official live broadcast room. In the living room of the villa, Jiangja has already arranged the live broadcast equipment. The scale is like that of a TV station. There is a touchscreen LCD TV behind him. Director, is the backup equipment ready? Jiangja called Lao Zhang. At the same time, in the TV station, the fire here gradually died down. Fortunately, it did not explode completely, otherwise tonight's program would not be held as scheduled. It will only take a minute. Lao Zhang wiped the black ash off his face with a towel. Then he took their leaders to the conference room. The staff immediately connected Jiangja to the official live broadcast room. Jiangja, who received the news, saw his people appear in the live broadcast room. Then he began to explain to the camera, this live broadcast is quite special. Because of the incident just now, we have to broadcast it online. Welcome to Approaching Science. I am your host, Jiangja. Seeing Jiangja so dedicated, the audience admired Jiangja. Host, you are so dedicated. Think about your health. I was just worried that the host would die, but it's okay. Ha? WTF. Is this artificial river in the background a Chinese-style villa? The one worth 300 million in Kunming? WTF. 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 An inappropriate barrage appeared. It caused a lot of discussion among the audience. Can a popular science host afford a villa worth 300 million? This immediately became a topic of discussion among fans. The decorative background behind Jiangja was beautiful with green trees. Rows of energy-saving lamps hung on tree branches, adding a mysterious color to the night. This scene made the station director Lao Zhang realize that something was wrong. With Jiangja's salary, it's impossible to afford it. Is this the one in the city center, the 300 million Huaxia Manor? Zhang Xian turned his head and looked at Lao Chang in disbelief. The 300 million villa in the city center has been vacant so far. Lao Zhang and others were fortunate to visit it once with the provincial station leaders. The high price was beyond reach. Lao Chang was stunned. Yes, it's the same place we went last time. The other leaders showed curious eyes. They all knew that Jiangja was a host who was promoted from an intern to a regular host. He lived in an ordinary commercial house before. In just over 2 weeks, he lived in a villa worth 300 million yuan. This is not rented out. No one knows what happened during this period. Just when the leaders were doubting their lives. In the picture, Jiangja picked up a carbon pen, turned around and wrote today's theme on the LCD screen, Lunar Monitoring Station, Atlantis. As you can see, today's science popularization, Moon and Atlantis. Seeing this scene, the audience was very excited. The suspense buried before. Today is finally going to start. The number of people in the live broadcast room is also rising rapidly, soaring to 3 million people. Before we start, let me briefly introduce the Moon. The Moon is a satellite of the Earth, 384,400 kilometers away from the Earth, and was formed about 4.5 billion years ago. But is it really formed naturally? We will find out later. At the same time, it is the place where Nuwa mended the sky, the destination of Chang'e's flight to the Moon, and the place where the gods and immortals that the ancients yearned for lived. Speaking of this, facing the camera, Jiangja asked back, but do you know why the Moon has always been longed for by humans? Not giving the audience time to react, Jiangja answered again, yes. The Moon is the heaven that the ancients believed in.
They believe that the gods and immortals live in the sky.
As long as you reach the moon, it means you have become an immortal.
There was a popular science about mending the sky before. The audience also accepted the view very quickly. In the popular science some time ago, I mentioned mending the sky, that is, the Niwa clan smashed meteorites to protect the Earth and went to the moon.
So today, let's analyze the moon in depth. Speaking of this, Zhang wrote, July 20, 1969, on the LCD screen.
The director was quick-witted. He switched to the picture of the astronauts landing on the moon on the LCD screen. As you can see, this is the time when the captain of Apollo 11 of the United States, Armstrong, stepped off the spacecraft and successfully stepped on the moon. There is also a well-known saying, "My small step is a giant leap for mankind."
Watching this,
the audience in the live broadcast room immediately started to discuss.
All of them were surprised by Zhang's actions. Ha! Isn't the moon landing fake? The host is going to tell a fake science story? Host, take it easy. The moon landing is fake. Take it back quickly.
I saw barrages filling the screen in the live broadcast room.
Zhang looked at the barrage and smiled. Excusable. Reports from various channels around the world have proven that the moon landing was fake.
Now their favorite host made such remarks.
In an instant, many viewers noticed something was wrong and tried to correct Zhang's mistake. Face the camera. Zhang began to tell, "Thank you viewers for your corrections.
Of course the moon landing was real.
The cause of the matter is this: in 1969 of the last century,
the beautiful country announced that their Apollo manned spacecraft successfully landed on the moon.
It is only over 40 years ago.
According to contemporary technology, America can send astronauts to the moon in modern times. The strange thing is that in more than 40 years, the United States has never landed on the moon again.
Therefore, people in later generations will think whether the beautiful country is fake. Actually,
in 1969, it was just the wrong time. There was a space race between the beautiful country and the furry bear country. Let's see who lands on the moon first. So in that kind of tight competitive environment,
it is understandable for any party to lie and deceive the whole world. If the moon landing was fake, that beautiful country's ability is really not small.
Because it deceived the whole world before television became popular.
This is obviously impossible. In addition, there are directors from beautiful countries who made the moon landing hoax into a movie.
Therefore, more people mistakenly believe that it is a moon landing hoax. Facing the camera, Zhang explained, having said that, I need to explain the formation of the moon first.
1. Mother and son said.
As the name suggests, the moon was originally the child of the Earth. It separated from the Earth for unknown reasons.
2. Gemini said.
The mass of the Earth is greater than that of the moon, so it is attracted by the Earth and rotates around it.
3. Capture theory.
The moon was originally a large planet. When it passed by the Earth, it was attracted by the Earth's gravity. Then it began to revolve around the Earth.
4. Impact theory.
When the Earth was first formed, a planet as big as Mars hit the Earth at once, knocking one side of the Earth away from the Earth. The resulting debris began to revolve around the Earth. A few years later, the moon was finally formed.
Speaking of which,
facing the camera, Zhang smiled. These are the 4 popular statements at present.
Audiences in front of the screen, which one do you think is more appropriate? Following Zhang's explanation, experts from the Kyoto Institute of Physics expressed their opinions.
The Gemini theory is more realistic. The impact theory is the most likely. The moon's rocks are almost the same as those of the Earth.
The capture theory can also prove that after all, the gravity of the Earth is really much greater than that of the moon.
While watching the live broadcast, we discussed the formation of the moon.
These are the 4 most mainstream theories in today's international society.
But no one has proven which theory it is.
Looking at Zhang's nonchalant expression in the picture, experts are vaguely looking forward to it. Could Zhang have other more shocking theories? With curiosity, everyone listened again.
Everyone in front of the screen is probably arguing about why the moon was formed.
Zhang smiled at the camera.
Then he turned around and wrote 5 big characters on the LCD screen, the hollow moon theory. I will explain the hollow moon theory in detail later. Without waiting for Zhang to continue speaking, the screen in the official live broadcast room has already been maxed out. The hollow moon theory has not been proposed in this world. The audience vaguely noticed that they seem to be witnessing a new theory.
Fuck. The hollow moon theory? What a bold theory. The moon is hollow. how is that possible? If it were hollow, wouldn't the moon have been smashed by meteorites long ago? Regarding the emergence of the hollow moon theory, the audience was visibly shocked. They never dared to imagine that the moon could be hollow.
Because people who understand science all agree that no planet would be hollow, which is inconsistent with natural theory.
In the screen,
Jiang's explanation came out, before explaining the hollow moon theory.
Please pay attention to the moon.
Then the guide showed a picture of the moon on the LCD screen.
As you can see, first discard all scientific factors. Then you can find that there is always one side of the moon facing our Earth, just like a monitoring planet. No matter how it spins, it always faces the Earth.
In foreign mythology, the moon has a glorious title, Holy Watcher.
If you think about it for a moment, you can detect the horror.
The moon looks at us every day as if nothing has happened, as if it is monitoring us at all times. At best, the moon watches the Earth.
At worst, the moon, it's always aimed at Earth. Even if Jiangja doesn't say it. The audience also understands that one side of the moon always faces the Earth. Because, tidal locking.
But Jiangja said this. They just felt a chill on their backs. Holy shit, what the host said seems to be right.
Except for tidal locking, it is true. Is there something special about the moon? The front of the moon immediately aroused the audience's curiosity. In the living room of the villa. Let's not talk about surveillance for now.
Jiangju instructed the director in the headset. The director put all the planets in the solar system in a row from large to small on the LCD screen. As you can see, as a satellite, the moon is really too big.
The moon ranks fifth among the satellites in the entire solar system.
The first largest, Ganymede, it is a satellite of Jupiter, 1/27th of Jupiter.
The second largest, Titan, it is 1/24th of the diameter of Saturn.
The third largest, the fifth largest, the moon, its diameter is 1/4 of the Earth's.
Speaking of this, Jiangja faced the camera seriously. So for the Earth, as a satellite, is the moon too big? Another abnormal was thrown out.
It immediately caused reflections from experts and audiences.
Without waiting for people to ponder, Jiangja switched to the next picture, total solar eclipse. Now you can clearly see that this is a picture of a total solar eclipse. Why is the shadow in the picture as big as the sun?
For most viewers,
this is simple popular science. The audience gave answers one after another. Why?
Simple, because the area of the sun is 4 million times that of the Earth, and the distance from the Earth to the sun happens to be 4 million times the distance from the Earth to the moon.
It turns out that they are both 4 million times, so will there be a total solar eclipse? After watching this,
Jiangja nodded and said, this audience is right, they are both 4 million times.
But have you ever thought about, why is it so coincidental that they are all 4 million times? If the distance is less, there will be no total solar eclipse. If the distance is more, there will be no total solar eclipse.
It is exactly 4 million times.
So why is it 4 million times? Is it a coincidence? For this question, Jiangja did not give a detailed answer for the time being. Instead, he left it to the audience to imagine. In his outlook on life, there is no absolute coincidence in the world, only absolute inevitability. This 4 million times is inevitable. As soon as the words fell,
all the audience in front of the live broadcast room,
all couldn't help swallowing their saliva.
The truth of the matter does not seem to be simple.
P.S. Thank you for the gifts from the big guys. Changshan, salute.
Mike Xianzhen who loves oyster soup, explosive update in flowers, Wei Shamuyu, Xior, Lao Manya, character summoning, Daoji concept, Xior, etc., Juyuanjiang, capsules, Zaiyayu, urging for milk tea, etc. Puyuan Kasuk of Kunlun realm, Huateng fell to the ground, Yang Chinua who loves pig's trotter flour rolls, Yuanai Chuchu, Lingkong brother who loves Yuntiao crispy cakes, Zhurong who loves meatball skewers, Southeast Gardenia user 239657664. And readers who send me power, like, love letters, etc. Changshan is grateful from the bottom of his heart for liking this book.
I will definitely read more materials and write better works. You are also welcome to leave messages.
At present, Changshan does not have too much popular science materials. You can bring up existing concepts about the universe, mystery, dimension, fantasy, etc.
Please leave a message in the book review area, Changshan will record it.
Warm reminder, the website is about to be revised, which may cause the reading progress to be lost. Please save the bookshelf and reading record in time, it is recommended to save the screenshot.
Sorry for the inconvenience caused to you. The hollow moon theory. The 5 characters were deeply engraved in the hearts of all the audience. In this world, at least in the concepts they have learned so far, no one has ever mentioned this theory. Because only the United States in 1969 and the Xia Kingdom in recent years have landed on the moon. The data is seriously insufficient. Therefore, they are very curious about the hollow moon theory. Kyoto. In the Institute of Physics, experts led by Zhou Guoyao all stopped studying viruses. They all gathered in front of the computer again. The hollow moon theory, as the name suggests, the moon is hollow. Everyone was shocked. They knew that Zhang Jie never made unsure remarks. If the hollow moon theory was really proved in the live broadcast room, then it would have serious consequences for the whole world. At this moment, they were both looking forward to it and worried. Because a planet cannot be hollow. Once it is verified to be hollow, then, the truth will be unacceptable. In the screen, Zhang Jie's voice came again. As we all know, the size of the meteorite determines the depth of the crater. The bigger the meteorite, the bigger the crater. This is at least true on our Earth. But on the moon, it doesn't seem to be the case. Speaking of this, Zhang Jie turned around and outlined the depth of the craters on the moon on the LCD screen. As you can see in the picture, the craters on the moon are densely packed, with serious uneven distribution, some large and some small. The maximum diameter, 1,300 kilometers. Through data analysis, this is a meteorite with a diameter of 60 kilometers that hit the moon. On the contrary, if this meteorite hits the Earth, the tsunami caused is another matter. Let's just say the depth will not be less than 100 kilometers. The amazing thing is that this meteorite hit the moon, and it is only 6 kilometers deep. What's more amazing is that all the meteorites that hit it are only 6 kilometers deep. This is all through professional data analysis. Watch this. Curious comments filled the entire screen. It seems to be true. Why is it only 6 kilometers deep? There is a possibility. There is quicksand on the moon, which covers the crater. No. The moon has no atmosphere and no wind, so quicksand cannot exist. How is it formed specifically? Perhaps the experts know. But ordinary viewers don't know, and they are full of curiosity at this moment. In the picture, Zhang Jie continued to explain, it's actually very simple, because the moon, it's very hard. Hard to a certain extent. Of course, I mean that 6 kilometers below its surface is very hard, and above 6 kilometers is just ordinary lunar soil. In other words, no matter how big the meteorite is, it will always be 6 kilometers deep when it hits the moon. It's so hard that even a huge meteorite can't make a deep crater. It proves that there is something strange under the 6 kilometers of the lunar surface. At this time, Zhou Guoyao and others discussed it. From the soil brought back by the Chang'e 5 lunar exploration spacecraft, the lunar surface is full of lunar soil made of metal substances, and at the same time, it is not suitable for growing vegetables. It also proves that there is probably a layer of metal shell under the 6-kilometer surface. A group of experts reached a consensus and sent the information out. Seeing the red expert barrage, Zhang Jie nodded and said, yes. This is a possibility, and I will release the evidence later. But there is another possibility. Speaking of this, the director cooperated and put Europa on the screen. Zhang Jie explained to the LCD screen, please look, this is also a satellite of Jupiter. It also has large and small craters on its surface. It can be found that there is obvious ice in these craters. In other words, satellites like the moon are likely to have ice underneath, and even a layer of ice shell. Speaking of this, only a small number of viewers suddenly realized. The string in their minds seemed to be plucked. Once ice appears, it means, no matter how big the meteorites are, how deep they will hit. As for the depth, it is actually irrelevant. Due to the heat generated by the large collision of meteorites, the ice layer under Europa melted. After the heat disappears, the melted water will naturally fill the crater, and then turn into an ice crater. As everyone thinks, your guess is right. Europa has an ice shell. No matter how big the meteorite is, the water will eventually turn into ice to fill the hole. That's why the same deep crater is formed. Now, let's return to the hollow moon theory. Hearing this explanation, all the audience couldn't help but be surprised. This explanation is so popular. Only with this explanation can we determine why the crater on the moon is 6 kilometers deep. The reason is that there is probably an extremely hard shell below 6 kilometers. In the research institute, Lao Zhou and others looked at each other. They were surprised that such a simple truth was not thought of at the first time. It was indeed a bit embarrassing. Lao Zhou, did you think of it? Lao Chang. Changwen, no. Lao Sun, what about you? Lao Sun, I didn't. Lao O, did you think of it? Yang Bailey smiled confidently, I thought of it before Jiangja started broadcasting. Hearing this, everyone's mouth twitched slightly, and then continued to watch Jiangja's explanation. Kuan City. Conference room of the TV station. The criminal police outside are still investigating. When the investigation reached more than 10 o'clock in the evening, all the strange staff disappeared. An old criminal police, Zhong Shinshou, curiously pushed open the door of the conference room. Surprised to find that dozens of people in the entire TV station were all gathered together to watch the live broadcast. What are you doing? Old Zhong came forward curiously to watch the live broadcast. When he saw the content of the screen, it smells so good. At the same time, Old Zhong's worldview seemed to be opened. As for the investigation, leave it to his subordinates. Anyway, watching the live broadcast and learning knowledge will not delay it. At this time, the live broadcast room was full of barrages. Could the moon have been ice? It's very likely that the moon was an ice star, and most of the meteorites hit it, turning into ash that covered the entire moon, because the moon has no atmosphere and the dust will not dissipate. Fuck. Are you an old fan of Jiangja? You already have 30% of his style. He. I can't compare to Zhang Dilao, he is an expert, I am just a bystander. The audience speculated one after another. Some old fans even learned the essence of Jiangja. That is, be bold, doubt, and speak without hesitation. In the villa. Jiangja glanced at the live broadcast barrage and nodded in approval. After the audience realized that the moon might have been an ice star. Then the next content was launched. Everyone is very smart. As everyone said, there is water on the moon, but that little bit of water can be ignored. And what I want to say is, the moon is really a huge hollow metal ball. The audience was all shocked and stared at the screen. The big news is finally coming. Facing the camera, Jiangja then stood up and plugged a USB port into the computer. A video of landing on the moon appeared on the LCD screen. It was the top secret video of the Apollo project. In the video, Armstrong was planting a beautiful country flag. Then he placed a seismograph on the surface of the moon to test the frequency of lunar earthquakes. This was exchanged for 5,000 science points from the archives. NASA in this world has never leaked the news. Please watch and judge for yourself whether it is true or false. Jiangja calmly played the top secret video from NASA. At this time in the live broadcast room, he was already shocked by the appearance of this video. Fuck. Host, something is wrong with this video? Is this a video of the moon landing? Is it from NASA? Why can't I find it online? I searched around and didn't see any video. The audience speculated. They immediately realized that something was wrong. This video is definitely not fake, but a real record. After watching Armstrong put down the seismograph, Jiangja said, "It's not available online. Please continue to watch the experiment done by Armstrong, Moon Seismic Experiment. I will release the data results later, which will directly show that the moon is a hollow iron ball." After these words fell, all the relevant personnel in the live broadcast room noticed it immediately. Kyoto Weapons Research Base. After seeing Jiangja's video, Anyang was stunned. Turning to Lao Su, do you know what it is? Lao Su swallowed his saliva and guessed, maybe he stole NASA's secrets? The other weapons experts looked at each other. Even the top hackers find it difficult to crack the defense-level NASA secrets. But where did Jiangja's video come from? In addition, the live broadcast platform also noticed it. Quick, block it, quickly block it. The leader gave an order. All the technicians started to operate. Under the leader's order, they immediately blocked the recording function of the live broadcast room to prevent the video secrets from being exposed. At the same time, the entrance to the live broadcast room was blocked. Except for the audience who were originally in the live broadcast room, the rest of the audience could no longer click into the live broadcast room. As a live broadcast platform, they dared not offend Jiangja, nor did they dare to be noticed by the country, so as not to be condemned. After watching the moonquake experiment, some viewers quickly started recording videos. Because each video of Jiangja can bring huge traffic. When they finished the operation, they found that they could not record anyway. What's going on? Why can't I record the screen? That's me too. My wife just left and can't enter the live broadcast room anymore. Damn. Can it be a secret? Host, did they steal from NASA? Too hardcore.
For the sake of popular science, they stole from NASA. A small number of viewers realized the seriousness of the matter.
Zhang Zhe was serious. Or rather, everything he said and did before was true. Many people noticed that things seemed to be out of control. In the villa, Zhang Zhe looked at the suspicious comments on the screen with a blank expression. He was not going to explain the matter in depth. The video ended here. An old gray-yellow picture was put on the LCD screen again. It was obviously a bit old at first glance. This was obviously a real picture from the last century. In the upper left corner there was NASA Space Agency, Kyoto. In the Institute of Physics. The experts, led by Lao Zhou, were all stunned at this moment. They searched for information on the internet frantically. But they didn't find any information. This is enough to prove, this information is very exclusive. When they were surprised by the video, Zhang Zhe on the screen put a picture of the NASA logo. Moonquake experiment? Did NASA hide the truth about the moon landing from the world?
Zhou Guoyao was stunned. If NASA really concealed the truth, it would be despised by the whole world.
Then he immediately turned around and told everyone, "Quick, all personnel hurry up to record. This is a rare opportunity." Hearing this, confidential?
Lao Chang and others were stunned for a moment. Then they picked up their mobile phones and recorded the video screen.
Although I don't know how Zhang Zhe did it. But it's right to record it into a video. There are many people who do this across the country.
Even foreign fans recorded it as soon as possible.
It was immediately posted on Twitter, Facebook and other social networking sites. Just as Lao Zhou and others were shooting the video,
Zhang Zhe's voice came again from the screen. As you can see, this is a secret experiment conducted by Armstrong.
Because this secret experiment was hidden, you don't know the truth. In the previous life, this video is completely exposed. But in this world, NASA discovered top secret information that is different from the previous life and more shocking. Therefore, it was kept as a top secret by NASA. And now, it was revealed by Zhang Zhe.
Mainly because he believes that NASA has no right to make decisions for the entire human civilization.
People should know the truth.
Everyone should know that this experiment lasted for a total of 8 years and 10 months. And the moonquakes on the moon, a total of 12,558 moonquakes occurred during this period.
An average of 4 times a day.
The largest earthquake is only 4 on the Richter scale.
At this point,
Zhang Zhe began to explain the popular science of the Earth and the moonquakes.
Although both the Earth and the Moon have earthquakes, the frequency of occurrence is completely different.
Earth, the earthquake only takes 2 minutes from the beginning to the peak.
After 2 minutes,
the frequency of earthquakes decreases significantly,
until it finally disappears. On the Moon, it is much weirder. An earthquake on the Earth lasts for a few minutes at most.
Moon, its moonquakes take a very long time to reach their peak. It takes more than 10 minutes. When it reaches the peak, the moonquake begins to slowly decrease.
The weird thing is that it takes several hours for the moonquake to shrink to zero. An earthquake on the Moon, several hours.
At the same time, in the moonquake experiment, hydraulic damping was reflected.
You know, where does hydraulic damping appear?
Of course, only in liquid.
In short, it's like an iron can filled with water. Apply external force to it, and the water inside will produce ripples.
It is impossible for a solid sphere to have hydraulic damping. The appearance of hydraulic damping also shows that it has a certain gap. Warm reminder, the website is about to be revised, which may cause the loss of reading progress. Please save the bookshelf and reading record in time. It is recommended to take a screenshot to save.
Please forgive us for the inconvenience caused to you. In the picture, Zhang Zhe is talking non-stop. Many experts, led by Lao Zhou, are shocked. You know, where will hydraulic damping appear? It must be after the liquid. Once the Moon shows hydraulic damping.
On the one hand, it directly represents that it has water, and at the same time, it has a certain hollowness. The experts looked at each other and swallowed their saliva.
Mainly because NASA's confidentiality is too good.
So much so that it was concealed from the whole world. If they have Zhang Zhe's exclusive intelligence, they will also inform the general public as soon as possible. In the official live broadcast room.
After listening to Zhang Zhe's explanation, the audience was all boiling. Fuck! We have been kept in the dark for decades? NASA is too dishonest. We gave them so much lunar soil on Chang'e 5, but they didn't report the key data. It's dishonest. Hydraulic damping. I can't believe there is water on the Moon.
Although there is water, but there is still no way to prove that it is hollow. As soon as this barrage came out, it immediately caused the audience to ponder. The presence of hydraulic damping can only prove that there is a small amount of water. When he saw the questioning barrage, Jiangja smiled. Then he uploaded another picture. Jiangja pointed to the LCD screen and explained to the camera, "What you are seeing now is the data report of lunar soil. Page 1, it is a data analysis of lunar soil rocks. The content of titanium is particularly high in the rocks on the surface of the moon." At this point, he switched the picture to show the distribution of titanium content on the surface of the moon. As you can see, it occupies about 2/5 of the surface of the moon. Then he kept switching the data pictures until all the audience had finished watching. Another gray-white figure was placed. A black circle was drawn on the outermost circle. A thicker blue circle was drawn inside the black circle. Jiangju explained, "Based on the moonquake and rock analysis, this is the result I got. The black circle represents the rock layer of the moon is about 5 kilometers thick. The blue circle represents this is a metal layer about 20 kilometers thick. The main component is titanium. In fact, you need to know one thing. Titanium metal is extremely rare on Earth. On the moon, it is everywhere. Perhaps it can be attributed to the different planets and different metal content. But Jiangja doesn't think so. Later evidence completely overturned the theory that the moon is unusual. See the 20-kilometer thick metal layer." The audience frantically brushed the barrage. "This data. I analyzed it and it's all true." Horror. The moon is actually hollow. A 20-kilometer thick titanium shell? Is it different from the mantle? I calculated that the continental crust on Earth is generally 30 to 40 kilometers thick. The diameter of the Earth is 4 times that of the moon, which is consistent with the 20-kilometer metal shell on the moon. Something is wrong. Why is there hydraulic damping? We can only wait for the host to explain this. Some viewers analyzed the specific data, but it still couldn't show the truth of hydraulic damping. Kyoto Institute of Physics. A group of experts urgently analyzed the data. The final data results appeared in the computer. As soon as the results came out, all the experts came together. Lao Zhou explained, "The 20-kilometer metal shell is in line with the size ratio of the Earth and the Moon. There is just one thing wrong, that is hydraulic damping, which should not be reflected on the Moon. If the interior of the Moon is all magma, then the Moon obviously has geothermal heat. Once the interior is ice, the temperature difference ratio between the two poles during the day is seriously asymmetric." After some discussion, the experts conducted an in-depth analysis of the data. But the answer they got was basically zero. If the interior of the Moon is lava, then there must be a constant temperature on the surface of one side. Once it is internal ice, although it can explain that all the craters are only 6 kilometers thick. But there is still one point that doesn't make sense. That is hydraulic damping. Hydraulic damping is reflected in the liquid. If ice and lava exist, it is difficult to reflect large-scale hydraulic damping. Just when the experts were full of doubts, the explanation voice in the screen came again. Perhaps there are careful viewers in front of the screen who have discovered it. The interior of the Moon may be ice or lava. But the final result cannot lead to one of them. Indeed. When Jiangja knew the truth, he did a lot of research, trying to prove that the interior of the Moon has lava and ice spirit coexisting. But the deeper the answer, the more unlikely the truth is. Speaking of this, he marked it on the spherical screen. Since lava and ice spirit cannot exist at the same time, speaking of this, Jiangja focused on explaining the composition of a cosmic body. As we all know, the composition of natural celestial bodies in the universe, they have high density in the center and low density in the outer layer. And this Moon is the opposite. It has a titanium shell on the outside, which means it has a very high density. But it has hydraulic damping inside. According to scientific analysis, the internal density is low, which violates the scientific composition of natural celestial bodies. After the audience had this idea, facing the camera, Jiangja smiled mysteriously. Is there a possibility? That's right, there is a small amount of water on the outer layer of the Moon, and there is nothing inside? Otherwise, how can it have hydraulic damping inside the lunar surface? As soon as this was said, all the audience suddenly realized it. And then a tingling feeling spread to the top of everyone's head. Natural celestial bodies have low external density and high internal density. Except for celestial bodies such as black holes with strong gravity. No celestial body will violate science.
once the external density is high and the internal density is low. It can only prove one thing: there is something strange. And the hydraulic damping that appears inside the moon directly shows that the moon is not a natural celestial body. As soon as they think of this, all the audience can't help but feel numb. An incredible truth surfaced. That's right. As everyone thinks. Jiangja continued to explain, the interior of the moon must be an extremely low-density space, or hollow. As for whether it is naturally formed inside, I will release evidence to reveal the truth about the moon later. If anyone in the live broadcast room knows NASA staff, please tell them for me. The truth will eventually come out. Concealing it blindly will not bring any benefits. After explaining this, he got up and left the live broadcast camera alone, went to a place where the camera could not see, and entered the data archive room. At the same time, the audience was all stunned by this popular science. They all discussed the evidence just explained. Especially Jiangja's last sentence. It directly showed that his evidence was indeed obtained from NASA's Space Department. It immediately caused heated discussions in the entire live broadcast room. The truth is the truth. The host has revealed the truth: the moon is really hollow, and the evidence is also true. Are there any foreigners in the live broadcast room who know NASA? Me. Don't waste time. The old rules. What are the old rules? Start the live broadcast, connect to NASA. Come right away. The foreign engineer named Tom immediately registered for the live broadcast. Then he sent the live broadcast link to the live broadcast room. A large number of viewers poured into Tom's live broadcast room. In the picture, the blonde and handsome Tom, dressed in a scientific research suit, hurriedly found the information department of the Space Department. Jason, take a look at this. Tom handed the phone to Jason. Jason is the head of the data department. He is responsible for the safety information of NASA on weekdays. Basically, no hacker can last 10 seconds under his hands. Blonde Jason took the phone curiously and started playing. At this time, Jiangja's voice came from it. 1969, moonquake experiment, hydraulic damping, the truth will eventually come out. Concealing it blindly will not bring any benefits. When he saw and heard everything, this news may be special to outsiders. But for him, it can only mean one thing. His home was robbed. Fuck, if the information is lost in my hands, I will go to jail. Jason's pupils shrank. Then he immediately entered the password on the keyboard and entered the database. Quickly check. When he checked to the end, Jason breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at Tom in confusion. The database has not been hacked. Where did you get this secret? Tom looked tangled. Last time, the information of an Hindu was also lost, and they did not find any traces of hacker intrusion. The two looked at each other. They were all curious about where Jiangja's secrets came from. As for internal leaks? Obviously impossible, because only Jason has the password to the database. When they saw the two people's performance, the audience in the live broadcast room suddenly stared at each other. The same situation appeared again. Just when Tom and Jason were confused, Jiangja in the picture walked in. This is another top-secret evidence of NASA's moon landing. This concerns the entire human race. Seeing the information wrapped in the same blue book. What? Where did this come from? Jason's jaw dropped. Kowon City. In the conference room. The fire had been completely extinguished at this time. More and more police officers poured into the conference room to watch the live broadcast. The moon is hollow. How much evidence did NASA hide? Looking at the screen, the criminal police captain Lao Zhong was excited. The station director Lao Zhang on the side had already been occupied by a group of criminal police. As for Jiangja stealing foreign secrets and openly broadcasting it live, the criminal police didn't care about this. Even now, agents from the information department are running towards Jiangja's villa. They estimate that the final result may be given a banner by the state, plus a symbolic 1,000 yuan. And when leaving, take a photo with Jiangja, and praise him for doing more such good things. Old Zhang and others standing behind the criminal police. They are discussing Jiangja's mystery in full swing. When old Chang thought of Jiangja on the first day of popular science, it was at that time that his personality changed completely. Just as he was thinking in an incredible direction again, a criminal police rushed in a hurry. Captain Zhong, I found the source of the detonation. In the lobby of the villa. Jiangja returned to the camera from the data room with the blue book. Then open the blue book, take out the USB, and connect it to the LCD TV. A black and white video of the Apollo moon landing. The black and white video shows the barren lunar surface.
What's different from the previous video is this video contains the content of Armstrong's spacecraft 11, which is also one of Armstrong's last few encounters. The audience watched this video with gusto. Witnessed with my own eyes the truth about the moon landing of the last century.
Suddenly, a black screen came from the TV. The audience just watched a black screen for 2 minutes.
Then in the live broadcast room, they all typed,
"Host, your TV is broken. Host, please change the TV. I can sponsor it for free."
Facing the camera, Jiangja declined the offer with a smile. This black screen was not cut off by me, but by the NASA communications department decades ago.
Everyone needs to know one thing. It's not normal to cut off the footage during a national live broadcast.
There are only 2 internationally recognized reasons.
1. Signal failure. 2. I don't want people to see the truth about the 2-minute black screen.
The truth is, I do have the truth here that it was a black screen for 2 minutes.
Tom, when Jason sees this.
The two looked at each other and couldn't help but swallow. As NASA staff, they know the true meaning of 2 minutes of black screen. At this moment, they wanted to report to their supervisor that the secret had been leaked to Xia State.
But Jiangja's information. It's not from NASA at all, there's nothing we can do. The follow-up matters are the matter of NASA's Public Relations Department. The two nodded and made a unanimous decision, never mind it.
At this time, Jiangja's voice came from the screen, "This USB contains its truth." Jiangja turned around. "Unplug the original USB, replace it with a new one, and plug it into the TV."
All the audience straightened their backs and stared at the TV. Not long after,
a shaking picture came from the LCD screen, accompanied by the sound of buzzing radio interference. Then the screen turned to a gray ground.
Armstrong is driving a lunar rover on the barren lunar surface.
Before reaching a circular hill,
Armstrong braked hard.
Dust flew dozens of meters high.
The lunar rover also turned sideways in an instant.
The next moment, he switched the communication channel to the medical channel. If it were in the original video, this would be the black screen message. At this time, the screen still displayed normal.
You know, the meaning of switching to the medical channel.
It was Armstrong's subconscious behavior to avoid the global live broadcast when he felt that his life was in danger. P.S. Thanks to Crab94 for sending the character symbol. Thanks to the boss, Xiaoyu, for sending me the character talisman.
Bend over. Thanks. Thank you guys for all the gifts. Please give me some comments on Monday.
All the audience watched this scene.
I couldn't help swallowing my saliva. Armstrong's breathing in the picture gradually became rapid. Armstrong suddenly said in horror, "What? What is that? Communication station staff, what's wrong? What did you see?"
Armstrong exclaimed, "It's so big, really so big, incredible. There are other spaceships. Armstrong, near the crater, they seem to be looking at us, like a big plate."
Without waiting for the audience to be shocked, in the picture,
I saw Armstrong pointed the camera at the crater in front of him. I saw several disc-shaped spaceships located near the crater. Every 10 meters or so, there is a small spaceship parked.
The smallest, 3 meters long.
The largest, more than 1,000 meters long. In the glass window of the small spaceship, you can vaguely perceive the presence of eyes.
And the large spaceship is elliptical.
Every 10 meters or so, there is a glass window with a deep blue light inside.
Armstrong was about to say something. The next moment, his camera lens was completely dark.
Disturbed by the real unknown factors, and then all the sound was lost in the picture. At this point, the video on the LCD screen was dark again.
After watching this, Jiangja said to the camera, "The truth, you have seen it."
The audience who witnessed the whole process,
already stunned.
All the audience breathed rapidly. Shocked, surprised, and a stream of inexplicable thoughts emerged in their minds.
The live broadcast room was silent at first. Then an unprecedented barrage suddenly broke out. Fuck! 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 Oh my god! The smallest one is over 3 meters long, and the biggest one is so huge. Really? Is that true? Host, is this true? Damn, I can't see the back, what happened? The moon is hollow, and one side is always facing the Earth, plus the spacecraft just now. Damn, I can't believe it. This truth is a bit too big, I can't accept it. The audience was surprised and happy. Some viewers thought that Jiangja was reasoning. Until the evidence appeared in front of them, everyone was shocked.
The moon is hollow, not a natural celestial body.
Otherwise, how could there be so many spacecrafts? And why would a group of spacecraft stop at a certain place on the lunar surface? Once imagined.
The panic and anxiety immediately spread from everyone's heart.
Kyoto Institute of Physics. After watching the truth of the black screen for 2 minutes, all professors and experts were scared. Old Joe was the first to break the silence and gathered all the experts to discuss one by one. What do you think? There is enough evidence that the moon is hollow, but I don't understand the spaceship. Is it really aliens?
Except for aliens, this top-secret video cannot be explained.
It is a flying saucer.
I have heard relevant news from the State Department before, but it was blocked. In 2011, a flying saucer appeared at Shashan Airport, which was the flying saucer in the video played by Jiang Zhe.
But, that 1,000 meters long is too scary.
Yes, I have heard relevant information.
Could it be a space battleship that is more than 1,000 meters long?
As soon as Ouyang Bailey said this, the professors and experts were all dumbfounded. This was an answer they dared not accept. A space battleship that is more than 1,000 meters long is 3 times longer than an aircraft carrier on Earth.
With just one shot, it can annihilate an entire province on Earth in the sky.
Thinking of this, the experts were all at a loss. They could only look forward to how Jiang Zhe would explain.
Scenes like this happened in research institutes across the country.
Of course, the National Department also noticed it. The Intelligence Department reported it to the supervisor immediately. Then the supervisor immediately conducted a thorough investigation. The United States concealed the facts of all mankind, which is an immoral international behavior. Then the United States encountered a series of condemnations from diplomatic departments.
Kuwait City. In the conference room.
The moment the spaceship appeared, the whole conference room suddenly became quiet.
Then everyone was shocked.
This live broadcast was really scary. Spaceships over 1,000 meters appeared. It can also be said that the alien creations on the moon have exceeded the Earth countless times. All the evidence leads to all the popular science content that Jiang Zhe had previously popularized, and they are all true.
Everyone just felt their scalps tingling. What will happen in the future? At the same time, how did Jiang Zhe know?
Just when everyone was uneasy, Jiang Zhe's voice came from the screen.
Don't worry, everyone, they didn't attack the Earthlings.
At least for now, I still have the rest of the confidential videos.
Jiang Zhe's words made Lao Zhang and others feel relieved.
I'm so scared. I'm not young, old man, I can't help being scared.
What about in the future? In the villa.
Facing the camera, Jiang Zhe stood up and plugged another USB port into the LCD screen.
It was on the way to the moon.
An astronaut switched to the medical channel and reported information to the ground communication station.
Astronaut, there is something following me. Ground station, what is it? Is it the rocket booster you cut off 2 days ago? When the astronaut was about to speak,
the ground station said in surprise, "We know where the rocket booster was 2 days ago.
It shouldn't be near you." As soon as this was said, astronaut, it's gone, it's gone.
The video was paused by Jiang Zhe at this point. Facing the camera, Jiang Zhe explained, "I encountered it twice before. And the third time I encountered UFOs was Apollo 11.
I have uploaded the third video to the entire network. You can see that they just followed the space capsule and did not launch any attacks on it.
The first day I encountered a bunch of UFOs was when Apollo 7 landed on the moon for the first time. When he encountered a large spacecraft on the surface of the moon.
On the second moon landing, a disk UFO followed.
This proves that the UFO has noticed the United States.
And on the third landing, all 3 astronauts saw the UFO.
And still did not attack the space capsule.
This proves that the other party is temporarily safe.
Since that incident, there have been more and more UFO cases in the United States. But they were finally hidden by Zhengfu one by one, fake news. Jiang Zhe said this to the camera.
This reduced the concerns of most viewers. Then he copied the third USB content and put it on the internet.
You can watch the third video by yourself. According to the rules of the universe, if an advanced race wants to develop and survive, then they must protect their own race to avoid being discovered by other races. But have you ever thought about it, since the UFO has been witnessed by us Earthlings?
Why didn't it restrict our human technology? Just pretend not to see it, or observe human technology above our heads? In fact, it was not just this time.
Since the United States detonated a nuclear explosion, UFOs have appeared intensively on Earth for a period of time.
Later, when humans landed on the moon, UFOs appeared more and more frequently. The truth was just completely blocked. As the voice fell, it aroused the thinking of the audience and experts. P.S. The message has been deleted. In the Institute of Physics. Hearing Jiang's rhetorical question, the experts all fell into deep thought. Now that it has been proven that aliens did appear on the moon, and there is no further restriction on human beings, according to the laws of the universe mentioned by Jiang before, an advanced civilization wants to develop safely, then other civilizations must be eradicated, or, in the eyes of alien civilizations, Earth civilization is too low-end and people look down upon it, so they allow Earth civilization to continue to develop. Wait until the time is right before delivering a devastating blow. At the thought of this, all the experts frowned. It doesn't seem right. At this time, Ouyang Bailey's eyes suddenly lit up. Could it be civilized restrictions? Lao Zhou frowned and asked, "What are civilized restrictions?" According to Jiang's secrets, there have been alien battleships on the surface of the moon, which means they have not appeared on the Earth, and they have not restricted the development of Earth civilization. This illustrates a problem. In the modern world, there is a common rule: if a weak country wants to develop peacefully, it must rely on a strong country. If powerful countries are given a certain amount of resources to hand over every year, they will be protected from infringement by powerful countries. Ouyang Bailey shook his head. That doesn't seem to be the case. I'm overthinking it. According to his interpretation, then there must be an invisible civilization on the Earth. The 5 permanent members of the Earth have certain regulations on what to hand over to the invisible civilization. But so far, this has not happened. Listen to Ouyang's interpretation. Lao Zhou said casually, "Is it possible that they don't dare to invade the Earth?" Hearing this, the professors were all stunned. They looked at each other in unison. They all saw shock in each other's eyes. Otherwise it would be difficult to explain why the Earth has always been peaceful. Of course, except for the civil war on Earth, it has always been peaceful. Then everyone moved their attention to the screen. Let's see how Jiang will explain. In the official live broadcast room. As the live broadcast lasted longer, more and more viewers came in. It has now exceeded 14 million. And some netizens from abroad. The barrage is going up like crazy. It should be impossible not to see that the Earth is developing. I find it very suspicious. They never come into sight of ordinary people. If you want to develop, you must first learn to protect. Could it be that alien civilizations are so powerful that they don't care about protection? No? Then they are too arrogant? With Jiang's suspense thrown out, more and more viewers are starting to think deeply. Many answers were abandoned, and no one could come up with a correct guess. Why hasn't the Earth been attacked by aliens? No one knows. Just when all the viewers were puzzled, Jiang's explanation came from the screen. I believe the audience is already thinking about why the Earth has survived these years safely. And there have been many mysterious historical rumors on Earth. The way I see the world, some of the rumors must be true. Once they are real, they must exist, but they just exist in a place we can't see. Before starting the next content, please take a look at this video. Jiang typed on the keyboard quickly. Then a video of a meteorite was connected to the LCD TV behind him. He didn't show any concern and immediately played the video. In video. During the day, on a highway, the drivers suddenly made an emergency stop. They all looked up to the sky in unison. I saw a light with an orange tail flame falling from the sky. Play to this point. Jiang paused the screen and wrote a formula on the LCD screen. The falling speed of the meteorite was calculated on the spot 19 km/s. Then he faced the camera and began to explain. This incident happened in Chelyabinsk, the country of the furry bears. Its speed is as fast as 19 km per second. And its diameter reaches 20 meters. The audience all nodded in confusion. At this moment, they had no idea about Jiang's next step. The explanation ends here. Jiang continued to play the video. As the meteorite fell faster and faster, until a driver at the scene made a panic sound. Suddenly, an unknown object 3 times faster than the meteorite penetrated the meteorite. Almost instantly, the meteorite suddenly exploded. A colorless shock wave shook the surrounding area. People who were close to him were thrown away more than 10 meters, and the glass of the house in the distance was shattered in an instant. Playback ends. The audience knows this video. A meteorite occurred in Chelyabinsk, the country of the furry bear, in 2013. Many personal injuries were caused. Jiang reported the data seriously. First of all,
We need to know the disaster caused by a speed of 20 kilometers per second. It burns up in the atmosphere and explodes in the air. According to data, this explosion is equivalent to the equivalent of 450,000 tons of TNT, or the power of 30 little boys. Such a huge explosion caused a large number of buildings to be damaged by the explosion shockwave, and eventually about 1,500 people were injured. This is the damage caused by the aftermath of its disintegration. The damage caused by the aftermath alone is so great. But have you ever thought about it? What if it doesn't disintegrate? If it is not penetrated by the black unknown object that is 3 times larger than it, the damage caused by this meteorite, how many nuclear weapons will be bombarded on the Bear Country? As Jiang Zhe narrated, the audience couldn't help but ponder. If this meteorite does not disintegrate in the air, it will be enough to instantly disintegrate several provinces of the Bear Country. The damage caused by then will not be counted in thousands. Professor, the audience had many doubts. Look at the screen again. Jiang Zhe's voice came out. The disaster must be something that no one can bear. But at this moment, a small black unknown object flew from behind the meteorite at a high speed and penetrated it. As Jiang Zhe explained, Zhou Guoyao's pupils suddenly shrank. He vaguely sensed something. In the picture. You may think that this is a missile launched by the official Bear Country. Of course, this is possible. Speaking of this, Jiang Zhe wrote, electromagnetic gun, on the LCD screen. This is the fastest man-made object outside the universe today. Electromagnetic gun, the electromagnetic railgun of the United States, with a maximum speed of Mach 7. Even if the black unidentified object is an electromagnetic gun. But how can it catch up with the 19 Mach meteorite at a speed of Mach 7? A stone stirs up 1,000 waves. In the official live broadcast room, the audience all suddenly realized, since the official technology can't do it, then what's the situation? What's going on? Didn't the officials say that it was shattered by meteorite fragments? Impossible. No matter how fast the meteorite fragments are, it can't exceed its original falling speed. It should be a stable overspeed landing. Hiss, no way? Is it true that there is a technology other than human technology that penetrated the meteorite? Countless viewers are speculating wildly. The more they speculate, the more incredible they find it. Or, it's completely impossible. In 2013, no country's shells on Earth could reach the astonishing Mach 19. They couldn't even match the Mach 19 of the meteorite. Not to mention that the black object in the picture has exceeded 3 times Mach 19, about Mach 60. It is completely not a kind of thing in today's world. It was the unknown that penetrated the meteorite. As a physics expert, Lao Zhou, he and his classmates knew a truth very well: it is on Earth, no matter which country. It is absolutely impossible to achieve Mach 60 per second. Combined with what Jiang Zhe said before, everyone looked at each other and realized that there seemed to be more incredible existence on Earth. Originally, they moved their target to outer space. But after these explanations, they immediately pulled their target back to Earth. The incredible existence is on Earth. It's just that they can't grasp it. Just as everyone was speculating, Jiang Zhe in the picture said something shocking. Yes, we don't have the technology to do it. Pause for a moment. Since modern humans can't do it, then he turned his mouth slightly to the camera. What about ancient humans? Then he finished speaking. Jiang Zhe turned around and wrote 5 big words on the LCD screen: Atlantis. Jiang Zhe was shocked to hear what he said. Lao Zhou and others were obviously a little distracted. It was exactly the same as their previous guess. Modern humans cannot destroy a Mach 20 meteorite. But humans from ancient civilizations must be able to. Thinking about this, the experts looked at each other. Are incredible existences really still on Earth? At the same time, in the official live broadcast room, after hearing the long-lost Atlantis, the audience felt as if blood surged through their bodies. Fuck. Is it finally here? Atlantis, ancient civilized humans? I checked and found that the fastest man-made object is the Voyager outside the solar system. Apart from it, no technology can reach Mach 20. But where are the people from Atlantis? The audience was all excited. The long-awaited suspense will finally be revealed today. But according to legend, Atlantis was at war with Athens. It was destroyed by a great flood and has never been seen again. There are only fragmentary rumors related to later generations. And famous scholars, Plato recorded the legends of ancient technological civilizations. All the audience looked expectantly.
Listening to Jiang's continued story, everyone knows that Atlantis was destroyed in an instant by a tsunami. This legend is true, and it was indeed destroyed by the Great Flood. As for where they are now, the evidence will be released later. Jiangja turned around and displayed a sci-fi disc city map on top of the LCD screen. High-tech automation inside and out. Hear it here. The audience gasped. Is there any actual evidence about Atlantis tens of thousands of years ago? In their view, how could there be evidence of a civilization that disappeared in ancient times? When they were curious, the commentary came again. Let's first understand the power of Atlantis. According to modern records, they have an impressive energy system and a different tech tree than the human tech tree. The most developed one is magnetite, which is a six-sided elliptical crystal, like a crystal prism superenergy. It can convert all light energy. Even future nuclear fusion technology cannot match Atlantis's technology. In terms of transportation, the Atlanteans also used magnetic energy fields to drive flying disc-like aircraft, which were better than various UFOs seen today. The spiritual development of the Atlanteans focused on a holistic and harmonious view of the universe. They used people with highly developed minds as relay stations for message transmission, which function like today's satellite receiving stations. In other words, spiritual it has become a tangible medium. Everyone can watch the daily life in Atlantis by themselves in The Conversation. Hear the commentary. The audience was astonished. Will future nuclear fusion be worth mentioning in front of this light energy technology? Then I thought about it. Atlantis is ranked high in the universe. On Earth, there are super civilizations. Otherwise, I would be sorry for the title of Atlantis. Holy shit! UFO? There are UFOs in Atlantis? Could it be the UFO that Armstrong saw on the moon? Hearing UFO, it immediately attracted the attention of a small number of viewers. Saw the barrage floating by. Reveal later. Jiangja shook his head and denied that the Atlantis aircraft was a UFO on the moon. In addition, they also have a highly developed medical system. Convert light energy into medical power and convert it into the body, making people immortal and rejuvenated. So their appearance looks close to energy white. Therefore, Atlantis, in the eyes of some people, is a symbol of heaven. What is energy white? Like a person being made transparent. There is a certain brightness even in the dark, because they are all incarnations of light. The cell index of the flesh is much lower than that of modern humans. More, it is infinitely close to the energy body. In other words, it is a walking, highly intelligent and visible energy body. Facing the camera, Jiangja continued to explain, but the people of Atlantis did have an unbearable past. Most of them have very handsome faces, and their clothes are decorated with jewelry. People can sing and dance, party, and take psychedelic drugs. Although they live a luxurious life, the people of Atlantis use their brains up to 90% and can communicate with animals. Not only can we create robots, we can also create half-human, half-animal Gamora, mermaids and other species through genetic engineering. The entire city is managed automatically. People do not need to study specifically. Knowledge can be absorbed from special devices. It is commonly known as wisdom inheritance. The intelligence of underage children has surpassed that of today's advanced scholars. And unicorns are also genetically modified through them. In previous lives, Jiangja has traveled around the world to investigate. The civilization of Atlantis was technologically advanced. There is also a glorious title, the civilization of light. Because their civilization utilized light energy to the extreme. So that, he can do anything. It's just that their fate is unlucky. Because the rulers are ambitious and want to rule the whole earth, they were destroyed by a flood. Although so, this is just folk speculation. After hearing Jiangja's description of the Atlanteans, the audience couldn't help but imagine. This is the life people yearn for. It seems a bit unreasonable that such a heaven-level civilization was destroyed. Technology and physical bodies are so advanced, when facing a tsunami, there is no need to panic. Jiangja said before that a level 4 civilization has weather control technology. Facing a tsunami, it doesn't make sense. But why did it perish in a tsunami? Due to Jiangja's step-by-step guidance, the audience has fallen into thinking. Such a powerful civilization was destroyed by a super tsunami? Obviously impossible. So did they disappear, or did they really perish? Jiangja's voice came from the screen. At this point, he left the camera screen, turned around and went out into the data room. Old Joe, who saw the scene, turned his head and looked at everyone. What do you think? The evidence is all from the dialogues,
but some of the dialogues are not recorded in depth.
There is indeed a certain degree of consistency. Atlantis may indeed be like this, but it cannot be proved in reality. According to Zhang's description of Atlantis,
it is indeed consistent with the Atlantis recorded in Plato's dialogues. And Plato only recorded the abundance of mountain copper alloy and some ancient technologies.
But there is no detailed record of the super technology of Atlantis. Because Plato in BC could not understand what the technology of Atlantis was. If it is as he said, then Atlantis is indeed worthy of level 4 civilization. Immortality, rejuvenation.
The 100% energy conversion that exceeds controlled nuclear fusion has already surpassed the current Earth by hundreds of years.
But is it such a super civilization? Even a pure Earth civilization that is more powerful than the alien civilization of the Nuwa tribe. How could it be destroyed by a super tsunami? At worst, doesn't the level 4 civilization have natural disaster warnings? Wouldn't they retreat in advance?
All kinds of doubts point to the fact that Atlantis could not have been destroyed by a tsunami.
Just when the experts were doubting it, Zhang in the picture dropped another bombshell, as everyone thinks such a super civilization cannot be destroyed by a tsunami. Or in other words, something did happen at that time. It caused Atlantis to suddenly disappear from the small island in the Atlantic Ocean overnight. Since it disappeared? Where did it go?
Facing the camera, Zhang turned around and wrote 5 big words on the LCD screen, Earth Hollow Theory. In an instant, it overturned the 3 views of all the audience again. The previous one was the Hollow Moon Theory. The second theme turned out to be the Hollow Earth Theory. The screen was filled with comments.
Fuck. Host, you are so bold that you dare to say such an impossible theory. Didn't you say before that no celestial body is hollow?
Yes.
If it is hollow, wouldn't it violate natural science? The audience questioned wildly. They couldn't believe the science they saw.
Because the outer layer of natural celestial bodies has a low density and the inner layer has a high density, which is normal. Once the Earth is hollow, then the Earth also violates natural science.
Everyone should distinguish the difference between hollow and hollow. In the picture,
Zhang then explained, of course the Earth is a natural celestial body, and also a scientific celestial body. The Earth has a surface, a core, a mantle, and so on.
And the void I'm talking about is not hollow inside. Speaking of this,
Zhang turned around and drew the Earth on the LCD screen.
Then he turned to face the camera and asked, but do you know?
Current science and technology cannot prove what the interior of the Earth is like. So, whether there is space inside the Earth, and whether it is solid, this is just a hypothesis. The hollow theory has never been mentioned by anyone in this world. And this is not nonsense, it is an accurate description of objective reality.
The deepest hole drilled by modern science is in the Bear Country. That underground hole is only 12 kilometers deep.
After a few years, the 12 kilometers record was broken and barely reached 16 kilometers. 16 kilometers is only a little more than 0.2% of the radius of the Earth, which is not worth mentioning. Therefore, everything in the world cannot be proven to be hollow or solid. Since the solidity of the Earth is a hypothesis, then it is understandable that the Earth may still be hollow.
There is also an invisible underground world. Zhang's narration once again caused the audience to ponder. After a little thought, Zhang's words were undoubtedly well-founded. It turns out that we humans don't know whether our Earth is solid? I can't imagine it. I always thought the Earth was solid. 16 kilometers is too shallow for the radius of the Earth. It can't even penetrate the surface. Oh my God.
This world is getting more and more terrifying.
But Atlantis has a lot to do with whether the Earth is hollow? In fact, some viewers have already guessed it.
The disappearance of Atlantis has a lot to do with the underground world.
It's just that they don't have deep channels to get more information.
Looking at the massive barrage of comments floating by,
Zhang nodded with satisfaction. Yes, everything is a hypothesis at present.
Atlantis and the underground world do have a great relationship.
He turned around and drew the core of the Earth inside the LCD screen. He then continued to draw an oasis in the opposite direction of the Earth's surface. Surface, human standing. Inner surface, human standing. Draw here.
Zhang turned to face the camera and explained, as you can see, this is the hypothetical picture of the Earth's hollow theory.
We live on the surface, and the humans in the underground world also live on the inner surface. And the distance between our surface people and the inner surface of the underground world is about more than 1,300 kilometers. That is half the distance from the surface to the mantle. As the picture explanation appeared, the audience watching the live broadcast were all stunned and couldn't help but widen their eyes. Zhangjia's narration shocked everyone again. From the surface to the mantle, there are actually two worlds of humans living?
They dare not imagine how the humans in the underground world reached the mantle.
As you can see, the fact is very likely to be like this. Except for the UFOs on the moon, the UFOs that appeared on our Earth are not the same batch. The video of the Bear Country's meteorite being destroyed by an unknown object at Mach 60 that I showed you earlier, the unknown object is likely to come from underground. Speaking of this,
Zhangjia inserted the USB into the LCD screen again and called up the video taken by the Bear Country's spacecraft in the last century. Although it was blurry, the content of the picture could be distinguished. When this video appeared in the previous life, it immediately caused shock to the entire scientific community. Especially astronomy. After most experts' identification, this is true. There is an entrance and exit in the north and south poles of the Earth. Kyoto. In the Institute of Physics. Watching the unnatural phenomenon similar to dragons sucking water,
Lao Zhou couldn't help but feel scared.
Not only him, but even the experts on the side were all shocked.
Entrance and exit, the entrance and exit of the north and south poles? Looking at the phenomenon of flowing clouds like a dragon entering the sea in the video, everyone was surprised, and another secret of the old Bear Country was leaked. But Xia Country would launch a satellite every few days. They even built a space station not long ago. Why didn't we take a picture of it? Could it be, there really be an entrance and exit? Lao Zhou looked at his classmates.
I saw my classmates shaking their heads in disbelief.
Once it is confirmed that there are humans inside the Earth. Moreover, people in the underground world save the surface at critical moments.
Therefore, the humans in the underground world have protected them invisibly.
Backward civilization on the surface. Lao Zhou felt it was necessary to contact Lao Maoxian's close friends. Find out the truth. As experts debate whether it's true.
Zhangjiu explained again, as you can see, this video was taken by the spacecraft of the old Bear Kingdom in the last century. It's about the connection between the underground world and the surface world. Then, he enlarged the picture again.
All I saw was a concave black hole that was wildly devouring everything around it. You can see that this hole is absorbing everything around it.
This is not a black hole, but one that actually exists on Earth.
In previous lives,
he and his scientific expedition teammates applied to the United Nations to go on an expedition to the North and South Pole. While investigating, he discovered that the cave entrance did exist. The detector was thrown towards the hole. No response for almost 10 minutes, until the signal was all lost. You can see how deep it is. But the 10-minute temperature showed that the temperature inside did not rise, but was exactly the same as the Antarctic temperature.
P.S. Family members, don't keep books.
Nearly half of them wanted books yesterday, and suddenly the bookstore stopped giving them. Becoming a god has already happened quickly enough, and there is no limit to how much I can support anymore. It's uncomfortable.
Thanks to the big guys like, Bai Luo Xin, Xiaoyu, Taoji Concept, and others for their gifts.
It's so troublesome to find the names of a bunch of big guys every time I want to thank you.
Especially after overexertion and dizziness. I won't thank you one by one today. I'm tired and sleepy and went to bed. Zhangjia put a goodie map on it. The location on the map is exactly the location photographed by the old Panda Kingdom spacecraft. Seeing the real map, Lao Zhou's pupils shrank. Because Zhangjia released the video first, he accepted it quickly. It's real. It's exactly the same location, except, it doesn't continue to absorb outside during the day, in the screen. Another piece of evidence against Zhangjia was brought out. If the entrances to the South and North Pole are metaphysics, then this evidence is more powerful that the entrances to the South and North Pole are science. A picture of a mammoth was put on the LCD screen. It was a giant mammoth.
In our understanding, it is a creature that lives on ice sheets and has thick hair all over its body.
But know that this is just speculation. Scientists have discovered mammoth fossils in the permafrost of Siberia.
So it was inferred that mammoths were creatures with hair and a pair of fangs.
But science continues to be overturned, and later scientists discovered mammoths are the ancestors of elephants, but elephants live in Africa.
According to common sense, mammoths should also live in Africa.
The explanation ends here. Zhangjia turned around and put a fossil picture on the LCD screen. This is a fossil of a mammoth.
The food in its stomach was fruits abundant in the tropics. Faced with this answer, everyone has their own opinions.
Hear this. Experts from the Institute of Physics discussed it one after another. Hey! There is such evidence. What do you think? Collective migration? No, it's not migration. The distance between them is too far. Zhangzhou is right. Could it be the drift of continental plates that caused mammoths to reach Africa? It is also possible that Siberia was hot tens of thousands of years ago, and a sudden change in weather one day would also lead to this situation, that is, a large-scale global cooling, an ice age. The inferences given by the experts are very professional. Plate drift theory, global cooling, and ice ages could explain the tropical fruits in the mammoth's stomachs. Just as the experts were discussing enthusiastically. Ouyang Bailey made a surprising statement. Could it be that the mammoth is not extinct yet, but it is a creature that lives underground? Hear this. The whole place suddenly fell silent. They looked at Ouyang Bailey in disbelief. Then he turned his attention to the computer screen. As old viewers, they certainly understand Jiang's motives. Once Jiangja starts to explain the scope of a certain creature, he never talks empty words, and the evidence will be released later. When I think of this, the experts looked in disbelief. Mammoths live underground? If the hollow earth theory is true, it could explain so many things. At this moment, the experts are all in disarray. Weird scientific knowledge has increased again. Kunming City. In the villa. During Jiang's live broadcast, 3 people in black plainclothes came to the home. They did not delay Jiang's live broadcast. Instead, wait until everything is over before questioning. The other party was from the National Security Bureau, and it was Jiangzhou who had previously revealed the secrets of the beautiful country and offered a simple reward. Face the camera. It was discovered that the number of people in the live broadcast room has exceeded 14 million. Then Jiangzhou also said the key to today, let's not mention the mammoths for now. The main thing is the hollow earth theory, which can explain many things. 1. UFO. The theory of underground holes can perfectly explain where UFOs come from generally in people's cognition. UFOs come from outer space. However, the UFO's ultimate speed is still difficult to speed through the distant stars. The time spent during this period is a technical problem. As early as thousands of years ago in ancient books across the country, there have already been records of UFOs. UFOs once visited the Earth thousands of years ago, and they still appear above the Earth from time to time in modern times. It just shows that UFOs have noticed the Earth. And it's somewhere on the Earth, I just don't want humans to notice it. Hear this answer. The audience's eyes lit up again. This explanation is perfect. It seems to be true. Although there are UFOs coming from outer space, they are unreliable. If this is the case, the previous unknown objects hitting the meteorite can be explained. Why did the UFO discover the meteorite at the first time? And then immediately rush to the Earth from a few light years away? This is obviously impossible. I firmly believe that the UFO came from the Earth. Those who come down are there to protect humanity. It must be thousands of years more advanced than us, and it must have technology and such. If there are humans in the underground world, are they underground people? More and more viewers recognize that UFOs come from the underground. Explaining that while humans in the underground world protect the surface world, it also indirectly proves that Atlantis may also exist underground. Not only that, the mantle is so deep that it is obviously impossible to drill through it with modern technology alone. I see more and more interesting comments. Zhangzhe did not keep the secret and immediately explained, yes, the underground world has more advanced technology than ours. They are more than one kind of people. How many kinds are there? I am not sure, but it is definitely more than 3 kinds. Facing the camera, Zhangzhe raised 3 fingers. Continue to explain. 1. Aliens. Thousands of years, or even tens of thousands of years ago, when aliens arrived on Earth, they realized that the Earth was not suitable for them to survive. Just like we see Mars, it is not suitable for us to survive. So the aliens used technology to drill 2 large holes at the North and South Poles and entered the underground world. Later, they were surprised to find that the underground world was more suitable for survival than the surface, so they lived underground. On the other hand, it was also better to observe the development and changes of the surface of the Earth, so they came to the surface from time to time to take a look. After listening to the whole explanation, the audience in the live broadcast room suddenly realized for a moment. Then their eyes gradually widened. Besides, they couldn't think of where else UFOs would gather besides the moon. Underground is a clear choice. Damn it! It's true. Just like the cold and hot planets we see in outer space, they are not suitable for us to survive. Fuck. So the aliens have been underground for a long time? Then Nua and the others are also there? I can't imagine.
A perfect explanation for UFOs to come to the surface for reconnaissance from time to time.
Host 666, I accept this explanation. Looking at the barrage of admiration, Jiangja smiled and explained, in fact, although this statement is good, the probability is still very small. After all, we saw UFOs in groups on the moon before. And they have never invaded the Earth. It also proves that they cannot attack the Earth due to some restrictions, otherwise they will die. Hearing this point of view, the audience nodded in agreement.
If there were no UFO groups on the moon, then they would definitely agree with this statement.
But the moon has already appeared. This statement reduces the possibility. Telling this,
why don't they dare to arrive on the Earth in groups? Jiangja turned around and wrote that existence on the LCD screen.
Reason 2, in the underground world, there live Atlanteans.
But Jiangja did not give examples one by one. Because legends are legends after all, and there is too little evidence to verify them.
Only Atlantis.
Jiangja can produce ready-made indefinite evidence at this moment. As you can see, UFOs on the far side of the moon do not dare to attack the Earth in groups. It is the ancient guardians who live underground.
Atlantis didn't really disappear. In other words, it disappeared incompletely. Instead, some of them lived in seclusion underground thousands of years ago.
Only when the truth comes out will people know where the Great Flood came from thousands of years ago. As Jiangja released the next evidence, only then did the audience realize that the secret of beautiful country had been conveniently taken away by Jiangja again.
Kunming City. In the small dark room of the TD station's data department.
At this time, Lowly obviously no longer cares about the ratings. The ratings have already exceeded 90%. For him, nothing is more exciting than watching the live broadcast.
Really, it's true.
The entrances to the North and South Poles are really gateways to the underworld.
Lowly couldn't help but be excited.
His childhood dream was to be an explorer. By the way, I can travel to the end of the world with my sword. Later, because I was busy and the sword was made of controlled metal, I didn't go there. Watching the live broadcast now is like traveling to the end of the world with a sword, and he feels it is worth it.
He casually grabbed Lao Chang, who was on the side. Lowly handed the phone to Lao Chang and asked, Lao Chang, how is it down there? Is it big? Is it hot? Lao Chang looked down at his phone and said, it must be very big down there. According to my understanding, it shouldn't be too hot. Since they can get in, it means we can get in too, at this time. Station director Zhang Xian happened to go into the data department to check the ratings. After checking the data, Lao Zhang walked to the door of the small black room and prepared to open the door. Suddenly I heard the conversation inside. Soon, he caught the key words, how's it going down there? Is it big? Is it hot? Hearing this, Lao Zhang suddenly got goosebumps. Get ready to leave quickly.
At this moment, out of concern for his subordinates, he approached the door and listened.
Lao Li's voice came from inside. No one else has entered down here, Lao Chang, do you want to go in?
Then Lao Chang's voice came.
Of course I do. After I go down there, it will definitely open the door to a new world.
Lao Zhang, who heard these conversations,
I just felt a chill running down my spine. The door to the new world? As a TV station leader, how can you do? He finally couldn't bear it any longer and immediately opened the door and angrily shouted, in broad daylight, 2 grown men actually, then I saw the 2 of them watching the live broadcast. Oh, I'm watching the live broadcast. Finish this sentence. Lao Zhang left the scene in despair and returned to the conference room that was not burned down. Watched the door being closed. Lao Li raised his head and said inexplicably, I think the stage manager seems weird. Lao Chang nodded in agreement. The station director is a very strange person to begin with. Kyoto Institute of Physics. Lao Zhou was asking his classmates whether they should go to the North and South Poles for an inspection.
After all, there is a ready natural entrance there.
Once you discover Atlantis, you might be able to learn something. Just as they were discussing an expedition to the North and South Pole,
Jiangja's voice in the picture dismissed most of their thoughts. There is a circle of technological fog underground, on the ground, and in the sky that is difficult to see with the naked eye. Once someone enters by mistake, they will lose consciousness and be condemned where they are. Actually, this news is not confidential to the senior officials of the beautiful country. When hearing these words, Lao Zhou and others looked at each other. Technological fog also exists in modern militarized warfare. Use electromagnetic interference technology to disrupt the enemy's vision. But what Jiangzhe told was obviously more advanced.
Even so, they did not immediately give up the idea of going to Antarctica for scientific research.
Then Jiangzhe posted pictures of foreign soldiers on the LCD screen.
As you can see, this is a human being who has entered Antarctica and seen people underground. What was displayed on the LCD screen was a beautiful Chinese person. Name, Richard Evelyn Byrd. Richard was a rear admiral of a beautiful country in the last century.
He was the first man to fly over the Antarctic, and he also saw the existence of underground people with his own eyes.
At the end of 1946, the beautiful country launched a large-scale exploration of Antarctica. This is a classified operation, Operation High Altitude Landing. The commander of the entire operation is none other than Mr. Richard.
In addition, he also has a special identity.
He is a member of the Illuminati in the beautiful country.
As for what the Illuminati is, we'll talk about it later when we have time.
Listen to Jiangzhe's explanation. Experts from the Institute of Physics were surprised again and again. Another secret has been exposed.
The National Security Center of the beautiful country is in front of Jiangzhe.
Really, just a decoration? At the same time, they expressed their incomprehension about the Illuminati. A brand new, unheard of organization. What is the Illuminati? Does the beautiful country have this organization?
While professors and experts were discussing it, Ouyang Bailey suddenly stood up and said, "The eye of God on the back of the dollar is the Illuminati. The Illuminati controls the entire beautiful country.
Their goal is to control the whole world. There were also rumors of aliens before.
Everyone in the Illuminati, they are super talents, financial, political, military, biochemical, cutting-edge talents, and the people in charge of all their talents are a group of mysterious people."
After saying this, Ouyang Bailey was suddenly confused and looked frightened. How do I know?
It was as if my brain suddenly enlightened. Some news that I have never heard of appears in my cognition.
The professors and experts on the side looked at Ouyang Bailey with strange eyes. Only Lao Zhou was not surprised, because he feels that way too. Since proving that the world is fake, more and more incredible realizations
and knowledge is constantly pouring into his mind.
It's just that Ouyang and Zhou Guoyao's detection methods are different.
I saw Ouyang Bailey being questioned by his classmates. Lao Zhou stepped forward to help him out. "Everyone, spread out and get to work.
It's important to figure out the tech fog.
Once you understand what the technological fog is," Lao Zhou was more concerned about the technological fog mentioned by Jiangzhe. The experts then sent the threat out.
Kunming City. In the villa,
I accidentally saw a barrage from an expert. Everyone is asking what the technological fog is.
Jiangzhe nodded slightly. This is a technology that a level 2 civilization can possess. I will talk about it later. The time came to February 19, 1947.
Commander Richard, taking his team on a mission. After all the planes left, the other planes came back one after another.
In the end, it was only his plane that didn't fly back.
In the end, Richard was missing for 3 hours. The miracle is within these 3 hours.
The explanation ends here.
Jiangzhe smiled mysteriously at the camera. Warm reminder, the later famous alien incident, the Roswell incident, also occurred in the first week of July 1947.
He didn't want to continue explaining this matter.
After all, today's theme is the mysterious caves at the North and South Pole. In the official live broadcast room,
more and more spectators are arriving.
As soon as the old fans came in, they saw Jiangzhe burying 2 suspenses in a row. No one knows how to bury suspense better than the host.
Jiangzhe is a qualified host.
I just checked and found out that Roswell is really in 1947, the same year as the secret revealed by the host.
I wonder if there are UFOs in Antarctica as well. Not only that,
in 1947, the little boy was only 2 years away from Hiroshima.
Is there something fishy about it? But during the 3 hours of missing, did you go to the underground world? Some attentive fans noticed.
Antarctica has something in common with Roswell, little boy, nuclear weapons.
But they lacked concrete evidence and could only wait for Jiangzhe's answer. Questions from the audience.
Jiangzhe shook his head and said in denial, "Yes, they all have something in common.
Actually, there's not much of a correlation."
Richard did not report the 3 hours of disappearance to the country because no one would believe him. Afterwards, General Richard recorded everything he saw and heard in his diary.
Speaking of which,
Jiangja took out the information in the diary but did not put it into the LCD screen immediately. This is Richard's diary. Before we talk about the diary, let's go back to February 26, 1947. During an operation in the beautiful country, the cruiser was attacked by a UFO and 63 people died. And General Richard's diary happened to record this incident in advance. The words fell. He turned around and highlighted the events surrounding the two incidents. The first one, General Richard disappeared for 3 hours on February 19, and it contains exact records of what happened on February 26. The second incident, on February 26, a UFO attacked the beautiful country's cruiser. The events and time were only 1 week apart. How did General Richard know what would happen a week in advance? In the real world, no one can predict future events in advance. Of course, that is something modern people cannot do. Doesn't mean advanced civilized people. Speaking of which, Jiangja clicked on the details page of the diary. The words just fell. There was a sudden uproar in the entire live broadcast room. Because the time difference doesn't match up at all. Damn it! What's going on? Predict the future? No way. Does Richard foresee the future? Richard recorded what happened on February 26 on February 19. Is this true? It's horrifying to think about it. Could it be that Richard knew what was going to happen on February 26, so he was missing for 3 hours, so he didn't report it to the country? Host, don't be pretentious, hurry up, hurry up. The audience speculated wildly. Everyone couldn't help but want to read the diary written by Richard. Because only the diary can accurately record all this. Even Lao Zhou and others from the Institute of Physics found it incredible. Yes. The time difference cannot be matched. It should be a premeditated thing. This is a guess made by Lao Zhou. Other experts nodded in agreement. Due to time difference, I can't match it. This scene can only be caused by a certain amount of premeditation. They did not suspect that Jiangja was talking nonsense. Because Jiangja never does anything he's not sure about. So this matter is very strange. The experts and professors immediately became serious and stared at the computer screen. Jiangja in the picture started reading aloud to the diary. Yes, the diary does record all this. The following is the original text February 19, 1947. I flew the plane out for reconnaissance as usual. After I drove for nearly 30 minutes, my radio gradually began to produce electrical noise, and I gradually lost contact with my men. At this time, a huge gray-white fog appeared in front of me, like a fog about to rain. Fortunately, my plane did not malfunction and I traveled directly through the past. After traveling through time, a magical scene appeared in front of me. This is no longer an ice soul, but a green mountain range. When I flew over the mountains, I was completely stunned. This was an oasis, an endless oasis with only a small river in the middle. I thought I was dreaming, so I pinched my thigh and felt a pain. This was not a dream. Read this aloud. Jiangja faced the camera and said in a voiceover, "Note, he is in Antarctica, and there cannot be green mountains around him. Is it an illusion? No. Is it imagination? Nope. Hear this." The audience couldn't help but straighten their backs. Things are getting more and more confusing. Piqued everyone's curiosity. Facing the camera, Jiangja continued to read. I started to circle around and inspected the area. This is indeed an oasis. But, how is this possible? How could an oasis appear in Antarctica? Just when I didn't understand the situation, the next scene made me scream out. Yeah, I saw a herd of mammoths. And they were eating food leisurely. I didn't stay for too long. I continued to scout forward. I thought I entered heaven, but my intuition told me that this was real. Gradually, I flew farther and farther, and I couldn't find the way back. Fortunately, a miracle happened. Just 30 minutes later, my dashboard suddenly began to malfunction. I panicked and fiddled with the dial subconsciously. Suddenly I looked up and a city appeared in front of me. Oh my God. I still can't forget the scene I saw. What's amazing is, although my dashboard was out of control, the plane still flew forward steadily. At this time, two objects flying very fast passed by my wings. Just when I was panicking, I heard a man's voice in my headset. Major General, welcome to our world. You will land in 7 minutes. When they said this to me, my plane began to be completely out of my control. I seemed to be sitting in a transparent elevator that was invisible to the naked eye and was descending diagonally. When I landed in the city built by chips, a man over 2 meters tall came out to take me and my technician in. I still remember that he was so tall, really tall, 2.5 meters, taller than anyone I have ever seen on Earth. His skin was extremely pale, but not without health. His hair shone in the light like gold.
Read this in the first person. Jiang just stopped reading.
Facing the camera, he explained, this diary is very long.
For the sake of the program, I will not read it completely. The audience had just immersed themselves in the diary. The barrage also decreased a lot. Because, the description is too real.
If Jiangja hadn't said it, they would have thought it was an excellent science fiction novel.
Who is the blonde man? What will happen to Richard and his technicians? Is the UFO mentioned by Jiangja the UFO that attacked the American cruiser?
A series of mysteries arise in everyone's mind. With such doubts, the barrage in the official live broadcast room suddenly broke out.
Mammoths appeared in the oasis of Antarctica. Could they really have entered from the Antarctic entrance?
Chip City?
The underground world in 1947 was thousands of years ahead of us, right? The UFO came from underground. I can't imagine it. What happened later? What was Richard's ending? Who is the blonde man? Why did the underground civilization only let Richard in? The audience had too many doubts. When anyone heard the real story like a science fiction story for the first time,
their worldview was inevitably refreshed again.
Just when the audience had many doubts,
Jiangzhou explained again, the blonde man who received Richard was actually a butler. The butler took Richard into the large house of the chip building, which was like a high-tech reception room. According to Richard's diary, the table in this room was made of chips and was very long, about 30 meters.
When it came to this, as a fantasyist,
Jiangzhou couldn't help but guess the level of technology of this city from the diary.
A city made entirely of transparent chips.
The energy contained in special chips is very large.
It is a good choice to make weapons, equipment, and spacecraft.
In addition, Richard encountered the second-level technology mist. It is enough to show that the technology level of the underground world is ahead of the surface world.
Nearly 20,000 to 30,000 years. This is just Jiang's conservative estimate.
At this time, Richard found another blonde man across the table who was old in vicissitudes of life. The man said to Richard in English, "Welcome to our world.
You don't need to be afraid, I just want to convey a message to you.
Our underground world has nothing to do with your surface world.
We never thought of interfering with your life. Until you dropped 2 atomic bombs in Hiroshima. When it comes to this..."
Jiangja turned around and circled the 3 words, "little boy," of Hiroshima on the LCD screen with a pen.
Many viewers were shocked.
The little boy atomic bomb is indeed related to the underground world. Their eyes gradually became confusing.
The truth is vaguely in the next moment.
Yes, your previous guess was correct. Especially when the United States dropped the atomic bomb, it was noticed by all the civilizations in space and underground.
Back to the diary. Until you dropped the atomic bomb, we began to pay attention to you again. Because you have begun to use atomic force.
And this phenomenon reminds us of something that happened on Earth a long time ago.
The diary records this.
Richard's description of the blonde old man. The other party's expression was extremely cold and serious.
When hearing this, a small number of viewers immediately thought of the previous popular science. Then the barrage broke out again. Fuck! Something that happened a long time ago? Could it be the ancient nuclear war? No way. Didn't the ancient nuclear war destroy the entire Earth? It turns out, there are witnesses to all this? Some viewers couldn't help but think.
In 1947, when technology was not developed,
Richard was able to say ancient nuclear war.
You know, the ancient nuclear war was mentioned by Jiangzhou a while ago.
When they thought of this, they couldn't help swallowing their saliva.
It was as if the things in ancient times were gradually connected in an orderly manner.
The explanation came to this point.
Jiangzhou nodded and explained, yes, it is the ancient nuclear war. In 1947, when the country was underdeveloped, Richard knew about the ancient nuclear war earlier than me.
This is enough to prove its authenticity.
Then the old man said that he sent a flying saucer to the surface after the atomic bomb exploded. The people in the underground world talked to the leaders of the United States, and the meaning was very simple: don't use nuclear weapons, otherwise you will destroy yourself in the future. But, contrary to expectations, the leaders of the United States did not listen to them.
At this point, Jiangzhou also doubted the authenticity of the matter.
Like some peace-loving military, they eliminated nuclear weapons and compiled stories. With this mentality, Jiangzhou visited all parts of the world. When he heard about the Roswell incident of the same year from relevant personnel, he realized what Richard tells has never been an anti-war story. But it was blocked by the beautiful country, top secret. That's why there was the incident of Richard entering the underground civilization. After saying this, the old man ordered the housekeeper to send Richard out. When Richard returned to the fighter plane, a mysterious force completely dragged the fighter plane back to the sky. Then it rushed into a technological fog. Finally, General Richard returned successfully. At this time, what Richard saw was still the icy Antarctic continent. Just as he was about to continue explaining, Jiang Zhe heard a knock on the door behind him. It's now 3 o'clock in the morning. The number of viewers in the live broadcast room has only increased. If this continues, I won't be able to finish it all day and night. Okay, it's too late today. There are some details after this incident, and I will explain them during the interaction. Next issue, I will focus on the sun. For the sake of audience retention, Jiang Zhe came up with the theme for the next issue, in previous lives. From his close friends at NASA, Jiang Zhe heard not only about the magic within the solar system, but also about the moon, Earth, Mars, Jupiter, etc. The most amazing thing is the sun. The existence of the sun was so special that he couldn't believe it. When he talks about the sun in the next issue, he will also overturn some of the errors in the theory of relativity. The theory of relativity appears extremely powerless in front of the sun. Now let's get into the connection. At the same time, Kyoto Research Institute. A number will be drawn in the live broadcast room, and viewers who are drawn can call my phone number directly. The experts looked at the picture regarding the underground civilization just described. They cannot forget it for a long time. Especially Jiang Zhe's secret about the beautiful country's major general's contact with the underground people. At first glance, it does sound like an anti-war story. However, as Jiang Zhe talked about it, they realized that things were not simple. When the underground people reminded Richard in 1947, they all talked about the ancient nuclear war. An ancient nuclear war led to the destruction of human civilization once. They can contact an advanced civilization, seeing low-level civilizations killing each other eventually led to their demise. When they think of this, everyone feels sorry. In order to find out the truth of the matter, Yang Bailey suddenly stood up. According to the recent international situation, nuclear war is inevitable. If it doesn't work out, I'll ask the United Nations to go to Antarctica. Go and see this Antarctic entrance. If you can get in, when it comes to this. Yang Bailey immediately had the idea of giving up. A depth of more than 1,000 kilometers is beyond the reach of modern technology. It can be said that unless someone wants to die, entering the Antarctic cave, being scalded to death, and various uncontrollable factors. Besides, Richard entered through the technological fog in the sky. In case the underground civilization doesn't want them to enter, then their trip would be in vain. What should I do? Have you given up exploring Antarctica? Everyone looked at each other, no one could make up their mind. Just when everyone couldn't make up their mind, Lao Zhou spoke, asked Jiang Zhe if he wants to go to Antarctica to explore the truth about other civilizations. This is not selfish desire, but something related to the future of this planet. Even if we don't meet them, we can still fabricate information to bring the truth to reality and call for global anti-war. As soon as these words came out, the experts nodded immediately. This makes sense. All the experts immediately picked up their mobile phones, opened the live broadcast room, and entered the lottery one after another. Exploring the entrance to Antarctica is not only about personal factors, but also about the future of the entire planet. In the screen, Jiang Zhe's voice came, "Our first lucky audience has been born." After the phone call was made, a young man's voice came from the other side. "Hello host, I am a college student majoring in physics from Kunming City." Jiang Zhe nodded slightly and asked kindly, "Hello, what is your question?" As soon as the male student's question came up, rather, it hits the mark on the real problem that Jiang Zhe has always wanted to avoid. "Hello, host, I am also very confused. Many people in our school like to watch your live broadcast. But 2 students in our school have watched your live broadcast and they both died. One of them is mine. Fat. He once said, the world is fake and meaningless, and then he met a car accident. Forget it once, the main thing is, 2 times in a row. I'm really scared." The male student's gradually trembling voice was heard. Maybe ordinary viewers can't hear it and think it's a coincidence. But there have been cases of Lao Wang's death before. In the end, everything comes down to once you deeply agree that the world is fake, then surprises will come. Regarding this question, Jiangja did not answer immediately, but pondered for a moment. Once this matter is not handled properly, more people will die.
Face the problem.
Jiangju explains seriously to the camera, to the audience in front of the screen, life is life, and popular science is popular science.
My purpose is to let you know the truth,
not to let you indulge in your own fantasies all day long. Once you indulge in fantasy, you will ignore various safety factors when walking, eating, shopping, or going out. So, protect yourself. Don't be in a dangerous place, consider my popular science.
Next one. This is Jiangja's answer after thinking deeply.
That is to say, the audience in the live broadcast room should think less and pay more attention to safety.
After hearing this explanation, the audience agreed.
Many old fans have begun to reduce their daily fantasies. During this period, some viewers were also obsessed with fantasy and neglected their studies and work.
It did cause some unnecessary misunderstandings. At the same time, Kunming City.
All the viewers who stay up late to watch popular science are at home.
Because the official host has spoken. Some parents inevitably criticize their children. Look, the official host has said it, why don't you study hard? Listen to what others say?
You have been reading popular science every day with your mobile phone in your hand these days. How short-sighted have you become? You can even fall in the shower and get a concussion. Study hard and be a scientist is more important than anything else.
When the time comes, you will be exposed to science. Situations like this happen door to door.
Children who were scolded.
He nodded repeatedly.
Some disobedient students were beaten on the spot by their parents, both male and female.
Kunming City.
In the television conference room. Taiwan elder Zhang has just recovered from his contact with underground civilization.
I heard the real problem. I immediately praised Jiangja.
Yes, I have also received emails recently, saying that various accidents have occurred. They have all watched Jiangja's live broadcast.
So everyone should still pay attention to safety. The most obvious one is Laoli from the data department.
Watching a live broadcast can make the bed collapse.
In addition, my knees were hurt by sleep. At this time, the second audience member's question came from the screen.
The voice was immature, but much more stable.
Hello, host, I am a high school detective from Japan, Kudoshin-e.
I am now investigating a case in Shiagua.
I found some clues in your speech. Excuse me, why are there UFOs on the moon? Since there is a team of space UFOs, does it mean that the moon is their base camp, or like an outpost? Are they monitoring us? It shouldn't be? You should know the answer I want to know. This question made all the audience's eyes light up. Many viewers did not notice this detail. There are countless UFOs on the surface of the moon, so where are they going? Or did Armstrong encounter an alien gas station? Hearing this question, Jiangja originally wanted to leave it for later. But the audience asked it in advance, so he could only reveal the content in advance. Kudo-kun, your question is very good. I can tell you my opinion directly. There are so many UFOs on the moon, my opinion is that team of UFOs did use the moon as an outpost, and also used it to observe the development of civilization on the surface of the Earth. According to the unwritten rules of cosmic civilization, the weak want to become stronger, but they encounter bottlenecks and can only learn more advanced technology. Our Earthlings' technology is not advanced, and the advanced ones are the underground world. And their enemies may not be as surface people for the time being. The current enemies are likely to be humans in the underground world.
As soon as these words came out,
all the audience couldn't help but shrink their pupils. Jiangja's views are completely different from those of the audience.
Previously, the audience thought that the UFOs were meant to destroy the Earth's civilization.
But the result is not, but they have some kind of covetousness for the underground civilization? So, why are there so many UFOs on the moon?
Warm reminder, the website is about to be revised, which may cause the reading progress to be lost. Please save the bookshelf and reading record in time. It is recommended to take a screenshot to save.
Sorry for the inconvenience caused to you.
The other side immediately asked the second question.
As you said, is the interior of the moon unusual? What's it like inside, and is there anything unusual somewhere on the far side of the moon? Facing the problem of Kudo Shinyi,
Jiangja couldn't help but shake his head and smile. We will mention the mystery of the moon later. He didn't wait for Jiangja to finish his answer. The other party couldn't wait to ask the third question.
Wait a minute, one last little question. Is the underground high-tech civilization the Atlantis civilization? And the UFO attack launched on February 26, 1947, Was it also the work of an underground civilization? As soon as these words came out, it was immediately approved by all the audience. Host, you have too much suspense. Be careful not to keep us. That's right, if you don't tell me this time, I will be released from prison and leave. Brothers, take a walk. Which button is the unblock button? Oops. I accidentally clicked on it. The barrage was raised like crazy. The duplicitous audience agreed to cancel the post, but the number of followers increased by more than 200,000 in a short period of time. Face this lovely audience. Jiangja smiled from the bottom of his heart. Okay, let's continue. 1. Underground civilization. As I said before, there is more than just Atlantis. The blonde man I mentioned just now is an Atlantean. 2. Yes, Richard reported the news to the military first, but the military did not accept Richard at first until, in March 1947, a UFO attacked a beautiful American cruiser. Afterwards, the Antarctic Operation High Altitude Landing Team returned to the beautiful country. When Richard entered the beautiful country, he was immediately controlled from all aspects. Some soldiers who participated in Operation High Altitude Landing told their relatives and friends about these things when they returned to the beautiful country. Later, in order to control the situation, the beautiful country sent those soldiers to a mental hospital. After Richard saw how weak his energy was, he wrote what happened in this diary. In addition, the soldiers on the attacked cruiser all saw the flying saucer moving stationary at super high speed, accelerating from extreme motion to extreme stillness in just an instant. Later, the UFO attacked the cruiser for 20 minutes, and finally dived into the sea and disappeared again. After that, it did not attack humans again. The words fell. The barrage in the live broadcast room suddenly decreased. Many viewers couldn't help but feel numb. They accidentally learned another truth. After the UFO attacked the cruiser, it returned to the bottom of the sea and disappeared. There is an exit under the sea. At the same time, UFOs seem more like a conspiracy deliberately released by the Atlanteans. But what exactly it is, the audience has no way of knowing. What? Entered the bottom of the sea? There is also an entrance to the bottom of the sea? Is this why we can't find flying saucers on the surface? Why did the UFO attack the cruiser? Is it just that Richard didn't listen to the blonde old man? Kudo Shinyi couldn't help but asked more questions crazily. Jiangja felt helpless for a while. At this time, the knock on the door rang again in the hall. I know, it will be over later. Jiangja smiled helplessly and explained, yes, there are channels under the sea. The channels for UFOs currently include space, underground, and the seabed. In addition, we do not rule out the possibility that people from advanced civilizations have disguised themselves as ordinary people and entered our civilization. The beautiful American military did not listen to what the blonde man told Richard. So that UFO attack was launched. The amazing thing is that during the attack, there were only people who drowned, and the UFO did not attack any Navy soldiers. As you may have guessed, the Atlanteans really want to tell the countries on the surface something. No matter how powerful you are, you can't compare to the civilization of our underground world, so you can save on atomic bombs and don't destroy your country. Because no matter how powerful you are, you can't compare to us, so don't use atomic bombs anymore. Hear Jiangja's story. The audience discovered another hidden truth. The UFO did not kill anyone. Those who died were only sailors who were unfamiliar with water and drowned. The truth seems to be true. Holy shit. Host, can you send us your diary? That's right. I feel like you haven't said a lot. Fafa. Can't stand the curious audience. Jiangja immediately moved his fingers and sent the information to the internet. You can go online and watch it yourself. Kudo Shinyi, do you still have any questions? A muttering voice came from the other side. So, there is really someone behind the scenes protecting the Earth. It's just that person is not us humans, but underground people, so the ones from the Bear Country are the meteorite, was also destroyed by Atlantis. Hear this. Kudo Shinyi has entered a state of reasoning. Jiangja could only hang up the phone. The third lucky viewer will then be screened. The lottery scrolled and a number from the Kyoto Research Institute was immediately drawn. A man's magnetic voice came from the other side. Hello, Jiangja, I am Ouyang Bailey from the Kyoto Institute of Physics. I just have one question, the entrance to Antarctica, can we surface people enter? As soon as this question came out, many viewers felt it was extremely novel. Ordinary people just want to know more, but the national level already wants to take practical action. Facing this problem, Jiangja thought for a while and asked back, even if humans can successfully enter the underground, what are you going to do? A while ago, humans really couldn't go deep underground. But since the military received Jiang's black technology,
especially the military-grade future close-fitting armor, it is enough to resist various dangers.
But there are still many unknowns, so he won't guarantee it. This is only the security aspect.
On the other hand, the depth, 1,000 plus kilometers. There must be no such conditions in the world to go into such a deep distance.
Unless someone goes skydiving.
But with the acceleration, even with close-fitting armor, it can't resist the terrifying acceleration. Besides, since Atlantis doesn't want to make public contact with the surface, it means that they don't want to contact us.
Will you talk about technology with a group of primitive people? Even if we give the technology of making airplanes to primitive people, can they learn it?
These words were spoken by Jiangja.
Ouyang Bailey couldn't help swallowing his saliva.
The idea of going deep underground was immediately stopped.
After hearing the problem, Jiangja said.
Old Zhou and others from the institute nodded repeatedly. Building a detection ship made of cutting-edge alloy can completely solve the problem. But that will cost hundreds of billions of US dollars.
I guess no country would be willing to do this thankless task. Let us humans handle our own affairs. When our technology is advanced, will we still bother the underground civilization? After saying this, Jiangja said the closing words to the audience. Then he went off the air to receive 3 agents from the National Security Department.
The live broadcast room began to enter the commercial.
Haven't you heard enough? Host, come back.
By the way, I saw 3 shadows in the villa just now.
Is the host being targeted? Inside information, people from the State Department have been dispatched.
Fuck.
Because you stole the secrets of the United States, you are being targeted? Will the live broadcast room be closed?
Probably not. Maybe they will ask about Jiang's technology. I'm in Koan City. I'll go see what happened.
With curiosity, a small number of Koan City viewers drove overnight to Jiang's villa to find out. At the same time, Koan City TV station.
After seeing Jiangja go off the air,
criminal policeman Lao Zhong immediately breathed a sigh of relief.
Receiving such cutting-edge science at one time, he and his men all couldn't help but doubt their lives.
Then Lao Zhong handed the organized information on the explosion case to the station director Lao Zhang. This explosion is a bit bizarre. I wonder if he is satisfied with this answer.
Old Zhang nodded. I know, I will fax it to him. The staff in the entire conference room knew the special nature of this explosion.
Maybe they thought it might be a coincidence before. But after listening to more popular science analysis, they don't think so.
Something seems to be dealing with Jiangzhou in the dark.
Koan City. In the Huaxia Manor Villa. 3 agents in black sat opposite the reception table. Respectfully. Originally, they could overwhelm Jiangja under the official momentum. Now, they think too much. When facing Jiangja,
it seems like facing a ferocious beast, and a sense of powerlessness arises spontaneously.
Jiangja took a sip of pu'er tea and said, "Don't be restrained, just say what you want to say."
The captain of the special agent nodded. Nothing, it's mainly a routine visit to ask questions. I hope you will cooperate.
Speak. You stole. No, did you really get the information in your hand from the United States? Earlier, they asked through overseas staff. The overseas staff told the captain of the special agent. There is no one from any country in the United States to get these materials. Therefore, the security department can only turn the clues to Jiangja. It was all done by Jiangja himself. If this technology is used by the country.
The captain was interrupted by Jiangja just as he thought about this.
Yes, the technology is confidential and will not be shared with anyone. Goodbye.
After saying that, Jiangja stood up. Because he had heard the sound of the fax machine.
Close the door after you leave, and don't come to me again in the future. I don't want to have too much contact with the top. Hearing this,
the 3 agents looked at each other.
Due to the order of their superiors, they did not dare to disturb Jiangja anymore. Before leaving, the captain of the special agent asked again, "Jiangja, do you know that there have been strange deaths all over the country recently?" Jiangja's voice came from the study. "I don't know, is there anything else?"
There is one thing in common, they all believed that the world is fake before they died.
Hearing this,
Jiangja came out of the study and looked at the 3 people with a serious expression. Don't know too much about some things, it will lead to accidental disasters.
Drive safely.
After saying that, he left the living room again and returned to the study.
Watching Jiangja leave,
the captain of the special agent shook his head and looked at the team members. He may know, but he can't say it clearly. Another team member said, he answered this question from the audience in the live broadcast room just now. What he said was very official, as if he was hiding. I saw it, but I always feel uneasy. Then the three left the villa area. It's not that they got nothing, at least Jiangja really cared about them. Not long after the incident, the captain was driving and met a wild boar on the road. He braked suddenly and almost caused a disaster. At this point, the three agents understood what Jiangja meant. In the study, Jiangja looked out the window and heard the sound of the brakes. He shook his head helplessly. It should be that the audience gradually realized something, which caused the strange death case. At this time, he picked up the case report on the printer, quickly browsed. Conclusion of the TV station explosion case, the line 3 meters below the lecture hall is aging. And there are several gas cylinders 5 meters below. According to the investigation, 25 years ago, this was a gas processing plant. In order to resell natural gas, the boss sold the gas to the underground organization for terrorist attacks. Later, the case was led by the superiors. The underground organization was immediately wiped out. As a result, no one remembered that there were dozens of gas cylinders hidden underground in the TV station. An ID card was also found 3 meters underground. It was the ID card that you, Jiangja, lost when you came to the TV station to report. Because it was well preserved, only the edge was burned. Things are getting weirder and weirder. Record, the 1st Public Security Criminal Police Brigade Zhongshanshou. Browse to this. Jiangja smiled as if he was as expected. Coincidence. It looks like a coincidence, but it is not a coincidence. Because from the moment the Big Bang began, all kinds of butterfly effects led to the accident of the gas tank explosion yesterday. If Jiangja's popular science did not exist, I am afraid that the outside world would regard this as a coincidence. In short, we just need to avoid it everywhere in the future. With Jiangja's IQ, he has many ways to avoid accidents. Just as he was thinking, the mechanical sound of the system came from his mind. Ding! You have completed this popular science, and the total number of popular science people, 16.89 million. Ding! You get popular science value plus 680,000. Ding! The accumulation is insufficient and the next function cannot be unlocked. Ding! Reward, Tokamak Magnetic Confinement Device Upgrade Blueprint, which has been submitted to the country. Ding! You have avoided one life law disaster. Reward, Strong Artificial Intelligence Technology Blueprint +1. Here a series of system prompts. Jiangja's eyes were anxious. In addition to the popular science value, 2 drawings were obtained this time. The first drawing is the main restraint device for controlling nuclear fusion. Due to scientific difficulties, the irradiation brittleness and tritium retention of controlled nuclear fusion cannot be solved. But this drawing perfectly records how to solve it. That is, this drawing can make controlled nuclear fusion technology completely produced in advance. It's a bargain for the country. It's a lie to say that I don't envy it. Such a strong technology. Once it is mastered by the country's status will surpass all countries in the world in the next few years. Then Jiangja moved his eyes to the second drawing. Strong artificial intelligence, he is clear. According to the current artificial intelligence, no, artificial idiocy. Strong artificial intelligence can only be hundreds of times stronger than artificial idiocy. At least it can think, deduce, and solve problems. Even if the technology is not the most advanced, it can plan a series of possible disasters for Jiangja. Thinking about this, he saw the last law of life. As the name suggests, the law of life. In short, major disasters that are bound to happen in life. As long as you avoid them, you can get rewards. This is a faster way to get technical drawings. But, the two-sided ending is too big. We must hurry up and create strong artificial intelligence. Share my worries. Then, Jiangja called out the laboratory. After learning that there was no progress with mice number 99 and number 100. Only then did he start studying artificial intelligence drawings. Kyoto. Weapons R&D base. A group of R&D engineers were playing landlord next to the computer. Just because the technical drawings didn't come. They had been waiting for nearly an hour. No, I can't stand it anymore. There will definitely be no drawings today. Olden, since you received Jiangja last time, he has stopped sending drawings. Did you offend him? Being accused by his classmates. Anyang fell into deep thought. When thinking carefully about where he offended Jiangja. Ding dong. A sound came from the computer.
All the engineers' eyes lit up and they immediately got up from the ground. Is the email coming? Anyang's eyes were burning, and he immediately came to the computer. He hurriedly opened the email to check. Mature confinement device for controlled nuclear fusion. When he saw the name of the technology, everyone's heart beat faster and their breathing became rapid. Anyang couldn't help browsing down. Quickly browsed through all the key technologies. The experts looked at each other. All of them were shocked by each other's expressions. Every technical difficulty was marked. They couldn't imagine that a mature confinement device for controlled nuclear fusion would appear in Jiang's hands first. The key to today's nuclear fusion is not whether it can react continuously, but the device for confining nuclear fusion. Once the device appears, controlled nuclear fusion will not take 30 years. It can be fully manufactured in just a few years, or even more than a year. Short-distance interstellar travel is one thing. After the main technology is conquered, countries will not scramble for resources, and mankind will enter the first global peace period. Because controlled nuclear fusion has given civilization unlimited energy. Developed. I really can't imagine that controlled nuclear fusion is within reach. So that's it. Jiangju was holding back a big move last time he didn't send the technical drawings. I really love it. A group of engineers cried with joy. At this moment, nothing can stop their excitement about the country's strength. Anyang has been stunned in front of the computer. When a group of engineers excitedly took the key technology to attend a meeting, he glanced at the address of the email, Antarctica. Is it finally not in the alien galaxy this time? Finally, Anyang reported the information to the chief Changshan. Changshan drove to the base overnight. After reading all of it, he was so excited that he couldn't sleep at night. The country will usher in a stronger era. It also means that the technical bottleneck has been broken through a long distance tonight. So he ordered another 10 billion free funds to Jiangzhou. For this technology, Changshan did not let Anyang hold a press conference. The next day, the laboratory in the different dimension space. When he had already understood the key points of the first stage of artificial intelligence, he was interrupted by the phone prompt. He picked up the phone and took a look. Your card number 6226. 10000000000 has been credited. Then he turned off the phone. He was indifferent to the money he received, and he could not spend it all. Maybe in the future, we can make a quantum reconnaissance satellite for fun. Comprehensively detect neighboring stars and what is happening on Earth. The premise is that there must be pre-existing technology that can conceal it from countries around the world. Otherwise, we will face the accusation of the United Nations, and there will be more troubles in the future. Just as he was studying the technology, the outside media has been flooded with Jiang's revelations yesterday. Shocking. The moon is an alien base, with video as evidence. How long has the United States concealed it from the world? Where do UFOs come from? Maybe they already exist on Earth. Exclusive revelation. The Atlantis super-civilization really exists. The passage of underground civilization, the entrance to the North and South Poles. Good news. Good news from the front, a mysterious army of the Bear Country completely annihilated the rebels, and it is said that the mysterious equipment came from the hands of a mysterious person in our country. The biggest hacker in Xia country is none other than Jiangzhou in Kun City. Fuck. I watched the video, there are so many UFOs. So long, a warship of more than 1,000 meters. I haven't been online for a night, how come there are so many news? Atlantis has been found? Major General Richard has been to the underground world and met Atlanteans? This host is so amazing, he can even steal NASA secrets? The internet is even crazier than ours. Many foreign netizens no longer believe in them. They also said they want to surrender to Xiagua. I just laughed. Only a ghost wants them to surrender. I want to go to the underground world. Since we can't go to Antarctica, we will form a team to go to the North Pole. Who wants to come? Sign up and deduct 1,1111, I'll go. Form a group and go see Atlantis, a popular check-in place. A series of news was released. The entire internet suddenly became a lively vegetable market. At the same time, Kyoto. In the Institute of Biology. A group of scientific researchers in white coats were anxiously looking at the lab table. There was a puppy with brain damage on the table. They were excitedly watching the puppy slowly stand up. Suddenly, woof woof, the puppy's eyes seemed to become clear. When it saw director Song Zhengi, the puppy stretched out its tongue and licked old Song's right hand. Success! Success! Old Son's pupils shrank and his heartbeat quickened. Then he picked up the puppy and observed it excitedly. The hair was lush and the eyes were clear. The originally demented puppy was really repaired by the gene virus, and even its skin became much firmer. Then the whole institute burst into cheers. Old Son looked at his classmates with a happy look in his eyes. After a week, the first phase of the experiment was a perfect success. Next, the second phase of the experiment, human experiments. Start recruiting volunteers. I hope you will keep it up. After the order was completed, Old Son immediately trotted out of the laboratory. Informed Jiangzhu of the news. Jiangzhu, who received the news, did not react much. After all, it was a qualified gene virus. Even animal experiments can be completely omitted. Kyoto. In the Institute of Physics. The people led by Lao Zhou are conducting further research on the virus. I just received a call from Lao Son from the Institute of Biology. Lao Son's first phase of the experiment has been perfectly successful.
This means that Jiangzhu is many steps ahead of their group of experts. This instantly aroused his competitive spirit. However, in the past few days, under his leadership, they have been able to use specific viruses to treat some common diseases. But they still haven't taken a key step. His goal is to use genetic viruses to conquer cancer. It is completely different from Jiangzhu's development of viruses to strengthen the body, improve intelligence, etc. At this time, Lao Zhou's friend from the bear country called. Hey! My old buddy, I have arrived in Kyoto. I have brought out the information you want. This is confidential. I heard that you are not doing physics recently, but biology, and you are using viruses to conquer the genetic sequence of organisms recently? If possible, I want a recent biological research report. International relations such as exchanging information. In fact, it is not allowed on the surface, and it is regarded as a special envoy. But Lao Zhou wanted to know the truth about what the bear country filmed in Antarctica, and whether Gagarin's astronauts also saw the truth about the entrance to Antarctica. So he had no choice. Anyway, the research data is relatively basic. The real core is in Jiangzhou, and Lao Zhou can't get it out. Then he agreed immediately, no problem, I'll pick you up at the airport. Institute of Physics, in the conference room. Zhou Guoyao just received a close friend from the bear country, Lermontov from the airport. The other party is a top biologist. Old Zhou spoke first, how is it? Did you bring the information? Lermontov took a sip of tea. Why do you suddenly want our country's space information? The other party looked at old Zhou curiously. Zhou Guoyao said with a mysterious expression, there is something strange in it. Mainly, he wanted to confirm the authenticity of the entrance to the South Pole. After reading the popular science, he has been thinking about the entrances to the South and North Poles. Although he believes Jiangzhou, he still wants to witness the official information of the bear country with his own eyes. The entrance to the underground world. The existence of underground civilization, ancient Atlantis. Just these gimmicks are enough to excite the relevant experts. It's been so long, how could there be something strange? I don't know. Lermontov took out the blue book from his briefcase and handed it to old Zhou with doubt. Lao Zhou also handed his biology report to Lermontov. Lermontov was the first to finish reading the first page of information. A genius-level idea, which successfully used genetic viruses to repair DNA and successfully solved various human diseases. Did you come up with this? Lao Zhou shook his head without raising his head. It was proposed by a host in my country. When he heard host, Lermontov was shocked. The threshold for hosts in Xia country is too high. To be a host, you must also understand biology, viruses, and DNA. He was glad that his country did not have such regulations. Then he moved closer to Lao Zhou and prepared to check the space information with Lao Zhou. As a biologist, he was not interested in the space engineering of the bear country. So he didn't know what the information was. Lao Zhou opened the blue book, quickly browsed. The first few pages were okay, all simple space information. As he went further and further back, real space shots of the Earth appeared in the information. There are aerial shots of both the North and South Poles. There are rotating holes in the center of both the North and South Poles. The hole was devouring everything around it crazily. There was also a note in Russian on the side, not an unknown weather condition, suspected underground entrance. A series of data later showed that the bear country knew about this, and the staff at the Antarctic Survey Station were also ordered by the official to investigate the hole, but the hole was too deep. There was no technology to land. Therefore, the bear country wanted to drill a hole in Antarctica and try to reach the underground. But when it drilled to more than 10 kilometers, it could not go deeper. In addition, the economy of the former bear country was sniped by the United States, resulting in insufficient funds.
This plan, called underground exploration, was completely abandoned. What is going on? Lermontov's eyes moved frantically between the data report and Lao Zhou.
This kind of thing does not look like a natural weather condition.
In other words, it has completely violated science. Indistinctly, Lermontov knew Zhou Guoyao's purpose.
When he saw the scene, old Zhou was stunned. It's true. It turns out that Jingfu of the former bear country discovered this entrance and started digging holes in Antarctica. They also wanted to find the underground world, but they couldn't find it, so they dug holes themselves. Everything became clear in an instant. Bear country has always known, but they can't do anything. Or, the most confidential departments of countries around the world know each other, but they can't do anything.
What's going on, old Zhou? Lermontov kept asking old Zhou.
From the other party's expression, he observed the seriousness of the matter.
Eased for a moment.
Old Zhou sighed and explained, underground world, the entrances to the south and north poles you see are the entrances to the underground world.
Lermontov frowned.
For a moment, he thought Zhou Guoyao was crazy. I thought I could hear some secrets that scholars have never heard.
Scientists actually believe in the underground world? Lermontov looked at Lao Zhou suspiciously. You are not lying to me, are you? Underground world. How is it possible? Our country's Zhengfu drilled a hole in the ground just to find the underground world?
As far as he knew, Zhengfu drilled a hole in Antarctica just for scientific research experiments.
How could it be so outrageous? Zhou Guoyao said unhappily, I told you and you didn't believe it.
I said there is a super-developed civilization in the underground world.
Do you believe it?
At this moment, Lermontov was completely speechless.
When he was full of doubt, Lao Zhou patiently explained, do you know Atlantis?
Yes, it is the Atlantis that was destroyed by the flood in the legend.
Now it has been found. Atlantis is at the entrance of the North and South Poles. Not only that, there are many civilizations in the underground world.
It is said that there is not only Atlantis, but also other unknown civilizations.
Do you know the United States? One of their major generals entered Atlantis. There was also a UFO attack on the United States.
Later, this news was officially blocked by them. All those who knew about it were arrested with the name of mental illness.
Do you think they are bad? Lermontov listened to Lao Zhou's description.
His brows almost wrinkled into a straight line.
At this time, Lermontov had already wanted to find the most powerful psychiatrist in the bear country for Lao Zhou. It is also possible that Lao Zhou called him this time to tell himself from another perspective. Maybe he got paranoia because of the pressure at work. Lermontov hugged Lao Zhou slowly with a caring look. Lao Zhou, don't say anything. I am willing to pay for you to find the best doctor in our country. Zhou Guoyao heard this and immediately tapped Lermontov's head lightly with his hand. You are the one with paranoia, you don't believe it, right? At this point,
he immediately turned on the TV in the conference room. Started replay.
I'm going to do research.
Take a good look at it yourself to see if these are true.
After saying this, Lao Zhou left the conference room, leaving Lermontov alone, watching the TV show.
As Zhang Zhe began to tell the story,
until things gradually turned around, and the confidential information presented, Lermontov was stunned. A whole new world seemed to be opened. How is it possible? Atlantis is underground, and the astronauts of the United States first knew the secret, but hid it from the whole world? Lermontov was so shocked that he kept swallowing his saliva. Not only that, it was mainly the UFO fleet on the moon.
Why did it stop there?
Why did the United States block these many secrets? Until now, Lermontov finally realized it.
It turns out that the old bear country did not compete with the United States in the space race, for no reason in the last century.
It turns out that there are unknown secrets behind it.
He has even guessed that there are unspeakable secrets behind the space race between the old bear country and the United States in the last century.
Why insist on going to space? Is it just to find aliens first?
When he thought of this, he thought of the Roswell incident in 1947.
It was at that time that the United States picked up the parts of the UFO.
So the United States is shining in various fields.
Yes, that must be the case. Professor Lermontov couldn't help but want to watch the next video.
I immediately rushed out of the conference room.
I found Lao Zhou, who was researching the virus.
Lao Zhou.
What is the truth behind this? Did the United States deliberately conceal this news? Did aliens instruct them to do so? Or has the United States colluded with aliens? Looking at Lermontov rushing in, a series of questions were thrown out. At this moment, he was already crazy about it. The next truth is definitely in Jiang's hands. As long as Jiang continues the live broadcast, he will be able to find the truth and tell Mao Xiangguo what's right. Pay the price for the beautiful country's malicious attack on the old bear country. Are you in such a hurry? Lao Zhou took off his goggles and replied, the TV station has exploded. You can find the answer in the live broadcast room tomorrow. If you are in a hurry, you can go to the post bar in the live broadcast room to ask questions from netizens. What he called Tiaba. It was a gathering place where the live broadcast room suddenly opened last week. In order to retain Jiang's audience, the live broadcast platform was specially opened. Grateful. Lermontov immediately ran out. I took the lead in sending the video just now to the embassy of the furry bear country in China through the industry communication platform. Received video and message from Lermontov. The embassy in China immediately forwarded the video to relevant agencies in the furry bear country. Then Lermontov couldn't wait to come to the conference room. Click on Jiang's live broadcast room. As soon as you come in, you will find that 4 to 5 million people are watching the commercials. Brothers, I came back from exploring the road, and the security bureau encountered a car accident in front of the host's house. Fuck. What's going on? Have no idea. Brothers, stop chatting here. You can go to the post bar to chat. There are many guys analyzing Jiang's videos. Scan the barrage content. Lermontov immediately clicked on the link portal and followed the majority of netizens into the Tiba. Many magical posts come into view. Reveal. The authenticity of the underground entrances to the North and South Pole. I have personally been to the Antarctic. We are in the beautiful country, and they are trying their best to hunt for Jiangja. He is laughing so hard that they can't catch him at all. Analyze the possibility of Jiangja's next content, the sun. The post was posted like crazy. Lermontov lost his composure and immediately posted a controversial post. Did the beautiful country of the last century deliberately attack the old furry bear country with the help of aliens? As soon as the post came out, the audience enthusiastically left comments on the post. Brother, your idea is very novel. Considering the UFO on the back of the moon just now and the level of technology in the beautiful country, I doubt it is really possible. Thank you for the invitation. From the analysis of the national strength of the last century, the old furry bear country is very strong and is the opponent of the beautiful country. With the help of aliens, the two countries will not have a Cold War. The beautiful country will not be imposing economic sanctions on the old country. Mao Xiong, the space race, is just a gimmick to drain the national power and funds of the old Mao Xiong country. That's probably true, brother, you're thinking too much. Is it possible? The beautiful country has long been controlled by aliens. Didn't the host say Illuminati? This, pretty Guazanga is actually a puppet? Fuck. It's possible. More and more questions are being raised. Lermontov was relieved. If the beautiful country really has the support of aliens, it deliberately attacks the old fur bear country. Then this incident is a big one. After that, Lermontov completely became Jiang's first-tier fan. After reading the popular science and the past issues at the Research Institute, he immediately took a plane and rushed back to the country. Notified the relevant authoritative physics experts about the incident. As a result, experts from Mao Xiong country began to officially enter Jiang's live broadcast room. Kunming City. Different Dimensional Space Laboratory. Jiangja has been studying in the laboratory since he sent away the agents of the Security Bureau at night. After a new round of biological experimental research, he made new progress at 12 o'clock noon. Although no progress was made in the direction of strengthening, certain results were obtained in the direction of destruction. Pick up the video camera. Jiangja recorded everything in front of him. This is the test mouse number 147 that I recorded in. Although they are dead, the state they showed when they were alive just now is very breakthrough. Earlier, this white mouse was injected with viruses by injection and airborne viruses respectively by Jiangja. When injected, the mouse died within 1 second. In the air type, the mouse was paralyzed for nearly 10 seconds, and then completely brain dead. So he experimented several more times. From small mice to adult animals. Jiangja was surprised to find that when the virus was put into the air at different doses, the lethal results were also different. A mouse can survive only 0.5 seconds in a large amount of viral gas. Almost instantaneous death. As for large animals, their whole body becomes limp for nearly 5 seconds, and then they begin to die slowly. It can also be said that while Jiangzhe unintentionally broke the biological genetic lock, he also developed something that is extremely harmful to the brain nerves alpha virus during this period. He took risks. The virus can only make him feel dizzy when all his attributes are 100 points. It is then turned into waste gas by body functions and spit out from the body. Although biochemical, viruses do not conform to the moral values of modern society. But facing invaders of the country, and any possible invaders, it is a perfect lethal weapon. Should I hand it over to the country? Jiangzhe pondered. At this time, the phone suddenly rang. It was Lao Song from the Kyoto Institute of Biology. The report of Lao Song was about the second phase plan. Ask Jiangzhe if he has any good ideas and whether it can be used directly for human trials. Facing Lao Song's concerns, Jiangzhe immediately gave his opinion: no need for human trials. I have gone through a lot of experiments and there is no harm. It can be released as a drug on a chosen day. Hearing this, Lao Song thought for a while and agreed, okay. But I have found 2 volunteers. The gene drug can be officially released next week. Once released, there will be a steady stream of funds pouring into Jiangzhe's account around the world. After that, money is really just a string of numbers for Jiangzhe. When he was about to hang up the phone, Jiangzhe asked the key question: what do you think of biological weapons? Old Song: biological weapons, it depends on where they are used. If they are used to defend the country, I support their research and development. If they flow into the hands of bad people with corrupt morals, it will be a big trouble. Jiangzhe thought for a while and asked, if you were given a highly lethal virus that can make people, or a sufficient dose to make the brain nerves of a whole city of people corrupt and die in 3 seconds, what would you do? Hearing this, the other side swallowed saliva and asked tremblingly, have you developed it? Jiangzhe nodded and said, yes. As soon as this was said, the other party was completely autistic. After 3 minutes of silence, Old Song finally spoke: to be honest, I don't know. This is a highly double-edged genetic weapon. Although our country appears to be peaceful and harmonious, in fact, there are a lot of 500,000 people walking in the mainland, and the information is very easy to leak. Old Song: but you can completely trust Chief Changshan of the Military Industry Department. He has control over this deadly weapon. I trust all of them. Hearing this, Jiangzhe nodded slightly. Thank you, Lao Song, I'll hang up for now. He already has an idea of the direction of biological weapons. Perhaps the system chose to hand it over to the Kyoto Weapons Research and Development Department for a reason. At least no information has been leaked so far. Just waiting for tomorrow. If the system does not give the technology, then this genetic weapon will be handed over to the country as technology. Warm reminder, the website is about to be revised, which may cause the reading progress to be lost. Please save the bookshelf and reading record in time. It is recommended to take a screenshot to save. Please forgive us for the inconvenience caused to you. Next time, Jiangzhe continues to study strong artificial intelligence. The consciousness link has not yet been fully understood, nor has the appropriate algorithm. Simply create the body first. When it came time to need materials for manufacturing, he discovered that the value of popular science was empty. We can only wait for tomorrow. Then he walked out of the laboratory, walked into the hall, and sat on the sofa. He raised his head and squinted his eyes to observe the sun in the sky. Tonight's theme is the sun. In previous lives, he still remembered when he first heard the secret of the sun. Everyone was stunned. Everything hidden in the beautiful country is so dark. In dark modern society, the news will not spread for another 10,000 years. Tonight's reveal will be about hitting the sun head-on and revealing its secrets. I wonder how many countries will send detectors to detect the sun. Jiangzhe can relate to these situations. At the previous watching auditorium, Anyang revealed to Jiangzhe that the country is preparing to implement the manned moon landing plan in advance. The previous Chang'e 5 was a lunar landing exploration mission. Even if Jiangzhe doesn't release that secret, Xiaoguo will continue to land on the moon. Because in the future, humans will eventually leave the Earth. Before reaching Mars, try your hand at the moon. By then, supply stations will be needed between the stars. Thinking about this, Jiangzhe had a deep understanding of yesterday's lunar science popularization. Perhaps the moon is also a supply station for alien civilizations. The second topic of tonight immediately came to mind. Kunming City. In the evening, on the TV station.
The fire situation at the scene remained the same, and a large number of engineering teams came to repair it during the day.
But it cannot be completely fixed in one day.
Director Zhang Xianjing summoned all personnel for a meeting in the conference room.
The TV station will be renovated until at least next week. Now please don't slack off. The relevant work of the TV station will still maintain normal operations.
In recent days, overseas state envoys have come to our Taiwan pretending to be journalists to steal relevant confidential information. I emphasize here, don't be greedy for money and don't answer any questions.
Any reporter who asks questions related to Jiangzhou will be told to get out.
Except for our country's well-known official host.
The staff nodded. Since the science popularization hosted by Jiangzhou, things big and small happen here.
As small as other provinces in Taiwan coming to poach people, as large as foreign elements trying to find out the secrets of Xia State. But they were all kicked out by the station director Zhang Xian. It's all due to Jiangzhou's efforts in popularizing science, which has had such a huge impact.
Lao Zhang had to give instructions again and again.
At this time, the advertisements in the official live broadcast room were still there.
3 million viewers watched the advertisement with endless aftertaste and continued to discuss today's popular science.
The bright sun popularizes science in the dark night, it's amazing. I'm still worried about yesterday's lunar UFO fleet, fearing that one day there will be a full-scale attack. Don't be afraid, Atlantis is with you and me.
I just don't know what's good about the sun. Isn't it just a nuclear fusion thing? Some viewers simply have no way of knowing. Isn't the sun just an ordinary nuclear fusion? They all know the sun, why do they need to learn more about it? It is this kind of unknown that makes them look forward to learning more about the sun. Kyoto. In the Institute of Physics.
A group of experts gathered in a conference room.
Immediately launch an in-depth exploration of the underground world and Atlantis. After many people's opinions, they temporarily gave up asking for support from the country and went to explore underground. Because what is consumed is too huge. Safely descending 1,300 kilometers underground, it's just a fantasy in today's world. After giving up this idea, experts have made another analysis for tonight's science popularization sun. Taiyang, I feel like something big is going to happen again.
Maybe there is nothing to learn about the sun, but from Jiangzhou's words, I think things are going to be serious.
By the way, didn't beautiful country launch a Helios probe towards the sun? Is there any movement now?
There is a little movement, but the national messenger has not received the information yet.
Experts know more about the sun than the average viewer. However, there is too little primary data to fully understand the sun.
In this world, at the end of last year, the beautiful country launched the Helios detector, which is known as the detector to collect data.
After reading Jiangzhou's popular science, Lao Zhou and others didn't think so.
They all hope that Jiangzhou can take out the secrets of the beautiful country again tonight and reveal the truth hidden behind the scenes by NASA, at the same time.
In a cutting-edge research institute in the Bear Country,
leaders from various fields such as astronomy, geography, physics, and chemistry are gathered here.
At this time, the time is 5 hours faster than Xia Kingdom. A group of experts with Ula accents were sitting in the conference room discussing the earlier science popularization. After listening to everything Lermontov said, experts' understanding has been refreshed.
Therefore, they are extremely looking forward to tonight's popular science about the sun.
Time passed slowly.
The number of viewers in the official live broadcast room increased as time approached. When it reached 10 o'clock in the evening, the number of viewers immediately reached the 10 million mark.
The advertisement disappeared.
Jiangzhou, wearing a black suit, appeared on the screen.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to today's Approaching Science.
I am your host, Jiangzhou.
Without waiting for Jiangzhou to introduce the topic,
the audience's barrage instantly flooded the entire screen.
We all know who you are. Don't introduce yourself. Just start directly. In the future, just skip the self-introduction and get straight to the point.
I feel uncomfortable if I don't watch your live broadcast for a day.
The audience teased Jiangzhou. But the program process is always a certain way, isn't it?
Looking at the barrage, Jiangzhou was helpless.
He could only respond to the audience's request. Okay, let's get to today's topic.
Warm reminder, the website is about to be revised, which may cause the reading progress to be lost. Please save the bookshelf and reading record in time, screenshots are recommended.
Sorry for the inconvenience caused to you. After the opening remarks,
Jiangzhou turned around and wrote today's two themes on the LCD screen.
The secret of the Tunguska explosion. Is the sun habitable? With today's two themes emerging,
the audience in the official live broadcast room were all stunned. Many viewers rubbed their eyes, thinking they had seen it wrong. After seeing it clearly, everyone is crazy about it.
Damn it!
Host, the sun is not a place you want to live in.
Host, are you serious?
I knew that today was not in vain.
I'm so stupid.
If someone says whether the sun is habitable, I will definitely scold him, but after all, you are a master host who has participated in the Nobel Prize meeting.
Don't talk nonsense. The audience immediately became anxious for Zhang Zhe,
although they want to know the answer to the mystery of the Tunguska explosion.
But nowhere near as important as the question of whether the sun is habitable. If the popularization of science reaches the end, even the sun can be inhabited. The consequences are simply unimaginable.
As these two topics were raised, the traffic in the live broadcast room suddenly surged. At this moment, all the experts watching today's topic frowned crazily.
I'm really afraid of Zhang Zhe's identity as a scientist that he established before. Completely collapsed tonight. Look at the comments from the audience. Zhang Zhe smiled slightly and didn't mind at all. Then a black and white picture of the Tunguska explosion from the beginning of the last century was displayed on the LCD screen.
As for whether the sun is habitable and what the sun is, everyone will know later. Facing the camera, Zhang Zhe began to tell, starting today's first topic, the Tunguska explosion.
What is the Tunguska explosion? It is said to be one of the largest explosions in human history.
And the time and place where the big explosion occurred, June 30, 1908, at 7 o'clock in the morning, a super explosion occurred in the Bear Country.
After the explosion, the surrounding trees of 2,000 square kilometers were cut off. How big is 2,000 square kilometers? It's equivalent to the entire Shenzhen city in our country.
The area where the explosion occurred in Tunguska happened to be a huge forest, no man's land.
The Tunguska explosion.
Because of the scope and power of the explosion, it was too bizarre. As a result, both worlds are an unsolved mystery.
Countless experts came one after another to investigate the truth.
As a result, the truth has not been revealed to this day. But for Zhang Zhe's insight and knowledge, he had already figured out the truth in his previous life. It's just that in his previous life, he was a little confused by the answer. The area affected by this explosion is very wide. The closest place to Tunguska was a city 650 kilometers away. After the explosion, all the windows of the house in such a distant city were shattered. It can be seen that the power cannot be underestimated. It is an explosion that can destroy 20 million people. Later at an observation station 650 kilometers away, a staff member at the time said that a towering mushroom cloud was produced at the explosion site. As the words fell, the audience in the live broadcast room gradually entered the state. Like the explosion described by Zhang Zhe and the mushroom cloud.
It does look like a nuclear explosion at first glance, but it's not.
In 1908, the world only had theories about nuclear explosions and did not have the conditions to manufacture them. Scientists in this world have only reached this point in their understanding of the Tunguska explosion, and cannot get any further information. But as Zhang Zhe narrated, the experts in front of the screen had some expectations.
In the screen, Zhang Zhe turned around and wrote the formula on the LCD screen.
After a quick calculation, he finally got the result, and then explained, its explosion range is 1,000 times stronger than Hiroshima, little boy. It can be seen from the formula that we can only use modern hydrogen bombs to replicate this explosion. Of course, there was no hydrogen bomb in 1908.
If it's not a hydrogen bomb, then what is it? Meteorite?
In that backward 1908, which did not have the technology of hydrogen bomb.
Is Tunguska man-made or a meteorite?
When it comes to this, Zhang Zhe doesn't give in.
Smiling mysteriously at the camera.
Of course, man-made. There is plenty of evidence of past lives. The results of speculation have led to extraterrestrial meteorites, comets, etc.
Maybe it seems reasonable.
But in the end, they were all completely overturned by Zhang Zhe through massive theories and on-site investigation. Zhang Zhe's words were astonishing as soon as he opened his mouth. The audience in front of the screen was immediately stunned. They all know that in 1908, there were no nuclear weapons.
Fuck! How is that possible? The super explosion of 1908 was man-made? Isn't it the comet with water that exploded in the sky? This thing is really big. Host, you'd better speak slowly and don't leave any evidence. The audience couldn't believe their eyes. The super big explosion in 1908 was actually man-made at the time. Could it be that some country secretly created such a weapon of destruction in 1908? They dare not imagine. The hydrogen bomb of 1908, if this is known, it will subvert the whole world. At the same time, in the cutting-edge research institute of the Bear Country, Lermontov, who was watching the live broadcast, was stunned on the spot. As soon as Jiang Zhe started the live broadcast, immediately refreshed his 3 views again. You know, he is a native of the Bear Country. Everywhere he can see is the super boss of the Bear Country. But this group of super bosses have not been able to solve the mystery of the Tunguska explosion. The host of the Xia country in the picture actually knows? The other experts looked at each other in amazement. Then they immediately went to the archives to take out the data of the Tunguska explosion. Jiang Zhe in the picture once again made a shocking statement. The Tunguska explosion was of course man-made. And I also know who did it. And what happened in 1908? When they heard these words, all the bear experts were stunned, staring at the screen, afraid of missing any link. P.S. Thank you for all the gifts. Special thanks to user 43581142 for the master certification. Wow! Warm reminder, the website is about to be revised, which may cause the reading progress to be lost. Please save the bookshelf and reading record in time. It is recommended to take a screenshot to save. Sorry for the inconvenience caused to you. Kyoto Institute of Physics. Here Jiang Zhe explained the mystery of the Tunguska explosion. When it came to the final moment, Lao Zhou couldn't help but be shocked. Even after watching the live broadcast many times, I thought I accepted Jiang Zhe's boldness. But every time I watch it, Jiang Zhe will sublimate the theme to an incredible level. I'm afraid Jiang Zhe really knows what happened at that time. Zhou Guoyao's breathing gradually became rapid. His intuition told him that the truth was not simple. Especially Jiang Zhe will talk about 2 core contents every time he tells it. For experts who know Jiang Zhe, they knew that every time Jiang Zhe said something, there would be a certain connection. But what does Tunguska have to do with the sun? Kunming City. In the villa. When Jiang Zhe finished speaking the last 3 sentences, he could imagine how a broad audience would react. Because there are so many doubts about the Tunguska explosion. Facing the camera, Jiang Zhe continued to explain. At that time, the woolly bear country didn't care about the crater at the first time. It wasn't until the end of World War I 13 years later that they remembered the meteorite that hit their homeland. That's it. Jiang Zhe can't help but feel happy from the bottom of his heart. In fact, the big brother of the bear country at that time was very childish. Because the beautiful country and the old furry bear country in the last century were crazy in comparison in terms of military, economy, architecture, and all kinds of big and small things. First, the beautiful country discovered a 50,000-year-old impact crater in Buringi. Later, when the bear country found out, they didn't want to admit defeat. Then I remembered that a big explosion occurred in Tunguska more than 10 years ago, and finally sent a small team to investigate with great vigor. Although the truth has not been discovered. But as long as it's bigger than the crater in beautiful country, that's enough. Beautiful country, we just discovered a crater from 50,000 years ago, don't you? Old bear country, what? Absolutely not, we have to have. Hey! I remembered, the Tunguska explosion in our country 13 years ago was more powerful than your country, right? Are you envious? The 2 countries at that time were very much like 2 naive children. I heard Jiang Zhe explain the Tunguska explosion like this. The audience all laughed heartily. Big Brother is so cute. Holy crap! I'm so amused by Big Brother. It really needs to be compared everywhere, in line with the 2 major powers at that time. As expected of a host, he even does a good job demonstrating scenarios. The audience laughed. Then continued to the topic. Jiang Zhe went on to explain, what a pity. Brother Mao did not find the crater at the Tunguska explosion site. Logically speaking, it is impossible for such a large explosion not to cause craters. What's the result? I didn't even find any traces of the crater, but I found something magical. The trees in the middle of the blast site were all standing upright. That's it. He simulated the explosion picture on the LCD screen. There were trees all around that had been chopped down, but only the trees in the middle were still standing. It can only be determined to be an air explosion. There are also records of aerial explosions in this world. Hypotheses have been put forward by many experts. Comet fragments carrying water are currently the most mainstream theory. Kyoto Institute of Physics. For Lao Zhou and others, these are evidence that have already appeared in reality. They also already had some understanding of how Tunguska exploded. They know the progress of the year better than the general audience. The trees in the middle are all standing. It's very similar to the nuclear bombing of Hiroshima in the last century. That's right. After the Hiroshima nuclear bombing, a building survived in the center of the nuclear explosion. It also stood upright. It was later built into the Nuclear Bomb Center Memorial Hall. Not only that, only an explosion in the air can cause such a situation. I guess it is caused by the explosion of a water-bearing comet in the air. The answers described by experts have been scientifically verified. Before hearing Jiang Zhe's explanation. At least, that's what they think. Kunming City. Villa area. Faced with what was just described, the audience already has a certain understanding of Tunguska. So this would only happen if there was an explosion in the air. As for the situation of aerial detonation, the mainstream statement in the scientific community at the time: 1. Small black hole theory. A 1 centimeter black hole can compress the Earth into 2 dimensions, so it can be ruled out. 2. Nuclear explosion theory, but in 1908 it was only a theory, and no country had nuclear weapons. I rejected it. 3. Water-bearing comets, iron meteorites, and passing meteorites. The third type is consistent with the Tunguska explosion and has the most support. Comet with water. Because once a comet hits the Earth, the entire Earth will be ruined, so scientists are trying to explain it reasonably. All I can say is watery comet fragments. When Jiang Zhe heard this answer, he almost couldn't hold back his laughter. To be reasonable, scientists also worked hard. The next ones are just iron meteorites, stony meteorites, and iron meteorites. In fact, they are not the culprit, because there are no meteorite fragments at the scene. Or they didn't find them. Speaking of which, Jiang Zhe turned around and drew a big cross on the LCD screen. Then he went on to explain, when these theories have been put forward, they still cannot be answered. It is precisely because of this that the Tunguska explosion has become an unsolved mystery. Jiang Zhe paused for a moment. Facing the camera, he stated the possible outcome: there is also antimatter, which can also cause such a large-scale explosion and leave no traces after the explosion. Here antimatter. After a brief period of confusion, the live broadcast room started to post barrages like crazy. Host, you won't say it's antimatter, right? Does antimatter really exist? I've only seen it in science fiction novels. I still feel that it was caused by a water-bearing comet, otherwise there is no explanation at all. I don't think it was caused by meteorites. The comet is too powerful. If there is a large meteorite, there should be meteorite residue, but there is no meteorite residue in Tunguska. Facing questions from the audience, Jiang Zhe immediately explained, antimatter can be explained, but the truth is not it. What's that? Is it true that some country produced nuclear weapons in advance? At this time, the audience was confused again. Because Jiang Zhe has used various scientific data to rule out all natural situations. Since it is not a natural situation, then the next step can only be caused by a man-made nuclear explosion. But the nuclear explosion in 1908 was still too early. The truth seems to be further away again. Just as all the viewers were thinking about the unbelievable situation, Jiang Zhe immediately confirmed the audience's thoughts. That's right, it's the flying saucer explosion that no one dares to imagine. At the time it was 1908. There are no nuclear weapons on Earth. The aftermath of the Tunguska explosion affected the beautiful country. A physicist has detected weak earthquakes in the beautiful country, as well as faint nuclear radiation in nearby forests. After the data is published, the physicist's claims were quickly disproven. Because mankind at that time could not accept the nuclear weapons that could appear in 1908. After hearing the flying saucer explode, the audience in the official live broadcast room were all stunned. Immediately afterwards, an overwhelming barrage of missiles followed. Fuck. 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 Really or not? A flying saucer exploded? That's crazy. The flying saucer explosion in 1908? What about the flying saucer fragments? Is it possible that there were aliens on Earth during World War I in 1908? Although I dare not accept it, this is the only explanation that is the most reasonable. The answer given by Jiang Zhe. Everyone couldn't believe it. But thinking about it carefully, it seems that this is what it should be. At the same time, in the state-of-the-art research institute of Kaohsiung, the scene was shocked and everyone took a breath. Jiang Zhe's program indeed once again refreshed Lermontov's 3 views. But soon, Lermontov reacted. Could it be that a flying saucer really exploded, but we didn't notice it?
I've been to the site, but there weren't any meteorites, including fragments of the flying saucer.
Probably not, it's just this young man's guess. Let's see if he has any evidence next.
Many experts from the Bear Country have been to Tunguska. But they all found nothing. Therefore, I dare not agree with what Jiangja described. While they were discussing the possibility of the Tunguska explosion, Jiangja's explanation voice came from the screen.
As for why the flying saucer exploded? Data report, I will release it later. Please let's first understand its explosion range. Hear the explanation.
The furry bear physicist present immediately entered the state. Pick up a pen and paper and copy the data simultaneously. Jiangja in the picture has already written a series of formulas on the LCD screen.
Continue to explain. The power of the Tunguska explosion was 1,000 times that of little boy.
In 1908, the experiment could not be replicated without any nuclear weapons. Nowadays, at least a hydrogen bomb is needed to simulate this explosion.
Since extraterrestrial meteorites have been ruled out before,
then it must be in 1908, without nuclear weapons, and it must be suitable for explosion in the air. Then there can only be one answer: the flying saucer exploded. Not only does the flying saucer explode, but the only way the flying saucer can provide energy is through the explosion of a nuclear fusion reactor.
Note, this is controlled nuclear fusion, not nuclear fission.
Because a large amount of nuclear radiation was detected at the site. Therefore, the flying saucer in 1908 can be ruled out as the underground Atlantis. Because Atlantis belongs to a level 4 civilization. In other words, Atlantis will not use nuclear fusion to power its energy. It could only be a flying saucer with backward technology from somewhere else. As Jiangja's explanation came to an end,
Lermontov and other experts are frantically consulting historical data.
All the data is as he said. Even beautiful countries detected weak nuclear radiation at that time.
There was such a huge explosion in the air. Although they considered a nuclear explosion. But I never expected that it was not an ordinary nuclear explosion, but nuclear fusion?
Nuclear fission did not exist in 1908, so where could nuclear fusion come from?
So is this the reason why Jiangja speculated that it was a flying saucer? When everyone is checking the information.
Jiangja in the picture also has no ink.
The investigation report on Tunguska was immediately taken out.
This is a data report from my previous trip to Tunguska to investigate the big explosion, as well as evidence taken from the scene. Jiangja looked at the blue book in his hand and couldn't help but smile helplessly. This was something he redeemed in the data room earlier. This book has an inseparable origin from him.
Because the author of the blue book is also Jiangja. It's just him in his previous life.
At that time, he and his classmates from all over the world went to the site to investigate after getting permission from the Tunguska Phenomenon Foundation in Siberia. However, the official of the Maoxiong country warned the group in advance.
No evidence of any kind found in Tunguska was allowed to be taken away.
So there are only on-site photos as evidence.
Because the evidence was not allowed to be taken away. As a parafantasist, Jiangja did not share the evidence they discovered with the Maoxiong kingdom officials.
In the end, Tunguska became a mystery.
After seeing the data report appear, the experts headed by Lermontov all brightened up. His eyes were fixed on the evidence released by Jiangja.
Jiangja in the picture opened the first page and explained, "This is the testimony of my interview with nomads when I went to Tunguska. They believe it was the explosion of Tunguska, which was caused by a shaman who asked Thor to destroy a hostile tribe, which then aroused the anger of Thor, so he sent the Iron Bird to bring justice and destroy the Tungus people. They said the explosion was caused by ball lightning, and to this day, the place where the explosion occurred is still a taboo for them."
This is the testimony report of the nomads.
As you can see, they said Iron Bird and ball lightning.
There is one thing to note. After explaining this,
Jiangja quickly wrote a series of formulas on the LCD screen. The explosion ranges of ball lightning over the years were all calculated on the spot.
After comparison, ball lightning was immediately rejected.
Because the power could not be 1,000 times greater than that of little boy.
As you can see, ball lightning is not true.
Then Jiangja circled the word Iron Bird on the LCD screen.
What is an Iron Bird? Is it an airplane? Or, the Wright brothers invented the airplane in 1903. 5 years later, in 1908, although all countries may have airplanes, could there be nuclear weapons on the airplanes?
After explaining this, Jiangja smiled slightly.
Seeing this, Lermontov's body trembled suddenly. The speculation was perfect. and he even went to the local area for interviews.
The answers seem to have been confirmed, and the result would only be a flying saucer carrying a nuclear fusion reactor.
Thinking of this,
the experts looked at each other and shook their heads collectively.
But lack of professional evidence.
Just from the speculation, no matter how perfect the speculation is, it cannot be confirmed that it is a flying saucer.
Lack of crucial evidence.
I dare not imagine, it seems to be a flying saucer. Although it has been confirmed that it is a nuclear fusion flying saucer in 1908, it will not be recognized internationally.
Yes. This guy is really capable. He actually came to investigate.
It's just that there is no evidence. It's a pity for his bold speculation. Just when they were feeling sorry for Zhang's actions in the picture immediately made them all stand up.
It seems that everyone may be considering that even if the speculation is perfect, it is still missing something.
Facing the camera, Zhang smiled mysteriously. He omitted a lot of tedious data reports and turned directly to the last page. A pile of UFO fragments and dozens of delicate quartz crystals appeared in the picture. As you can see, these are the scattered UFO fragments I found 100 kilometers away from the scene.
And, exquisitely crafted, quartz crystals. Every expert was stunned and showed expressions of disbelief.
They didn't expect that Zhang had been to the scene, but, got real evidence?
Then many experts began urgent discussions. Oh my God! It doesn't look like it was formed naturally.
Silver flying saucer fragments, colorless and transparent quartz, is it possible?
Is all this true?
UFO fragments, quartz crystals, meteorite fragments, it feels like something really happened in Tunguska in 1908. All the experts on site were extremely amazed.
The moment the evidence surfaced, Zhang's speculation was immediately verified.
It's just, there seems to be a deeper secret hidden among these three.
What happened in 1908? No one knows. An expert named Ivan left the conference room in a hurry. He took his men and rushed to Tunguska overnight. Since Zhang took the evidence and did not take it away, it means that there is still evidence at the scene. At the same time,
in the official live broadcast room, when the three pieces of evidence appeared, all the viewers were stunned.
Holy shit! Are there really fragments of a flying saucer?
Not only that, the quartz crystal seems to have broken patterns, as if something happened with the meteorite debris.
Host, you are so awesome, do your parents know? Could it be that the flying saucer hit the meteorite and exploded in the air, just like the previous video where the Chia guest's meteorite was smashed by the flying saucer? What the hell? The truth? The evidence presented by Zhang.
Immediately a large number of viewers started a heated discussion. Especially the 3-in-1 evidence, combined with the previous crash of the Chia guest.
Very similar. In other words, the Tunguska explosion was the predecessor of Chia guests.
It's just that the Tunguska explosion was more powerful, and the flying saucer was unable to withstand its violent impact.
In the villa,
Zhang saw the questions from the barrage audience.
In previous lives, he screened through various methods and tried to unite with Chia guests.
But the result, the truth, led him to another incredible situation. Facing the camera, Zhang explained, there are patterns in this quartz crystal.
Also a reminder, we don't have this kind of carving technology on Earth.
In addition, I also found a series of dense textures inside the quartz crystal, which seems to be the navigation device of the flying saucer. As you can see, something happened between the flying saucer and the meteorite that caused the explosion.
After hearing and seeing the evidence,
the audience in front of the live broadcast room nodded.
It seems that this is the only truth that is consistent. Just as the audience was discussing it fiercely again, Zhang in the picture once again made a shocking statement. I can't falsify the following video evidence. It has a certain reference. You can take a look at it first before talking. Next he inserted a USB into the LCD screen.
The picture was still dark, but the voices of a man and a woman could be heard. A message appeared in the upper left corner of the screen, the law of one. As you can see, this is a conversation between a reporter and a mysterious person.
This is a prophecy from a woman. Actually in the previous life.
When Zhang got this video,
he was very shocked. The content of their conversation has been verified by Zhang. There is a certain cover-up. Why cover it up? Because if it is not concealed, it cannot be published and no one will know about it.
At the same time, it also has a certain authenticity. At this moment, all the experts turned on their tape recorders.
Be prepared to retain more evidence for future reference. A female voice came over. 173, hello, I am 173.
During my meditation a few days ago, I got a question imprinted on me, regarding the crater in the woolly bear country. I believe it is in the Tunguska region.
Can you tell me the truth?
The screen paused for a moment. Then an old man's voice came. RA, I am RA, a nuclear reactor and a small meteorite. RA has no specific explanation as to whether it is nuclear fission or nuclear fusion.
But Jiang's prediction is either advanced nuclear fission or ordinary nuclear fusion. 173, whose reactor is it?
RA, I am RA.
Now you won't understand.
You can understand that it is a machine that no one drives. It was sent by the Interstellar Federation. It was moved to this area and detonated on the spot. It will not harm the heart, the will of the body and spirit, people.
173, what's its purpose here?
RA, I am RA.
It was created to understand you.
Because you have begun to develop into more technological fields, we are interested in determining your technological level. Its nuclear reactor is very small, but the energy is unusually large. RA, regardless, it has the same destructive effect on the molecular structure of third density. So when it malfunctioned, we thought it best to find a place to destroy it. RA, at that time, a small meteorite was heading towards Tunguska.
The Federal Axe happened to control the faulty drone to Tunguska, and it exploded with it. 173, excuse me, does its danger include explosion and radiation?
RA, I am RA.
This special type of device has very little radiation.
As you know, the radiation is localized, but this localization makes it difficult for the radiation to drift with the wind, unlike some of your primitive weapons that release large amounts of radioactive substances.
The two people talked for a while in the video. It stopped abruptly. It was nothing more than nuclear radiation and explanations of related issues. There was no more evidence than what Jiangja presented. After the video ended,
Jiangja immediately explained to the camera, "This is the information I got privately from the psychic scholar. It is not scientific, but it has a certain degree of authenticity."
After listening to the conversation,
the audience could not forget it for a long time, and all of them widened their eyes.
Although there was only sound, the content inside refreshed their three views. I'm stunned. Is this a video of a psychic interview? So the Tunguska explosion was just the result of an alien nuclear fusion reconnaissance aircraft observing the Earth and encountering a small meteorite?
It seems so.
I thought it was the underground people protecting us.
I understand. The blame should be on RA. Without RA, there would be no faulty UFO. Without a faulty UFO, there would be no Tunguska explosion, or there would be a small explosion of falling meteorites in the end.
The audience complained about Jiang's audio. At the same time, they vomited at RA.
They monitored the Earth and investigated the Earth by themselves, but it failed and exploded on the Earth. In the end, they called it the Interstellar Federation.
RA is too shameless.
These are all the audience's evaluations of RA.
Kyoto. In the Institute of Physics. Many experts led by Lao Zhou recorded the audio.
It was not until the end of the recording that they were surprised to find that
the evidence presented in the content was not easy to accept. What do you think of this audio?
I think it doesn't matter whether there is a psychic or not. Jiang's evidence is more perfect than these audios. Yes, this so-called psychic is not as good as the UFO fragments and crystal evidence.
Hearing the experts' discussion, Ouyang Bailey finally couldn't listen anymore and couldn't help complaining. Are you not even educated enough? Don't you even know what is the link between the past and the future?
As soon as this was said, the experts who pretended to think deeply about the problem were stunned. Then, their faces turned red involuntarily.
Zhou Guiyao, ahem. Let's talk about it. Sun Tian, pretend it never happened. Chang Wen, I agree.
Ouyang Bailey, _ Just when a group of experts over 50 years old were ashamed of their uneducated. Jiang's voice came from the screen.
It's mainly about RA, who is Ta.
So, we have our second topic today.
Speaking of this, Jiangja turned around and wrote 7 big words on the LCD screen. Can people live on the sun?